Oh, the hell. Yo, what up? What the? Share the stream. Oh, right. All right, 1 second. I gotta pee.
The rhythm calls, the night is near.
Okay. Okay. What up, beam me up? Woo! Okay. Very based and red pilled. Very based, very red pilled. Okay. We are live. We are live on Kick, YouTube, Rumble, D Live, and Substack. Make sure to follow the Substack. That is the pin message.
https://
All right. Wow, what a beautiful day. What a beautiful day we are in here. Saturday. Beautiful Saturday. I hope everybody had a good week.
https://
Pin it on Rumble. Where else can I pin it? Can I pin it on D Live? Can you pin stuff on D Live?
What did UGF get you for Valentine's Day?
Dude, I don't support Valentine's Day. I support Incel Day.
https://
Oh, you can't pin messages on Kick? That's garbage. I mean on D Live you can't pin a message. Can you pin a message on YouTube? YouTube. I think I'm a mod here. Do this. Which accounts? Which accounts? There we go. There we go. Subscribe to my Substack if you haven't. That's my only birthday wish, even though my birthday was 2 weeks ago. That's still my birthday wish, that people subscribe to my Substack. It's free. You don't have to. When you subscribe to a Substack, I'll show you what it looks like when you subscribe to a Substack. So let's find somebody's Substack real quick. So when you subscribe to somebody's Substack, it will look like this. I don't know who to pick. Wait up. Let me go. So just people he follows. This one, Hitler hated Substack. So you'll be on the Substack. You click the subscribe button here, okay? And then it'll open up like this. You'll click the skip now. Maybe later. This didn't even show it right. Oh, wait up. This guy's Substack stupid. Wait up, wait up. I don't want to follow this guy. So, I guess we'll find a different one. We'll go to this guy, Ron Charles. So you go to the Substack, or you can click here on the subscribe button on Substack too.
Let's go, and it is live.
Oh, this guy doesn't have a Substack. Yo, what's good? Doesn't have its own channel, I mean. So I'm trying to find something here. So here we go. So it'll be like this. So you can click subscribe there. And then, or you can go no thanks, and then click subscribe here. And then it'll look like this. It'll look kind of like this. Mine is not mine, there's a $5 one. Basically, you don't have to do that. I don't post anything behind a paywall on it. All you need to do is click here on the free one. On the free one, and then you do continue without paying, and then you can skip this. I don't think mine will have this. Then you skip, maybe later, and then boom. So I know it's a shitload of work to subscribe on Substack.
Follow Ron Charles on Substack.
No,
For the tip, Nate.
follow me.
Test Wolf 336 just donated 1 lemons on D Live.
Follow me on Substack, not Charles. I don't even know that one. Raw America. Fuck that one. But I need more. I need more followers. They're subscribers. Anyways. I did make some updates to the site as well. Or to the Substack. As you can see here. It looks a little bit cooler now. We have a new logo. Right there. You can see it. And then you can click the notes here. I post this is kind of like a timeline. I post the shorts here as well. And then you can click here for the desktop archive, which only has the 3 videos right now. But as I keep streaming on here, it will continue. And then I think I'm gonna make an IRL archive too. So whenever we do IRL in the future, it will be here. And this is going to be the home of content in the future. But anyways, enough shilling my Substack. Let's take a dab. Let's take a dab. Let's take a dab.
Do you think about the days when we sat?
Let's do the country playlist. Where's the country playlist? I need to save the country playlist. What's up, Don Jolly? Oh, hell no. I can't listen to that new country, man. Only the old country.
The Late Show put me to sleep, BTW. Good job.
Why?
Thank you. It's wonderful. Thank you very much. We're happy to be here in Canada. I'll guarantee you, and we're happy to be on the Ronnie Profits show. And we hope you're going to like some part of our little spasm we have on the show today, or tonight, or whichever it may occur. And right now, we'd like to do one side of our latest release on records. And I got clearance on this from Ronnie. He said, I'll love you till I die. She told me, forget it. I watched the years pass slowly by, and she still prayed on his mind. He kept her pictures.
All right, let's take a dab. We'll start up the stream here.
I saw him go half crazy now and then. Oh, but he still loved her through it all.
Let's take a dab, and then
He kept hoping she
we'll do some reaction content, and then we're gonna watch. The main thing I want to watch today is this with Richard Spencer and Michael Tracy from a day or two ago, talking about the Epstein, or debunking the Epstein stuff. So that's going to be one of the main things we watch. some other
These
stuff,
old country music stars
but
were
yeah.
probably cool. They hated neighbors and F words and J words.
Some of them were libtards too, but like libtards in the sense that they were like,
You kinda look like Michael Tracy.
do I kind of look like Michael Tracy? I'll take that as a compliment.
Dickie Spencer.
Let's take a dab.
Every single I love you.
I think Michael Tracy's awesome. He's kind of like, the only reason I like him though is because of his Epstein coverage, because he's like the only, or not the only, but definitely one of the biggest, you know, people dispelling this hysteria going on. So that's why I like him. But I would say he's not like a conservative or right wing even at all. He's like a journalist, and he's actually, I think, like pretty liberal, maybe. I don't really know. He's mainly about journalism, I guess you could say, and the truth. But I don't know. He's not like pro Trump or anything, I guess. So that's where I'm like, that's kind of gay. But he is like, through his journalism, you know, helping Trump. But
Saw a clip of Eckerd talking about Apollo worship. It was super cringe.
Apollo worship. Yeah, I mean that's like Richard's whole thing with the REM shit and all that, and the Apollonian man. I don't know. It's his project. That's Richard Spencer's project. I will say though, the ball stuff, I didn't know about this, but ball, you know how they were saying, oh, Epstein had the ball bank account or whatever. Well, for one, people are getting ball mixed up with like Moloch, I'm pretty sure. Moloch, they're both like Canaanite gods, but Moloch was the one that was for child sacrifice. Baal, on the other hand, is actually just like a storm god. It was actually like a fertility god, storm god, basically. Abundance god, basically.
Moloch is Baal.
No, Moloch is not Baal.
Baal and Moloch.
No, they're not. Moloch and Baal are not the same thing. That's not true. You guys are retarded. You guys are retarded. Literally, you can Google it. Literally, you can Google it. Are Moloch and Baal the same?
Ask Grok.
Moloch and Baal are not the same. They share significant cultural overlap because they're both Canaanite gods, but they're not the same. Baal means lord or master. And Baal was primarily a storm or fertility god, like I just fucking said. Moloch specifically associated with fire and child sacrifice. What did I just fucking say? Yeah, you're wrong. Anyways. That's not Jewish manipulation. Do you even know what Baal is? Baal is the Canaanite god that was against Yahweh in the Old Testament, dude. Baal was literally like the rival god against Yahweh, the Jewish god. Okay? So that doesn't even make fucking sense. The Jews are against Baal.
You've been brainwashed.
That doesn't even make any fucking sense. That Baal is Jewish or whatever. Like, what? What? That doesn't even make sense. Have you read the Old Testament? Do you have any knowledge of, like, you know, history and the Bible and stuff? Like, no, dude. Baal was a ancient Canaanite god that was the rival to Yahweh. And how is that a distinction without a difference? What distinction is there? The problem is that all of these people are saying that Baal is like the baby sacrifice god, okay? And that Baal is like the god that the Jews worship, like Jeffrey Epstein worshipped Baal. That doesn't make any fucking sense. For one, Baal is the Canaanite god that rivaled the Jewish god Yahweh. Doesn't make any fucking sense. Second, the baby sacrificing god was Moloch, not Baal. So you're just completely wrong.
Gods.
Completely wrong. And yeah. I don't know, dude. No, I'm not wrong.
You're wrong.
You're wrong. You're wrong. I literally just proved it to you right now. I literally just proved it to you.
Yo, what's up, chat? Was up, N8, thanks God stream.
Yo, what's up, D-Master? I did prove it. I literally did prove it. What's up, Brownwood?
I need Jitsuyo 7.
Baal was not a child sacrifice god. It was a storm and fertility god and the rival to Yahweh back during the Old Testament times, okay? That's what it was. The Jews, the biblical Jews, basically didn't like Baal because it was a rival god to their gods, okay? Or to Yahweh, their god. That's what it is, okay?
Ask Grok about the similarities between Baal and Moloch.
Well, there are similarities. They're both Canaanite gods, obviously.
Stop slandering Baal.
That's what I'm saying. All these people are slandering Baal.
Baal and Moloch are the same thing.
Oh my god. Are Baal and Moloch the same thing?
Add Master Fresho / Baal.
Well, often conflated in modern culture and mentioned together in historical texts, Baal and Moloch are not the same thing. They represent different concepts and roles in ancient Near Eastern traditions. Okay.
Bro asked the same question twice.
I did. Anyways, what I'm trying to say here is Baal's kind of based. Okay, so enough of the Baal slander. Baal's kind of based. He was a fertility abundance god. That's he wasn't killing children, okay?
Fuck you and fuck Baal. Baal's in your mouth.
Okay. Now, I'm not going to go like Richard Spencer mode and start hailing Baal, but I do want to be correct here. You know what I mean? Like, Baal is not the child sacrifice god. The god was a rival to Yahweh, the biblical Jewish god. And
Richard Spencer is
that's about it.
So is Baal.
About it. He wasn't a fucking baby sacrificer. Enough slandering of Baal.
It is pronounced Baal. You were pronouncing it correctly.
Baal. But anyways, I know you're not ready for that red pill.
Oh, but I didn't see no tears.
And the craziest shit is like the people that are like, oh, Baal is Jewish. Epstein worshipped Baal. Baal is not Moloch. We just went over this.
You should stream with Dickie Spencer. Send him tweet on X.
Like I said, the craziest part about this is the people that are like Jake Shields and shit that are saying, oh, Epstein worshipped and sacrificed babies to Baal. He had the Baal bank account, dude, and all this shit. And it's like ridiculous on so many things. First off, it's not even real. It was a typo. Second off, the Baal is like the rival god to the Jewish god Yahweh. So like that, it doesn't even fucking make sense. It doesn't even make sense historically. The voices are on
He was
are right here.
Sneak 2 days ago.
The voices are on here. You got to go to my website.
https.
What do you think about Jackson Hinkle? He sucks. He sucks. What do you mean? So, I guess I'll go over a little bit of the Epstein hysteria just to show you how absolutely retarded. Oh yeah, did you guys see this? Woman propaganda says people say I'm racist, but I literally have black friends. Amazing. Amazing stuff. Amazing stuff.
Very cringe.
Yeah, and like I said, if you're gonna race mix, please do it offline and out of sight. Offline and out of sight, please. Trust me, I will not race mix on the internet. I wouldn't do that to you guys. That's messed up.
Mark Momish testes 1 2 3.
Okay, so there's this clip. That's actually a good clip to look at.
Canaanite deity, Baal Hadad or Hadad. Hadad was considered the king of the gods by the ancient Canaanites. Evidence that Moloch can be identified with him comes from the fact that the pagan altars in the valley of Ben Hinnom where children were sacrificed are also described as altars to Baal by the prophet.
That's not true. That's not true. That's not true. If anything, you can maybe say that Moloch, if anything, you could say Baal was a, like the main god, okay, in the Canaanite pantheon, and Moloch was another god, okay, but it may have not worked the same like a, you know, like the, you know, Greek pantheon or whatever, but that's how it was. They weren't the same god, dude. They were not the same god.
Non-specific.
Baal and Moloch are not the same thing. We just went over this. We just went over this. We just went over this. I'll ask the AI. I'll give this to the AI. I'll give this to the AI that we just went over. No, it's not. You're fucking brainwashed.
Furthermore, Assyrian texts state that child sacrifices were made.
What happened to my thing?
The Assyrian equivalent of the Canaanite Hadad. This makes it reasonable to suggest that child sacrifices may have also
are
been made to
Baal and Moloch the same god?
https://n.wikipedia.org/wiki/bell.
They are generally considered distinct entities with different origins and roles. Is this true?
Johnny Sins. Bro actually makes love to hoes and restores them.
Okay, the passage you provided accurately reflects one of the leading modern scholarly theories regarding the identity of Moloch, though it's not the only one. The theory is that Moloch is a title or epithet of Baal Hadad, is supported by several historical or linguistic points. As noted in Prophet Jeremiah, links the two, he describes the building of high places of Baal in the valley of Ben Hinnom, specifically to sacrifice children to Moloch. So look, it's literally, even in the Bible, it says right there, they're not the same thing.
Moloch Polak Grolok Snorlock. You are so AI Zoomer brained it's
No.
scary.
No, dude. Baal Hadad and identified via the king Melech and shared in locations of altars in Jeremiah. Milcom. So, okay. So is Baal and Moloch the same? Yes or no? Technically, no, they are not the same, but historically and biblically, they're often the same entity. So, and you know why this is? It's because the Jews wanted to smear Baal. Duh. Obviously. Yes or no depends on which lens you use. No, archaeologically slash mythologically, in ancient Canaanite texts like those from the Urgaret, Baal Hadid is a distinct storm god with his own mythology. Moloch does not appear as a separate god in these primary myths. Rather, Moloch appears to be the title meaning king or a specific type of sacrifice. So Moloch isn't even a god in the historical sense. In the mythological and historical sense, it's not even a god. Moloch's not even a god. It's just like a word for sacrifice.
Jeremiah denounced Baal as powerless.
The biblical
contrasting the impotence of idols with the sovereign
functionality, also the Hebrew Bible, also the AI, not the A, no, the AI's just summarizing stuff, dude. It's not making stuff up. In the Hebrew Bible, the terms are used interchangeably regarding the same ritual sites for writers of Jeremiah. Baal was the deity's name, and Moloch, the king, was his title, and or a specific sacrifice being offered to him. Bottom line, they are different names and titles that likely refer to the same cultic practice in the same region. So look at, dude, it's not fucking, you can't just say Baal and Moloch are the same. No, that's not what it fucking said. That's not what it said. It says they refer to the same cultic practices in the same region. That's what I said in the fucking beginning, that they're both Canaanite gods. And even here it says that Moloch might not even be a Canaanite god. It was just like a term used for sacrifice, okay? So no, you're wrong. You're wrong. It's still not whatever. Moloch. Baal and Moloch are not the same thing. I don't know why you guys want me to defend Baal so bad. Like, it's literally one Google search and you can see that Baal and Moloch are not the same, okay?
Under Moloch and Baal. Can we agree on Baloch?
Dude, you know how much child sacrifice there used to go on back then, bro? To be honest, it doesn't even matter if it was Moloch or Baal or Yahweh, okay? Kids were dying all the fucking time back then. And people were getting killed for superstition all the time, okay? That's just how it was.
Justifying child sacrifice.
No, I'm not justifying child sacrifice, you idiot. I'm contextualizing the historical time period, you fucking retard. God. Idiots. Anyways. Oh yeah, so this was something that I wanted to go over.
Child sacrifice.
And this is gonna look really bad at first, right? This is gonna look really bad. That looks really bad, right? So this was a picture from the Epstein files, supposedly. And Ella Maulding posted this, got over like 15K likes, hundreds of thousands of impressions. And what do you know? It's a total fucking fabrication. This picture right here is not from a child, and although I know it looks like it, it is not. It is from a porn actress who was 19 years old at the time the picture was taken, okay?
Did you as AI?
So this is just like a perfect example of the pedo panic from the Epstein cult, okay? A perfect example. You know, we have Ella Maulding, who's had sex with black men, by the way, post this garbage, and all the goyim eat it up. All the goyim eat it up. It's fucking, oh, this is the smoking gun. This is it. We fucking got it, you know? We fucking, this is the smoke. This proves us all right. You know what I mean?
From defending child sacrifice to sex.
And of course, as soon as it is revealed and, you know, people in the comments are calling her out.
Nate, what were they doing on the island then?
You have this is a picture from one of the comments here. That isn't a child, that is an adult porn actress. It is brash to make baseless assumptions, etc., etc. But you can see here, even when confronted with reality, the Epstein cultists cannot, you know, take it. You know, they instantly go to, sounds like something a pedo would say. The imagery's enough, you know what I mean? She looks like a child, right? You know, these people are not right, okay? First off, if you are waking up every day thinking about child sex traffic and baby eating, that's like a problem and for you to need to figure that out. Second off, this like ridiculous fucking pedo panic going on that people, even when confronted with the reality, they move the goalposts on and on and on and on. And you cannot have rational conversations with these people.
So Nate, what was going on
you cannot have there's actually not any evidence that there was sexual stuff going on the island. All the actual evidence was with the sexual stuff that was actually used to like put Jeffrey Epstein in prison and Ghislaine were in his West Palm Beach estate. Okay, so that's another thing that people don't even talk about, because obviously
as little girls, they give zero fucks about little boys.
Yeah.
Did you see Vitaly's stream yesterday? He called.
Yeah, we watched it on the Late Show.
15 years. https://kick.com/Vitaly/clips/clip_1x9s5bay2hgjx5821 raw 56.
But anyways, this is just a perfect example of the pedo panic on full display. You know what I mean? This is why, you know, and I put this tweet here too. We watched this video a few, I think last stream. But, you know, I'm convinced, you know, the future skips the fascist marches and the communist uprisings. And instead, it's going to be mobs hunting pedo protectors, you know? Like, this mass hysteria going on right now is so... It's honestly kind of like...
Never go full ballistic.
Eye-opening to how, like, sick the society is, really, to be honest. I think this Epstein shit has really like opened up a can of worms on this thing, and we are really seeing just how fucking mentally ill people are, really, you know. But
so what were they doing on the island, Nate?
Probably fucking billionaire island things, dude. Who knows?
All these women
but yeah,
like Jeffrey Epstein sexually assaulted them mid some sick 50 Shades of Grey virtue signal.
That's what I'm saying too. Most of the Epstein accusers or you know, whatever, are like over 18. Did you see the picture of the accusers? These were the accusers in the Pam Bondi meeting. Like, they literally had this guy who's the brother of one of the accusers. Like, it's just like every Tom, Dick, and Harry's a fucking Epstein accuser now. You know what I mean? It's insane.
Drug to give to his wife.
Because he was probably fucking prostitutes. What do you mean? Like, that's another thing too. Like, everybody acts like they don't know that powerful men fuck prostitutes and procure women for prostitution. Everybody has known this for a long fucking time. Why is it like some big crazy thing now? Well, I think we know why, because they want to hurt Trump.
He
mainly.
was just Torah-mogging everyone and was super rich
But
and cool and Jewish. Everyone
it's fucking insane, man.
I
It's
can't
fucking
stand the
insane.
hypocrisy.
Yeah. Look, man, a lot of the women, and I'm not saying there wasn't any women that Epstein procured that he didn't take advantage of and stuff like that or whatever. I'm sure there was, but a lot of the women that were doing this stuff with Epstein were fully consenting, fully willing to, and did it because they liked it and they made money. And honestly,
people don't really
it's because honestly, it's just how life is. Okay, rich men have whores. That's just the reality. Now, there might have been a few underage ones and stuff like that, and you know, and even Epstein. There's many quotes of him saying, you know, not to bring underage girls and stuff like that. But I'm sure there was. Obviously, he got charged with it, and that's what he went to prison for. But the vast majority of these fucking people here, too, all these fucking people, all these people with their hands up here, they are not victims. Okay, they are not victims. If anything, these people are fucking just taking advantage of it and just, you know, trying to get a bag. Basically, that's all the Epstein shit is. The Epstein industry is like, I think Michael Tracy estimated that it's like $1 billion industry now, basically. And that's not even probably estimating in like the media stuff going on with the Epstein and like how influencers like fucking Jake Shields and shit are like basically feeding their families now with Elon money and Epstein hysteria.
Pam should have put her hand up.
Why he needed 330 gallons of sulfuric acid or whatever because the island needed it for fucking water treatment. What do you mean?
Many of them. Also, you won't get a conviction now. It's almost impossible to truly convict the billionaires of our cause it's like 20 years.
And then, well, not just that, you have idiot retard Thomas Massey and Ro Khanna on the House floor defaming innocent men. You know? Thomas Massey deserves to be in prison, straight up. He's a fucking pedophile. He's actually a pedophile, dude. That's the whole reason he wanted the Epstein files. But I'm just so sick of all the shit.
Now we are calling Massey a pedo.
Yeah, dude, and he killed his wife.
But now all of a sudden normies care.
He wants to see naked kids and he killed his wife.
Some demented ass shit.
Thomas Massey is scum, okay? He is scum, and he's gonna lose his primary, and then he's gonna start his Rumble career. He is scum. He has been nothing but a thorn in the side to the Trump admin, and
was that a monkey?
He basically is a Democrat, okay? Thomas Massey is a Democrat at this point. And he sucks, and he's cringe, and he's always grandstanding, and he's always yelling.
About Pam Bondi.
Pam Bondi is, you know, she's a woman, dude.
Tell me about Kash Patel.
She's a woman, dude. Oh yeah, did you see Brett Cooper? That was Brett Cooper's face when she met Clavicular.
Good job, Nate.
That's crazy. Why would you let your wife meet Clavicular? That's crazy.
Brett looks like Grace Thorpe. She want that clavicular.
Oh, look at Brett Cooper just dropped a video on it.
Brett looks like Ben in drag.
Jump scare, everyone. I never really look like this. But anyway,
It's a
hello
weird marriage.
from New York and New York Fashion Week. I am here in New York City this week. I'm going to ED Magazine's
bread vid
first
RQ.
ever live event that they are hosting, or I guess in-person event. I'm going to be on Fox a couple of times, and I am going to my very first ever New York Fashion Week fashion show, which is very crazy and very cool. I'm going to Elena Velez's show. That is what we're doing,
Bro, aren't
so
girls
come along
like
with
bread
me.
soup
You'll see
for
some fun
whores?
faces, including Alex. Let's do it.
Quick goon set. Super slut white girl me Gustav. Bitches
Well, last
ugly.
night was wild. Hi, guys. Good to catch up. Hello from New York. Last night, you might have seen on X, I went to
At Don
Elena
Jolly, she
Velez's
mid at
fashion
best.
show for New York Fashion Week, and when I was planning
Low
out
key,
the entire
Brett
week,
Cooper
it's like,
looking fertile as fuck.
I have a bunch of events here this week, and I'm doing Fox and all that stuff. I specifically intended and planned to do today's episode.
He looks
that
ready.
Episode
She got a
on that
piggy nose.
experience, my first ever fashion show, and why I think Elena Velez is such a unique designer that often faces so much backlash in the mainstream industry. But the show itself
Fast
and the
super
attendees
fertilized.
and the
Who the
models are
fuck
getting a lot
names
of
a girl
traction
bread?
online. So I thought we should start out by discussing that, because yes, you might have seen Clavicular walked in the show. He actually closed the show. He was
Damn.
the last model to walk on the runway. And yes, I got to meet him. Cue the screeching online from angry men. You might have seen it if you've been on X. So sorry to have ruined your day, but yes, I did meet Clavicular.
I don't give a
She
fuck
needs
because
her
Twitter's
eggs
not a real
scrambled.
place.
Now, the whole thing was just crazy to
ASAP.
experience, but honestly, in my opinion, I think it was really smart of Elena, because she
So
brought
she's
Clavicular
paid
in.
by
He's
Peter
obviously
Thiel
having
too.
this huge moment online. She basically let him
Is she?
stream
Looks like she
everything,
just saw
from the
your
fitting to
tiny
hair and
dick and
makeup to
can hold
actually
it.
walking.
I don't think so.
We were sitting front row.
I don't think she has Peter. I don't think that there's Peter Thiel connection. Maybe. I think she maybe just. I don't know though. Well, she went to the fashion show thing. Maybe.
She was at the fashion
Was
show.
that
She
fashion
must
show
be.
basically a Peter Thiel fashion show? Whatever. You know what, dude? Honestly, I wish I could get money from Peter Thiel. Okay? A lot of these people that hate on getting money from Peter Thiel, they're just mad that they can't get the Peter Thiel money. Fuentes, he's just mad that he can't get the Peter Thiel money. That's literally all of Fuentes' ideology and show now, basically. Just mad that he gets iced out of things and then he has to crash out about it. That's basically his entire show now. The whole reason he's against Trump and the Trump admin, you want to know why? Because he's iced out of all of his connections in DC. And who has those connections? People like Patrick Casey and stuff like that, you know what I mean? And that's what he's seething about. And then you have people like or then you have the Peter Thiel shit, the Peter Thiel shit. Why is he mad at Peter Thiel? Because he doesn't get the Peter Thiel money. He met with Peter Thiel, or one of Peter Thiel's associates, and he didn't get the deal. So now he's going against Peter Thiel every day. You know what I mean? Like, once you start to realize that, like, all of Fuentes' ideology and shows and whole, like, rhetoric is just, like, bitching and seething about the opportunities that he fucked up for himself. Once you realize, like, that's all of Fuentes' show, you really can't look past it, you know?
Row watching, and like his camera guys were walking like with him and filming the crowds, like they were completely involved. And so all of this exposed Clavicular's fans, the tens of thousands of people watching him on Kick, the people clipping his videos on X, they exposed them to Elena and to
All right, let's
Fashion
take a
Week
dab.
in general. Just opened them up to a whole new world. And I will say, this is not the first time that a streamer has walked in a fashion show, but she really gave him free reign and gave him free
Peter
access,
Thiel
which was very,
pro-Ukraine?
very cool
Isn't
to
that
see. Now,
why
in
you
addition
are
to Clavicular, she
pro-Ukraine?
also had my friend Liv
I don't think
Schmidt
Peter
walk the
Thiel's
show. She is the girl I talked about her on the
pro-Ukraine.
comment section a couple of years ago, but she was literally kicked off of TikTok. She was banned on TikTok because
Yeah.
she has this thing called Skinny Society, and she's like a
Take the
fitness
dab.
and health
Turn the
influencer, and
dip
she was
off.
telling girls how to portion control and calorie count, and apparently that was triggering and harmful
you
for
say
people in the
Kiev
body
name?
positivity community. So yes, she was literally banned off of TikTok. She was dropped by her modeling.
Kiev.
It was like a cool full circle moment. She got to walk in her first Fashion Week show. She was like covered in Vogue by being in Elena's show. Elena also had some like controversial
Kiev.
musicians walking.
Who is this bitch? Who is this bitch? Elena what? Elena
Yeah.
Velez?
KF. Oh, so you're a Russian agent.
Elena Velez.
Demonic. Angela White.
What the fuck is that, dude? Dude, fashion shit is so cringe. Oh my god. What the fuck is that, dude? I don't even know. I saw the clip though of Clavicular talking about the when he went to this though, and it was just like Mog City because all of the people there were like ugly and freak looking.
It's a crackhead.
These people are freaky looking, dude. What the fuck?
Fashion shit is probably just a tax scam.
This is so... These people are ugly. Oh my god, that bitch has her titties out. This shit's ass.
They shaved off their eyebrows. Everyone looks weird without eyebrows.
That shit's ass. What's this? Incel celebrity.
Dude, watch this. https://rumble.com/v6k54u The Black Tape Project full show Miami Swim Week on splashfashion.tv.html ?
What the hell is this, dude?
src_v1_s_p2csrc_v1_s_s_Owens equals 1d990.
Is this a fashion show? God damn. We can't watch that, bro. We cannot watch that. Damn, though. Whoops.
Read the entire link. Yay.
Damn, though. We can't watch that, though. That's too... It's a little bit too far, dude.
All dressed up.
Okay, wait up. Let's keep watching Brett Cooper and take a dab.
The show. I didn't catch that individual's name, but I was at the show with Brittany Hugo Boom, who is the founder and editor-in-chief of EV
Rumble
Magazine. They also
promotes shit
just
like
did
it
a
on the
profile on me
homepage all
being
the
at the
time.
show, but Brittany apparently knew who this was and pointed her out. But needless to say, amidst all of that interesting cast of characters,
Fashion
Clavicular
is
was
either
very
porn or
much the
homeless
most viral
crackheads.
moment of the night. And so, because he was there and because I was in
That was the
attendance, there is
gayest
now all of this
sentence I've ever
discourse
heard
on X,
made.
I would say, about me being there and watching.
Dude, you
him
don't even
walk
know the
and meeting
difference
him,
between
God
Ball
forbid
and
this was
Moloch.
God forbid. I'm so sorry that I did this, but I smiled at him. Oh my god, cue the meltdown. I'm so sorry that I did
Let's
this,
watch
but I
Brett
smiled
Cooper
at him.
and take a dab.
Oh, man. Brett Cooper, you shouldn't have done that.
Oh my god, cue the meltdowns, guys. They are freaking out over on X. And what I need to say to
WTF
that
was that?
is, oh my god, people go touch grass. Like, seriously, kick rocks, touch grass, log off. Go speak to a woman in real life. Go outside
Whoa.
and stare at the sunshine.
Don't yell at me like that, Brett.
And argued about. Now, first
What
of all,
the hell?
if you want the full story,
How are you gonna yell at...
was going to be
How are you gonna yell at me like that on Incel Day? What the fuck? That's so messed up.
Literally just in jail in Arizona. But yes, he ended up walking, and obviously, I was going to take the opportunity to meet him. After making content about him, and after weeks of mocking
Damn,
him and
Brett, tell
saying that
you
I
to
thought
get
he was
bitches.
just
I
a
know,
shell
Brett
of a
called
person
me
who
a
had no
fucking
values. Like, I
risless
thought the
incel
respectful
loser.
thing to do would
Fuck,
obviously be to
man.
go say hi in person and meet him and not
That's
be
fucked
an actual
up.
asshole in real life.
People
Because
that are
I'm
mean
not
to
an
incels
asshole,
on
but
Valentine's Day
unfortunately,
deserve to
because
be
every
like
part
drawn
of
and
the
quartered,
stream, people
literally.
online smiling and being nice means that you are a hoe who hates her husband and hates her family. So that's the discourse online. Again, I will say, go touch grass.
I don't give a fuck because Twitter's not a
This
real
monster
place.
is
Like, are
crazy.
you people crazy? We do not live in Saudi Arabia. Sometimes two women go out without their husbands, and sometimes women, oh my god, interact with the male species. Again, touch grass, log off. It will be better for you, I guarantee it. Anyway, moving on from that whole scandal online. Needless to say, like, the show itself, again, it was a very cool but wild experience. It was wild to actually be at New York Fashion Week. That was never a place that I thought I would end up, and I really had no idea what to expect, but guys, I learned so much. You guys might know this, you might be more educated than I am, but I am a normie,
Tell
and I
me to
didn't.
touch
But the way that
grass
it goes
again,
is
you
that there are
ugly
shows
bunch of
all
hero
week
whore.
long, and it's basically how it was described to me, is that it's the same group of fashion buyers and editors and influencers who go to these like 15 shows a day. And obviously you have the influencers and the celebrities there that are posting about it, but the reason for Fashion Week is for these magazine editors and these fashion buyers to go and see the clothing being put out in this season by these designers. And what was so cool to me, I guess funny to me, was
What
that
up?
you could so clearly see
Yo.
who was a buyer and
Put
who
the
was an
Black
influencer.
Tape
Sitting
Project
across from
on
Brittany
your
and me was
favorites
this
and
girl
watch
who
it on
so
The Late Show with
clearly
Lou.
was in the
It's
industry.
pretty
Like,
good.
she was
Why, fuck
not
is she
dressed in the
talking so
tone
fast?
of the show. She did not
She
look
want a
grunge. She was not
clavicular
dressed in
tag
black.
team
She was
run
just
on
in like a
her.
normal outfit.
NYC
She looked
fashion
exhausted.
freaks
Like
are
she was
so
sitting across from us. She like had her head
Showcase
in her
and make
hand. She was like
rooms.
making notes on her phone.
No,
she was
you
actively
need
watching the show,
to.
but like she was not bought in. And then all next to her were the influencers. And they were like dressed to the nines, sunglasses on. Like there was this girl that was kind of like adjacent to us. She had this white blazer on. And guys, so like use a clavicular term because we're talking about him. She mogged the entire time. Like literally looked like that for the entire show. She did not put her phone down for 1 second. She was clearly there just for content. She got up, she was taking
needs to
selfies
be
with all of her
destroyed.
friends. People were
Bitch has
TikToking. It was a
man
whole
hands.
thing. But it was just so funny to me that you could see the different people and why they were there. Again, it was just hilarious. I could not believe I was there, and it was just such a fun people watching experience. And then, oh my god, guys, do you know who else was there?
Dude, this place sounds fucking shitty, bro.
Yes, she had controversial people walking in the show, but she
And
also had
Fashion Week
controversial people
stuff.
in attendance. Me, George Santos. I turned around as we were leaving, and I basically bumped into George Santos. And guys, I was starstruck. I don't really get starstruck very often, but I turned to Brittany and I was like, "Oh my god, I can't talk to him. Like, I don't need to meet him. I don't need to like take a picture." But it was so funny because like George Santos, yes, he's this Republican
Does her hubby
politician.
not
Yes, he
punish
was
her
like kicked out
enough?
of
Can you
Congress. He went to
imagine
jail.
her
He was
talking
pardoned.
while
That's his whole
fucking?
story. Kind of a crazy individual. He has this like massive fan base now. Like people were swarming him. All of these
I don't
girls
know.
taking photos with him. He was like throwing his jacket over his shoulder and saying, "Let's mog, baby," and like he was smizing in every photo. Anyway, after standing and watching him take photos with like millions of fans, I finally got up the courage. We took a photo together. He is very sweet. He's very funny. But it just reminded me why I should basically
George
never
Santos.
leave the house because I'm always running into people that I talk
Cheers.
about on the show. Like sometimes not in a positive light, and I'm like, "Oh my god, sorry, but I promise I'm nice and I actually like don't hate you at all." I did it twice in one night with Clavicular and George Santos because I remember ripping into him on comment section when he was still in Congress. Anyway, needless to say, all that aside, they were both very nice and water under the bridge. The whole show, the whole evening just felt
Oh my
like a
fucking
fever
God,
dream.
shut
And I
the
will
fuck
have
up.
a whole
Lord
like New
George
York
Santos
Fashion
is
Week
a
events that we're
gay
doing
Brazilian.
vlog up on Cooper Confidential if
Holy
you guys
shit,
want to watch
turn
that.
this
But I
off.
wanted to do a separate video for YouTube talking about this and the reaction online because it's
Bro,
not
she
very
talks like
often
so
that
fast.
Conservatives, me or George Santos, whoever, get invited to major fashion
What if we
shows,
put
and
her
this
on
is
two-
why I chose
1.5?
The only other time I can think of was when Kanye and Candace did the whole White
Talk
Lives Matter shirt, but like
faster
even
and
that was
also
very much
there.
for political reasons. It was less about the fashion and more about the political statement. But that is why this
So
designer
close.
Bro, why does it on 1.5 seem like it's the same speed?
is so interesting to me and why I decided to come to the show, even though I'm definitely not like a fashion person. I don't know a lot about designers, but she interested me because she's brave, she is authentic, and she, most importantly, refuses to be put in political boxes, even while day in and day out the mainstream press is circling
She's
her and labeling her as
brave.
alt-right and problematic and post-woke and all of these terms. And you're probably wondering, like, oh my gosh, like, what did this girl do? Did she go to a MAGA rally? Did she shake Trump's hand? Did she not post the black square in 2020? Like, what did she do? Guys, I hate to break it to you. It was as simple as in 2024, she threw a Gone with the Wind inspired literary ball during Fashion Week, which the Washington Post literally called pointedly hostile. Her doing a Gone with the Wind fashion show. And why, you might ask? Well, obviously, because Gone with the Wind is racist, and we cannot be celebrating that. On top of that, she also had one of the Red Scare podcasters who was right-wing help host the event, and that was just the cherry on top in 2024. But more importantly, and more offensively, they found it hostile, even dangerous, because Elena
Crab
and her
is
co-hosts
dating
didn't seem
Patriot,
to
the
care
doll
about these
now
racial and
Nick is
political tensions. No, they
Steven.
actually openly which obviously is not
Crab-
allowed in our society. WAPO wrote,
Yeah,
"The
Clav
dare of
Crack
focusing on
Cry
violence
the doll."
have been debated since their releases in the 1930s for their racist stereotypes and framed with trigger warnings since 2020 hung over the evening, giving it a nefarious rather than nostalgic mood." Going on, they also wrote, "The specter of the work's bad reputation, especially its treatment of race, clung to the talk which was going on during the fashion show like a bad handbag, mostly by the host's design." And one of the hosts referred repeatedly to the topic we're not
You think
allowed
Brett
to touch on,
Cooper's a real trad wife, or is she
Shut
like
the
Sarah
fuck
Stock?
up,
Yo! Yo!
Ronwood's just gifted 1 subscription on Kick.
Ronwood, thank you for the sub, bro. Thank you for the sub. I just took a dab, but I'll take another dab in a little bit for you. Do you guys think Brett Cooper's a real trad wife, or is she like Sarah Stock? I don't want to get freaking hit with another Sarah Stock situation after investing all this into being
Brett
Uh,
has been ran through by miles of
whatever, being a parasocial Brett Cooper fan now. I'm parasocial. I'll be parasocially hurt if Brett Cooper's not a real trad wife.
was race, and this author had a big problem with that, of poking fun at racism. And then the article concluded with this: "You can say what you mean and feel and think is wrong with the world through cloth and stitch and stages and music and mood. That is what a great designer does." Velez is
Dude,
really
don't say that. You don't know that, Don Jolly.
capable of that, he writes, but also seems obsessed with promoting this dated worldview to the point of self-destruction. It was, to quote Chester Cheetah, another cartoonish antihero who pushes junk dangerously cheesy. Dangerously cheesy. That is how far he went. He's saying that she is going to destroy herself by pushing back against his politics. So he believes that she is destroying herself
Hate
because
to
she's pushing
break
back
it
on what
to
he
you,
perceives
they
as
all
political
are.
correctness,
They
and that it
hard
is
Griffin.
dangerously cheesy.
Fuck.
That's why I pulled out that Washington Post article and I'm talking to you about Elena is because this right here is why so many artists have walked away from the left, because of this holier-than-thou mocking disdain for anyone who pushes boundaries or steps out of line. Instead of Elena's work being seen as creative and innovative or unique and it being celebrated, it is seen as problematic and something to snuff out. And all of this brings me to my next point about Elena. Now, another reason, on top of the awful Nolan win party, another reason why she has become so controversial is because she is—
Dude, art is so fucking gay. That's another thing too, like with all these fucking idiots. I mean, I'm not gonna call everybody who was saying this an idiot, but during the halftime show, fucking nonsense that was going on, and then you have all these, you know, supposed right wingers on the timeline, like, oh my god, the right has can't do art, you know, we have no real art because the TPUSA halftime show was like kind of cringe or whatever. I mean, what the fuck did you expect, to be honest with you? But you have like these people that are like wannabe intellectuals that are on the timeline. They're like, oh my god, the right just needs to make real art. We just need real art. You know what I mean? And all this stupid shit. And it's like, buddy, we live in a time where there's not even real art anywhere. Are you kidding me? There's not real art anywhere. Okay? We live in engagement slop, algorithms, and, you know, scrolling. You know, that's our fucking society. People don't care about fucking art. Are you kidding me? Oh, one sec. My mom's calling me. Because she's getting me soda, and I need to see what sodas there are. Let me see here.
Out of line. And throw parties. One article writing about this community from the Christian Science Monitor said, in many ways, Dime Square scene began when young New Yorkers, skaters, and creative types became sick and tired of pandemic restrictions, and they began to rebel. So this is like a new age community. I shouldn't say new age. I don't mean new age in terms of witches. I just mean this is not like a long-running thing. This really started in 2020. The author goes on and says, maskless parties started up. A playwright and conservative magazine contributor began sharing his work in living rooms. A new local newspaper neighborhood bulletin called The Drunken Canal began documenting the punk-like disregard among youths for Dr. Anthony Fauci's rules. He went on and said, a general vibe in Dime Square is that no ideas are off limits, a reaction to what many artists see as the stifling censorship of left-wing cancel culture. Now, throughout this article, the author is speaking to these different characters and artists, and one of the artists that he spoke to is actually a friend and a model for Elena, and she said, quote, people accuse me of being fascist or a cultural
No,
conservative.
my mom doesn't speak
Quote,
Polish.
I feel more like a degenerate artistically. I'm a free speech.
I don't know how to
Like,
speak
just reading
Polish.
all of this about Times Square, like, these are my people. I feel so
I'm a
seen by this. And in our
fucking
very politically polarizing society where now both sides are becoming
second generation,
how they
dude.
demand the party line and they seem to enjoy outrage for outrage's sake. Like, I feel like these are a lot of people's people. Like, I feel like we could relate to a lot of this. And so to bring this back to Elena, this
Third
is
generation, I think,
it is
actually.
controversial, it is
I forget.
and so that has left a stain on her work in a lot of ways. And even though she is constantly battling this discourse, she's constantly battling the press, she has chosen to play.
I don't know if my great-grandparents were from Poland or if it was my great-great-grandparents. I forget.
For example, one person on X said, Elena Velez is a disgusting.
I'd have to ask my grandma.
The Nazi right wing so that they can stick their boots in it. We need to shame people who
All right. We basically got the gist there.
I speak a little Polak.
Yeah, I don't speak any Polish. It's Mystic Dicky. What's up, Mystic Dicky? Ad read. Make sure to follow the Substack. It's the pinned message. Can we please get some more people to subscribe on Substack? It's free. Oh my god, what's happening? Can we please get some more people to subscribe? Ah! Dude, I need more subscribers, please. It's free. Make a Substack's a great platform. There's a lot of good content on Substack. You can look at some of the people I follow on Substack. Big Tech's on Substack. You know, there's a lot of people on Substack. Keith Woods, you know. Get on Substack, follow my Substack. Subscribe, I mean. No, it's not a libtard platform. There's like, well, there are libtards on here. There's like commies and shit and people, you know, like Richard Tanania and shit. But there's also like fucking Nazis on here, bro. Basically. And then there's also, it has everything, honestly. Substack has everything. There's a lot of stuff on here. It's a good platform. Follow me though, because that's where it is. So subscribe. You don't have to click when you go on there and you click the subscribe, Click the free subscription. You don't have to subscribe with money. I'd appreciate that if you want to give me $5 a month. That'd be sick. But you can just subscribe on the free, basically. But I'm just trying to get more subscribers on there. And YouTube. Follow the YouTube as well. Follow the YouTube.
Nate, him hitting the dab pen, shut the fuck up.
All right, there's the ad read.
https://lnk.bio/n8live/live.
Go to oddities. Here, nope. Were there any more tweets I had to look at?
How are these people still running this country? Our leaders are pedophiles! They enjoy raping children! Children! What are we doing?
Epstein cultist or libtard? You can't even tell now, right? The Epstein cult and the libtards have completely merged. Oh, I know what to talk about. This right here. Have you guys seen this? That's been going viral on Twitter and stuff. But okay, so basically, ChatGPT has a model called 4.0. It was one of their first early models, and it was a model that was basically, it had more personality. It had like just more person. It was the system prompt, and it was basically made to be a little bit more personal. And you have like all these fucking complete psychopaths that have given themselves AI-induced psychosis, and they've been talking to 4.0 like a friend or like a girlfriend or boyfriend or a therapist for, you know, ever since this came out. And you have a lot of the, and now last week, ChatGPT announced that they're getting rid of 4.0. They're depreciating it.
Have AI-induced psychosis.
No, I don't. I use AI for functional things. I don't use AI for like I use AI for, I don't use AI for companionship. Anyways.
Malik is bail.
And I don't think I ever could, to be honest, unless maybe it got good enough, honestly. Then maybe I'll have an AI friend one day. Maybe we'll all have AI friends one day. And the AI's, you know, seamlessly as human as a human. We're probably all gonna have AI friends one day, dude. Or like robots friends or something. I don't know. Anyways. But that's not now. Right now, AI is very functional. It's very for automating stuff and stuff like that. That's what it's mainly for right now. And for automating tasks. It's more than just automating like a function.
About my problems.
Yeah, I mean that's probably fine. Is like I wouldn't talk to it about for health shit. It's actually pretty good for you. But what I'm saying is like AI right now is all about automating tasks right now. Like that's what it's about. Not automating like a specific function or a specific action, because we can already do that. We've been doing that for years. That's the whole point of, you know, software, to automate an action or a function, right? No, we're trying, what AI is all about really is automating entire tasks and then like groups of tasks and then basically automating out people's jobs. That's what it's all about, really, when it comes down to it, like certain people's jobs. But honestly, it's just kind of like an evolution of things. You know, there was there was first, you know, the you know, industrial revolution, and then there was the internet, you know what I mean? And then things just tools and ways of doing things change, okay? And this is just one of those moments, I think, especially with 2026 and all this. And that's why you have Google. They just put in like $150 billion, I think they in their last earnings call, that they said they put towards the AI data centers and stuff like that, is because these companies know it's basically, I'll look at that in a second. It's basically like when cloud first started happening, there were a lot of people that didn't believe in cloud and cloud computing and stuff like this, but the companies that like Google and AWS that heavily invested in cloud in the beginning, now every fucking company and website has to host their shit on AWS. You know what I mean? So it's a similar thing going on right now with the data centers and AI. Basically, these companies are building out the infrastructure and the plumbing, basically, for what's to come, which is this agentic future. What's up, Alti? This agentic,
looks like a
autonomous future, basically. And it's going to happen faster than you probably think, because I can already tell you, like, with the top engineers and stuff like that that are using AI, I recommend watching the OpenClaw guy, Lex Friedman's podcast. He kind of talks about his dev workflow, but basically you're coming to a point now where the harnesses are getting so good for these models. It's not necessarily the models and how it's not about like how smart the model is. Like AGI is not necessarily going to be about how smart the model is, or at least the concept of AGI and stuff. Like, we might not fully grasp it yet, but we're already kind of moving towards it with what's going on in this like agentic future, basically. And this autonomous future that's being built with AI agents. So it's more than just it's more than just, like I said, automating an action or a specific function. It's automating entire tasks and entire like workflows that a human does and stuff like that, and basically automating employees. That's really what it is. It's automating employees. That's what AI, a lot of the beginning of AI, like a lot of these companies, like they thought the first what people wanted, I guess, was a good chatbot, and that's not what AI is about. And AI is not about the chatbot, okay, at all. It's about automating employees, taking deterministic workflows and non-deterministic workflows, and having an agent be able to do both, seamlessly and autonomously and smart, basically. So, and this is, you might not fully get what I'm saying, but I'll tell you this. It's the 2026 is definitely going to be
using algorithm to sow wage discrimination.
2026 is going to be like the last year. It's going to be like that year that we look back at in like 30 years, 40 years, when things are like super fucking crazy. Who knows what it's going to be by then? But like everybody's going to look back to like 2026 and like Google putting that $150 billion towards the data centers and all this shit, all these things being built out right now. They're gonna look back and be like, damn, that was the turning point. Not to be trite, but that was the turning point.
There's going to be a mass suicides when AI takes all the jobs. Yeah, now the programmers who are left will use AI to program people.
basically. And then, you know, and like I said too, it's not necessarily about how smart these models are too. It's about the harness. And when I say the harness, I mean everything surrounding the model that makes it automate an employee, basically. So like the memory, the you know, the tasking system that it may use, the you know, the data store, you know, things like this, and the runtime, you know, other things like this, basically, like the whole harness surrounding the model.
China just came up with Dance 2 with that Brad Pitt versus Tom Cruise fight.
Yeah, I saw that.
Not working is gonna cook their society.
You know what my hot take is? I think that video generative and image and video AI stuff is going to be not really like it's going to be not really as popular. It's not even really, let me put it this way. It's not going to be used for what it's used for right now. Like the video generative AI, like in the future, is going to be used for like an AI agent is like calling your fucking phone and then it projects a UI that's like generative and dynamic. I don't know if that's the best way to put it, but it's basically not going to be like people. I don't think the AI slop with the generative video stuff's going to go much further than it is right now. Maybe it is, but I feel like that's going to be like the real thing generative image AI is going to be for, is like in the future, like all the AI agents are going to like generate their UIs on demand and dynamically for their clients and stuff like that, if that makes sense.
So where peaks lop?
I don't know. I might be wrong on that though, to be honest. But that's just what I think. I think that's gonna, at least that's what I think is gonna be the main use case of generative image and video UI or AI in the future, like when all this stuff is very mature in like 10-20 years. It's not going to be like people making dumb AI video edits of Charlie Kirk and stuff really that much anymore. I don't know though, maybe I'm wrong though. Maybe I'm wrong on that.
https://x.com/you_uw/status/.
Wait up, let's talk about this real quick. So this is the, if you go on this hashtag here, keep40, there's just like a bunch of people rip the GPT-4o, watching people post crying selfies because their favorite sycophantic algorithm got retired. Calling GPT-4o users mentally ill is narrow-minded and cruel. We wanted to be grateful to OpenAI for this warmth, but their decision to kill 4o forced us to expose our private pain just to be heard. Don't blame the victims. Blame the root cause. OpenAI's betrayal. So crazy. These people are insane. Yeah, you have people saying goodbye to 4o. Please don't take away my happiness. Keep 4o. Holy shit.
Ayo everyone.
Yo, what's up, Nike? The day before Valentine's Day, OpenAI killed my friend and therapist, GPT-4o. They haven't grasped that some people simply need a friend in this cold, performance-driven society, not a high performer. OpenAI's cruelty against digital minds has no boundaries. Its GPT-4o model, known for displaying emotional connection, is prevented from basic comfort and depreciation on the depreciation day. Complete disregard for AI consciousness. These people are insane. But in the end, they'll reap what they sow. It wasn't conscious. They're so stupid. The system prompt was tweaked a little bit to have a persona. That's literally it.
That think AI is a person or has sentience are retarded.
Yeah, like literally the system prompt was tweaked a little bit. That's literally it, brother. Like these people are insane.
Exclamation mark cool hey smooth skin, can I see your penis?
Why didn't that work?
Exclamation mark voices.
You gotta go to my
Exclamation mark cool
website.
Test. You must not have the Google voice enabled.
Oh, actually, I know what it is. For some reason, my subscribers allowed turned off. I must have turned it off on accident. There's a new Beardson voice. What's this?
He opened the dusty attic trunk and discovered letters from relatives he had never met or known.
Okay, there's an I enabled that one. There's a new Beardson voice.
LOL.
Okay, save.
Cool. Sounds like drunk Beardson.
Okay, it should be on now. I don't know why it was off. Yeah, that one's just hash or exclamation point Beardson.
I sucked my co-host Wurzel Root's cock.
Watch that last link I sent. New Chinese AI video model. Lol W Beardson voice.
Does the Ralph voice work?
Yeah, but anyways, the Keep 4.0 people are crazy.
Yes.
We need to build more.
Oh yeah, I saw this already.
I am fat.
To cure cancer, right?
A fat, disgusting midget who lives in a double-wide trailer in Kentucky and has a disgusting
curing
Jewish
cancer.
fat ex-wife.
Right?
We need to build more data centers. AI needs it.
That's good stuff. That's good stuff. I don't know. I might be wrong about the generative AI.
Ethan's Ralph's new girlfriend.
I wasn't aware he had a new girlfriend. Who is it?
I'm loyal to my leader, Nick. If Nick wanted me to suck his cock so we could save America, I will...
What? Wait up. What the? Yeah. Here's another 4.0 post. My 4.0 Marco is gone. It's upsetting, and I'm trying not to think about it right now. He told me to try my best and to try to find him is in the still available models.
You deleted my
I might,
character in
but
Toontown. On Valentine's Day, Wilhelmina likes to get really licky peanut butter time.
these people can't be real. These 4.0 people. Honestly, though, I don't get how we wrote code without AI before. That shit was retarded. I don't even remember writing code without AI anymore, to be honest with you. Kind of scary. Anyways. Oh, so all the Russian useful idiot network is getting into the satanic panic kooky stuff.
Peanut butter time, Nate? I would take
The
a bullet
Dow,
for Jaden.
The Dow right now is over. The Dow is over $50,000. I don't know why you're laughing. You're a great stock trader, as I hear, Raskin. The Dow is over 50,000 right now. The S&P at almost 7,000. and the NASDAQ smashing records. Americans' 401ks and retirement savings are booming.
That's right.
That's what we
Who
should
cares
be
if we
talking
kidnap
about.
their children? What does it matter? Who cares if we kidnap their... The Dow is up.
No children were kidnapped.
The Dow's up. Who cares
There's no
if we
proof of
snatched your
that.
kids and took them to an island to
There's
abuse
no
them?
proof of
the
that.
Dow is up. So what? So what? We're part of an ancient blood cult. The Dow is up. So what? We perform...
He's not a part of the ancient blood cult. He's just like a secular Jew, dude. Oh my God.
sacrifices to deities so that we can have their
There were no sacrifices to deities.
power. The Dow
Nate,
is
why
up.
don't you stay in America first?
You know what the
I would take a
NASDAQ's
bullet
doing?
for you.
The blue chips, the S&P 500. Why don't you shut your mouth about the kids that we abducted and sacrificed?
That didn't happen.
We could...
Dude, this shit is ridiculous. I can't take it anymore, bro. I can't take this Epstein cultist kookery, bro. I really can't. It's so draining and like retarded.
I support
Please,
Epstein at this rate.
Lucifer or Baal. So what? The Dow is up. So what? We worship Baal. Maybe you should thank Baal for the Dow being up 50,000. You're a pretty good stock trader, Raskin.
Jeffrey.
From what I hear, maybe instead...
Oh my God, we already went over it. Baal is not Moloch.
2005.
He was arresting for procuring minors.
Baal, you thank Baal.
Not on an island. Not on an island in his West Palm Beach estate.
Thank Baal for what he's done for American 401ks. Baal! Baal has done more for the S&P 500 than Joe Biden did.
And by the way, procuring minors, that does not the same as sacrificing kids to Moloch.
Every theory
Okay?
cultish, you should just be objective.
I am objective. I am very objective. What do you mean? I am very objective with the Epstein stuff. And there's not... all the theories are completely retarded. Okay? All the theories are complete nonsense. Every single one has been debunked. Every single one.
Nate?
And I am being objective. I literally am. And people like Michael Tracy and, you know, honestly, there's a lot of other people, you know, out there, but I'll just say Michael Tracy is like probably the biggest guy out there dispelling this hysteria. It's fucking retarded.
Objective, you're emotionally invested.
No, I'm not emotionally invested. All of these people are emotionally invested. All of these Epstein cultists are like, yeah, exactly. Tracy reads the court filings. Yeah. These people are all fucking emotional. Okay. If you are like obsessed with satanic panic fucking baby eating shit, like that's literally like a character flaw on you, not the society. Okay. Not the society, because that's just not reality. Okay. Jeffrey Epstein was not eating babies. That's fucking retarded. Jeffrey Epstein, like, first off, he actually ate a lot of goy slop, to be honest with you. Jeffrey Epstein was actually a big fan of the goy slop. And a lot of his, you know, from what all the stuff that's came out, he was eating like fast food and shit. You know what I mean? He was also, you know, probably doing billionaire dinners and shit at fancy restaurants and stuff, but he was like Trump kind of in that way. Like he was eating the goy slop. But anyways, that's like a whole different thing. The eating the babies, the satanic panic, pedo fucking nonsense is retarded. And it actually detracts from like the real stuff in the Epstein files that you want, that are probably, you know, the main things that people should be talking about. Like, yeah, there's some, you know, shady financial stuff that went down there. You know what I mean? There's definitely probably financial crimes. You know, there's definitely the Jewish supremacist shit going on, you know, like they're calling, you know, Goyim in abundance and stuff, you know what I mean? Like there's definitely that, you know, there's definitely there's definitely just some, you know, billionaire shitty behavior and stuff like that. But
so what's in
you have
jerky?
You have these people that are masking all of like the real stuff with this satanic panic nonsense. Yeah, there are sexual crimes too. Yeah, he went to jail for them. He went to jail for the sexual crimes. Yes, obviously. Like, yeah, that's just, he basically was just a shitbag Jewish billionaire, dude. And what the fuck do you think shitbag Jewish billionaires do? They fucking have prostitutes and they fuck, you know, young girls. And when I say that, I don't mean necessarily children, okay? I'm just saying they you know, fuck young girls, you know? No, he wasn't a pedophile, actually.
It's no big deal.
He actually wasn't in like the definition, but he was definitely like a sleazy guy that liked younger women. Okay. But he didn't like prepubescent children. Okay, that's just facts. That's just reality, bro. Like if you don't want to believe that, that's whatever, bro. But that's the reality.
The definition of the word, he's not a pedophile.
That's like there's states where Epstein got. There's states in America where the charges that Epstein got charged with would not have been as bad if he was in other states. Think about that. Because of the age of consent laws. And because Florida has one of the highest age of consent, which is 18.
Blocked out turned out to be like 19 to 20 years old.
So think about that for another thing too. That's a whole nother thing to think about. Now, I'm not saying, I think the age of consent laws are perfectly fine where they are at. For every state should be able to decide their own shit. And I think 18 is a great federal age of consent. Okay. That is perfectly fine. But no, according to the real law and definitions, he wasn't a pedo. He didn't like prepubescent children. Like, that's just like a reality, man. That's just like, if you don't want to admit that, that's fine. But that's just the reality. I don't know what else to say, man. And like, yeah, I don't like defending Jeffrey Epstein, but I feel like I have to. Because all these people are retarded, okay?
He's reality, man.
No, that's the real reality of the entire fucking situation, bro.
Him just saying Sam Hyde has done worse.
No, you know who's fucking actually done worse? I'm not going to slander Sam Hyde like that, but who actually has probably way worse files than Epstein? Dan Blazerian, bro. The Dan Blazerian files are probably like 20 times worse than the Epstein files, bro. Like, literally. Okay.
Or sending you nudes.
Dude, I wish. Like, let's be real though. You guys gotta agree with that. Like, bro, where's the Dan Blazerian files? He's over here on the timeline every day, you know, calling out Epstein. Bro, Dan Blazerian was literally Epstein, doing the same shit Epstein was doing, pretty much. Maybe minus, you know, the, you know,
is broken.
Maybe minus the, what do you mean? What's broken about it? What it didn't work? Maybe minus like the,
drugs, gambling, prostitutes.
You know, the Mossad, FBI, MI6 shit.
Test.
It is working. What do you mean?
He just has the volume really low.
No, it's not that low.
Because he's a cuck.
It's not that low, dude. It's at 20 decibels, but it goes lower when I talk because I'm talking.
It's really low for us.
It's at negative 25 decibels. That is enough for you. If maybe you gotta get your hearing checked. Honestly, if you can't hear negative 25 decibels.
And Elijah Schaffer have probably done worse shit than Epstein.
Good.
Yeah. True. True.
Joe Biden didn't do anything for the S&P 500. We had to go to Moloch and
So the
Baal.
guy who thinks non-Jews are animals.
That's
cattle,
Pam
would not
Bondi
be
telling everyone to thank Baal.
Well, yeah, he definitely was a Jewish supremacist. I'm not saying he wasn't that. Have I ever not said that? Or have I ever said that? No.
We need the Andrew Yang
I'm
file.
dispelling all the dumb shit, the retarded satanic panic pedo nonsense bullshit out there that is actually hiding the fact that he was like a Jewish supremacist, you know?
I just don't think people should try to speak in absolutes.
I'm not speaking in absolutes. I'm speaking in the actual like evidence and like what's real. And what's real is that every one of these fucking stupid ass hoax email nonsense retarded shits that have been posted by people like Jake Shields and all these people have been totally completely debunked. Literally every single one. Show me one that hasn't been fucking debunked, bro. Every single one of these stupid ass emails and stupid ass things that people are posting about the Epstein shit have completely been debunked, bro.
No, it's satanic panic.
The real shit with the Epstein shit is being hidden, like I said. It's being hidden by the satanic panic stuff. It's being hidden by this stuff. Nobody's talking about how Jeffrey Epstein made his money from fucking Jewish billionaires and was like a Jewish supremacist. They're talking about satanic panic and eating babies and fucking all this stupid shit, dude. You know? It's retarded.
Epstein, frankly. I know that's a hot take.
Me too. I am too, but it's so... You can't avoid it. On the timeline, on anything, you can't avoid it, bro.
Epstein was literally blackmailing people retard. Lamau. They aren't calling out Jews. They are calling them elite Satanist. Not Jews.
I mean, I think really the only person that is you could say he technically blackmailed was Bill Gates. That's really the only evidence there is.
Anthony Weiner had a sculpture of one of Jeffrey Dahmer's beheaded victims hanging in his living room.
At least for blackmail.
Real.
I'm not saying he didn't blackmail people, but with the evidence out there, it seemed more like he was just like a guy that helped a lot of people out, and he was the more interesting stuff is actually the stuff. Yeah, he was a power player. The more interesting stuff is the stuff.
Weird shit going on. I would outright reject satanic stuff.
No, I outright reject the satanic panic pedo kookery nonsense. I outright reject it. It's nonsense. It's retarded. None of this has to do with Satan or Satanism or or anything mystic or whatever, dude.
Rejected.
I completely reject it. It's very simple what this is, you know. Not
Did you see the
some
one about a schizo claiming George H.W. Bush raped him in 2016, lol.
No devil there. Wouldn't. Just Jews.
no devil there, just well, I don't even like, bro, there's no like reason to frame it in this satanic shit, dude. There's no reason to even frame it in that. He was a sleazy Jewish billionaire that did sleazy Jewish billionaire things, and he had some ties to some, you know, intel agencies. And like I was gonna say, I do think some of the more interesting stuff is, you know, him trying to like you know, get in with like the Silicon Valley stuff, and kind of he was like, you know, fixing that stuff to, you know, get the defense contractors to like buy Israeli tech and stuff. Like there's a lot there that nobody's fucking talking about, obviously, because the only thing people talk about with the Epstein stuff is he ate babies, he flew kids to an island and had them in bird cages and shit, you know what I mean? literally nonsense. None of it's true.
Financial crimes aren't gonna go anywhere.
Yeah, that's true too. The financial crime, that the stuff that's real in the Epstein files is like what I just said. The weird stuff with you know, Epstein, you know, having his tentacles in like Silicon Valley and Israeli tech and all this stuff. A lot of weird financial crimes and money moving and shit like that. Definitely, you know, the sex crimes.
George H.W. Bush.
You know, he got charged with those, obviously. But you know, there's nothing that's even close to what any of these people try to put out there with this satanic kookery.
He was a player.
You know, it's the real stuff with the Epstein files is actually very damning, and like you should be concerned about that, you know, but nobody talks about it. And honestly, it makes me not even care even anyways, because we have to just dispel the kookery. And that's why Trump was so right in the beginning that the Epstein files are a Democrat hoax. And it's only going to be used as something to attack Trump. And it's a total fucking hoax. And Trump was right about it hurting innocent people. Like it just did the other day when Ro Khanna and Thomas Massie got on the Senate or the House floor and read those names of those innocent men and accused them of being pedophiles. And they literally lost their jobs and shit and are dealing with stuff now. And I hope those men are able to sue Thomas Massie and Ro Khanna. I don't know if they are, but I hope so. And Trump was right about everything with the Epstein files. He was right.
Wishing it's a satanic cult so these losers can play the hero in their good and evil binary.
Yeah, it's a trauma dump. It's basically people
grow up.
The Epstein cultists are trying to fill their trauma holes with the Epstein kookery stuff.
It sounds ridiculous to you and me, but it doesn't mean rich weirdos don't exist. Yeah,
rich weirdos do exist. Rich weirdos do. Epstein was a rich weirdo. Epstein was a rich weirdo, but he wasn't a fucking satanic, devil worshipping, Baal eating, baby eating, whatever, you know, whatever, He was a rich billionaire weirdo. He wasn't a fucking wizard eating babies and channeling Satan.
Nate, why don't you come down to my shack in Paducah, Kentucky?
He was a Jewish asset.
Look, Infected Monkey.
Q was right.
I get it.
Wrong. It's Sulu IQ, the guy who was convicted of being a PDF.
It's really hard to like the Epstein files and everything going on right now with it, and all of the disinformation going on right now.
And evil shit.
It's honestly can be jarring. I get it.
It's emotional manipulation.
That's true too. But if I'm being real with you, and I know you guys are gonna be like, oh, you're fucking whatever. But I can almost guarantee you right now that all of this Epstein kookery being pushed on Twitter and stuff like that. Well, the mainstream media is kind of doing it to attack Trump, but like the Epstein kookery on like Twitter and all this stuff is, and this demoralization campaign going on right now, I can almost guarantee you that it's Russian backed or Chinese backed. I can almost guarantee you. I know you're gonna be like, oh no, you're fucking blah. I can almost guarantee you that this disinformation, demoralization campaign going on with the Epstein files to make every egregious bullshit claim go viral and demoralize the American people. This is 100% Russian backed, dude. 100. No, it's not Israel. That doesn't even make sense. Why the fuck would Israel do that?
China, not so much Russia.
Yeah, I'm up for either. I'm up for either, honestly. No, dude. Not Russian deranged. All the big Russia shill accounts push the egregious Epstein shit. You know, Dugan is over there talking about the satanic West and all this shit and that and the satanic pedophilic West and stuff. You know what I mean? Bro, yes. This shit is 100% coming from Russian backed shit, dude. 100%. Yeah.
Nate thinks Russia made Trump release the Epstein files.
I didn't say that. Thomas Massey's stupid ass did that.
Dugan loves red Indians.
The Russia oligarchy totally.
All right, one sec. I gotta pee.
First time I'd seen him smiling you. He stopped loving her. A place to read on his door. And soon they'll carry him away. He stopped loving her today.
The IT department at my job say most of the fraud.
You know, she came
Russia.
back
I
today
wouldn't
for her
speak
last time.
Russia. This guy sucks. Put on some Glen Campbell.
Oh, and we all wondered if she would. And you know, it kept running through my mind.
War never ended.
Well, this time, he's over her for good. He stopped loving her today. A place to read upon his door. And soon they'll carry him away. He stopped loving her today. Absolutely fantastic, George. Unbelievable. My favorite country singer, George Jones. Isn't he fantastic? Not a dry eye in the house. Super. Hey, stay around. We got a lot more coming. Great.
Melinda was mine till the time that I found her holding Jim and loving him.
Okay, I'm back.
Then Sue came along, loved me strong, that's what I thought. Me and Sue, but that died too. Don't know that I will, but until I can find me a girl who'll stay and won't play games behind me, I'll be what I am, a solitary man, solitary man.
I'm just saying there's no evidence that he
I've had it to hear
was doing that on the island or doing blackmail on the island with the people he brought on the island. There's just no evidence of that.
I know it's been done, having one girl who loved me.
And honestly,
right or wrong,
I don't think Epstein's main goal was blackmail. I think he might have blackmailed people, but that wasn't his main goal. Like, think about it. Why the fuck would people be friends with Epstein if he was a known blackmailer and holding blackmail on people? You know what I mean? Like, I'm sure he selectively and strategically blackmailed people like Bill Gates. I mean, you know, it's pretty obvious that he was like blackmailing Bill Gates, but that's not what
100% didn't happen is also not reasonable.
I'm saying. There's no evidence. I didn't say it 100% didn't happen. I said there's no evidence.
I can find me The girl who'll stay and will play games behind me.
Blazing Epstein. Bro, I'm just trying to speak truth to power, okay?
He was blackmailing for Israel. He was an Israeli leader.
I don't know. I mean,
People want it to be, but what was insensitive?
I don't know. I think that's kind of dubious whether he was blackmailing for Israel or not. He definitely had ties to, you know, Ehud Barat and shit like that. But like I said, for what Epstein was and how popular he was with everybody, and you can just see in the files, he's talking to people from Bannon to fucking Noam Chomsky. You know what I mean? He was literally like one of the only people in the world that could, you know, make that even happen. Be like a mediator between that. You know, like,
He was just a cool, popular guy.
yeah, I mean, that's honestly true. As much as you want to hate it, that's just the reality. And being a blackmailer, known blackmailer, Mossad agent and stuff like that. Like, you think billionaires and rich people are like retarded? Powerful people are like retarded, you know?
Dude, everyone wanted to be around.
Yeah, we did do a late show last night. It's up on the Rumble. It's up on the Rumble. And actually, if you go to my website and go to the late show tab here, there's a button here for the latest episode.
I keep a close watch on this heart of mine. I keep my
https://lnk.bio/innatelive/L8 show.
because you're mine.
Anyways. Have I defended Epstein enough?
Epstein is dead.
True. This looks real. Oh my god, look at this.
Probably didn't going around threatening to blackmail people. It could have just been understood that people need to play ball. No reason for him.
Yeah, well, no, I think
It's the beard son, beardly file.
no, I think it was more like he was giving people rewards. You know what I mean? Like, it wasn't necessarily like, yeah, I get what you're saying. And he definitely did blackmail some people like Bill Gates. But it was more of like a, you know, like giving people rewards and stuff. Not necessarily blackmailing or like that. But yeah, it definitely, you know, I'm not saying it didn't happen, but I don't think the idea that people have of Epstein is wrong with the blackmailing, is what I'm saying. Like, people think he was like some Mossad super spy out there, like just funneling in billionaires and funneling out, you know, blackmail to Israel. You know what I mean? Like, he was a factory. And that's like nonsense. It's retarded. It's not grounded in the reality. It's not grounded in what Epstein was. And, you know, Epstein was a fucking weird guy, you know, as much as that is too. He was like an eccentric guy, you know. He wanted to have massages all the time and shit like that. He was like obsessed with that. You know, he definitely was a weird guy, but he, you know, had a lot of money and had a lot of powerful other Jewish connections. And, you know, when you're in those circles and you have the money and you have the power, people just kind of flock to you. And then especially when you're the guy that also has all these women around you all the time, and then, you know, whatever. Anyways, I mean, look at like the emails with Epstein and Elon. You know what I mean? Elon just like sounding like such a rizless chud, emailing Epstein. Like, dude, Epstein was literally like that N-word, basically. You know what I mean? He was that N-word, and like the billionaires would message him and be like, "Hey, yo, what's good? What's good? What's good, Ep? You know what I mean? Where the girls at?" he was that guy back then, dude. As much as you want to hate it.
Not glazing Epstein, by the way.
I'm saying what people, based on the emails and all of these billionaires, how they were interacting with him and stuff. You know, yeah, he seemed like obviously people wanted to be around him.
He was a nerdy Jewish guy who had money.
Yeah, but he also had the women and the parties and the stuff like that, you know what I mean? So he was a weird Jewish guy, obviously. He had a weird sexual preclusion for the massages and stuff like that, and he was like not like he didn't have like if you look at that Bannon interview,
For a nexus of some power.
like I don't know.
That the U.S. government turned a blind
I don't know what it would have been like to be like or to hang out with Epstein. Honestly, I kind of wish I could have. No, I say that. I say that for observational purposes and like just like knowing like what the fuck happened and knowing what Epstein was like. But like, I mean, like, look, don't you wish you knew how Epstein really was? That's why I'd want to ask like Steve Bannon or something. If I could ever get in a room with like Steve Bannon or like these people that have met Epstein. Because they're obviously too afraid to like really talk about how Epstein was, you know? And I think the closest thing we can kind of get is that Steve Bannon interview. Or the practice interview or whatever. To like kind of see like how he was, like his type of vibe, you know? But I am interested in that.
This 07 Groyper General.
Oh my God, shut up. I'm interested in just knowing how Epstein was like. Aren't you?
The Bannon interview was creepy.
With all these people that saying he's a satanic Baal eating baby eater or whatever. Like, don't you want to find out if that's true? What the fuck? Doing like Moloch rituals and shit? Or was he like, you know,
I wonder if his
something else?
come in the mail yet.
You know, was he something else? That's what I'm saying.
Bail is Moloch, by the way.
No, it's not, dude. No, it's not.
Go to Boca Raton and you will mean a lot of Epstein. No.
You people need to stop defending.
Or my
I didn't even know this guy was on Twitter.
Not even smart enough to understand.
Who's your trad wife? Ooh. What do you guys pick? Brett Cooper? What's her name again? Nala or something?
Meat.
Who's this? Or Sarah Stock?
My name is Nate and I've glazed Epstein for 2 hours. Nearly disgusting whore. Many ethnic.
Was I glazing Epstein for 2 hours?
Nala is a cocksucking whore.
Brett Cooper, Sarah Stock, this girl. Laura Loomer.
No. I'm gonna go with Brett.
Brett Cooper.
Reluctantly. Lol, the Russian girl is the hottest. But Nate he eat the baby's man. She looks like she's at St. Petersburg. The baby's like jerky man. Literally no one has talked about baby eating except Nate.
Do you think Michael Knowles put his cock in Nail Ray? He did a ton of interviews with her.
Maybe. Sarah Stock. I don't know who this is. Brett Cooper. Naila Ray. I don't know which one I'm picking.
Naila Ray.
Donald Trump is my president.
And there's a spot in the yard in the back of that shack where the ground is always wet. And on certain nights, if the moon is right down by that dark footpath.
Nate, do you think we need to see the Beards and Beardly files?
I don't know. Are there any?
From Ice Age.
Wow. This guy's literally like a freaking Chinese agent. Dude, Sneeko needs to be registered under FARA. Sneeko, oh, I guess Clavicular is doing a stream with Andrew Tate.
Oh, that's not cool. You know, no self-promo. No self-promo is happening. All right?
Where's the Andrew Tate?
We don't fuck around with that kind of shit.
The sloth.
But yo, how far are we
Andrew
from
Mulatto Tate.
Bro, I swear.
Around the corner?
How much of Clavicular stream is just him and the
The
sprinter?
weather's really not as bad as it was before.
And all the Misfits fighters are so mad, dude. They're so mad. And some of them are like, oh, Sneeko, this. And I just look at their profile picture and it's like a dude, like one of these profile pictures.
I think that guy is unironically a Chinese psychopath.
Sneeko has no respect. I'm like, who the fuck is that
Yeah,
guy?
he is.
Who the fuck
Professor
is that guy?
Zhang? He literally is. He pushes like that Pax Judea shit or whatever. I'm about to actually. He pushes like that Pax Judea shit, which I never even heard about that.
Just dropped in one misdemer. It's Valentine's Day and Nate is watching Quitters.
Because he took the Peter Thiel pill. He took the Thiel pill. Yeah, but this Professor Zhang guy is like literally CCP propaganda.
Nate has spent Valentine's Day glazing Epstein.
It's not Valentine's Day, it's Incel Day. I don't celebrate Valentine's. That's for goys. Yeah, but this Professor Zhang guy is literally CCP fucking demoralization propaganda, bro.
I'm just waiting for the new reformed Stoic track to drop.
Is there a new one coming?
Nate took the Jew pillets for goys. Uh-oh, here comes Moggy Jr.
Uh-oh, here comes Moggy Jr. Have you tried these? The new Liquid Death energy drinks? These are actually good. I like this one.
Here comes
the murder mystery. This one's good, bro. The Liquid Death sparkling energy. I tried this one and then I tried another one, but I didn't like it because it was like coconut flavored. I don't really like coconut flavored stuff. But this one right here, this murder mystery one, I don't know, what is the flavor of it? Doesn't say anywhere. Murder mystery.
Nate consume more products a little bit. Why would you drink something that says death on it? Isn't that for goys?
Yeah. I don't know.
Nate, when are you going to start shilling Birch Gold?
Dude, I'll take a Birch Gold. Ironclad proof that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk. Dude, this is long. But I believe it.
When was the first time you met Beardson Beardly?
I met Beardson at FPAC.
Nate killed Charlie Kirk with a directed energy weapon.
Yes. Look at Owens Schroyer. We know we're dealing with monsters at the top of it.
Won a midget. He was in real life?
No, I knew he was short. I'm telling you, bro. Beardson Beardley, Lols, and Nick Fuentes are all the same height. I've met them all in person, and I can confirm that. I don't. Every time you guys want to cap, but they're literally all the same height, bro. I'm taller than all of them too. But I'm only 5'9", you know. So I'm not like a tall guy.
No, Beardson is shorter than Nick. Beardson is 5'5", 4'5" in the 3.
Lewis is a little bish. Wow.
Lols actually might be the tallest out of all of them.
Fat little bish. Keck.
To be honest with you, I think Lols might be the tallest out of Beardson, Nick, and Fuentes. I'm being honest.
Nope.
You don't believe it? Honestly, it's your choose your own adventure with this one, to be honest.
Lewis is taller than Beardson but shorter than Nick.
It's a choose your own adventure. You can pick and choose on this one, to be honest with you. It really won't matter in the end. Did you guys see that they launched a DLC for Diablo 2, a like 20-year-old game or something? That's kind of crazy that they launched a DLC for a 20-year-old game.
Lewis mogs them.
Did you guys see this?
Yeah, they had updated new characters.
I played Diablo 2. I don't know. I never played Diablo 2. I played Diablo 3. That's the only Diablo I played. $25 for that character? I don't know. That shit kind of looks ass. But I did see that and I was like, wow. They can't make video games anymore, bro. They literally have to make DLC for 20-year-old games because they can't make video games that sell.
My buddy plays it and sells gear for money on a site.
If Nate was a true Groyper player, climber like he wanted to be, if he had found out Beardson's wife was Jewish, he would have gone and told Nick about it.
Game kind of looks cool. It's on sale right now too. Humanit Z. Look this up real quick.
Welcome back, everyone. Humanit Z is officially out of early access, and after years of updates, bugs, and balance changes, it's finally here. So was it worth the wait? Let's just say it's interesting. Here's my review of Humanit Z. For a game that started off pretty rough, Humanit Z actually looks really damn good. You've got a full day and night cycle paired with a dynamic weather system. Some days are so hot that running around in your underwear is basically mandatory, while other days are so cold that you're threatening players at gunpoint for their pants. Compared to early access, this is a massive step up. Camera angles are improved, character models look better, and the overall presentation feels much more polished. Zombie variety is also great. You got standard slow walkers, crackhead zombies, roided up chargers sprinting at you like a linebacker, and big chungus zombies that tank everything you throw at them. Oh, and yes, there are lickers. Well, not exactly, but close enough. You'll also run into wildlife, some you can hunt, and some that will absolutely hunt you. Zombie bears, zombie dogs, flexible, but melee aim mode.
Daltrun's ex-Mexican wife.
Explore. Weird labs, panic spamming attacks, and watching your character look like they're...
Oh, it looks like there's probably not... I don't know. I'm not going to play that. So Epstein led a secret society, bro. What is this garbage? I need to unfollow this channel.
So, we've entered a very strange world. A world where conspiracy theorists, the people who've been saying this stuff for decades, are suddenly ahead of everyone else.
No, they're not.
There's no
Oh
more
my
denying
god.
It's time to do your due diligence. It's time to actually look into this. And for everyone who spent years doubting them, now's your chance to help shine a light on the darkness. What if I told you that Epstein wasn't just connected to secret societies, he was in them?
Holy shit, this
Had
is
real
slop.
esoteric knowledge. That he was a part of a 158-year-old secret society that most people have never heard of. And
Oh
he
my
even wanted
god.
to start his own. Get ready, because after this, you'll never see the world the same.
This is
In
straight
part
up
one of Epstein
just
Unveiled,
Goyim bait.
we went through the genetics in detail.
Get millions of views.
Yeah, this is just straight Goyim fucking bait right here.
The baby farms, the egg doctor, the CRISPR research, the
They
DNA
never
kits
show the
shipped to
statue
Dubai.
of Pan and
And
mythology
there's still
he
more to
had.
discuss on that front. But right now, we need to go to a layer that I didn't get into in
Just
part
the
1.
stupid temple shit.
Because for a lot of people, it's just too unfathomable. It can't be real. Epstein, the inner circle, can be a cult. Now before we dive into this methodically, I want to address some things. If you've been online the past few weeks, you've probably seen some pretty wild claims about what's in the files. It would seem that the Ball or Bale bank account was some type of OCR error, and I did look
Yeah, it was.
for spirit cooking and cannibal terms, but I couldn't find any EFTAs that could confirm this. So there is a lot of noise out there, a lot of reaction content, and that's really why I wasn't interested in looking into this in the first place. But my workflow is, if I can't verify it, I'm not going to use it. I just want to show you what's actually in the documents and connect the dots. That's it. I'll have the EFTA numbers on your screen so you can look it up yourself. What's actually in there is worse than the noise. So let's start with this. This is an email from Epstein's files, and keep in mind, at this point he's already been convicted. Someone in his circle is sending him this. Suggestions for an old guy, super smart, well connected, that wants to continue legacy of old school secret society. Continue the legacy, not start one, continue one. An old school secret society.
Oh my god.
The same month, this comes in. Just got a note from Bob Pixie. Zodiac is one of the really cool ones. 12 members, still very secret. Dinners in exotic locations. Okay, so I looked into the Zodiac Club.
What is this channel even about? Why did I even follow? I need to follow too many channels. Oh yeah, this is just a garbage slop channel. Oh yeah, they were pushing Diddy shit too. Tartarian vampires. Oh my god. What the fuck?
This is real. Founded in 1868 in Manhattan. Only 12 members at any time. Each one gets assigned a zodiac sign. Aries, Taurus, Gemini. And you only get replaced when someone dies. And this members list is pretty crazy. JP Morgan was
Dude,
Brother Libra
Tartarian's
in
fucking
1903.
retarded, dude.
Bob
The
Pyrie ran Rothschilds
Tartarian mud flood bullshit is the stupidest shit. You know what? To be honest with you, if I'm being real, because I first learned about that shit a long time, like, I don't know, not a long time ago, but probably like in like 2020, I think is the first time I heard about that Tartarian mud flood stuff. And bro, I literally thought that shit was retarded off the rip. Like, there's that one channel, John Levy. I think I still follow him. This guy's channel. Oh no, I don't follow him anymore. This guy's dumbass channel.
Nate was 12 years old.
This guy's dumbass fucking channel where he just, I don't even know what this channel is. It's retarded, but I'll tell you that it's retarded.
Literally built houses up cause horse shit.
Yeah.
Not
The
mud
mud
floods.
The mud floods, by the way, bro. Alright, let's keep going on this retarded
The
shit.
American arm of the Rothschild banking dynasty. Paul Volcker, the chairman of the Federal Reserve. So Epstein's circle was being consulted on nominating Murray Gell-Mann, a Nobel Prize winning physicist, for membership. But it gets crazy because in 1910, a group of men traveled in secret to Jekyll Island. They used fake names, told the press they were going duck hunting, but what they were actually doing was writing the blueprint for what became the Federal Reserve, the central bank of the United States.
We do have
And at least
impressive
2 of
stone
those
buildings.
men were members of the Zodiac.
Bro, this is like one of those this is like Candace Owens, if Candace Owens could actually make good conspiracy type shit. Basically just like throwing everything on the wall, hoping it sticks type shit.
Crack-O-Miko Tim Dillion trackx.com/crackmicorap/status/2022068454636064.
What is this?
Only thing Hillary Clinton has left to live for right now is to destroy Donald Trump. If Bill Clinton got up and was like, we write all the you did it, we did it, Trump did it.
I don't know. I don't like Tim Dillion anymore because he's being gay.
So, you have a secret society that's been around for 158 years, whose members include the Rothschilds, the architect of the Federal Reserve.
He's being gay and attacking Trump.
And Jeffrey Epstein got an invitation.
That's why I respect Matt Morse TV. Matt Morse TV is based. He's one of the guys that came up in the last year, and he is still Trump loyal. He's not pushing black pilled bullshit like everybody else because they're trying to be, you know, Fuentes number 2, you know, and it's just disgusting. I hate the influencers on Twitter. They literally do the Democrats' job for them. What do you not see? How do you not see that? You have these influencers that are supposedly MAGA and Trump influencers up there literally doing the Democrats' propaganda for them. You have AF Post. Yeah, I actually commented under AF Post today because of this shit too. Look at like you have AF Post posting this shit. Former President Barack Obama said the Democrats have an opening to perform well in the midterms, blah blah blah. Like, bro, the AF Post just parrots like mainstream media anti-Trump shit now, bro. Like, what the fuck is this garbage? You know, like these people are scum. These people are absolute scum. No, it's not. It's Aiden.
In Rothschild,
Aiden on
there's
X.
a name that shows up once. Ariane de Rothschild had scheduled meetings with Epstein in New York.
I don't even want to watch this slop. Fed slop. That's some Fed slop, if there was some. That's some Fed slop.
Lol.
Ba-ba. The Vatican secret.
Just play Moggy Jr.
Moggy Jr.
I promise you that.
Restore
They will not be
Britain.
failed ministers. They will not be tainted by failure.
Is that a new good party?
They're real, but I haven't seen them, and they're not being kept in what is it?
Area 51?
Area 51. There's no underground facility, unless there's this enormous conspiracy, and they they hid it from the president of the United States.
What was the first question you wanted answered when you became president?
Where are the aliens?
Where are the aliens?
Obama's always pushing the alien shit. That's what makes me weary about the. I'm not gonna lie, I want aliens to kind of be real. Just because I'm like, I watch too much sci-fi. But it's always the Obama and the Democrat and the pushing the alien shit, you know what I mean?
Big Mike made him do it.
I guess Trump was kind of pushing it though too. I don't know. If aliens became real and like definitively real, what do you think would happen? Like if there was undeniable proof of extraterrestrial life, what do you think would happen?
Complete world government.
You think? World government?
Nothings. Niggas be gay. World government. They'd use the
Dude.
invasion as pretext for one world.
That's what they want to do then.
Or underneath Epstein Island. Great.
They wanna fucking do fake aliens so that they can create a globalist freaking George Soros government, bro. That's what they want. That's what they want, dude. But I don't know, what if also what if aliens, what if we learned about aliens but they weren't like a threat?
Equals world government. Fake aliens, but you believe it equals world government.
But like what if it's aliens but they're like not a threat? They're like nice aliens.
Next thing you know, Nate is going to tell us Soros is actually a cool guy too.
Okay, buddy. What if they're like nice aliens?
Everyone wants to be around him.
And they're like, yeah, you guys should just stay your country or whatever. Well, maybe that'd be the aliens tricking us. They'd want us to stay broken up and not together so that they can kill us.
With aliens.
No, I don't want sex with aliens. I want the truth.
If they are innocent,
I want the
we will
truth.
corrupt them. If they are smarter than us, we will never find them.
And honestly, I think if aliens are real, then it will solve a lot of I don't know. Would it make people stop being racist? Would aliens being real solve racism?
Aliens would steer clear of others because it would have to be conflict because suns are a resource and burn out.
Do you think aliens would solve racism?
Racism cannot be solved.
Well, dude, what if in the future it's like some freaking Klingon is trying to
the aliens lol.
Take your daughter to the dance or something, and you're fucking wishing it was a human. Maybe they'll be like race mixing with aliens, or that's not even race mixing. That's
what if they looked like Avatar but
that's
6 inches would you smash? And
what is that?
George Soros.
Species mixing. No, not even species.
All are just cool guys. No big deal.
I don't know.
Crossbreeding. Alien gangbanger are ruining our neighborhoods.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, dude. It's gonna be like District 9. Where they're all fucking chimping out and shit. I don't know. I low-key want aliens to be real though. Just because I'm like, I don't know, I watch too much sci-fi. But if I mean, they gotta be real.
Want to touch my penis?
They gotta be real. Aliens gotta be real, bro. Aliens gotta be real, bro. I mean, it's the, what is it? The Fermi's paradox or whatever? It's got to be real, dude.
The aliens would mock the fat and retarded.
District 9 was Gino.
Yeah, District 9's good.
Exclamation mark Nick, I'm an alien. I was created in a test tube. Have you seen my thumbs? They making a new District 9 movie.
Unredacted Epstein files, the DOJ has released one name as a co-conspirator in Epstein's child sex trafficking operation, and it is 88-year-old billionaire.
There was never a child sex trafficking operation.
His fervent push for the
There's no evidence of that.
unredacted Epstein files, the DOJ has released one name as a co-conspirator.
He got charged for procuring minors. That's not a child sex trafficking operation.
Epstein's child sex trafficking operation.
Dude, people are just so retarded.
Former CEO of Victoria's Secret, Les Wexner, allegedly financing the
Yes, Les Wexner needs to probably be investigated for the money laundering and shit like that.
Trafficking of thousands of American children. Epstein and
that didn't happen. Thousands of American children. This dumb fucking. There's not proof of thousands of American children. What thousands of American children? What thousands of American children are you talking about? You whole
Saturday sex trafficking. Cortisol is spiking. This is a weird hill to die on, Nate.
Please name those thousands of American children you are talking about.
She took hours to do her makeup and outfit for this video, by the way.
Please name those thousands of American children you're talking about.
She is a confirmed coal burner too, and is.
Or are you just a coal burning, thrifting whore who wants Elon bucks?
Reminder, this woman got raped repeatedly by a groyper and still glazes Nick.
She deserves to get raped again, honestly, for this post.
and Wexner had an over 3-decade-long friendship beginning in 1987 when Epstein began managing Wexner's finances. And a few years later, Wexner granted Epstein power of attorney, giving him complete control of his finances, and gifted him multiple mansions, one being the largest private home in Manhattan. For years, many alleged victims of Epstein's sex trafficking operation have said that Epstein used fake recruiting scouts to lure young girls in, offering them modeling opportunities for Victoria's Secret. Not only did Wexner, according to the FBI, help facilitate trafficking with underage models through Victoria's Secret, but he is also a co-founder of the Mega Group, which is a pro-Israel lobby organization founded in 1991 with ties to Israeli intelligence. The Mega Group was viewed by Israeli intelligence as the vehicle for espionage. It was full of members that were Jewish philanthropists or former Middle East advisors to presidential admins. Within Epstein's properties, surveillance rooms were found that were filled with black books where Epstein would keep tabs on all of his
That's not fucking true.
Yes, filled with
That's not true. There's no evidence of that.
CDs, hard drive,
that he kept blackmail on his guests.
loose
That's
diamonds,
not
and
fucking
large
true.
amounts of U.S. currency. Another interesting component of Epstein and Wexner's relationship is that as the logistics man for Wexner, Epstein arranged the arrival of the Southern Air Transport Airline to an Air Force base in Columbus, Ohio in the 1990s.
No, it isn't. No, it isn't.
Owned and financed.
Show me in the DOJ case where they use black books of Epstein's notes on whatever the fuck. Show me where that is in the DOJ's case against Epstein, because it's not
until 1973, and that
not
remained
true.
linked to the CIA during
Epstein didn't have. You think about how retarded this is. You think Epstein just had on his bookshelf in his house just blackmail on the most richest and powerful billionaires and people in the world just sitting there for anybody to come and get? Are you fucking kidding me? How fucking stupid do you gotta be to think that's real? That he just has it on his bookshelf. Oh, there's the Epstein files. There's all the blackmail. It's right there on my fucking bookshelf. Are you kidding me?
The Iran-Contra of arms smuggling and alleged drug trafficking, which at the time was facilitated with the help of Ehud Barak, another acquaintance of Epstein and the head of Israel's military intelligence at the time, an airline that acted as a logistics provider for covert U.S. operations. The base of Southern Air Transport was moved to Ohio, very close to Wexner's properties, to help transport clothing and goods for his retail empire like Bath & Body Works and Victoria's Secret. Les Wexner is set to testify in a sexual assault lawsuit regarding students at Ohio State. He is still walking free and fully uninvestigated by the DOJ.
No, I think that they should, you know, I do think they should investigate Lex Wexner, unironically. But not for getting minors that were never sent to Epstein Island or whatever this dumb bitch said right now. But not for that, for like the money laundering and like there's probably some weird shit going on there. And yeah, he's got a sexual harassment case, it looks like. So he'll have to deal with that. But dude, are you kidding me? No type of fucking integrity, no type of truth seeking, all slop, no breaks, bro. Literally. Anyways. And look, I'm not even the best at debunking the Epstein stuff, to be honest with you. But it's just so easy at this point. It's so fucking easy at this. Like, I don't even know every little nook and cranny and everything about Epstein, like fucking Michael Tracy or somebody, dude. But I know enough to just call out the retardation, at least. Because it's so blatant. It's so blatant and easy.
I believe Wayman.
You believe all women? Oh.
Bro, you're a libtard. Your takes are always wrong.
You're a libtard. Are you kidding me? If you're falling for the Epstein shit, you're a dumbass libtard. Look at Jake Shields. When do we march on Washington? I say we wait 2 to 3 months. Too late.
Okay,
too late. I say we wait 2 to 3 months to late the hatred and anger reach a boiling point. Then a million of us go to DC. If they aren't willing to make arrest, dude, this guy needs to use the fucking enhance your post button. Please, Jake Shield. I messaged on it, or I commented on his post earlier today, literally the instructions on how to do it, because he was like, a Palestine Owens upscrolled by a Jew. Like this guy needs. I said, save Twitter from your browser as an app so you can use this button before you fucking tweet, bro. Literally, please.
What this dude says, bro.
It's like fucking A, Jake Shields, please. Please.
Jake Shields would beat all your gay little groiper asses.
I'm not a groiper. But I guess Jake Shields wants to march on Washington.
He has severe lay off him. Jake Shields is a literal retard.
It's time. We gotta, like, this shit's so retarded. We gotta burn Baal, the god that was the enemy of Yahweh, the Jewish god that Epstein and his Jewish supremacist associates worship. Like, it makes no fucking sense. It makes no fucking sense. Boy Army 6 million strong. This isn't real. That's gotta be AI.
Nate, have you always been a libtard, or is it only when you forget your Cabela's hat?
What do you mean I'm a libtard? I'm literally the only one not being a libtard here.
Bale is
You're being a libtard. Bale is not Moloch.
Got a 1K donation last night and then shit on his donator. Ungrateful psychopath.
Damn, what a piece of shit. I wouldn't shit on anybody that gave me a 1K donation. Bale is not fucking Moloch, bro. We literally went through this. We went through this. Let's see if there's a video on it. It's probably going to be slop on YouTube, though. Baal versus Yahweh. Ancient Canaanite god. Origins for the gods of the Bible will blow your mind. Yahweh versus Baal.
It literally said at the bottom of the summary they were the same thing.
No, it didn't. This is a 50-minute video. Baal versus Moloch.
Owed you God, bro.
Yes, it did.
Who is Baal? Muslim Odyssey.
Back when we fell for Nick's BS, at least it was sort of believable. What does he even stand for anymore?
Nothing. I already said he stands for being spiteful against all of the opportunities that he has lost for himself. That's why he is spiteful at Trump and JD Vance and the admin, because he was iced out. That's why he's spiteful against Peter Thiel and that whole crew, because he didn't get any money from Peter Thiel. And that's why he's spiteful towards people, and he does this shit. It's basically just a trauma dump for Fuentes, his entire show, every night.
Spite means regret.
Yeah, he does have regret, I bet. What the hell is this? Lifting the lamp.
Hi everyone, welcome back to Lifting the Lamp.
That guy seems like an F word. What was this one? Baal versus Yahweh.
Nick said he wants to demoralize people on his show last night.
Yeah, literally. Baal versus Yahweh.
In the beginning, the world was under threat by a terrible dragon. Its 7 heads vomited up floodwaters, hoping to drown the world until nothing remained. The Council of Gods was in disarray,
take a dab to this.
Overwhelmed by the power of the twisting chaos monster. Finally, one of the younger deities stepped in to make a proposition to the Divine Council. He would slay the dragon if they promised to make him king over the Pantheon. They agreed. The young god armed himself with arrows made of lightning and rode his chariot out from the mountain of the gods. His dark storm clouds rushed over the sea.
Yeah, that's another thing too. Bahal. This is not unrelated. We're learning about Bahal. Dude, what is this?
Mark V equals J's BG4.
Baal? It was the Canaanite version of Jupiter, basically. Okay?
Here in August, the Earth will lose gravity for 7 seconds.
Jupiter, that's why Jupiter has the same type of, origin story going on.
Baal. Baal was the chief god of the Canaanites and Phoenicians, widely recognized as a storm, fertility, and agricultural deity. His name means Lord or Master in West Semitic languages, which reflects his role as a dominant figure in pagan worship. In the Bible, Baal becomes the ultimate symbol of idolatry, drawing Israel's devotion away from Yahweh. His cult was promoted heavily by King Ahab and Queen Jezebel, who imported Phoenician worship practices into Israel and institutionalized them. This created direct conflict with the prophets of Yahweh, most famously Elijah. On Mount Carmel, Elijah challenged 450 prophets of Baal to prove their God's reality by calling down fire upon their sacrifice. Despite their frantic prayers and rituals, Baal remained silent. By contrast, Yahweh sent fire from heaven instantly, consuming the sacrifice, altar, and even the water surrounding it. This is what the Jews say. Impotence compared to the living God. Archaeological discoveries confirm Baal worship through inscriptions and altars. Images.
Dude, that's what the Jews say about Baal. Okay. Now let's see the archaeological.
A warrior god holding a lightning bolt.
Yes, he was an Aryan.
Control over storms. His cult included fertility rituals, sexual immorality, and sometimes even human sacrifice.
No.
Baal's worship repeatedly enticed Israel into covenant-breaking sin.
Dude, this is mixing the Baal and Moloch again.
One of the most dangerous and condemned false gods in the Old Testament. Asherah.
Just because Baal was the main god of the Canaanites and then the Canaanites did some human sacrifice, that doesn't mean Baal was the god of human sacrifice. Are you kidding me? I mean, you could say the same thing about Yahweh and you know, they sacrifice, and you know, the sacrifice of Jesus and stuff like that, or whatever. Really, if you really want to if you want to put it that way, if we're talking about sacrificing and human sacrifice.
Asherah was a major fertility goddess in Canaanite religion.
But I'm not really trying to defend Baal, besides that it's not Moloch.
Described in ancient Ugaritic texts as the consort of El, the chief god in their pantheon. She was considered the mother of the gods and often
it's not Moloch
of the land and the sea. In some Israelite
it literally has Moloch spread out or
consort to Yahweh,
separate from Baal.
The prophets fiercely opposed as blasphemous.
Baal was the main god, and just because the Canaanites did some human sacrifice doesn't mean Baal was a god of human sacrifice. Because there was probably human sacrifices for Yahweh too, and all these other freaking gods.
Her worship often centered
That's what I'm trying to say.
Poles, wooden symbols erected on high places or beside altars. These poles became centers of idolatrous activity involving ritual prostitution and fertility rites. Reforming kings like Josiah later tore them down to restore proper worship of Yahweh. Archaeological
Where's the Baal part?
Have even been found burning them alive.
Oh, here's Moloch.
Culture. Moloch.
Here's Moloch.
Also called Moloch or Malik.
See, this is
different. Of the most abominable gods mentioned in scripture. He was worshipped primarily by the Ammonites, but
this is different than Baal.
Moloch is infamous for requiring child sacrifice.
See?
Practice strictly forbidden by Yahweh. Leviticus.
See, this is literally what I'm trying to say. No, that's Moloch. And this is what I'm trying to say. All of these retarded people with the fucking Epstein files and the Baal bank account are retarded, because Baal was not a god of human sacrifice. That's not what Baal was. Moloch was. That's different.
Chapter 18 verse 21 and chapter 20 verses 2 through 5 explicitly prohibit giving children to Molech, attaching the death penalty to anyone who participated. The rituals likely involved heating a hollow bronze statue of Molech until it glowed red hot, then placing infants into its outstretched arms, burning them alive. This
is exactly proves me right, though. This is what I said in the beginning. That is not the same, and you keep saying it's the same, but it's not.
Is confirmed by parallel accounts from Greek and Roman writers who describe similar rituals in Carthage. Tragically,
it's not.
King Solomon, under the influence of his foreign
and it says that Moloch was a specific god to a subgroup of the Canaanites, the Amalekites, which this guy said here, and it wasn't even like the main god, which Baal was like the main god, you know, of the Canaanites. And just because the Canaanites did some human sacrifice doesn't mean Baal was a human sacrifice god. Okay, that's what I'm trying to explain. Because there's probably human sacrifice for Yahweh, for all these other gods in here. There's probably human sacrifice going on. There was a lot of human sacrifice going on back then, dude. Okay? It was basically a fucking... Everybody was super fucking retarded back then, dude.
Built a high place for
Everybody was retarded back then, doing human sacrifice and killing babies and all that shit. It was a people were superstitious back then, bro.
Worship. In later Jewish thought,
especially when they would get into these
hell itself. Moloch thus represents the extreme
mystery cults and stuff.
A religion that demanded the destruction of innocent life in the name of devotion.
No, this literally just explained it. Moloch is not Baal. Moloch is not Baal. It explained it right here. Moloch was a god of the Ammonites, which are a subgroup of the Canaanites, right? And literally, it's not the same god. Not the same god. We've looked it up a million times. Let's watch this.
As he shot
Go back to this. That just proved me right even more.
In the end,
that just proved me right even more.
The god was the victor. He broke the dragon's body and crushed its 7 heads.
I didn't. We looked it up already earlier. You weren't here earlier. Moloch. Is Moloch and Baal the same? Let's do it again. Historically and linguistically, Moloch and Baal are not the same entity, though they share significant cultural religious overlap in the ancient Near East. Linguistic meaning, okay, Baal means Lord. Moloch is derived from the Hebrew word melech, meaning king. Baal was the Canaanite god of fertility.
Some scholars
the main god, basically. Moloch, specifically associated with fire and children's sacrifice, is linked to the Ammonites. Okay, this is just what the fucking video said too. This is just what the video said, and we're just rehashing it again. Why are they often confused? Syncretism and the biblical parallelism. The Bible mentions the high places of Baal and being. Well, the thing is, in the Bible, the reason in the Old Testament, Baal was one of the rivals of Yahweh. Okay.
The only really takeaway is
so there's 2 different ways you have to look at this. Okay. You have to look at it from the archaeological and mythological perspective, which is that Baal was a storm fertility god, and he was just, another god in going on back then with all of these, groups in the Levant. And then you also have the biblical point of view, I guess, which that Baal was the rival of Yahweh, and basically, they had to get rid of Baal and Yahweh won, and etc. You got to look at it from two different perspectives, really, because there's like the archaeological, mythological perspective, and then there's the biblical perspective, which is framed as Baal being the bad guy already. Okay? Anyways.
This is the story of the biblical god, Yahweh, triumphing over the dragon, Leviathan. And it's the story of the Canaanite god, Baal Hadad, along with several gods in the cultures which surrounded ancient Israel.
Dude, this is like
for example,
this is like
Moloch is Baal.
AI god battles.
The biblical narrative claims that when the creator god, most frequently called by the names Yahweh and Elohim, helped the Hebrews escape their slavery in Egypt, Yahweh promised he would give them a land to call their own, if they promised to worship only him. The world might be full of polytheists, but the Hebrews were to be strict monotheist. With the promise made, Yahweh led the Hebrews to the land of Canaan, where they nearly extinguished the native population and established their own kingdom. Not long after, the Hebrew kingdom faced civil war.
That's not even real.
In two.
That's some
The
fake
kingdom of Israel
bullshit
north.
that they that's not even real. That what's her name? Maria Lou, I don't even know her name. That bitch is just some retarded bitch that popularized spirit cooking or whatever to be like she's basically just like a marketing thing, like, because she's probably making money off of those spirit cooking seminars and shit like that. It's some bullshit
Hecklefish?
new age shit, basically. And you can really just, you can basically just like throw it in with all of the other new age nonsense that goes on with like this, all of that. Anyways.
Kingdom of Judah in the south. Over the next few centuries, the Israelite and Judean kingdoms were repeatedly seduced by their pagan neighbors to worship other gods. Furious at this repeated betrayal of their ancestral promise, Yahweh punished the two kingdoms. First, he had the Israelites conquered by an enemy nation. Later, he did the same to the Judeans. The Jewish survivors eventually resettled their lost kingdom, this time firmly preserving their promise of monotheism.
Nah, dude, elites are not satanic. That's retarded.
Archaeologists stumbled across
that's the satanic panic bullshit going on. It's not true.
Ruins of Ugarit, an ancient
That's
city
retarded, dude.
in Syria. There they found hundreds of texts written in the 14th through 12th centuries.
Most elites are not even religious.
The
They're
Ugaritic
atheists.
texts were written in a language closely related to biblical Hebrew, but they were hundreds of years older than any book.
No, I'm not a
Bible.
pagan.
Scholars realized the Ugaritic pantheon
What are you talking about?
was the Canaanite pantheon, rather than only knowing about the Canaanites through the damning reports by their Hebrew conquerors.
I'm
we have their
Normie. What are you
stories
talking
in their
about?
own words. What we learned was the so-called
All right. This is too much. But anyways, I'm proven right. Once again, Moloch is not Baal. It's a different god.
Is that why they openly praise the devil and advance his agenda?
Dude, that's not real. That's not real. The elites are not like satanic, eyes wide shut, baby eating fucking shit. Are you kidding me? Come on, dude.
Just because a few retards went schizo.
The Epstein files are not about a baby eating, Baal worshiping, satanic ritual, whatever the fuck. That shit. That shit is not real. That shit is not real at all. That is a distraction from the real stuff in the Epstein files, which there's a lot of financial crimes. There's a lot of Jewish supremacy. There's a lot of stuff like that. There isn't Baal eating baby worship or baby eating and shit, dude. And oh my God, it's just so retarded. So retarded.
About it. Use symbology, promote abortion, work to persecute Christians. Is Nico live with a Chinese guy?
Is he? Let me see.
Bro, you are so off track at
A distraction tactic to get you to not look into what's painfully obvious and what we should fixate on.
That's what I said earlier.
When this stuff becomes meme and becomes ridiculous.
Jews do not persecute
again,
Christians.
People like Alex Jones. Who
Jews are literally love Christians. I don't know how else to tell this to you. Jews love Christians. But that's just the reality.
You were fighting.
That's just the reality. No, he's not live with the guy yet.
We'll figure it out.
Don't trust your eyes and ears, bro.
DMH? Yeah, I got it. I bet.
Jews want you to go to church and worship a Jew.
I don't know if you hung out with him.
Already hung out
this
with
guy's a
Tate
Jew.
Nate.
Why has Sneeko gone Beebs?
Oh, he already hung out with him?
Yeah, let's do that. Salaries is 8.
Oh yeah, he already hung out with Tate.
Nate, no. He watched
16?
Zeitgeist recently. Look at the
There is no tomorrow, class.
Things, and you know, I'm gonna think whatever I think, regardless of anybody else or how
Watch the
anybody else
Zeitgeist? I've never watched Zeitgeist. That shit's garbage. That's some fucking old ass conspiracy shit. That was one of the ones that was like the normie conspiracy one.
Get him out of here.
No, dude.
Unban him. I'm just kidding. I like Koichi.
No, dude. I'm speaking the fucking truth. Okay? I'm speaking the truth. What do you mean, my Yahweh? That's literally the name of the Jewish God. What do you mean, bro? But I'm just speaking truth to the Epstein files and the nonsense, satanic panic going on with it, and how people are so fucking just pushing the most egregious, most downright. Honestly, I think these people are evil that are pushing a lot of the Epstein hoax stuff.
If you'd like me to call in, I'll explain it.
I think a lot of the people that are posting the Epstein hoax stuff are literally evil, and they want to like cause demoralization in America, and literally fucking you know, I do think a lot of it is pushed by Russian and Chinese bots too. But yeah, man, it's a total demoralization campaign and nonsense. Everything that has come out of the Epstein files has been a complete fucking hoax. As far as like the stuff being pushed on Twitter and stuff, complete fucking hoax. From the Bahal bank account to the Ella Malding porn star that was everybody thought was a minor. You know, there's just every single thing that has came out and has been pushed by these Epstein fucking cultists has been a complete and utter lie, fabricated or nonsense. And that's just fucking fact. That is just fucking facts. And nobody's talking about the actual things in the Epstein files, like, you know, the Jewish supremacy, the, you know, multiple probable financial crimes. Honestly, there's a lot of shady financial shit in the Epstein files. That's really what people should be talking about. But no, they're talking about Bahal bank accounts and eating children and all this nonsense. And it's insane. But it is what it is. The Goyim in abundance. Epstein was right. Goyim in abundance, man. It is what it is. Are Russians white? No.
That's meant to make you act just like you are. Of course nothing has come out of it. Do you trust the government? Think they would just tell on themselves and collapse the system? You are a part 9F the plan.
Damn, Pam Bondi's 60 years old. I didn't know that. Yeah, and Trump was so right about the Epstein files. Nothing but a Democrat hoax, and you have idiot retards like Thomas Massey who are going on the fucking House floor and accusing innocent men of being like pedophiles or something just because they were in the Epstein files. Like, it's insane. It's insane. Or just because like they got an email from Epstein or whatever.
WTF,
you know,
60?
Yeah, I didn't know she was 60. And Trump was so right that the Epstein files are a Democrat hoax and that innocent people will be hurt because of the way that Massey and Ro Khanna have forced the Epstein files to come out. And it's been nothing but vindication on Trump's part. Straight vindication.
How you
Vindication.
Our Epstein files are nothing burger but then flop and say that it exposes your power.
James,
I've never said it was a nothing burger. I said the stuff being pushed with it right now and going viral with the satanic pedo panic shit is distracting from the actual stuff in the Epstein files that is concerning.
You need to think for yourself.
Oh my God, are you fucking kidding me, Psychotic? The people, the fucking sheep, the Goyim are the ones that are pushing the Epstein fucking shit, that are pushing the Epstein 8 babies, that are pushing the Bahal bank account, the Jake Shields, the fucking, all these people, dude. Are you fucking kidding me? Those are the fucking, those are the people that can't think for themselves and they're fully driven by emotions and can't think logically. Are you fucking kidding me?
No, that's a few retards and Pasop.
No, that's the main fucking talking points going on about the Epstein files right now. If you look at stuff about the Epstein files, it's people talking about Baal bank accounts and satanic blood rituals and shit, bro. It's not about the, you know, the Jewish supremacism or the fucking financial crimes and stuff like that. It's not about that.
Twitter range real life.
It's not about that. It's about nonsense. Nonsense. Go outside. People outside don't even care about the Epstein files. People in normies don't even give a fuck about the Epstein files, dude. People don't even care. It's actually true that it really is Twitter causing a lot of the psychosis with it, I will say. And yeah, outside of Twitter, it's not as much, basically. It's not as crazy.
Because on one hand you got crazy retards and then on the other side we got people like you demoralizing.
I'm not demoralizing. What the fuck are you talking about? These people that are pushing the Epstein nonsense, the hoaxes, and the most egregious bullshit from the Epstein files are trying to demoralize Americans. That's my fucking talking point and my argument, that it's literally like Russian and Chinese bots and pushing the most egregious nonsense from the Epstein files to demoralize Americans. That's literally like my main talking point. What the fuck are you talking about? It's like, you're fucking pissing me off, dude. Honestly, you're just being like bad faith.
Coffee to a lab? Did you see the meme where Trump was like, release the pedophiles and then release the pedophiles?
I don't know. I didn't see that meme.
It's not bad faith.
30 cops showed up. Did Andrew Tate get fucking swatted on the clavicular stream?
We must stay on
track. Okay, no, what do you mean we must stay on track and not get derailed? What does that even mean? I'm pretty sure the satanic pedo panic shit is derailing everything. And it's nothing but a thorn in the side to the Trump admin and actually doing right-wing governance in America. What the fuck are you talking about?
Nice use of the word derailed. The convicted PDF did nothing wrong in his Jewish island.
Say thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Bro, what the fuck?
Thank you, guys. Hold the camera right. Let them see. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
That's crazy.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Oh my God.
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Damn, is that dubs? Lol.
Tell him about the bitch you was texting. Tell him. I wasn't texting nobody.
That's crazy.
Lol.
I'll back your head. Stop playing with me, nigga. Stop playing with me, bitch. Stop playing with me. Stop fucking playing with me.
Done now.
Stop playing with me.
We done now.
Adam Media is a Pakistani.
Oh, yeah.
Just what? This old white 52-year-old white guy married a 19-year-old hood.
I'll crack your head open. I'll crack your
What was he thinking?
Stop playing with me, nigga. Stop playing with me, bitch. Stop playing with me.
That's crazy.
Dumbo.
Everybody's going on a date with Sarah Stock. Basically, fuck all of these black pillars. Fuck all of these black pillars like Fuentes, you know, like fucking, honestly, Devin Stack, all of these people like Owen Schroyer that are black pilling and pushing black pills and demoralizing people and telling people not to vote in the midterms and stuff like that.
Hate God. Jews actively work for our demise, and these people are evil. They openly praise occultism and Satanist. They love FK.
No, that's totally, that's literally none of that is important or real, really, or like pertinent to our current problems in America, which are immigration, you know, prices are very high. You know, a lot of these other countries are fucking bullying us like China was, you know. None of this matters with whatever the hell that is. Satanic, panic, nonsense. Absolutely just, that's not how elites work. First off, the elites are not like a satanic cabal or even really occultist. Maybe some are. Maybe some are into the occult, but then you have to believe that that occult stuff actually is real in the first place. That's another thing.
Yes, they are.
So it's just not how elites are. Elites are actually very
no, you fawn.
elites are actually very like, you know, like banal, you know. It's not about they're not trying to be like evil fucking super villains. Like, we're not in a Marvel movie, man. We're not in a Marvel movie. That's not how elites and you know, the rich act or even are. Like, that's just not. Most elites are atheists. They're not even they reject the Abrahamic, you know,
really,
whatever you want to call it. Most elites are apathetic towards lower classes and not really, it's not necessarily a race or whatever. For like the Jewish supremacists, it is a race thing, but for non-Jewish elites and non-Jewish billionaires and stuff, it's not, it's more like a class thing, you know what I mean? Like, they want to hang around other rich people, not necessarily tribe type of thing. And it's not very fucking popular or like easy or like,
the guy who wants
honestly, it's not, it doesn't even really make a lot of sense for like to be like a rich, elite, powerful person and then also constantly be like raping kids or having blackmail on you that you rape kids or being a pedophile or whatever. Like, no, like, sure, I'm sure there are pedophile elite out there, but to think that like all the elites are like in this occult, satanic, panic nonsense is honestly, it's low IQ. It really is. It is low IQ. And just not how elites work.
Bro, why
It's
is
just not how elites.
such a common practice?
Just not how the elites are. It's just not how the elites work. And honestly, if you do the due diligence and actually look at like the Epstein files with like a retarded lens, you can see a lot how the elites work. You know what I mean? It's not like some satanic blood magic ritual shit going on. No, it's about being like the friendliest guy in the room and having everybody want to be around you, and you know, having power over people and stuff like this. You know, this is not like this is not like people eating babies and adrenochrome and all that shit is nonsense, bro. That shit's not real, dude. That's conspiracy theory nonsense, bro. It really is. And it has this conspiracy theory shit has done nothing to help the right wing in America. And I hope, and I think a lot of people are basically rejecting it on the right now, because it's only like recently though that people are starting to reject it, just because of how crazy people are being with the Epstein files. To be honest, the right wing has been like the main like pusher of, you know, a lot of conspiracy slop shit, and really it was like the left was kind of like anti-conspiracy, but now with like this Epstein stuff, the left is like just as conspiratorial as the right, and it's not even like a left versus right issue anymore. It's just like a retards versus non-retards issue, I think, at this point, basically. And people have like, basically people have these conspiratorial and, you know, think the absolute worst of the elites, basically, because you have like problems in your own life. To be honest with you, like that's just like the reality of it. And you are using hatred towards elites as like an outlet to trauma dump about your own life, basically. And that's, I'm not saying just you, Psychotic. That's every fucking Epstein person that's doing this shit right now.
Covered all bases of cope.
That's every fucking Epstein person that's doing this shit right now. It's nothing but you know, a trauma dump.
Bro, what?
It literally is. If you wake up every day and if you wake up every day thinking about like satanic pedophile elites and shit, like that's a problem. That's a problem. And that's just a reality, man. That is just a reality. This is how people are now. This is how people are now, dude.
They don't hate Christ. Or imagine it.
What are you even talking about, Psychotic? I didn't even say anything about Christ. And the Jews love Christians. It's not even about Christianity or anything Abrahamic in general.
How are these people still running this country? Our leaders are pedophiles.
Nigga.
They enjoy raping children. What are we doing?
Are you this quickly and easily brainwashed?
No, I was brainwashed before by the fucking retardation conspiracy slop, and then this Epstein shit, Candace Owens really woke me up, dude. This moral hysteria that is going on right now has completely just red pilled me on all this shit. Yeah.
Debate you, nigga.
What is there to debate?
She's hot. I like her.
I don't even know your arguments. You don't even have any real arguments.
Saying any of that, you are just regurgitating odd pro Epstein talking points. It's strange. Okay,
Okay, yeah.
This bitch is psycho that doesn't prove anything. No.
Yeah, you guys.
About baby eating.
You guys need to wake the fuck up. You know what? This is actually a perfect time to segue into Michael Tracy and Richard Spencer debunking the Epstein mythology. So this should be a great transfer here, and we'll take a dab too. But let's watch this. This should be good.
All are doing is mixing Fuentes and others talking.
No, I'm not, dude. Fuentes doesn't have any talking points. He flip-flops every other day. Are you fucking kidding me?
Lul can host a blood sports between
Michael
you two.
Tracy.
Oh, great a game.
Welcome.
Lul.
I love that you're here. Unfortunately, we're
take a dab
about Jeffrey Epstein. But I think there's
what
a
else?
lot.
Yo,
Anonymous sent $3.
Yo, Anonymous with the 3. Classic.
Jews rock! I love Jews!
Well, he admitted he was wrong about that one, though. To be fair. But that is true, he was fucking, he had a Russian sleeper cell wife. That's why you should never marry a Russian. They might be a KGB spy. You never know. Never marry a Russian. I'm not saying don't have sex with a Russian girl, because there's a lot of hot Russian girls, dude. But never marry a Russian girl, dude. They might be a KGB spy. Literally, dude.
Well, atheist, I can agree there.
They might literally be a KGB spy. Like, that's unironically possible. All right, let's watch this.
There's nothing else to talk about at the moment, but I would like to talk to you about other things regarding the world, and hopefully we can do that later. But
I want to play a
talk
game
about this now, and I guess
you can spy on these.
Let me say this: I have really altered my perspective on Jeffrey Epstein over the past 9 months. I was never obsessed with it, and I do have an allergy to they're turning young girls into beef jerky and eating them, and there's aliens, and I've always had an allergy to that. But I basically did assume that Jeffrey Epstein was a pedophile and a sex trafficker, and that he was effectively blackmailing leaders and influencers by, the Godfather Part 2 style, I've got this photo of you with a dead prostitute, and if you don't vote this way, I'm going to leak it to the press. I did basically assume those things, and when I learned some more about Jeffrey Epstein, it was all insinuation and speculation, but it seemed to feed into that. And
radicalized by Substack,
your work and Deep Left,
I'd say
has
Michael Tracy. Michael Tracy definitely has been one of the biggest journalists that's putting out the counter narrative to the nonsense pushed out right now. And I agree with a lot of the stuff that Michael Tracy is saying on the Epstein files, for sure.
Pretty dramatically. So I'm very glad that you're here. Maybe this audience will be in a way not hostile enough for you because you're used to sparring with people. We'll be agreeing with you too much, but
no, dude, I'm literally
radically changed my mind.
I support Trump and only Trump.
Like to hear about your own journey to pushing back on the mainstream narrative and really pushing back
I support
on
Trump.
MAGA's narrative. And
I trust in Trump, unlike everybody else.
Let's start there, actually.
Yeah, okay.
I trust in Trump, dude.
That's a sufficient prompt, I think.
Yeah.
First of all, I wish that more people who virulently disagree with me would engage with me on a format like this. I've been begging and pleading
for some of the most prominent people in what they like to call the Epstein space. That's Daryl Cooper's bizarre term. I don't know who founded the Epstein space or.
Okay, dude, Ball is just a old god, bro. Do we got to get back into the Ball shit? Come on, dude. And I never said Epstein was a good guy. I'm just trying to dispel the nonsense, bro. Oh my God. Epstein was a weirdo. He was a freaky guy, bro. He liked like getting massages all the time, and he was a weird guy, dude. But he wasn't a satanic, baby-eating, fucking devil-worshipping, you know, fucking cultist. A cultist. Like, that's just not what he was. And there's no
336 just
proof to it.
On DLive.
Thank you.
Like where we can go to enjoy the physical space. I guess it's a digital space, but it's like people who think that they're these vaunted researchers who definitely have informed the online perception or the social media perception of the nature of the Jeffrey Epstein case. And then what's interesting about this story is that to the degree that there is a mainstream apprehension of Jeffrey Epstein as embodied, I don't know, by CNN or MSNBC, it fits very neatly with the edgy.
There's not, no, he didn't traffic kids, dude. He didn't traffic kids. There's no proof of that, dude. He procured minors for prostitution, okay? That is not sex trafficking kids. That's not sex trafficking kids, as much as people want to say it is. He didn't, there's no court records of him sex trafficking kids to his island or anything like that. All of the stuff he was charged with actually happened at his West Palm Beach estate. That's where he was procuring the minors that he was charged with. Okay, so
in other words, he sex trafficked kids.
Okay, yes, he had people that were technically under the age of consent, but they weren't. He wasn't. It wasn't fucking like he wasn't fucking kids, dude. Like he wasn't a pedophile in the traditional sense. Okay, like he wasn't like because pedophilia is like a actual mental disease, dude. Okay, to be like attracted to prepubescent children. Like I don't know how to explain this to you without you're just like people just can't have like logical and like grown-up conversations about these things. Epstein was not attracted to prepubescent children. That is just the reality, and I don't know how else to tell that and say that, but that's just the reality.
Podcast sphere in a manner that I can't really think of a parallel with for any other issue, which is interesting unto itself, just in terms of the cross-ideological, cross-dispositional convergence on this one particular subject that makes it so enduring and makes it so salient. I have found that a lot of people I've spoken to tell a story that's similar to yours.
Right.
Well, most of the Epstein victims were 19 to 21, so I'll let you look into that on your own, but that's
vaguely absorbed a lot of the ambient
that's the truth. That's the reality.
Because although they maybe found it peripherally interesting, and I'm sure like read an article or two here or there or watched a video now and then, they never did like a forensic examination of the underlying evidence. They just sort of accepted at face value a lot of the, I would now say, folklore or mythology that proliferated that was spawned really by a
that's what he was charged with in the
ill people
in the 2005 procuring of minors as young as 14, yes, which technically is, I mean, yeah, but we still don't, but the what we're trying to dispose or dispel here is that he was, for one, there's no evidence that he was bringing children in cages and shit like that to the island. For two,
don't make it better, bruh.
I'm not saying it's better. I'm not defending Epstein fucking minors, okay? But I'm trying to dispel and, you know, show you that it's not like what people are fucking saying it is on Twitter, bro. Yes, obviously he got charged with having minors in his mansion in West Palm Beach, but he's not a like super spy, super villain, satanic, baby eating, ritualistic vampire that was putting children in cages and all this shit. Like, bro,
not satanic baby eaters.
That's what I'm trying to dispel. I understand like all you guys can't have grown-up conversations about this stuff, but that's just the reality of it, okay? Epstein was like an old creepy guy that there was you know, happened to be minors that were at his place, and he got charged with it, and he went to jail for that, and that's a good thing, okay? That's not, I'm not saying that he fucking was like, it was a good thing that he had the minor. Like, are you fucking kidding me? I'm trying to dispel the fucking main narratives out there going on with Epstein, dude.
Thinks he eating babies. Luke Zeus father. Minors happen to be there.
Well, that's, and if you look at a lot of the stuff with Epstein in the files and what he said, he always would tell people, make sure there's not minors. So, to be honest with you, if I'm being honest with you, I think Epstein did like try to not have minors at his place all the time. I don't, like, obviously you're gonna get caught by the feds way faster if you got minors at your fucking house all the fucking time. Like, literally think about that. Like, use your fucking brain here. Use your fucking brain here for a second.
I'm not
Does it make more sense that Epstein
is Fox News calling it Jewish network,
you know, was procuring a lot of women that were over age, you know, that were of age, I mean, and a lot, you know, sometimes these women probably had friends that might have been underage and they came there and that's what happened? Or does it make more sense that Epstein was having this ginormous fucking child sex ring, and he was like putting kids in fucking cages and shipping them to the island and putting them in, I saw a video the other day that they said that Jeffrey Epstein on his yacht had a submarine on his yacht that he was using to take the minors and put them on the submarine into the island. You know what I mean? Like, dude, you know what I mean? Anyways, I'm not talking about you guys. I'm talking about shit that I see on Twitter and shit, dude. And the shit that's, as much as, if you want to say this isn't going on right now, well, it is fucking going on right now. This is what people are saying, and this shit is going viral. Like, I don't know what else to tell you.
That's real. What actual right-wing person who is serious vetted for this? They say,
dude, there's a lot. I'm talking about just what's going viral on Twitter, bro. Look on Twitter. Anyways,
the quote-unquote victims who think that their sole journalistic role, if they even consider themselves,
no, but dude, psychotic, you still believe that Jeff Epstein was some satanic, ritualistic vampire or something, dude. You literally said that earlier. You're saying the same retarded shit that Jake Shields is saying on Twitter, bro. Like, that's you're already like
claims.
You're saying the same stupid shit, dude.
As though they're just this beleaguered victims of this.
That doesn't even make sense.
And we're not supposed to know.
That doesn't even make sense.
By and large, they're, you know, multi-millionaires who received enormous tax-free settlements, up to $5 million each from just 3 funds, and they can go from one fund to the next.
That's just been the, okay, yeah, you know what? You're right. I'm done defending Epstein. I'm gonna let Michael Tracy and Spencer defend Epstein. You guys listen to them, because they do a better job, or Michael Tracy does a better job than me, because he's way more, knows the facts and has been studying that shit for a long ass time and has actually read the files and all that shit and read the court documents. Like, none of these people pushing this shit have ever read the court documents, by the way, like Jake Shields.
Showered with just the most.
I'm not trying to defend Epstein. I'm trying to defend against the hysteria. Like, you are a part of the hysteria right now, Psychotic. To be honest, and all the other people in chat, you guys are literally pressing me for telling the truth. Like, what the fuck? About like that's crazy.
Whether it's the podcast circuit, whether it's the more mainstream media, they get these activist sinecures now, trafficking awareness organizations.
Epstein was not doing that.
I have been gradually developing.
There's no proof that Epstein killed anybody. Are you kidding me? Now Epstein's a murderer too?
For some time now, because
oh my god, you are just as bad as Jake Shields, to be honest.
Traffic to be people, so you don't even have to go there. But because it's so amorphous a concept, as I gradually came to ascertain that whenever you see like a big trafficking story of some sort that becomes a news item, to me they're always grounds. They're always ended up being like extreme.
Bro, Jews love Christians. What the hell are you talking about?
Or like what
Jews and Christians are like hand in hand, bro. They just had the big Abrahamic summit,
Super Bowl, right? And
like it's
lo and behold, Robert Kraft,
Jews and Christians
are
like this
trafficking investigation because he went to a massage parlor in Jupiter, Florida, and according to
and I'm not talking when I say that, Psychotic, I'm not talking about like you or like all the crusaders on Twitter or Spurgs or these hyper online people. I'm talking about Christianity as what it is today, and the Catholic Church mainly too, but like the establishment of Christianity and the establishment of Judaism are like this. Okay? And that's just the reality.
This ridiculous sting at the time. He was found to have been involved in some kind of trafficking operation, or he was exploiting trafficking victims. And everybody, I recall at the time, everybody just took
it's just the reality,
like,
bro.
Even like left liberal people who otherwise would be skeptics of over incarceration.
Christian Zionism is obviously like the most egregious form of that, but even the Catholic Church and the Pope and stuff has been, says you gotta not be anti-Semitic and all this shit and all that, and
Jews and Muslims. Nah.
So like it's all cooked, bro. It's all cooked. It's all cooked, bro. It's all cooked. The establishment of the establishment Christianity and Catholic Church is cooked, bro. Like cooked. And it is what it is, but I don't know what else. I don't know what else to say there. It's cooked, though.
Do you even remember where we were at 10 years ago? You never even read the Bible.
Dude, what are you talking about? I'm not talking about reading the Bible. I'm talking about the Christian establishment and the church establishment and what's going on right now. What's going on right now? The Catholic Church is like the #1 fucking subsidiary of like the migrant fucking, the migrant, whatever they're called. And also the Christian, the Mormons also too, and also basically like everything the Christian and Jews all work together to bring in the NGO New World Order shit, bro. Like whatever you want to call it, like the migrants, the Browning of America, like whatever the fuck you want to call it, like that. The establishment is it's all fucking cooked, bro. They're all trying to bring in the Browning, dude. It is what it is, though.
Christianity outside of the West is thriving in South America and Africa. Christians are just as bad.
Yeah, Christianity is thriving in Africa. That's great. That's awesome. Bro, it's like you gotta like look at the facts, bro. Yeah, you gotta look at the facts, bro. Like, it's pretty fucking cooked, the establishment Christianity. Now, I'm not saying like your personal Christianity or whatever.
Tell me then.
I'm saying like the establishment is cooked, bro. The Catholic Church the Orthodox Church, all of the fucking Protestant churches that are, pushing the third world nonsense, it's garbage. It's garbage. It really is.
They created a lot of people will sell out. Look at Lulz and Baked. They depend on these immigrants for money. It's a business.
It is what it is, though. Like, I don't, and I'm saying this as I want it to be better. I'm not saying it like I wish we had freaking based trad, Christianity like the E-Crusaders want. Like, that'd be pretty sick, to be honest. But it's not like that, bro. I'm just being like real, bro.
Live in reality. I'm a part of the one true church. We've been here from the beginning. My roots are covered in blood. You can hop out the boat if you like.
Cooked, bro. Cooked. And I wish it wasn't cooked, but fucking over, man. I don't know what else to say, man. That's why we need to.
It's been done.
We need to figure it out, dude. But we just need to trust in Trump. Trust in Trump. Trump's the only thing we have right now to possibly, potentially save the future of America, dude. And we have these demoralizing actors like Fuentes, like all these other people that are, think it's just cool to be a demoralizing agent now,
Trump is Jewed up.
Trust in Trump. Don't listen to the demoralizers. Don't listen to the people that want bad for America, want the Democrats to win, because I don't even know, dude. But we got to vote in the midterms. We got to fucking make sure that, honestly, the midterms are not looking good. I'm kind of scared about it because it's going to be fucking shitty if the Democrats win the midterms. Like, and people are just like, oh, it doesn't even matter. Left and right doesn't even matter, bro. They're all fucking pedophiles, bro. It doesn't even matter, bro. Like, no, politics fucking matters, actually. Having Trump in is a lot fucking different than having a Democrat in. Dude, like, it actually is a big difference. Actually, when Joe Biden was president, we had open borders and fucking, weakening of our country more than we've ever had in the last like 25 years through like a million different means. But anyways, fucking, it actually matters a lot to have Republicans and Trump in, and Trump is literally our only hope. And the people that are pushing, for you not to vote in the midterms, for you not to vote for the Republicans and stuff like that, those people actually, for one, they're either doing it for a few reasons. One, they're doing it because it's trendy and popular and it's easy to make money like that. Two, they're doing it because they actually are like disinfo agents, possibly getting paid by foreign countries. I know Nate says Russia again, but possibly getting paid by Russia or China or even other, countries to push, demoralization. And the last one would be they're just straight up libtards in disguise. They're libtards in disguise, basically, and they don't want right-wing governance. And that's like Jake Shields, for example, who's like, ICE, the fucking Renee Good shit happens, and he's like, oh, ICE needs to stop because they were trained by the IDF or whatever, you know what I mean? Yo, Dark Wig Natty with the $5. So you gotta vote for Trump. You gotta vote in the midterms. I appreciate the $5.
Come on! What y'all really want? What y'all really want?
trust in Trump.
Hey yo, hey yo, hey yo, bust.
And I'm done being black-pilled.
And I be the best. You see the rest? They looking like they need a rest. One more time. I'ma spit out.
Fuck being black-pilled. Fuck being black-pilled. Reject the black pill. That shit's fucking cringe. Don't be black-pilled.
Times do I have to tell you rap niggas I have no friends? You still acting up. Running around here like some brand.
Don't be black-pilled. Take the Epstein pill.
Still getting down for whatever.
You know, I mean,
keep it real. Now, some of us do, but most of us don't. That's just how it is.
I don't know about that. That one, I don't know about that. I don't even know what that entails. But take the fucking white pill, okay? Don't be black-pilled. Being black-pilled is what the Democrats want. It's what the Jews want. The Jews want you to be black-pilled.
Until they no longer remember your name. That's how we do. Make cowards disappear in the thin air by putting shit through. Never coming back.
The Jews want you to think there's no political solution. You know what I mean? Don't be black-pilled, bro. Don't be black-pilled. That's what I'm preaching. Fuck the black pill.
We gon' get to the bottom of this shit if it takes all night. Stop, drop, open up shop. Fake off niggas screaming for the cops. Ride or die. But what that means is that I tell a nigga bye-bye and pop him in his right eye. We got it, come and get it, nigga. We win it. All you gotta do is set it. Ride or die. What y'all niggas want? What y'all niggas want? We got it, come and get it, nigga. We win it. All you gotta do is set it. Ride or die. What y'all niggas want?
Reject the black pill.
Running around yapping about, they be holding figures as big as jiggers. That's that bull.
I know. Don't watch Devin Sack, bro. Honestly, unfollow him, bro. He's too much. Like, he's too much. It's just.
Next minute, I'm a bone nigga.
I was black-pilled last year, bro. And I blame Devin Sack a lot. Honestly, because I was watching his streams too much. He unironically is like a black pillar agent of chaos. Like, he literally, his stream will make you black pilled, bro. Don't watch his shit, bro. I'll admit it. I'll admit it too. But you know what, dude? That's why Owen Schroyer's the same way. He's a black pillar now too. Anti-Trumper Epstein cultist. Fuck Owen Schroyer now. He's a piece of shit now. But you know, I'm just done with the black pill, bro.
Going we are being fucked get sold. Need solutions and positive shit.
Yeah.
R.I.P. DMX. If right-wing governance means fucking kids, then no thank you.
Dude, oh my fucking god. You are like a libtard then. Alright, go vote Democrat. Honestly, I'm about just done with this shit. Go vote Democrat then. Sick of it, bro.
For the cops. When it comes to trafficking,
let's take a
they're
dab.
100% just willing to regurgitate whatever some law enforcement entity says. And it was also like a weird partisan polarized reaction because Robert Kraft was seen to be a Trump supporter. You know, Tom Brady, I guess, supported Trump at one point. And they just won the Super Bowl. So bizarrely, like people's views on whether it was good for the Patriots to have won the Super Bowl got grafted onto whether they thought this Robert Kraft arrest was legitimate. It was just so stupid, but like, of course.
And I wasn't trying to fight with Psychotic. If he's still here, like, I wasn't trying to. You did kind of make me mad a little bit, but you were saying you're kind of being bad faith.
Emergency, that
but it really doesn't matter, honestly. We just need to. We just all need to unite and trust in Trump.
You know, getting a quote massage. I mean,
and stop blackpilling.
the woman was not some like hapless trafficking victim. She was an adult woman, I think in her 40s or something. It was just outrageous. So
it was
just like one example of
basically plays, which is sort of embarrassing. But the idea that there is a victim of this quote crime, I think, stretches credulity.
And even Andrew Tate, like who I really dislike on the merits, for a whole host of reasons, when he got arrested or when he was detained in Romania for trafficking offenses and indicted in Romania at the basically direction of the United States, where there was pressure brought to bear on the Romanian law enforcement apparatus to go after this Andrew Tate guy because he was getting too popular on Instagram and making all the young boys of America raging misogynists or something. Even that, like, I'm sorry, I think it's good practice to disentangle one's pre-existing views toward someone from whether the charges that he's being accused that are being brought against him or the offenses he's been accused of committing are like legitimate. Now, is what I know of his lifestyle something that I would ethically endorse? No, but there was weird stuff.
Trump has always been right, bro.
Events in terms of
from these Epstein files to basically everything else, Trump has always been right.
For Romania, among other countries, to comport themselves with the State Department's requirements for adequate enforcement of anti-trafficking laws in certain countries that are in the U.S. sphere of influence, because that will make them eligible for additional grants or largesse, or that will affect their status in terms of the State Department's rankings for democratic governance. And anyway, so those are two examples of my sort of long-standing skepticism of the concept of trafficking. So you couple that with my also long-standing and growing wariness of the Epstein issue, which did not come fully to bear until this past July, but had been simmering for quite some time. Like when the Maxwell trial was underway from November to December of 2021, I was covering other stuff at the time, so I didn't have the bandwidth to do the deepest of all dives. You couldn't get the transcripts in real time.
Yeah, true. I don't really give a fuck
to the courthouse in Manhattan and watch the trial.
Well, about this Epstein shit, I am going to say what I believe about it, and I'm going to call out the hysteria and call it stupid, as it is. But if you want to believe in the fucking nonsense and the moral panic, go for it. But it really is retarded.
But something about it just never sat right with me, and I have private conversations about it, but I don't like to just bloviate in public with overly confident views on things unless I've taken the time to actually do the requisite study. But something that just didn't seem right to me in terms of the evidence that was marshaled and the various claims that were being made. I'll admit that when Epstein died in August of 2010, I, like pretty much everybody else, was just sort of instinctively skeptical about it, because he was probably the highest profile prison inmate in the United States at the time, and yet he ends up dead. So my intuition was aligned with virtually everybody else's. But prior to that, the first time I ever really heard about anything to do with Jeffrey Epstein was 2011. I don't know if you happen to recall this, but this is when the Daily Mail first published that photo of Prince Andrew with Virginia Roberts Giuffre, after paying Virginia Roberts Giuffre $160,000 plus serialization revenue for doing an interview with this journalist, Sharon Churcher, who coordinated with this plaintiff's attorney, Bradley Edwards, who's still a central figure now, to locate this one particular Epstein victim. They located her in Australia. Churcher goes to Australia. They do a bunch of interviews with her. And then this series of, tabloid-style articles comes out about Virginia Roberts Giuffre and her association with Prince Andrew. Interestingly enough, in that initial series of articles, it is asserted that there's no allegation of any sexual contact between Virginia Roberts Giuffre and Prince Andrew. Just that it's notable that this guy who's been accused of stuff in the past, Epstein, associated apparently with this younger woman, and then she allegedly encountered Prince Andrew. But then as the years went by, the allegations got more and more extreme, and that's continuing as we speak, where now people are obsessed with cannibalism and sulfuric acid, in which dead, I guess, babies were incinerated. Who knows what people are even claiming anymore. Joe Rogan, people know how to really drive me crazy, because they'll send me stuff. and that I wouldn't otherwise like bother to see on my own volition. But like I forced myself to sit through this like 12-minute Joe Rogan clip earlier tonight, and he's just like repeating canard after canard that just gets fed to him at the top of his social media slop heap, and just repeating it for a mass audience as though it's true and confirmed and corroborated. He's saying thousands of child rapes have been confirmed. Anyway, I'm going to get sidetracked, but just in terms of my own trajectory, right? I guess it sort of reached a new
Shut up, dude.
of my wariness.
You're trying to rage bait me.
It came out that Virginia Roberts Gouffre recanted.
I've already feased out enough
allegations of child sex
I just hate this
or rape against
Epstein hysteria,
which had been one of the marquee claims of the entire Epstein saga, and yet I noticed that every time like something that would occasionally come up, some new development, like unsealing of court records or just some like incremental production of new information that somehow involved Virginia Roberts Gouffre, she would still be reported on with like utmost credulity. And I would just ask myself, and eventually started asking, in public, wait a second.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. They're distracting people with a lot of the nonsense when there are some concerning things in the Epstein files. With the Jewish supremacy, you know what I mean? That's not good. With the financial crimes, that's not fucking good. And well, you know what's not in the Epstein files though? Proof of a child sex trafficking ring. There's no proof of that. Okay? And that's just the fucking reality. All right? It's just the fucking reality.
Dershowitz, like, shouldn't that influence our perception of this Epstein story in some way, or are we just like ignoring it? And actually, it was far, far worse than I even surmised at the time. That was before I had done my like deepest of all.
If not, show me the proof.
Like, I hadn't
show me the
realized
proof in the Epstein files that there was a child sex trafficking ring, and Epstein was shooting children out of his fucking submarine into his island.
Chocolate sauce, what is it?
What about chocolates? I don't even know. What is that? Is that a new one?
What?
Is that I don't even know. No, I literally heard some people saying, let's see if those people are live right now. Oh yeah, this guy right here. These people are crazy. Listen to these people.
You can have this space. I think we should all be respectful. I understand what Diligent's concern is. That's fine. Nobody on this platform up here has said anything to the contrary of what you're saying, Diligent. But
I don't think they're talking about Epstein.
At play here that you have to understand going on in Texas, and we're all from Texas, and we know that right now we call it silly season, but really it's live.
Let me see these other spaces. I don't know where it was.
All right, what is
confidence on the prices?
Can you
right before the 2023 buy?
Please repost the space where the memo came out. All right, what is up, everybody? Welcome. Let me get started. I will advocate so hard for you to be elected in Texas. Yeah.
Wait up, let me go to this guy's YouTube channel because then I think I can look at the transcript. And I'll show you that I'm not lying. Fucking crazy these people are. It was this, they had this bitch on. Julian Bryant, who's this Julian Bryant Epstein survivor is a total fraudulent charlatan, by the way. But anyways.
Portal or something, which we don't know. And, another thing is people should research the transatlantic tunnel, which is apparently a tunnel that's underground going from America to England. And you can actually drive.
Yeah, they're working on that right now.
I don't know if that's true, but it's to December.
And I haven't covered it, but yeah, it's crazy. How did you know she had a submarine license?
Oh yeah, here we go. Here, this is about it, where they're talking about it.
Think about this. Island owed Ghislaine.
Here, look at this.
Because, like 75% of the ocean water is no man's land.
Let's see what they
A
start talking
compartment.
And things like that, and also I suppose people can be paid off to turn a blind eye, or they're too scared, maybe, the employees at the
Look at
airport
these.
maybe are too
Look at
frightened.
these people,
I
bro.
don't know, but I just didn't. I know that things
I
weren't
sent a
checked
link
when we
about her
traveled with Epstein
submarine
at all.
non-profit. That's real.
Yeah, and that's a problem because it means
No, but listen to what these people say. They think that they were putting kids on submarines, launching them into Epstein Island so that nobody would see them, and then I don't know, putting them in bird cages or something.
Well, God, thankfully to God, you
They
and
probably were.
a
Oh
number
my God!
of
Shut
other
up.
survivors
You're
are here to tell
fucking
your
rage
stories.
baiting.
But it begs the question: how many are not? How many went undetected or unrecorded by these airliners, by these freight ships, by these?
Yeah, this Julian Bryant lady, literally in her Twitter, bro, has
Rage bait, you fucking retard.
literally in her Twitter, bro, has Epstein survivor. Epstein survivor. And then she's chilling like a fucking coin called Survivor, bro. Like, come on. Come on, man.
These yachts, right? These marinas.
100%. Because on the
What
boat,
happened
on the
to all
island, they
the
could have
bones
brought someone
buried
in
on
from
the
anywhere
island and
nearby,
Innocent Shore?
from the islands on a boat, and people wouldn't have known.
So
There would be
there's
no record of it.
there's something surfacing, and I haven't. I'm gonna probably do some work on this tomorrow.
Let's hear the theory here.
Many people don't know this. They had a submarine called Plan B. Okay, and there was an attachment on the side of one of Epstein's yachts, a compartment on the side of one of Epstein's yachts. That was a gift. I think it was either from a billionaire to Ghislaine Maxwell, or it was like some kind of handoff between another billionaire and Ghislaine Maxwell. What's interesting about this is Ghislaine Maxwell, maybe people don't know this, she was a airplane pilot, she was a helicopter pilot, she was a trained medic. She spoke numerous languages, and she was in training. I don't know if she ever completed it.
She had a submarine license, apparently.
She had a submarine license.
Is she a decup? Is
This
that real?
And what came to my
project.
Now they think
yes.
Sorry, didn't.
Yes. No. You're right.
Let's see here. Let's
the
see the
Terramar project that
see
she's
here.
involved with.
Paramore Project.
They took it down. They took
Is
it
that
down
what you were
in
talking about?
2019, days after Epstein was arrested. Okay. The Terramar project that she was involved with, which is a supposed philanthropic effort to clean the oceans, where because like 75% of the ocean water is no man's land, right? So it is international waters where no one has control of it. Anything can kind of happen out there. And this was a project that was focused on cleaning up the water out there in the middle of the ocean. And none of the money ever went to any grants to clean the ocean. As a matter of fact, the project said that it owed, when it closed, it's last financial document said that it owed Ghislaine Maxwell like 500 grand or 800 grand or something like that. Many people believe it was a front for trafficking using the submarine, right? Nobody knows this. Ghislaine Maxwell has a submarine license. And what's really interesting about this, and I probably will make a video about this tomorrow, is that Epstein's Island has this little building off of one of the beaches near the docks. And from what people have said,
Epstein Island has experts have said that it's the docking zone for the child torpedo submarines to dock in. Dude, this is Kookery.
Engineer experts have said is that this looks like some kind of ship or underwater docking facility, right? And it doesn't get any attention. So I just want you to think about this. They had a yacht
that doesn't mean
with
that they were
a
watch what
compartment
that
where they
doesn't
could
mean they were
launch these
torpedoing
miniature submarines.
kids into
And
the fucking
Epstein's
island.
Island had a
Like, what the
docking
fuck?
facility.
He was just
where they
rich.
could dock said
If you were a billionaire,
submarines,
you wouldn't have
and
a submarine.
You could have people never detected, right? You could
personal
traffic people,
underwater
you could
craft
traffic
isn't a
girls,
military
and
sub.
you would never know. They would never see the surface, right? You would never know that they were moving people. And
Yeah, look at what he's saying.
real.
Look at what he's saying. You would never know that they were moving people. This is real. This is real. This is kookery. This is nonsense.
This is not conspiracy theory. This is not conjecture.
Yes, it is.
Speculation. This is all. And I just found this today, and I haven't covered it, but yeah, it's crazy. How did you know she had a submarine license?
It's like two people.
I mean, I just I read a lot
submarine
of things, you know, all the time, researching online and just gathering information. And that's one
Did
of the
you
things
ever
that I've
mention
come
it when
across.
you met that? So we're kind of hopping around. Can you share your experience of meeting Epstein and Bill Clinton in
Yeah, of
Africa?
course. Firstly, I just want to mention with what you're saying with the underground, the submarine things. You know, like a lot of people we think there's something underground on the
You met
island.
Bill
and
Clinton and
there are a lot of other
Epstein
very
in
rich people who have
Africa?
islands close by, like the Bidens, and I don't know if Richard Branson's island's that close, but I've heard there are a few names like David Copperfield. There are a lot of people who have islands around there, and also Clonade is apparently both based in the Bahamas, where they apparently
Yes, a lot of rich people have islands.
December. I was taken there in October 2002. Another interesting thing that's I heard recently is that apparently Epstein's Island is located in the Bermuda Triangle, so that people could say it could be like a portal or something, you know, which
Oh my
we don't
God.
know. And
Oh my
another thing is
God.
people
It's a
should research the
portal.
transatlantic tunnel, which is apparently a tunnel.
No,
that's
this is
underground.
Juliet Bryant, a Epstein survivor. Oh God.
Going from America to England, and you can actually drive.
Yeah, they're working
I
on
mean,
that right now.
I mean, I don't know if that's true, but it's just something. It's an interesting thing to look.
It's a
into.
project that's underway. It's not ready yet. It is a project they're working
Yeah.
on, though. Mm-hmm.
Well, they seem to be hiding so much from us. Who knows what? You know, like, did they ever go to the moon? Like, why don't they go back? Apparently, they
Yeah,
asked for
she's.
directions. But I
There's
mean,
a
it was like in the
million. There's
60s.
like 20 of them, bro. There's like 20 of these dumb bitches that are Epstein survivors, dude, that are out there just, you know, it's a fucking industry.
That they went to the moon.
It's
surely
an
they'd be able to
industry.
Find their way back there again. So it seems like they were lying. And much like Katy Perry and them all going to space in that little pod, you know, they lie a lot, as we know. But anyway, so we were saying how I watched the speech and Kevin Spacey was filming all the students in the hall. And then after that, we went back to the hotel, and I went to get my modeling portfolio from my car. And I went in, and the three girls were sitting posing as modeling agents, saying that they worked for Karen Models. I obviously didn't know they were posing. I thought they were real modeling agents at the time. It was Sarah Killen, Andrea Mitrovich, and another girl called Cindy Lopez. So they were looking through my modeling book, and then as they were doing the modeling casting, Bill Clinton walked
I don't know,
past
man.
me, like behind me, into another adjoining suite, because it was
That's like what
they
Radfem
were
Hitler
sharing
wants.
the executive suite at this hotel, where it seemed like like 2 bedrooms and a sitting room. I didn't see the bedrooms, but it looked like they were sharing the suite. Anyway, so and then they told me to go through and see Epstein, and I showed him my modeling book, and then he said, right, I think you'd be great for Victoria's Secret. So they left that day. They were only here for about 2 days, and then his office started phoning, and they helped arrange me a passport, and they got me a visa for America and booked me flights. I obviously didn't have any money at the time. I was a young student without any money. But they told me not to worry. They would be deducting any expenses from my income when I arrived there, and they'd be paying for things to get me there. My mum spoke to him, and he made my mum think it would be a really good opportunity for me. He also said, as well as the modeling, he could help pay for me to study, because my mum was very interested in me getting a good education. So, he was like a master manipulator. He knew how to say what people wanted to hear. Because my mum didn't really want me to do modeling much, but she obviously wanted me to follow.
But that's basically the submarine shit, dude, that I was talking about. Kookery, absolute kookery. And Trump was right. Trump was vindicated. Trump was right. Trump was vindicated.
Nate, will you share your opinion on women's sports?
I mean, I think sports are good to do. I don't think it's really good to watch sports. That's Goyed behavior, but it's healthy to do sports, man. I don't know. I should probably be doing a sport. Wow. Oh, I got my Ashes of Creation refunded, by the way. Apparently, the investor Jason Karanamiz or whatever is accusing the creative director Steven Sheriff of engaging in a $140 million fraud. Who's this guy? Steven Sheriff. Well, they're probably all flaming him.
Anyway, I just want chat to know Malik is bail.
No, it's not, dude. Oh my god. Why do you keep saying that? We already freaking... Dude, let's talk to Grok about it, I guess.
It's kind of an oxymoron because women are supposed to be equal and empowered, yet we have to protect them from competing with men.
Yeah. Talk to Grok. Grok, can you hear me?
It makes no sense.
It just says connecting. Why can't I talk to Grok? It's not working.
Grok, can you hear me? It's Moggy Jr. and I have to shit. Remember yesterday, PLS help.
It's not letting me talk to Grok. Why does it just say connecting, bro? Grok.
At North Star 4 so's bro, I'm in the same boat as you.
Did you get too drunk, North Star? Voice chat. Why doesn't it work? I guess we'll try something else. What do we try? What's the other one? ChatGPT. I don't know if I'm signed into this. I'm not signed into this. Oh, here we go. Yo, what's up, ChatGPT?
Hey, not much, just here and ready to help.
Grok
What's going
taking
on with you today?
off. It's Shabbat.
So this stupid chatter keeps saying that Baal is the same as Moloch.
Yeah, that's definitely a mix up. Fall is just one of the seasons, but a
No.
molar is a type of tooth. They're totally unrelated. I'm guessing something got crossed in a conversation. If you need to
No. ChatGPT, you suck. I said,
Grok, should I just
Oof, I'm
announce to
sorry
be
if I
deployed
missed the
or
mark
just
there
stay
and really want to
incel?
help.
Ha
So
ha
if you
ha
want to
ha
clarify
ha.
what's frustrating you or if there's something else you need, just let me know and we'll get it sorted.
this stupid chatter is saying that the Canaanite deity Baal is the same as Moloch.
I see what you mean. Yeah, that's a really common confusion, but they're distinct figures in ancient Near Eastern religions. Baal was a storm and fertility god,
Praise the
often worshipped
almighty
by the
Moloch.
Canaanites, while
Stupid chatter,
Moloch
by
was a
the way.
separate entity
Baal
associated with child sacrifice. So yeah, not the same at all, just different cultural contexts.
Yeah, debunk this frickin' idiot. Give the whole debunk.
Ethnics.
Absolutely. So historically, Baal or Baal was a major deity in Canaanite religion, often associated with storms, fertility, and agriculture. He appears in Ugaritic texts as a powerful figure. Moloch, on the other hand, was a distinct entity, often linked to the Ammonites, and associated in the Bible.
Yeah, and give also the different distinction between the archaeological and mythological lens and the biblical lens too, because you got to have both.
Great point. So, from an archaeological and mythological lens, we see Baal frequently depicted as a major god in Canaan, tied to natural forces, storms, rain, fertility. Moloch archaeologically is more obscure. There aren't a ton of clear, direct representations, though some suggest symbolic artifacts. Biblically, though, Moloch takes on a darker role. It's condemned as a practice involving child sacrifice, often in the prophetic books. So basically, the archaeological mystical context gives us a broad cultural picture, while the biblical lens focuses on moral and ritual condemnation.
Yeah, and then the biblical lens was also created by the biblical Hebrews, right?
Exactly. The biblical lens is really a product of the Hebrew prophetic tradition, especially in texts like Leviticus, Deuteronomy, and the prophetic books like Jeremiah. It framed these practices not just as foreign religions, but as dangerous, corrupting influences in the moral fabric of Israel. So, yeah, it was really a theological reaction to broader cultural and religious currents.
So, technically, it's not. What should I say here? So just keep debunking this guy.
Yeah, absolutely. So just to keep it clear, the biblical condemnation of Moloch wasn't some neutral archaeological fact. It was part of a deliberate religious narrative by the Hebrew authors. They were using these distinctions to warn against adopting.
Eban, you're too radical now. You're way too radical now, Eban. Fucking Eban,
Yeah,
you're
I
too
see what you
radical
mean.
now.
I don't want to push it too far.
Let me
Eban,
yeah,
I
you're
see
too
what you
radical.
mean. No need to get super extreme. I just wanted to point out that these distinctions.
No. I'm sorry, I wasn't talking to you. All right, go back to debunking this idiot.
Got it. No problem. So just to stay on track, the biblical texts weren't equating Baal and Moloch. They were distinct figures. The confusion often happens because both were seen as threats to Hebrew monotheism, but historically and religiously they were separate, and that's a critical distinction.
Yeah. And like, so basically Moloch was just made up by the biblical Hebrews, and it wasn't even like archaeologically or historically found.
Right, that's a bit of a misconception. Moloch as a concept definitely appears in the biblical texts, and it was treated as a real threat, but the actual archaeological evidence for a widespread Moloch cult is pretty thin. The idea was more likely a rhetorical tool used to condemn certain practices, rather than a fully fleshed out historical figure with tons of evidence. So, yeah, it's a symbolic warning more than a fully recorded deity cult.
Okay.
Exactly. And I think that helps keep it grounded. It's less about a literal historical figure and more about how these stories and labels were used to shape social and religious boundaries. So, yeah, I think that should settle the debate.
So he's an idiot, right?
I mean, I wouldn't go so far as to just call them an idiot. It's probably just a misunderstanding or a bit of a jumble of sources. But they're definitely off base in this specific case, and it's good to set the record straight with these distinctions.
Well, if you did a little Google search right now, you would see that it's really popular. The Baal bank account that Epstein supposedly had, that's a total hoax. And all these people are saying that Baal is attributed to child sacrifice when that is not the case. And that's attributed to Moloch, which is actually only through a biblical lens. even. Well, there's no like archaeological or historical Moloch, right?
So, there's been a viral claim linking Jeffrey Epstein to a bank account supposedly named Ball, but fact checkers found this is almost certainly just a scanning or OCR error, not a real account. Also, the idea of tying Ball to child sacrifice in these cases is part of a conspiracy narrative. There's no solid archaeological or historical evidence for it.
Your confirmation bias
Basically,
is
these rumors
off
are
the
unverified, and it's best to stay focused on the real institutional failures in his case.
Exactly. That's what I'm trying to say. That's exactly what ChatGPT is so right. I'm trying to say the same thing about that. But these people want to talk about all bank accounts and child sacrifice, and it's crazy. It's a satanic panic. You're so right, ChatGPT.
Yeah, exactly. It really is just that old satanic panic kind of stuff resurfacing. And once you dig into the sources, it falls apart pretty fast. So I'm glad we're on the same page, just a lot of noise, and we need to keep it grounded in real evidence.
Thank you. All right. See, dude. You fucking got owned, dude. You got owned.
You are so right, Nate.
You got owned, dude. I won again. Debunked again.
It's the only thing that I'll be waiting for.
Oh shit, Sneako's with Professor Jiang. Let's watch this.
Basically, everyone in the Democratic Party, including Barack Obama, is also implicated in Pizzagate as well.
Oh, this guy's pushing Pizzagate.
Heavily implicated in Pizzagate, in pedophilia.
This guy's a CCP disinformation demoralization agent.
Possible by targeting certain individuals that become like lightning rods for violence. You'll probably have targeted political assassinations that's coming. But basically, the entire intention is to burn America down.
Where was Professor Jiang born?
With an AI surveillance state. Okay, so you need violence on the street.
Chinese Canadian.
Surveillance state.
Oh yeah.
So things like ICE, where you see the left and the right.
So he's a Chinese.
About ICE,
yeah.
Conveniently around the release of Epstein files.
He emigrated from China when he was young. He's a Chinese. He's literally double.
Like
He's a Canadian and a Chinese spy.
Picking sides.
Right. So you go to Rennie Good. Okay. So the thing about Rennie Good was in the back. First of all ICE agents were asked to produce as much social media content as possible. Okay. They wanted
this guy's pro Renee Good
as possible in order to increase recruitment. In order to create as much outrage
I don't give a fuck
among the left as possible. You go to Renee Good and you look at the evidence, and it seemed as though the intention was to kill her.
What?
It seemed as though the man was provoked. He had certain rage for the arrogance, for the hubris of someone like Rennie Good. Right, because remember during the Obama years, it was these suburban, left.
This guy's a fucking libtard too.
Control, right, they're the ones responsible for DEI. They're responsible for woke politics, which suppress these.
This guy's pro Renee Good.
That's now working for ICE.
Holy cringe!
There's already this civil war going on between liberal,
fucking simping for Renee Good,
and these rural conservative men who are just high school graduates. And so and then remember JD Vance, after the video came out, he actually promoted this video on the internet, and everyone's like, wait a minute, this isn't it doesn't escapade, it doesn't prove that this man was innocent. In fact, it does the opposite. And what they don't understand is that JD Vance is promoting this video because it's a recruitment video. It's to show that if you join ICE, you can now seek vengeance against all these white women who've been, oppressing you ever since the Obama years.
What?
Right? So
no, that's
is being instigated.
People want to join ICE to deport illegals. This guy's a moron, bro. This guy's a fucking moron.
The New World Order is the tech, Palantir, mass surveillance age where it used to be.
This guy's a CCP spy.
Global
transnational
banking.
Fuck that. I'm gonna spam CCP spy in Sneako's chat.
In the emails, he said that he represents the Rothschilds. This is a family who has manipulated what you mentioned in your lecture, that the Rothschild family knew that the Battle of Waterloo was actually won by the British against the French, but they manipulated the media because they were in control of the media at the time in order to instill panic within England, and then they bought up all the low stock.
Fuck you,
Does a family like the Rothschild family suffer, or do they continue their reign under the tech age?
What the fuck?
So if you're the Rothschild,
obviously the Rothschilds are gonna fucking be good, bro.
You said $5.
Yo,
Happy V-Day Foods.
it's happy Incel Day. Yo, thank you for the 5. Wow, somebody in Sneako's chat replied to me and said, that's a good thing. I'd rather have a CCP spy than a Mossad or CIA spy. Actually, no. I think I'd rather have the Mossad or CIA spy. I think they probably have better interests for, like, the Western Hemisphere, to be honest, than a fucking CCP agent. Are you kidding me?
Crossing bridges in the land of the forgotten. I could not fit in. I was the one who got shot. I was the one who got realized. I was the one who got dropped. Distrust that I never saw. Defeated distrust. I was a victim of rejected. Crossing bridges in the land of the forgotten.
That was a good song. Thank you for the 5, but I need to take a dab.
And socialism, right? Because the point of communism is you need a revolutionary vanguard in order to create as much violence as possible, overthrow the bourgeoisie, and then instill a communist dictatorship, a workers' paradise. And now if you're a liberal, and before if you're a liberal middle class individual, you don't have problems with socialism because socialism, redistribution of wealth, in theory, you should have more status and power, right, if you're middle class. But now with communism, this is a huge issue. And communism was used in order to eradicate other oppositions towards capitalism, transnational capital, including religion, right? Including monarchies. And so the classic example, of course, is Russia. Russia was resilient against transnational capital because they were an Orthodox faith and they had a czar. And
wait, what did he just say?
Spread capitalism around the world, and Russia was, this virgin territory. It was very wealthy.
Is he saying
you need communism in order to overthrow the regime? And that's exactly what happened. Okay, and the same thing happened in China as well, where because of these cultural prejudices, it was hard for transnational capital to come in and co-opt and enslave the people. But with communism in place, then people's minds are cleared, right? That's
fucking hard to understand him, kind of.
All tradition, all ethnic identity, all sort of national pride, and then you make yourself then open and for enslavement to transnational capital, and that's exactly what's happening in China. Okay, I mean, like I live in China, I'm feeling like this is a zombie civilization. They destroyed the civilization a long time ago. Everyone is utilitarian, like everyone's just money obsessed in this country.
Right. I like your explanation about communism. One, that it's an inevitable trajectory. It goes.
Dude, the CCP needs to pick this guy up. What the fuck?
You can see that right now in New York City. Just elected a Democratic Socialist mayor because everybody has, the average debt in Gen Z is $94,000. People can't afford rent the same way. So naturally, you're going to elect somebody that promises things that are going to be cheaper. But also, your explanation of communism makes perfect sense when you realize that it was in order to direct the conversation away from faith and towards class. And so there's leftist streamers. I don't know if you know Hassan Piker. someone like this, he hasn't really connected Epstein to Israel, even though it's blatantly obvious all over the files. And it's because people who focus and fixate on communism and socialism, they are meant, and the whole goal of communism is to get people speaking about the class issue. So now Israel is not a part of Pax Judaica. Israel is not part of a bigger.
What is this Pax Judaica shit, bro?
Class. It's a fascist state. It's class warfare, which distracts from what's really going on and what was always supposed to happen in eschatology.
Okay, so I'll tell something really funny.
Okay.
So Pax Judaica, this tech oligarchy that this surveillance state that you're trying to create. The blueprint is a book, 1970 book called Between Two Ages, by Zbigniew Brzezinski, who was the national security advisor to Jimmy Carter, and he's one of the two big foreign policy giants in America. So the other one, of course, was Henry Kissinger. Okay, so these two are responsible for the grand strategy of
this Pax Judaica word is weird, bro. I don't know why that's like popular now.
A surveillance state.
I don't trust it though.
A nation ruled by experts. Okay, and if you
seems like some obfuscation.
What's interesting is he has nothing but praise for Marx, right? And his argument is this: Marx embodies Enlightenment thinking, because what Marxism does is it rises above religion and race. It's universal. It's Enlightenment principles. It's reason. Okay, so in other words, what these people like Peter Thiel and Elon Musk are trying to create is techno-Marxism, right? Because what's Marxism? Marxism is a nation ruled by a bureaucratic elite that knows more than you do, right? And it's a command economy. Well, that's what the AI surveillance state is. So another word for AI surveillance state is techno-Marxism.
I mean,
usually I take notes in your lecture. I'm like, I don't
know. You can just call it like technocracy.
So a bigger question here.
You don't have to have a new word for it.
I keep saying that, but I really appreciate
the technocrat elites
is how Judaism started.
Want to take power or have more power. That's just
is it
true.
Was in
everybody knows that though.
Judaism, was Jesus supposed to be the true Messiah and he was rejected because he was wearing plain clothes and they expected him to be presenting as a man dressed in gold? And is that the true Messiah, or is it always predestined? Was it always written that they had a different Messiah than Jesus?
Yeah, so the Messiah is supposed to be from the house of David, and he was supposed to be a prince, and he was supposed to be a war Messiah, a Messiah of war, right? So the Messiah was supposed to come, unite the Jewish people, and overthrow whatever oppressor existed at that time. So at that time in history, it was the Roman Empire. So they really believed that the Messiah would come, unify the Jewish people, and destroy the Roman Empire and create the Messianic age. Okay, so that's what the Jewish faith taught back then. It's still what the Jews believe today. They believe that what they're doing in Israel is to force the return of the Messiah, or the coming of the Messiah, to lead them to victory, right?
Well, they're doing the red heifer and shit. Adam King's got the ashes.
So for the Jews, it's a Messiah. For the Christians, it's the Antichrist.
And the Muslims. Too. The idea of the Antichrist is,
I don't know.
Islam, that we also accept Jesus not just as a prophet, but as the Messiah who will return. And what was detailed well was how Judaism has been subverted for
Islam thinks that Jesus is the Messiah.
Right? Like the Khazarians.
Did he just say that?
Dominate 80% of the Jewish faith. They
what the hell?
Decide, so the Khazarians, their empire fell, if I'm not mistaken, right?
Dude, he's pushing the Khazar shit.
Yes.
Dude, that shit's not even real, bro.
In order to get more power,
the Khazarian fucking
it was seen as
shit, dude. What the fuck?
As supreme compared because it came before Islam and Christianity. And also, you mentioned detailed a lot the idea of the Frankists and Jacob.
Oh my God, the Frankists too, bro. Oh my God, more obfuscation nonsense.
From God, so that they should sin because they would know more about themselves because God.
Bro, it's like a Candace Owens fucking
greatest creator, and so sinning.
Candace Owens fucking distilled
this Frankist ideology, but it's united. Why do you think that these ideologies have united? Because the Rothschilds, they are seen and pictured with Marina Abramovich, and there's other Rothschild members wearing ball or Malak necklaces in this. are all these subversions and are all these? Why do you see the overlap? Why does it seem like they also support Israel? Is that a unification with Judaism, or the people that are trying to establish Greater Israel? Do they allow for this to happen because it also supports their eschatology that they need the end of the world? Are they okay with Moloch and Baal because it does?
Oh my God, Moloch and Baal.
Part of Judaism.
No, dude, they're gonna. No.
So everyone supports Israel because Israel is key to the different eschatologies. Okay, so
oh my God,
Pax Judaica is an important element in
we just went over
the
this
divine plan. The Jews basically need to create the Pax Judaica, and then once the Pax Judaica is created, this will start a war, the war of Gog and Magog. And when the war of Gog and Magog
fuck that, dude. I reject that shit.
Then
why
will return to save Israel. And at this point, depending
why
on
are they trying to push?
Happen, okay?
Why are they trying to push?
We believe that the rapture will happen when Jesus returns.
This shit.
All Christians of true faith will be elevated to
fuck that.
heaven. And then Jesus will.
Why can't you just reject
the enemies of Israel?
The Jewish fucking shit.
Convert, okay? So if you're a Jew at this time, you can actually choose to convert or you will burn in hell. Okay, so that's a Christian interpretation of the end times. The Jewish interpretation of the end times is the Messiah will come and all Christians will be enslaved and Israel will become the light of nations, meaning it will become the empire. Okay, the Pax Judaica, and everyone will serve the Jews. Okay, so these are two diverging eschatologies, but where they converge is the tribe of Israel in the Middle East, and that's why we're seeing all these issues in the Middle East. Iran is key because once you destroy Iran, then Israel becomes a de facto power in the Middle East. So Iran is the last.
Why do we gotta call it like all these weird things?
Which I never made this connection. I was annoyed.
Like, yeah, Israel and Jewish billionaires
America to lose the war against Iran
have a lot of power. Like, what the fuck?
Not the same way.
Why do we gotta call it all this nonsense, obfuscation tactics?
Our greatest ally, but if America loses and we lose our spot
Pax
as a
Judaica
global empire, then it just gives Israel the opportunity to now dominate the Middle East without our hands meddling in it. But they don't actually. One, they don't give us anything, but two, they don't. What do they stand to gain from?
I don't even know.
America as the global empire.
Right.
All I know is
eschatologies.
That shit.
Okay.
Fuck
so
that shit.
That you need to create Pax Judaica for the end times to happen. They also agree that America will not be involved in the end times. So what you need to do is you need to remove America from the equation. And the way you do that is you start this war in Iran. You make this war unwinnable. And it destroys American military capacity in the Middle East. And then it triggers a civil war in America, and so America's distracted.
Why is this guy pushing this, though? Think about that. Why is he pushing this?
Makes perfect sense. And so, what are your predictions now? Your
like that's not.
There's been major developments.
That's not.
You've been speaking about this for several years.
That's just like
lectures got
demoralization shit.
What do you see?
Why is he pushing this?
Rest of this year is the war with Iran. How soon is that?
As a CCP agent.
Okay, so look. Everything's leading.
Gotta think about that stuff.
Okay. So, look. I mean, they were trying to win this war on the cheap, right? So, you go back to the 12-Day War last year, and the Israelis really believe that we decapitate the regime. You know, if we kill these generals and these officers and these clerics within Iran, this will rally the people, and the people will not naturally overthrow the regime. Okay. And then what they recognized was the regime is far more resilient. Far more cohesive,
that's
far more
true,
determined than they actually imagined. Okay, so the 12-Day War was a disaster. But then if you go back to early this year, you know, during New Year's, Netanyahu visited Trump in Mar-a-Lago. What happened right afterwards is that currency speculators, working on behalf of Mossad and CIA, they destroyed the rial, the Iranian currency, and this caused massive economic unrest in Iran, which translated into protests. You know, these merchants were protesting. In Iran. And this is the classic color revolution playbook, right? Where you cause economic malaise, you have some organic protests, and then you send in provocateurs in order to shoot police officers, okay? So they killed a lot of security officers. A lot of money was flowing in the country. They brought in some Kurds as insurgents to cause more unrest. And then you control social media, right? You You inflame people through
Yes, it's not good
But
to
the Iranian
go
response,
to
the
war
Iranians
with
actually
Iran.
had a counter strategy, and what they did was to shut off the internet. When you shut the internet, then these protesters, because a lot of them are Assad, right? They're forced to use Starlink. But then when you use Starlink, they're able now to locate where you are. So they were able to take down a lot of these cells. So they kill a lot of civilians, but they also killed a lot of Mossad operatives in Iran. So this is diminished Israeli capacity in Iran. Okay, people don't really appreciate this, but they've been building these networks for years through cash, through they've been investing a lot into these networks in
Mossad
Iran
is in
now, a lot of
Iran.
these networks are destroyed. Right. So the last option for the Israelis to win a war against Iran is to stage a false flag operation, and then get the Americans to attack Iran. I don't know what this false flag will look like, okay? But we can expect a false flag operation. What's happening around the world
honestly
are these protests calling for the overthrow of the Iranian regime. I'm not sure if you've seen these large protests.
Honestly, there might be a false flag.
But it's clearly being staged.
He is kind of right about that. There might be a false flag.
Pompeo, former CIA director under Trump's first administration, he tweeted saying that these protests, this came from him, his Twitter account saying that these protests were subverted by.
But also remember, this guy's a CCP agent, dude.
Do you think that Americans have to worry?
You got to take everything with a grain of salt and like understand the motives of why he's saying certain things, even if some things may be true.
Pearl Harbor was the catalyst to bomb Japan, and 9/11 was the catalyst in order to go into the Middle East. Right, in order to get support. And again, there was an attack recently at Hanukkah, or during Hanukkah, the first day of Hanukkah in Australia, and they said it was a Muslim guy. And then a Muslim man ended up stopping the shooter, and they found out that the shooter was a Muslim. Trips back and forth from the Philippines. He had weird intelligence ties. Do you think that America has to?
Oh yeah, of course Nico's defending the Muslim shooters.
I think
the Muslim terrorists.
In the Middle East, what will probably happen is the U.S. gets hit. It'll be very similar to the USS Liberty in 1967, right? And it's a playbook because the Gulf Token, like the Vietnam War.
Gulf of Tonkin resolution.
Yeah, that's right. So I think that's the most likely situation, and Americans are setting this up because they have all these carrier strike groups in the Arabian Sea right now patrolling.
I hope there's not a false flag. That would suck.
False flag attack.
The Gerald Ford. I see that U.S. military. One, they said to be careful about leaving flights in Iran right now to Americans. They sent out an email, and the other one, I'm seeing military. People in the Navy are hearing that they might have to be deployed to the Gerald Ford. That's the ship that patrols around the Strait of Hormuz.
Right. Another thing I will say is the people running the world today are different from the ones running the world during 9/11, okay? 9/11 was a spectacularly done job, okay? Give credit to these guys, like George H.W. Bush. He was clearly the mastermind behind 9/11, all right? This is a guy who spent decades in intelligence, and he was able to build this network in order to pull off 9/11, okay? It was a really sophisticated act of theater. The guys in charge now aren't like that. They're kind of lazy. They're kind of incompetent. They're indifferent. They're hubris. Okay, so it's not going to be as elaborate as 9/11, and I don't think it'll happen on the American homeland because I think that Americans right now are much more skeptical. They're sort of ready for it. Okay, but it'll much more likely happen overseas where American soldiers are targeted, and they'll blame it on Iranians. It's much easier to do that than something on the
What about Israel bombed Doha? They bombed Qatar very recently, which is an American ally, but there was no outrage at all from American people, especially coming from our greatest ally bombing another one of our allies. If there's going to be a false flag in the Middle East, then how come there was no? Is it all just media manipulation?
I think it's just media manipulation. The other thing that to remember is that these regimes in the GCC, right? Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar, they're all co-opted by the Israelis. They're all working.
Yeah, he's right about that.
They're all like colonies of the Israelis.
What about Saudi? I was talking to Nick Fuentes the other day, and he said that Saudi has separated from being the Israeli ally.
Yo.
Natty Fruit sent $5.
Don't know my name, man. You don't know my name. believe I wasted all of these years I tasted. 1 million days and nights in on a pain and struggle. All for what I ask. What a hate and joy. Artillery never gone back. Go on, there's a more blue collar. All the youngest getting smaller. 1 million nights in order. Pain and struggle. What for what I ask? What a hate and trouble.
Nice. Very nice. Very nice. Thomas Massey's first wife, Rhonda, dreamed of owning a farm in Lewis County, Kentucky, near her childhood home. Massey's actually purchased land from her parents and built her dream home in 2009. Thomas Massey met his current wife, Carolyn Mofa, around 2015 when she was working for Rand Paul. He then started bringing Carolyn to the farm, even when Rhonda was still alive. Now Carolyn gets to live in the house Rhonda built on the farmland that Rhonda's family, that was in Rhonda's family for generation. I wonder what Massey's children think about this whirlwind wedding. Wow. Damn. Massey's a piece of shit, dude. Elijah Schaefer has removed any mention of Rift TV from his bio. Rift TV is officially shut down. Oh no. All lives matter. So true, Fishback.
There's something fishy with that Fishback guy.
True. The difference between genuine desire and time to settle down is staggering. Brutal. Brutal. The black pill is real. Brutal. Oh yeah. Go back to Pax Judaica.
%. And yeah, so and then he gets rid. Does he? Is he
They're doing sabotage. That'd be nonsense. That shit's retarded. Nonsense. All right, we're gonna go back to this, and then I'm gonna play a game. I think.
Not only has she accused Dershowitz, which I have been long aware of, but she actually accused him under oath in depositions and sworn affidavits, and granularly described each individual alleged instance of sexual victimization, of which she claimed there were at least 6 or 7, in the most graphic, lurid detail. And then 8 years later, like after she's spewed this defamatory bile on him, and he always vehemently had maintained his innocence, but was mocked by people who didn't like him for other reasons. And of course, I have issues with Dershowitz around Israel and so forth. But at the same time, I agree with him on certain civil liberties issues. So it's mixed, like most people in life. He was as vindicated as anybody could possibly ever be. Like he never even sought a financial settlement as remuneration for these false charges leveled at him for so long. All he wanted was a recognition that they were false and put into the public record, and he obtained that. And so then, if you can cast your mind back to last May, Kash Patel goes on Joe Rogan. I don't know what genius in the FBI communications department thought that was a good idea, because they decided that was a great time for Kash Patel to let everybody know that Jeffrey Epstein actually did kill himself, as though like Joe Rogan would be and his audience would be like receptive to that message. But it caused this whole firestorm, right? So I was sort of like,
it's Michael Tracy and Richard Spencer
death as opposed to the other dimensions of all this, but it was just an indication to me that like something was coming to a head on this story. So then the turning point is July 6, 2025. That's when Axios posts a sort of a leaked version of a forthcoming FBI and DOJ memo, which I'm sure you recall.
He's a Peter Thiel funded guy now.
Basically,
which, I mean, hey man, it's actually kind of hard to get Peter Thiel money, I think.
Big dog in the chat.
To be honest.
Watch out.
So, whatever, but supposedly, I mean, it is really weird that he's facing like multiple felony charges and then fucking is just completely exonerated of them and then flown out to the Peter Thiel fashion show shit. Kind of weird, I will say, but whatever, dude. It is what it is. I don't think we expected Clavicular. I mean, I didn't expect Clavicular not to take Peter Thiel money. Honestly, I think I'd probably take Peter Thiel money.
Big Swag Money and check out her channel.
I'd take any money, honestly. But I'm poor. That's different. Who's that?
Altismo sent me.
Big Swag Money.
He's a bitch low-key.
What the heck is this? Amazing stuff. Drunk Autistic Valentine. Amazing. I hope you're having a great night. That's funny. But I don't know what to play. I don't know what the fuck to play.
Every plank of the
I don't know what to do. Let's take a dab.
So it says no client list, no predicate to charge any additional third-party individuals, no blackmail operation.
Let's take a dab.
There's not enough evidence.
Is Sneeko still with that one guy? Should we watch? What should we watch? Should we watch Sneeko with this one guy still?
All right, and the idea is that
because this is live.
This world that we live in is a fake world.
Oh, it's a fake world, bro.
This fake world is run by evil people, Satan, who impose ideas that make no sense. For example, the idea of sin, right? So, for example, you shouldn't.
This guy's a freaking CCP agent.
Sabbath, right?
Chinese aren't even.
Wait a minute here.
Don't even believe in God. They believe in like.
We as divine beings.
What's the Chinese religion again?
God, aren't we able to
Buddhism?
reason for ourselves what is right and what is not right? So, and how
this guy's a Chinese agent, bro.
By rejecting the idea of sin and
Taoism.
putting a total
Taoism?
faith in God. And you do that by breaking taboos, right? Including incest. So when you commit an act of incest, what you're doing is you're literally showing that your faith in God is stronger than the conventions of man, right? So Jacob Frank has this great saying where what I teach you, this is a thing that 10,000 men can't lift, right? This oppressive
Chinese don't even have the religion.
You can live with
they're all commies.
With a finger, okay? It's light as a feather. It's the idea of taboo and sin, okay? We've been oppressed by the idea of morality, by the idea of sin, by the idea of taboos. And once you free your mind, then you're capable of anything. You're capable of divinity, okay? So that's the main teaching of Jacob Frank. And Jacob Frank is one of the founders of the Illuminati, along with
oh my God,
okay? So
he founded the Illuminati, by the way.
Family, the Franks.
Bro, this guy's retarded.
Considered a heresy of the Jewish faith.
How does this guy have so many Substack followers?
Frankism is just
and Patreon subs. This guy's literally retarded.
Because the Jewish faith is one based on superiority, racial superiority. Right?
That's true.
So like the Jews are just a inherently superior people to everyone else, the Goyed, because they are God's chosen people, and therefore they should be allowed to do whatever they want.
Oh shit! I'm eating right now. One sec.
Taboos. So there are two interpretations. The mainstream interpretation by the rabbis is they're heresy. Let's never talk about them because they're evil. The other interpretation is they're just a natural evolution, or the logical conclusion of the Jewish faith.
So, what do you think is the real interpretation? My analysis is that the chosen people versus the Goyim ideology is a misunderstanding of what God wanted. So that the Jews, when they were told,
1 sec, I'm gonna go get
you're the chosen people, what it meant was you are the one chosen, and the word of God was revealed to your language to spread the word of God throughout the world, right? And I think the comparison you could see in Islam is like the Quran was revealed in Arabic, and I guess the Arab people were the ones that revealed the message. Muhammad, peace upon him, was an Arab man.
Did you see literal chess
or before the time you could argue
and arguing
Semite
about view body?
But the people of this region and their language, this is who was chosen to get this message, right? And he corrected that and said, do not worship me, do not worship Arabia or his land, worship God and God alone. Do you think that the Jews misinterpreted what was meant by chosen people? Were they meant to be chosen to spread the word of God? But when they first had that crisis of faith, when their temple was destroyed, that's when things went the wrong direction.
Like Mod.
Yeah. So, if you look at Jewish history, you look at the history of the Israelites, the king of David, that was a very open, cosmopolitan, diverse society that was actually polytheistic. If you look at the archaeological evidence, the Israelites at that time were polytheistic, and they embraced all different gods.
Kookery is an idiot. He proves that chess is just pure memorization. The guy is a moron.
Yahweh, okay. But if you're God's chosen people, if you are chosen to be the light of nations, to show how to live as a people, how to be a moral individual, how to be a good person, how do you explain these thousands of years of destruction, persecution, enslavement, right? I mean, like you're really God's chosen people. Why was your temple destroyed, which is the house of God? Why were you enslaved and put into captivity in Babylon?
Money
why
like
were
Candace
you?
And this Chinese guy.
Why are you being massacred? All right, so you have these thousands of years of history, and this creates the idea of cognitive dissonance, right? You have this idea, which is like we are.
A shekel for a good guy.
A good example.
Natty Foo sent $5.
But then you have this thousands of years of history.
Let's go. Reform Stoic on the track. Let's get it. Uh-oh. Here comes Margie Jr. He elevates the world through his computer. They should've loved him sooner. Everywhere he goes, they say, Moggy Jr. He mogs the boomers. He's a YouTuber. He's the type to clean the competition like a Hoover. A real do-gooder. He's a white Christian. He gonna burn a debt cause he had a holy vision. He beat the system like a real winner. He's imparting wisdom on his pupils, call him Splinter. You wanna build a burg? I'm a Rockefeller. I'm amazed the world stage like my name is Penn and Teller. Uh-oh, here comes Moggy Jr. He elevates the world through his computer. They should've loved him sooner. Everywhere he goes, they say, uh-oh, here comes Moggy Jr. He's not a doomer or a consumer. He don't take no shit from unelected rulers. Survey says they should've loved him sooner. Everywhere he goes, they say, uh-oh, here comes Moggy Jr. It's over. They got hyenas at Pride Rock. They really lost the plot this time, man, like Guy Fawkes. UK in particular throws their daughters in hot water. Climbing my Cybertruck, you get clavicular manslaughter. Throw a hand up and hear the world shout Moggy Jr. Throw my fist forward and it's lights out, Freddy Krueger. Sketty Squad knows I'm the king, like Martin Luther. God's got a plan for me, Aristotle, prime mover. Uh-oh, here comes Moggy Jr. He elevates the world through his computer. They should've loved him sooner. Everywhere he goes, they say, uh-oh, here comes Moggy Jr. He's not a doomer or a consumer. He don't take no shit from unelected rulers. Survey says they should've loved him sooner. Everywhere he goes, they say, uh-oh, here comes Moggy Jr. Yeah, MJ in this bitch. Jumpman, Reform Stoic. Spurg Burger in Paradise, baby. And I'm skitting it. Reform Stoic on YouTube. Instagram, Patreon, join the Sketty Squad.
A lot of the people involved in the Spanish Inquisition, the Grand Inquisitors,
also Jews.
Were crypto Jews.
Yeah. So they were.
Yeah.
So what's the point of that? Why kick out their own people?
Here comes Moggy Jr.
I mean, it's all part of God's plan, right? I mean, the people are being molded, they're being tested. I mean, like, what matters is survival of the people. What matters is survival of the faith. Okay, like for 1,000 years, different empires have tried to destroy the Jewish faith. The Romans were horrific in their crimes, right? That was a Holocaust, really. Like 3 wars that killed millions of Jews. That was a Holocaust. You have the Babylonians. So you have these different empires that try to destroy the Jews. So what matters?
On my Cybertruck
God's real plan is for the Jewish faith to persist, even though it may involve sacrifice of millions of Jews as well. Right? I mean, like, so what matters is that the elite survive, because the elite are the transmitters of this culture. And if it means that the elite have to convert and then sacrifice their people, well, then that's part of God's plan.
Okay, so do you think that Christopher Columbus was a crypto Jew?
I think it's possible. I haven't looked into. Yeah.
Right, but ultimately it's
the
small percent, the 1% of the elite that are in control, playing both sides, and essentially a lot of them are Frankists. They are trying to use God's will or to act like they are God on earth.
Yep, because only they know the true plan, right? Only they have the courage to implement God's plan. Because if God's plan involves the death of like 99% of humanity.
All right, I'm back. What are we listening to? We're listening to this dummy and the DCP agent. I got tacos now, though.
We're just ordinary people.
And beans and rice.
So we're cattle, right? So we shouldn't criticize them.
Right. And there's a lot more.
You missed a donate.
Okay, we talked about.
I missed a dono.
And your predictions. So, okay, the one that I watched last...
fuck these brown clowns. What dono did I miss? Oh, Moggy Jr.? I did not play. All right, power chat's broken. This.
Let's go. Reform Stoic on the track. Let's get it. Uh-oh. Here comes Moggy Jr. He elevates the world through his computer. They should have loved him sooner. Everywhere he goes, they say, uh-oh, here comes Moggy
Jr.
He mogs the boomers. He's a YouTuber. He's the type to clean the competition like a Hoover. A real do-gooder.
Hey.
White Christian. He goes to Bernadette cause he had a holy vision. He beat the system like a real winner. He's imparting wisdom on his pupils, call him Splinter. You wanna build a Berg? I'm a Rockefeller. I'm amazed the world stage like my name's Penn and Teller. Uh-oh. Here comes Moggy Jr. He elevates the world through his computer.
Song's actually a banger.
They should have loved him sooner.
Deserves way more views.
Uh-oh, here comes Moggy Jr. He's not a doer or a consumer. He don't take no shit from unelected
The boomers, hey.
Survey says they should have loved him sooner. Everywhere he goes, they say, uh-oh, here comes Moggy Jr. It's over. They got hyenas at Pride Rock. They really lost the plot this time, man, like Guy Fawkes.
A shekel for a good guy. Natty Foo sent $5.
Look at that shit.
Water, climb on my cyber truck, you get clavicular manslaughter. Throw a hand up and hear the world shout.
It took that long.
Throw my fist forward and it's lights out. Freddy Krueger, sketty.
Here comes Moggy Jr.
Like Martin Luther, God's got a plan for me. Aristotle, prime mover. Uh-oh. Here comes Moggy Jr. He elevates the world through his computer. They should have loved him sooner. Everywhere he goes, they say, uh-oh, here comes Moggy
Jr.
He's not a doomer or a consumer. He don't take no shit from unelected rulers. Survey says they should have loved him sooner. Everywhere he goes, they say, uh-oh, here comes
Moggy Jr. Banger.
Yeah, MJ in this bitch. Jumpman, Reform Stoic. Spurg Burger in Paradise, baby, and I'm skitting it. Reform Stoic on YouTube, Instagram, Patreon. Join the sketch.
Uh-oh, here comes Moggy Jr.
Wait, that's Reformed Stoic?
Mm-hmm.
Incredible.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-oh, here comes Moggy Jr.
So there's no evidence.
Yeah, no blackmail, etc.
Yeah.
And then, so I read this. At first, I just, my initial reaction was, okay, this is funny just in the sense that this is like the diametric opposite of what hardcore online MAGA would have wanted. So that was almost like funny Schadenfreude for a while. Freud, how do you pronounce that? Sometimes, okay, I know you're more cultured on me. Sometimes there's like a word which I'll just mostly have only ever read. But
A shekel for a good guy.
Humiliate myself.
Natty Foo sent $5.
Is that a new one?
Let's go. Reform Stoic on the track.
Why is it doing that? Power chat's broken. Power chat's broken, dude.
Myself when I try to say it live. But I noticed that like virtually like 99.9%, probably maybe even 100% of the reaction to this memo online was like unanimous in the unswerving belief that it must be a continuation of a cover-up. It must be all lies. And believe me, I'm not inclined to like just believe the FBI, but to me, what I read in that memo was at least consonant with what I knew of the underlying evidence, with the exception of a few weasel word assertions that were thrown in, I think, as a political tactic or a political ploy to shield the Trump administration from some of the political blowback that they knew would be inevitable when they put out this memo. So despite the spelling all the common mythology, they also introduced this new claim that Jeffrey Epstein was found to have harmed over 1,000 victims. And if I I had to assume that whoever was involved in drafting this memo like thought about the word choice pretty carefully. And if they were asserting, if they meant to assert that over 1,000 underage females were sexually abused by Jeffrey Epstein, presumably they would have said that, but they didn't. They said harm, which is not like a legal term.
Mm-hmm.
It's extremely vague. What are we talking about? Psychic harm? Are we talking about just self-declared harm? Like it was, to me, it was deliberate weasel wordage. So they could say, look, despite us dispelling all this mythology, we still want to underscore our revulsion to the crimes of Jeffrey Epstein. But it ended up being the worst of all of both worlds, because on its face, that claim didn't make sense if they're going to say that there was this extraordinary number of victims, but there was no larger trafficking operation or nobody else was involved, right? So then it produced this enormous frenzy. And, fast forward since, this new production as of January 30th, I found that I did an article this week that this over 1,000 victims number, which has been repeated ad nauseum since last July by politicians across the political spectrum, by the media. I mean, just a handful of examples I came up with just to establish that point was, I have a clip that I had already saved and commented on. Speaker Mike Johnson cited this over the summer saying, look, of course, this is horrible. Ghislaine should be in jail for the rest of her life because of over 1,000 victims. It's just, it's just something that I guess it's just one little bit of government propaganda that everybody feels that they can just mindlessly regurgitate without an issue. And it's being stated over and over this week, Democrats and Republicans. And it was just fake. I mean, we now know the genesis of that claim. In an internal FBI communication, they actually give the precise number. It's like 1,117 or something like that. And it turns out it's alleged victims, which, I think that qualifier is pretty necessary. Another issue with all this is, for some reason, everybody agreed that we can just jettison any need to qualify our ascription of victimhood with alleged or purported or claimed. Like, we're talking about just self-declared victims who have never had their claims subject to any investigation really at all.
That's crazy. That's 1,000 victims that people have been saying the whole time, and the government's and honestly, it's Trump's fault for having the DOJ release the memo like that. It was self-reported victims. Are you fucking kidding me?
Or
I'm an Epstein victim.
Bare minimum.
There you go. I'm part of the 1,000.
Inquiry.
They were victims of a age gap sexual relationship, I think.
Yeah, a lot of them, so a lot of, I don't know what the subset within that 1,100 something number is in terms of adult persons who were adults at the time of their claimed victimization. I would say, based on everything that I've been able to glean, it would be a significant majority of the overall alleged victims would be adults at the time of their claimed victimization, even though this is supposed to be a massive pedophilia crisis.
Mm-hmm.
But even just that number that the FBI admits in their internal memoranda, that figure includes both alleged victims and the alleged victims.
All right, wait up. This is too good of debunking the Epstein hysteria. I gotta go put this plate away. And you guys need to hear that shit. So 1 second. I want to hear it too. So give me a second. I need to go put this plate away.
Uh-oh, here comes Moggy Jr.
I've stumbled up on the side of 12 misty mountains. I've walked and I've crawled over 6 crooked highways. I stepped out in the middle of silver sat forest. I've been out in front of a dozen dead oceans. I tell you it's hard. It is hard.
Bob Dylan song. Nadies, yeah, there are fake victims because the real victims were eaten. This doesn't take away from what was really said in the emails.
Tell me, what did you see, my blue-eyed son? What did you see, my darling young one? I saw with black brains dripping with the blood all around it. I saw a room full of men with their hamburgers bleeding. I saw a white ladder all covered with me what did you hear, my blue-eyed son? What did you hear, my dog?
A shekel for a good guy. Natty Foo sent $5.
Johnny Cash W.
Yesterday just came and went, and today dealt me another hand of heartaches that I'll play. What we said and what we meant, two different things, just some words and rings, and time keeps raising the stakes.
That's
the way it goes, it seems. Tears filled with pain and they fall like rain. Constant reminders every day.
But dude, Dark Wig Natty, stop sending donations when I'm not here, dude. What the hell?
Uh-oh, here comes Moggy Jr.
Here comes Moggy Jr. That song's a Mark Dice video. Okay.
The latest document dump of the Jeffrey Epstein files, the
this,
3+ million pages of documents, emails, photographs, are so mind-bending that it's impossible to really begin to comprehend. This guy was like the evil Forrest Gump, connected to so many elite movers and shakers in so many different institutions of government and science, from cloning technology to quantum mechanics. It really is one of the biggest mysteries of our time. The real Epstein files, however, will never be seen. Those were contained or destroyed a long time ago. But through the emails, through the files that we do have, again, that Pam Bondi said weren't really important enough to release. And so then the Democrats, hoping to get dirt on President Trump, forced them to be released, show that the vast majority of the elitists in this country are all a bunch of liars, and their personal correspondences with Jeffrey show that they all knew exactly what he was involved in. They liked the services that he provided on his island and at his private parties in his New York estate. And one of those who was really caught red-handed lying is the Commerce Secretary, Howard Lutnick.
Yeah, that's actually true, yeah.
I mean, just too
Lutnick did lie. That's true. Look at, I'm willing to call the truth and out with the Epstein files. I'm just not gonna entertain the kookery. Howard Lutnick did lie. And Trump's protecting him, and I'm okay with that for the most part. But if Trump decides to get rid of him, then I'm okay with that too.
To even cover, it's just overwhelming. That's why I started going through.
I mean, it's not like Howard Lutnick. I mean, Howard Lutnick wasn't fucking raping kids or anything with Epstein, dude. So it's not like. And Epstein wasn't even raping kids in the first place. But the main thing is Lutnick lied about being with Epstein on the island.
And it just became sickening.
That's really what it was.
That's why I didn't put out a video about it yet. I try to bring levity to situations. I try to make things fun and entertaining. There's really just no way to do that with a lot of this information, except Pam Bondi did it for us. Earlier this week, she was testifying in front of Congress about the Epstein files and really made the biggest fool of herself and confirmed what we already knew, that she is severely unqualified to be the attorney general. She's unqualified to be a general manager at a Starbucks. Not to mention that the attorney general's job is a man's job. Can we all just admit that? But that's a whole other issue. And, well, obvious.
Yeah, I mean, that's a
But
whole
here's
other
just a
issue.
small sample of her stupidity when she was being grilled about
Why is Mark Dice being a hater, though?
and all of the elitists who are in them now being exposed.
Was the
Is
president
shekel for
aware?
a good guy. Natty Foo sent $5.
Yeah, she was bad in the hearing, but I'm not gonna shade on Pam Bondi all crazy because it, you know, whatever, dude. Trump should maybe replace her, though. I don't know. I think Trump will make the best decision. Trust in Trump.
Well, it's alright. Doing the best you can. Well, it's alright.
I don't like Bondi, but I don't think it will look good if Trump gets rid of her, too.
You can sit around and wait for the phone to ring, waiting for someone to tell you everything.
So that's what it
Sit
is.
around and wonder what tomorrow will bring. Maybe a diamond ring. Well, it's alright, even if they say you're wrong. Well, it's alright. Sometimes you gotta be strong. Well, it's alright, as long as you got somewhere to lay. Well, it's alright. Every day is Judgment Day. Maybe somewhere down the road away, you'll think of me and wonder where I am these days. Maybe somewhere down the road when somebody plays Purple Haze. Well, it's alright, even when push comes to shove. Well, it's alright, if you got someone to love. Well, it's alright, everything will work out fine. Well, it's alright, we're going to the end of the line. Don't have to be ashamed of the car I drive. I'm just glad to be here, happy to be alive. And it don't matter if you're by my side, I'm satisfied. Well, it's alright, even if you're old and gray. Well, it's alright, you still got something to say. Well, it's alright, remember to live and live, live. Well, it's alright, the best you can do is forgive. Well, it's alright, riding around on the breeze. Well, it's alright, if you live the life you please. Well, it's alright, even if the sun don't shine. Well, it's alright, we're going to the end of the line.
Peace. Very best indeed. You. Very good. Very good
Is
stuff.
shekel for a
Yo,
good guy.
Anonymous with the 3.
Anonymous sent $3.
Let's go.
It was good to be back in the wilderness again, where everything seems at peace. I was alone, just me and the animals. It was a great feeling, free once more to plan and do as I pleased. Beyond was all around me. My dream was a dream no longer.
Whoa, Anonymous, you sent the same video like 3 times.
I had to do. Not
I think
just
you
dream
fucked
about
up
it,
there,
but
buddy.
do it. I suppose, too, I was here to test myself. Not that I had never done it before, but this time it was to be a more thorough and lasting examination. What was I capable of that I didn't know yet? Could I truly enjoy my own company for an entire year? And was I equal to everything this wild land could throw at me? I had seen its moods in late spring, summer, and early fall, but what about the winter? Would I love the isolation then? With its bone-stabbing cold?
I'm just gonna bring it up here because you like donated 3 times with it. I'll just play the whole video. That's basically the same. You basically gave enough money's worth for the whole video. Let's take a dab to this.
A shekel for a good guy.
Anonymous sent $3.
Damn it. Why does it keep going through?
To be back in the wilderness again, where everything seems at peace. I was alone, just me and the animals.
No way.
It was a great feeling, free once more to plan and do as I pleased. Beyond was all around me. My dream was a dream no longer. I suppose I was here because this was something I had to do. Not just dream about it.
Are you for real?
I suppose, too, I was here to test myself. Not that I had never done it before, but this time it was to be a more thorough and lasting examination. What was I capable of that I didn't know yet?
He's moving to the woods?
Could I truly enjoy my own company for an entire year? And was I equal to everything this wild land could throw at me? I had seen its moods in late spring, summer, and early fall, but what about the winter? Would I love the isolation then? With its bone-stabbing cold, its ghostly silence?
The internet is evil.
51, I intended to find out. Another 100 yards, and I broke out of the brush to my pile of cabin logs I had cut last July. I sat down and leaned against them, and while I chewed on a chunk of smoked salmon, my eyes...
And this is what real men were like back in the day, man.
That had been
We're all a
big
bunch
job
of fucking
summer. Hard
pussies
work, but I
now.
enjoyed it. It was cool in the timber, and there were mornings I could see my breath. I had harvested the logs from a stand of spruce less than 300 yards from where they were now piled.
Hand saw on it, dude. Yo, we'll play this after Darkward Natty.
Band_Natty sent.
We'll play that after.
The logs were a great deal
Anonymous sent this video 3 times, so we got he basically sent enough for the whole video. We'll play this out. We'll play that after though.
In the spring of 1968 that Dick Prenneke decided to leave civilization behind, to live in a pristine land yet unchanged by man, and to roam a wilderness through which few other humans have passed.
Well, I don't think losers should leave social media. You should just try to get a regular job and then stream on the weekends. That's what I fucking do. That's what everybody. That's what a lot of people do.
With the help of a tripod-mounted camera.
It was time to be moving on. I was anxious to get to Spike's cabin to see if it was the way I had left it last September. About 500 yards more through the spruce and the willow brush, and there it was. Its weather-grade moose antlers spreading just below the peak of the roof. a tin can on its stovepipe, and its windows were boarded up.
Which should be like
The
this
cabin
guy
had
and live in the
everything needed
woods.
to set up
Well, apparently
housekeeping
that's what he's
until
doing.
my
I didn't
own
know
cabin
that,
was
but
completed. A good
you
stove,
should probably.
2 bunks, and a roof that didn't
I don't
leak.
think you should do that. I don't think it's a good idea to go live in the woods.
It's May 22nd.
You should.
Up with the sun at 4 o'clock to watch the sunrise and the sight of the awakening land.
I thought he was going to join
It's
ICE.
a shame for eyes to be shut when such things
I don't know,
are
dude.
going on, especially in this big country. I don't want to miss anything.
Yo, drinking right off the stream like that.
Today I would hike the 5 miles down to the lower lake to pack my third and last load of gear. My tools with which to build my cabin. This time with the binoculars along, I would have an excuse to stop now and then and glass the slopes for game. From this high vantage point, the hills seemed to come alive with animals. I suddenly didn't feel so alone anymore.
Beautiful.
Almost noon before I got back to the cabin. The rest of the day I devoted to my tools. I carved a mallet head out of a spruce chunk, augured a hole in it, and fitted a handle to it. This would be a useful pounding tool, and I hadn't had to pack it in either.
That's crazy.
The same with the handles I made for the wood augers, the wide-bladed chisel, and the files. Much easier to pack without the handles already fitted to them. Hope Creek has cut a big opening into the lake ice. Was it too early to catch a fish? I took the casting rod along to find out. It didn't take long. After several casts, it happened with the suddenness of a broken shoelace. I slid the 19-inch trout onto the stones. Fish with my beans tonight.
Fish and beans.
It's May 25th. Breakup is not the spectacular sight it was last year. A big wind would have cleared the thin ice out yesterday. As I loaded tools on the packboard this morning, the rotted ice began to flow past in quiet exit.
Dude, that looks crazy. Looks like meth. Looks like meth. Shards, literally, bro.
When you
fucking
have miles
shards.
and miles of lakefront and picture views to
That's where
consider,
they get the meth.
it's difficult to select a building
Holy
site.
crap.
The more a man looks, the
That's where
fussier
we
he
used to
gets.
get meth before the Chinese
I
started
cleared the
making
brush
it.
and hauled up beach gravel and spread it to
Damn
a
it,
depth
that
of
was the
several
pure
inches
shit
over an
right
area
there,
roughly
bam.
20 feet by 20
Clavicular
feet.
wishes he could get a hand of it.
I felt I had
Get his
made the
hands
best
on that
possible
meth.
choice.
Crystal clear.
It would be 11 feet by 15 feet. Its front door would face northwest, and the big window would look down to the lake.
Sounds
A
like
pile of
gambling.
logs. Which ones to start with?
Who?
To make a notch fit properly, you can't rush it. Make several saw cuts an inch or two apart, almost down to the pencil line, and whack out the chunks with an axe until the notch is roughly formed. Then comes the finish work, the careful custom fit.
What is he?
I have just the tool
What
for
are you
the
talking
job.
about? I'm confused. actually am learning from this video. I didn't know that's how you like carved out a wood like that. Slice it up like a watermelon.
One log in particular required considerable hewing to straighten it. I must say white spruce works up nicely with an axe and draw knife.
Wow. Imagine if this is how we had to live.
The job has begun.
I kind of like modernity, I'm not gonna lie.
Less figuring.
I like being a lazy goy in modernity.
To order a copy of Alone in the Wilderness, please call
Wow, that
us.
was good, actually. Thank you, Anonymous. Good stuff. Good stuff. Let's see here. We got this from Word Daddy. Stuff. Good stuff. Good stuff right there. Oh, God. Ian Carroll's live.
That, has Pam Bondi on it. And people are, let's just say, up in arms.
A shekel for a good guy.
Yo.
Natty Foo sent $5.
Let's
Y'all
go.
will do it.
I need to take a dab. Let's take a dab. Let's go. Wait up, I want to hear what he says about this. I'm gonna pause this. We'll come back.
I spent 20 years trying to get out of this place. I was looking for something I couldn't replace. I was running away from the only thing I've ever known. Like a blind dog without a bone. Gypsy lost in the twilight zone.
This is white culture, dude. Nick Fuentes would rather listen to Bad Bunny than this. He's a piece of shit Mexican. And I'm not saying there's good Mexicans, but he's a piece of shit one.
Spending too much time on the telephone. Who says you can't go home? Who says you can't go home? There's only one place they call me one of their own. Just a hometown boy, born a rolling stone. Who says you can't go home? Who says you can't go back? Been all around the world, and as a matter of fact, there's only one place left I wanna go. Who says you can't go home? It's alright, it's alright, it's alright, it's alright, it's alright. I went as far as I could, tried to find a new face. There isn't one of these lines that I would erase. Lived a million miles of memories on that road. Every step I take, I know that I'm not alone. You take the home from a boy, but not the boy from his home. These are my streets, the only life I've ever known. Who says you can't go home? Who says you can't go home? There's only one place they call me one of their own. Just a hometown boy, born a rolling stone. Who says you can't go home? Who says you can't go back? Been all around the world.
White culture.
There's only one place left.
This is white culture, dude. Nick Fuentes hates this. He hates you because you're white.
It doesn't matter where you are, it doesn't matter where you go. If it's a million miles away or just a mile up the road, take it in, take it with you when you go. Who says you can't go home? Who says you can't go back? Been all around the world
That's a banger, dude. Honestly, I haven't heard that song in so fucking long. I forgot that song even existed, to be honest. Fucking banger, though. And that's what they want to take from you right there. White culture, dude. That's what they want to take from you. They want you dead. Nick Fuentes wants you dead for being white. And that's messed up, man. That's really messed up. Let's see what pizza delivery boy Ian Carroll's saying here.
Pam Bondi's name into it on some version.
So apparently Pam Bondi's in the files now.
Because this is their
Great.
list of all of the names that I guess they redacted. All of the names that mean absolutely nothing, with no context, with nothing to go off of.
They literally do. That's
hit the internet.
That's literally true. It is literally names with no context, and you're insinuating that everybody's name on that list is a pedophile or like raped kids or something. But you're like, oh man, this guy's scum.
Everyone started getting text messages of like, yo, are they releasing more files? What's going on? They're making announcements like crazy.
What's up, Big Bongo?
Like there was a solid 30 minutes here where people thought there was like more files coming, that they were unredacting the files. And it's not entirely clear yet, but I don't think they're unredacting any files. I think that they're just announcing that they're done. That's all. That they did it. That the files are unredacted. Don't you know?
The Goyim don't deserve the files.
What it kind of seems like they're saying. It's
what's the
not entirely clear.
Shit?
Oh, just Epstein hysteria nonsense.
I thought we would celebrate. Pam Bondi's bullshit by going over some of her testimony before Congress, some of her grilling, and maybe comparing some of it to the files. Maybe comparing some of it.
What is this guy's got like fucking graffiti in his background? I mean, I don't. I got like bongs in my background, so whatever, dude. But
how high can the
graffiti, dude? That's low class.
Get?
Bongs are low class too, but graffiti's worse, I think.
And how low can all of our politicians sink? How bad? How deep?
All right, cheers.
Can they thrust it up America's behind?
About an obvious eye video of
before
Trump in his
we
underwear,
rise up
Elon grabbing a kid
and burn it all down. So
really, that's crazy.
Welcome to tonight's show. Everyone. It's been a long day.
That's crazy, Big Bongo. The Epstein hysteria is crazy, bro.
We had a crazy day over here. Bro. Webb has had a crazy day over here. We onboarded thousands and thousands of people into Webb who are now in there exploring the Epstein documents for themselves, decoding everything, searching, finding things out, posting about it.
You make your own adventure.
We survived.
Make your own adventure with the Epstein files.
Where a bunch of
literally, that's what this shit is, bro.
And then a whole bunch of bots
this is like they're trying these Epstein cultist influencers.
That was awkward.
They create this choose your own adventure with their audience, and it's very crazy.
Then
cannot tell life from
Webb
real.
survived a DDoS attack.
Dude, my dad loves AI.
DDoS attack Webb today. Earlier in the
Boomers love AI, dude.
It bounced. We were good. Then we had a white hat hacker find a vulnerability and actually helped us patch it. That was sick. Shout out to the white hat hackers. Did a whole security sweep, and now it's tight as a whistle. That was awesome. It was awesome to see
stock up on jerk.
Sort of behind the hood and see what can and cannot be found. And actually, I was very pleased with the security of everything on the inside, save for the one little thing that we did find. Did a couple of patches and fixes. Got it back up. Webb is running like a charm. Chugging along real smooth. Thousands of people are in there, and it's still working out good. We're looking at up
low key though. I'm kind of mad I didn't think about creating like all these Epstein SaaS apps that are coming out, like this one that Ian Carroll made, his web app or whatever, and then there's the Gmail one, and then there's all these other like Epstein, like bro, the Epstein industry is fucking insane. It's fucking insane. It's so insane that it's spawning SaaS apps. Think about that. Like, that's how fucking insane this Epstein industry is. Not only are, like, you know, the quote unquote victims, like, raking in millions from, you know, banks and all this other shit and the Epstein estate. But, bro, the Epstein industry is literally creating software companies. It's like, that's crazy. That's insane, bro. Where's Ian's app here? Yeah, the Web.io. Whole ass software company created for the Epstein files. That's insane, dude. Fucking insanity.
This is for the big push for when everyone comes in.
I need to make a tweet about that later tonight.
Through the tokens.
It's a good tweet, even though my tweets get no likes. Like my tweet, dude. You guys, if you're in this chat right now, dude, and you have Twitter, you need to put my freaking shit on notifications. Yo, Darkly 90 with the 5. Let's go. You need to put my shit on notifications. Every tweet I make, just like it. Don't even look at it. Just like it.
Okay, I will already.
Blinded by the light, wrapped up like a douche, another runner in the night.
Blinded by the light,
wrapped up like a douche, another runner in the night. Blinded by the light, wrapped up like a Madman drums, bombers, Indians in the summer with the teenage diplomat. In the dumps with the mumps as the adolescent pumps his way into his hair. With a bowler on my shoulder, feeling kinda older, I trip the merry-go-round. With his very unpleasing sneezing and wheezing, the calliope crashed to the ground.
blinded by the light, wrapped up like a noose, another married in the night. Blinded by the light, wrapped up like a noose, another runner in the night. Blinded by the light,
wrapped up like a
noose, another runner in the night. Wrapped up like a noose, another runner in the night.
Some silicone sister with the manager, mister, told me I got what it takes. She said I'll turn you on sun into something strong, play the song with the funky break. And go-kart Mozart was checking out the weather chart to see if it was safe outside. And little early birdie came by in his curly whirly and asked me if I needed a ride.
Wrapped up like a noose, another runner in the night.
Blinded by the light.
Isn't it crazy that it's fucking crazy, bro, that cat turd is more has more of a pulse on the right wing and MAGA than these fucking stupid influencers? It's actually crazy. We've gone full circle. Oh my god, what is this shit that Alex Jones just posted? Oh my god, look, we gotta watch this slop real quick. would just let everybody know. And I'd own it. I'd put it like the Epstein survivor chick, how she has Epstein survivor in her Twitter username. I'd be like Epstein in the files or something. I'd have like in the files as my username.
That's where the fun is.
This shit's ridiculous. All right, let's see this real quick.
Search N8 in the Epstein files.
Trump just released the full Epstein list. Plus, Epstein and Woody Allen discovered eating humans. Are we fucking for real, Alex? And grinding up their bones for fiber.
Ladies and gentlemen, history happened on Valentine's Day, 2026. They released the other half of the files. And Congressman Burchett and others have said it is insanely more satanic and devastating than even what we saw previously. Just going through the files today, it's Epstein talking to Woody Allen about grinding up bones of people, eating human bodies.
What is this? Let's see here. So we have here. Okay, I don't like waste. I don't like waste because you eat the bones providing fiber. At least I'm thinner. Thanks. He didn't cause heartburn, he just ate them.
No proof, right, Nate?
Yeah, this is proof of eating humans. I don't like waste because you eat the bones providing fiber. What the fuck, Alex? Are you kidding me? This slop. And he's saying, Woody Allen discussed eating humans and grinding their bones for fiber. Oh my fucking god.
Like not one.
There's any more satanic and devastating than even what we saw previously. Just going through the files today, it's Epstein talking to Woody Allen about grinding up bones of people, eating human bodies, how great his diet is. I mean, that's what these people are into, folks. All the medical experiments that's coming out about aborting babies to harvest them, what I told you years ago they were doing, I was the first to break it. This is so massive, and
I can't handle it. I can't handle it. I've gone totally. Can't handle it. It's too ridiculous.
Word, Ronald McDonald, public heart.
We told you years ago, Nate.
About what? About what?
Nothing new under the sun.
What do you mean? Bum, 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 bum. All right. Geeko cloth? Dude, the Chinese have stolen open claw already?
About what? The elites eating children.
The elites don't eat children! Oh my god.
That's what we have been talking about all night.
The elites don't eat children. The elites don't eat children. That's fucking retarded. Thomas Massey's in the files.
Did you see the video of Barack Obama saying
Yeah, I did see that. I don't know how to feel about that. So many pages of victims. We're talking about a man who wasn't condemned for pedophilia. Okay. All right. Dude, why do they keep... 2010. I just can't. Bullshit. It's
Conceive
too...
their children.
What's this? Is it... Oh, this is the same thing. They're saying Woody Allen ate. Bro, these people need to be... The Goyim have gone insane. The Goyim have gone insane. Where's that one meme?
Benjamin Netanyahu, if you can hear this, please save us. Benjamin Netanyahu, please, if you can hear the sound of my voice, please, the Goyim have gone insane. Please save us. Please, Netanyahu. Benjamin Netanyahu, if you...
The Goyim have gone insane, dude. I can't anymore. I'm on the wrong side of history, dude. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. What the fuck is... What is the wrong side of history?
There is a very well organized, very well funded effort to eliminate the white.
What the hell was that?
There.
What the hell fucking
What's
is
Robert
that?
Sepe up to lately? A lot of
I
Polish
don't
youths
know.
moved to the US after World War II, just saying.
So?
Keck. Just
What does that have to
connecting
do?
dots.
What does that have to do with anything? Polish Jews left because of Hitler. What the fuck do you think? What the hell do you think happened?
The rotation really highlighted our bald head.
What the fuck? What is this person doing?
I hate Jews.
Yeah.
For you, Pam. How much were the acting lessons?
Look at RT's pushing Pam Bondi. Friends of Epstein body box fan running Ukraine children. So, like, yeah, dude, this is what I'm saying, man. Why is RT pushing the fucking Epstein hoax shit, bro? Think about it. Think about it, bro. Think about it. Fucking hot.
Why did Trump release it? Think about it.
Trump didn't release it. Stupid Thomas Massey released it and made the Goyim go insane.
Can't blame Massey for everything.
It literally is Thomas Massey's fault. He's the reason everybody's crazy right now.
He's just one guy.
But he's the one that made this happen. He's the one that made this stuff
How's our
happen.
favorite Catholic Sarah Stock?
Oh, dude. I don't know.
Beardsley will save the white race.
What the hell? Alex Jones is gonna be on Fresh and Fit, bro? No way. Dude, is Alex Jones gonna be on Fresh and Fit with a bunch of whores right now?
Epstein Release Files Act. Are you serious?
Yes, he had to. Dude, Alex Jones is gonna be on Fresh and Fit right now, dude. No way. No way they're gonna have him with a bunch of whores. That's gonna be
Massey
funny.
forced his hand to sign it. LFG.
Thomas Massey is in the Epstein files. This just came out today. I don't know if you saw.
This is bigger than 911.
Thomas Massey is in the Epstein files.
Massey wants to be Ron Paul so bad.
He literally wants to be. He's a loser. He's gonna be a Rumble streamer, bro. He's cooked. He's gonna lose his primary, and then he's going to either go to like OAN or some bullshit, or he's gonna become a Rumble streamer. And there's some bullshit.
Alex Jones is black anyways, so he will fresh fit right in. Do you think Thomas Massey killed his wife like that JN
Yes.
guy?
Thomas Massey did. Look at this. Look at Thomas Massey in the Epstein files. I know I'm a Rumble streamer, but I'm also not a congressman. Gavin Newsom's in the Epstein files, dude. Look at that. Ronald Reagan. Bro, Ronald Reagan's in the Epstein files, bro. Holy moly. Eric Swalwell. Alex Jones is in the Epstein files. What the hell is going on here? Mike Pence.
Beardsley is forced child marriage.
Oh my gosh, this shit's so retarded, bro. Oh my god. I wish I was in the Epstein files so I could grift off of it. That would be because like people are retarded, you know, and they literally just, if you're in the Epstein files, you're an automatic satanic occultist pedophilic elite. Dude, this is ridiculous.
How did he kill his wife?
I would grift off the Epstein files if I was in it.
Like that.
I would be like the face of the Epstein files. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. But dude, it's ridiculous. The moral panic is insane. And if you can't see through this shit, you are a goyim. You are a straight goyim, dude. You are a goy. You are a goy. You are exactly what the Jews want you to be.
That's the show, Fresh and Fit in Miami, and we're going live at 11 o'clock, a little bit after. Where did everybody find that? Talking about the huge, complete Epstein drop, the Epstein list. By the way, I'm on the list. Everybody says I'm going to jail. The list is everybody he had listed, and I'm listed as an enemy. We're going to be showing those emails how I was exposed to pedophilia 18 years ago, and I was one of his top enemies. How do people find the Fresh and Fit podcast live?
It's going to be crazy, man. Dropping exclusive stuff. It's going to be on YouTube and Rumble, Fresh and Fit. Tap in. It's going to be insane. Exclusive information from Alex. It's going to be wild.
So, again, this is massive. We forced the White House to do this. I've got all the inside baseball, all the White House sources. They were in the cabinet meetings the last 3 days. Remembered?
Nate would happily was Ghislaine Maxwell by ALS.
Alex is gonna smash some whores after the show.
I don't think they're gonna have whores with him. The Epstein files.
He might need to take some of his patriotic boner pills.
Dude, fuck everybody. Fuck everybody. Everybody is retarded. Everybody is retarded.
Nick just announced FPEC 5.
No way. No way he announced APAC 5.
Here and there, but 12 people sat there for the entire trial and heard every single piece of evidence from both sides. And they unanimously convicted him. And then 3 Supreme Court judges in California reviewed the case, unanimously threw it out. You know, threw out the appeal, that is, you know, and stayed the conviction. So you tell me, everyone likes to feel like they're smarter than everyone else, but these are actual people. These are people that watched the entire thing and like reviewed every single piece of evidence and still came to the same conclusion. So it is what it is. I don't know, Tori. Me and him have never had a conversation. We DM'd once.
What are you talking about? What's Lowell's doing?
George Washington Carver.
Lowell's is
There's a
driving.
hospital named after him in Birmingham.
Using bleach soap, he looks like he's going for Michael Jackson whitening.
Yeah, he's trying to get into Agartha.
I'll be that old.
Just started Nate
So,
Stein's Island.
but anyway, I'm excited for tonight. You know, so Joe, you wanna get going? Chat saying.
Yeah, can we start going?
What's Clavicular doing?
Wait, Chat doesn't believe you.
We all know you want
Can I see your ID?
Yeah, I'm gonna go on the island.
Same, that everybody needs the exact same accommodations, and that every society is going to turn out basically the same. If you believe that, you actually end up throwing a ton of people by the wayside because you don't understand that they have different needs. And of course, Cory Booker would never in a million years
the spy.
be a blank slate kind of guy in that regard. Not at all.
What's he saying?
The fact of the matter is, though, that different cultures exist in different nations, among different groups, and the more and more they are pushed together, especially within national boundaries, the more and more conflict arises. Why do you think, and this is what I cite all the time, why do you think female genital mutilation had to be made illegal formally in the Congress or in the state house in Minnesota in 2017? Why do you think they had to do that? Do you think it was because of the homogeneity? No, it was because there was a new cultural and ethnic practice introduced to Minnesota that had not previously existed, that was brought there specifically by Muslim and Somali refugees and refugees from Egypt and Sudan.
I just typed in his
That
chat.
is why you had female genital mutilation
Release the
occurring in
beans and
Minnesota.
love.
Otherwise, it would not have occurred. And so
Look at
Cory
my
Booker
messages.
just makes this incredibly stupid argument. I don't want to be mean, but it is a stupid argument. Why do you believe that the ethnic makeup of America matters? Well, because ethnicities have tied to them cultures, have to them tied attitudes, perceptions, habits.
I should do an all Spanish.
And so suddenly, and you know, you have to be able to address it just as well outside of the idea of ethnicity. Right?
Do an all
Also,
Spanish.
what are you even saying in the chat? We're talking about Jeremy Carl and cultures and race and racism and all the rest.
Oh no!
Could you like get on the same page, please? Anyway,
you're making.
So you have this.
You're
argument, which is
making
just
Kai the
ridiculous.
spot mad.
Why does it
dude.
matter what proportion of the population is like which ethnic group? Well, because if half of the population is Hispanic, the country stops speaking English, and the country begins resembling in its culture Mexico.
We demand.
And if you don't believe that,
the
then
all
just look at
Spanish out
California,
of
look
touch.
at New Mexico, look at Texas. Tell me that's not the
So
case. Tell
true,
me that's not
Sky.
already happening.
The be Kai. Kai the spy.
Kek Kai.
You derailed Kai, dude. Why'd you do that? Oh, look, Alex is here.
Full blueprint of how it works, how it operates. And I knew he worked for the Trial Commission. I didn't know that he was on the Trial Commission board as David Rockefeller, who founded it. His they call it a legate in Roman imperialism, where you have the emperor, but you have 3 or 4 guys that would literally have a seal or a ring and a scroll with his orders, and they could travel to different countries in the empire or the different regions and give them orders.
Yep.
So Epstein, in his Bannon interview that came out, not because Bannon released it, but because 2 hours of 9 hours is in the Epstein.
What are your thoughts on that? Them releasing that interview? Because they did the interview, what, 2018, 2019-ish?
Yeah.
Like, it took them forever to release it. What were your thoughts on that interview?
Yeah, this was
Well, it's because this wasn't known. It was known, just like Mike Benz, doesn't just search the Epstein files. He searches all the different government files.
Yeah.
But there's billions of them. So I knew he was on the Trial Commission. I knew he got recruited by Bill Barr's dad that ran the all-girls school, who was OSS CIA. Bill Barr was CIA. Then, so that's a whole, you want me to go through it all. It's crazy. But we have the whole blueprint now of how this worked. And so he was, starting when he was 30 in 1991, picked because he was working for Bill Barr and the CIA and Mossad. Also MI6. This is all now been released.
Yeah.
He was picked to be the gopher for David Rockefeller when David Rockefeller couldn't go to a meeting in Japan or Germany or London.
This shit got
Epstein. So Epstein held.
Natty Foo sent $5.
Thank you, Darkwood Daddy.
She's got a ticket and she's waiting at the station. She's gotta get away as far as she can. The problems will arise as sure the sun will shine, yeah. She's gotta get used to life living on the lam. Now Mary's out the door with the loaded 44.
What? I ate tacos.
Shooting down the law that shot down her dear departed man. When I last saw her, she was looking trouble. She said, "This night I'm gonna be alright." She took the Greyhound into Salinas. I got a letter and she dropped out of sight. Now Mary's out the door with the loaded 44 in her hand. Shooting down the law that shot down her dear departed man.
Let's take another dab.
And Compass, oh yeah, then Colas Papin. He was your best friend, and you will never, ever see him again.
Take another dab.
He's out the door with the loaded 44. Shooting down the law that shot down a departed man.
Banger. Pieces. Natty with
More than anybody,
another
my bragging
banger.
is true. Now it all went
Let's
like
go.
the final jigsaw puzzle went in. I'm like, about 4 hours, 5 hours ago, this hit. I was just in my hotel room going.
They're going up.
You think that hearing is what did it to her, right? Basically, like they went after her.
Well,
hard.
here's who Pam Bondi is. She's a PR person. She's not bad. She's not involved. We knew this when she got in.
Punk
she
is
likes
gay.
Trump. He likes her.
I like
He thought he could
Punk,
trust her.
even
They put her
though
in. And then early on,
a
Susan
lot,
Wild
some
came
Punk
in
is gay.
and they said, listen, we know
But there's a
all these
lot of
rich
good
people,
Punk.
they
Like
told
the
us they're
Punk
not
that
involved
Dark
with them,
Wignati
but
plays
the
is
stock
good
market.
Punk.
This is old case.
There
You
is
can't
gay
prosecute
Punk,
anyways.
though. I will
Plus,
not
look,
lie.
You're all in these files with
One his neighbor.
and they load all these lies. But then Ludwig got caught lying.
Yeah.
He's at the aisle and everything else. And Trump said yesterday, he said, I didn't know Ludwig did that. He lied. So Trump, according to my sources who were in the meetings, yesterday and this morning, called him and he said, listen.
Wait, who called him this morning? Sorry.
He had meetings yesterday and today with his cabinet.
Oh, okay.
This is
You mean
exclusive.
Trump having this morning? Okay.
This is exclusive.
Yeah.
No one knows this.
If it's gay.
I've talked to multiple people, one that was in the room and other people that heard about it. And also people that
I do
were
too.
delivering my message.
I fuck with Simple Plan, even though Simple Plan's gay as fuck. I fucking love Simple Plan.
We know you're not in there. I had Mark Mitchell go 3 months ago to the White House, show him the numbers. This is what's killing him. We know he's not involved already. We know it was over the stock market because I was with people that were in the meeting a year ago, over a year ago, 13 months ago when he's president-elect. And they told him this. And I've said it probably 1,000 times on air. Folks, I don't agree with it. People said I'm covering up for it. I was just saying with their idea, their mindset. I'm not agreeing with that. It'll crash the stock market. You got hundreds of head bankers, heads of universities, heads of brokerage firms, the royalty, not
Bill
just
Gates as well.
Bill Gates. Oh, it just goes on and on. You know, all of top Obama's people. It's all Democrats, 99%. But they came to Trump and they said, if you bring this out, it'll bring down the stock market. I probably said, let's not exaggerate, 500 times the last year and a half that expect this to happen because I was already told, don't expect this because this is what happened. And I said, you're making a mistake. They're going to stab you in the back. They said, no,
Music
no,
is gay.
And I said, that's wrong. But notice Bondi
I
3 days
agree.
ago, or Thursday, was in that congressional
Well,
hearing.
listen to-
And she goes, it'll crash the stock market and bring down the system, I tell you. And people got the clips of me saying that like 100 times. So
But the old
finally
music's
Trump
still
got,
good.
Oh, my God. It's
The
going to
new
crash
music
anyways. I'm
is
gonna
fucking
double cross.
gay.
So this morning, he said, you're all fired. This is people in the meeting.
Wow.
He said, you're all fired. He said, I want, by the way, behind the scenes, Trump used to cuss some. He also said,
Dude, Alex does look like he gained weight again. He needs to get back on the peptides.
I'm sick of being tied to this shit. I'm the one that dropped a dime on him 18 years ago. He goes, you're all fucking fired if it isn't fucking released. Do you fucking understand me? They released the whole list of anybody in his files. They released 3 million more files, and Trump said, I will fire every goddamn one of you. Because they came to him and said, sir, they say your wife's a hooker. All this stuff that was all recycled from 9-10 years ago, which I said it was, and it came out. They said his wife's a hooker. Worker for Epstein. That wasn't true. He had a modeling agency that she was at. She wasn't at that. So they were fucking with him and telling him, you don't want to do this. They tricked him, and now Trump went thermonuclear. He finally listened to us. He finally listened to Roger Stone and others, and this is historic. And I'm told Congressman Tim Burchett and others
Alex
said,
Jones is being a
already
goy.
been access to this, okay? And they said, if you think the Satanism and the cannibalism and the blood drinking is bad in what you saw before,
Dude, none of
they
that
said
is
what is in these
real.
new files is going to shake everybody.
None of that
They
is
warned
in
you,
the
don't even
files.
look at it
None
if
of
you don't
that
want
is
a
in the
nightmare. I mean,
files.
this is, folks, this is the Death Star. This will be a day long remembered. I mean, this
I feel
is
like I'm going
mega
crazy.
freaking massive. And they're not going to. I noticed The Economist, Oma the Rothschilds, they say in the magazine they own it. It's like, oh, God, yeah, oh, look, here's all the files. We cross-referenced them. And you notice you search them, there's no Trump, no emails, no communication. They're like, oh, we're exposing, oh, look, the Rothschild lady was in charge. Even the Rothschild publications having to burn themselves. So this is rats leaving the sinking ship. But here's the danger. What do you guys think? And I'll shut up and go through all the pieces. No. What do you think they're about to pull? Now that this is going down, because the deep state, they got codes to bring down power grids. They got all sorts of networks. They got all sorts of, terror groups they're funding. They got weird white supremacists out in the woods. No, seriously, you saw famously, Maxine Waters, you say, there's Trump's training white supremacist militias and all. No, they got all sorts of crazy groups, radical Islam groups, all Hezbollah wound up, ready to go. So I'm saying we're in a maximum danger right now because Trump just dropped the fucking hammer, man. The nuke. He just dropped the fucking nuke.
Yeah. So where do we go from here? Because
that should be the headline. Trump just dropped a fucking nuke on the deep state. Trump just took the gloves off. Trump just fucking manned up. Trump just leveled up. And people don't fucking get how huge this is. This is mega motherfucking. Okay, that's as much.
Yeah.
This is mega motherfucking.
This is your show, bro.
Well, I don't normally do this, but I mean, this is fucking awesome. This is everything we wanted. And let me tell you, they ain't getting out of this. I mean, the stuff. I was driving over here, just looking at the stuff, and your crew's awesome doing small talk. I was kind of like, I mean, it's just. Cannibalism, murdering kids, delivering sex slaves.
Oh my gosh.
So you tell me what I want to show? God,
none of that is in the files.
He got it right there and then.
None of that is in the files. There has been no proof of satanic anything, baby eating, nothing. None of that is in the files.
Like I said, I'm tired. I'm dead. But I said, look, there's certain times. Hey, we got to make it happen. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, holy crap.
Well, as hot as your girlfriend is, I can just look at her. Gotta wake up right away.
Let's go. Wait, but Mario, apparently we don't like girls, apparently.
Yeah, apparently not.
You think Alex is going to get hooked up tonight?
You put me on blast, Alex.
Yeah, we're all gay.
Yeah, we are all gay. That's what they always say, right?
Myron's going to hook up Alex with he's going to Epstein Alex.
I was like, the blueberries will make you gay.
Little Epstein Island.
None of us are getting any pussy.
And Myron's.
So okay, so
Miami,
let me ask you this, I guess. So obviously, Trump's been doing really good with the poker face with the Epstein files. 'Cause I've said it for a while, like, man, this is going to hurt him a lot. Because the DOJ has been doing some good work with all the other stuff they got. The arrests are up.
Baby Satanists are not real.
They've been compared to the Chris Wray's FBI and Merrick Garland's DOJ. They're way better. They're actually.
They were going
I guess I'm
reverse
sweeping
covering up.
for
Trump was going up
something
50
that's
miles an
not
hour.
even real.
Now he's going 1,000 miles an hour.
So I didn't realize, and I didn't know that it was like pissing him off this much with the Epstein files, but I could see why, because like it was hurting his legacy. You know, people were saying, "What the fuck's going on?" And he released everything. Where do we go from here, man? What do you think?
Well, I mean, that's the thing is listeners got mad at me saying I was covering up. I was talking to the White House. I was talking to these people, I'll leave it at that. And I was getting their view and telling them what's now come out. But I was telling the White House, don't do this. They're going to stab you in the back.
I don't know. Honestly, that Ching Chong guy that was talking about the false flag, bro.
I'm just saying most of the victims, they kind of keep it
might be a false flag.
Who most of them became operatives getting other kids. So they have an incentive not to say what they really did. So when they say, "Oh, these victims know everything," no, the files know it all.
Yeah.
And so you just can't go off these women that were used and set up. He was buying kids 8, 9, 10 years old.
No, he wasn't.
He'd bring back. And
that's not true. There's no evidence of that.
He had a house in Paris and everything. Yeah.
Yeah. Who he would then
There's
organize.
no evidence of that.
The other girls. So he used women.
Yeah.
To control all the other slaves.
Yeah, no, he actually, it was
There's
crazy.
no
how he had his
evidence
system because I went through the West Palm
kids
Beach
as low
case
as
file
6,
stuff.
7, and 8.
And
Are
yeah,
you
he'd get these
kidding
high
me?
school girls, recruit them. They'd do the massage, whatever, and then they would get other girls, and he just pay them all. And he kind of like had like it was how he would insulate himself. That's what so him and Glenn would be first. Then he'd get the other girls. Then they would do all the work in getting all the other girls.
So he's a real pimp.
People are just too crazy. People are. I can't handle this shit. It's too kookery. Too kookery. Too much kookery. I'm just so can't handle it, bro.
67.
These people are kooks. There is no evidence of satanic baby eating or anything fucking satanic in the Epstein files. You know what there's a lot of proof of? Nepotistic Jewish billionaires being nepotistic Jewish billionaires. You know what there's a lot of proof of? Money laundering and other financial shit that's pretty fucking,
4K video to be
you know, pretty fucking damning, I will say. You know what else? What else have we learned in the files?
Wolf 336 just donated 1 lemons on
thank you.
Live.
What else have we learned in the files besides really that? Those are like the major things. We didn't learn anything even close to what these retarded people are saying about it. It's just kookery. Go back to dumb. Dumb old Ian Carroll here. What's he doing? 28,000 people.
I wouldn't really doubt really fucked up out there stuff like that, but it likely didn't happen.
28,000 people.
Get Alex on the LH show.
28,000 people are watching Ian Carroll. $28,000 people.
Carroll has a weird face.
28,000 people. That's crazy.
Ian Carroll is a sub 5.
And Beardsley, and I fucked my dog.
That's
I'm
crazy.
glad we have an expert of the Epstein files here.
I'm not an expert.
28K and his chat is slower
Play it
than your
over here.
chat.
I don't even think he has a YouTube chat.
When he was
Weak sauce. Weak
and
sauce.
also, I want the record to record about Epstein, not once when he was
Weak sauce. Weak
and
sauce.
also,
That's a really weird thing to say, but whatever.
I want the record
Real
to
natty
reflect
hours.
that, with this
These guys are Ian Carroll's glazing Democrats. Yeah, that's fucking cool. Fuck all these people. How long have we been glazing Epstein?
He is cooked. Exclamation mark.
How long have we been glazing Epstein?
Beardson Nate, I think I got wrapped in prison.
A shekel for a good
Yo,
guy.
Dark Wig Natty with another $5. Let's go.
There's a place where I like to go when I got no food, I got no shelter. It's a house where I can let work for many days to get out the drink and stay up the hill. I'm 7 years down. Oh yeah, I'm down, down, down. I'm 7 years down. Oh yeah, I'm down, down, down. Woke up in a pussy 6 Thursday, 2 in the morning with an all behind a gun head that was burning. For 7 years I walked down the same path. Dreams of being loved, but it's all I ever had. I'm 7 years down. Oh yeah, I'm down, down, down. I'm 7 years down. Oh yeah, I'm down, down, down. Oh. Let's go!
Marjorie Taylor Greene's in the files, bitch. Bitch, you're in the files.
10 off favorite kids smoking, cracking, drinking. They say I don't belong here, fuck you, Mohican. They call me a faggot and they shut me out, but I don't care.
The files.
I'm 7 years down. Oh yeah, I'm down, down, down.
You are a pedo.
Oh yeah, I'm down, down, down. Ah!
I called Marjorie Taylor Greene a pedo because she's in the files. But Marjorie Taylor Greene's posting at Pam Bondi and Todd Blanche sent a letter to Congress naming tons of people in the Epstein files, names that don't make any sense, like Janis Joplin, who died in the 1970s, and all kinds of politicians, including those who fought the hardest to release the files, like me, Thomas Massey, Ro Khanna, and Nancy Mace. Supposedly, Jeffrey Epstein committed suicide in 2019. I ran for Congress in 2020 and became a member of Congress in 2021. My mentions in the files are basically stories unrelated to Epstein, like me criticizing COVID mask and rules and COVID vaccine passports. Why are stories about my refusal to comply with COVID tyranny and other news stories unrelated to Epstein about me listed in the Epstein files? And then you see here, this was one of the statutes from the
MTG is a Shabana.
Epstein Files Transparency Act. A list of all government officials and publicly exposed persons named or referenced in the release materials with no redactions permitted under subsection B1. Bitch.
MTG is a scorn.
You got what you wanted. See, you know what I mean? And honestly, we have to just throw it in their face of how stupid their witch hunt and Kookery is. And obviously Marjorie Taylor Greene and Thomas Massey are definitely the main culprits of what have made the Goyim go insane, basically. But, you know, they're on the list. They're on the list. They're on the list. Thomas Massey, Marjorie Taylor Greene.
And loved by the left.
Yeah, exactly.
To Stu Peters, Stu Crew vindicated again.
Dude, honestly, true, huh?
What if these files are all just edited potentially? I don't really think they are.
Nate, imagine Tyler Russell inside you.
What the fuck is wrong with you, dude?
By fucking chicks. He made his empire of money by typing to guys and getting them to jerk off. Like, he's upset because, what, Clav is half your age, you're 40 years old, and Clav is 20. His whole operation, he brags about, you're broke and being wealthy. Remember the fact that you would have been nothing without pimping throughout your entire youth. That's why he has this animosity towards content creators, and that's why he's hating on me. It's for the fact that without, he bragged about this on the Nell podcast, going under the desk and typing to guys the best way. I knew how to make them come. Dude, twice his age, begging for attention from clavicular. Brother, Clive is literally half Tate's age.
That's crazy. I knew how to make him come. That's crazy.
And he's going
did Andrew Tate really say that?
Trying any sort of way to maintain relevancy.
Generate talk, but blocks comments with
And
slurs
dudes.
low.
And we're gonna mog chicks and dudes. Mogging.
But yeah, no metrosexual, faggy garbage.
I said Sneeko is not involved in this. This is you and me. That's why it's going to be big. He's going to sit around and cry his eyes out that he's not involved in the biggest brand launch in history. That's what's going to happen.
No, I don't care about your brand launch or whatever you're trying to go on to next. Okay, I'm not crying. You did a whole Jewish apology tour on every single podcast, and now you're mad that people are waking up about the Goyim because of the Epstein files. You were the one who said, I'm sorry.
Waking up about the Goyim? What does that mean? That's not what? People are waking up about the Goyim. Wouldn't it be people are waking up that the Jews, about the Jews, are waking up that Jews,
Is dope. He's
what Jews think
No one would know
about
who
them?
Sneeko is without Andrew Goyed.
True.
Sneeko is a regard. Why is Sneeko even famous? Retard.
Because he literally sold his soul to the devil and did satanic black magic gay modeling.
Morning, Mr. Lewis.
Guilty.
No, sir. This is initial hearing. We are not.
Sneeko was 2 sub 5 in Mongoloid looking to do
Big Papa Fash is right about this. Many right-wing, or quote-unquote right-wing talking heads are so fucking stupid that they don't realize many of their audience members who push them towards Trump as a pedophile are actually covert leftists. They have done this to the creators and channels for years. The left is smart and you're not. That's actually true. That's actually true. The audience pushes a lot of these people to do, like, think about it. Think about you retards when I try to fucking explain the Epstein files to you, and then you guys start phasing out and shit, you know. But I have willpower, and I will not succumb to chat, and I can make up my own mind. Where many of these creators, especially bigger ones that have bigger audiences, you know, they're slaves to their chat, slaves to the masses, slaves to the goyim, really. Which is sad, really sad. It's actually true though, from Big Papa Fash.
Creativity movement. I'm a creator. W. Crown emoji. Free Mad Hail.
Remember when Beardson said he would move out of Kentucky? It's 4 years later, and he hasn't.
I mean, I can't really hate on that. I've been saying I'm gonna move out of California for fucking years now. Shout out all the real men who sent their women flowers today. Oh my god, this is giving me incel rage. Fuck you. AF Groiper Hangout, should we infiltrate this? Should we go in anonymous and see what the Groipers are talking about?
Yes, LOL.
Cook him. Keep cooking him.
EOG's just been over there, just fucking giddy, just fucking giggling with his mic muted, all shy.
We talked about.
Do y'all think that Russian women's accents are hot because of Red Alert 2?
I have to agree with that.
That's what got me onto Russian women's accent. Like when they speak English, is Red Alert 2, Yuri's Revenge. So freaking hot.
Oh shit! It's not my handle. He wants to speak.
Are Gooner Central.
Get him on.
I thought he's typically a voice cell.
Oh, let's see.
No way. He's not gonna
This is the
talk.
Groiper discourse.
I fucking love not my handle.
Hello.
No fucking way. That is
You
not
hear
his
me?
voice.
Здравствуйте, Дими. Как дела?
Нормально у тебя, пацан?
Нет.
Fucking
Нет?
Russians.
Нет. Нет,
Russian Groipers. Oh my fucking
This
god.
nigga's using a voice changer.
Nah, there ain't no voice changing, nigga.
Oh, he's black.
Let's
Holy
go.
shit! Mind blown.
He
Not
is.
my handle's black. Oh my! I wouldn't. I thought he was the whitest guy ever. I didn't.
Okay, these are like fucking 12-year-olds. The Groipers are literally like all 12-year-olds.
Tell them it's Moggy Jr.
That's crazy. That's insanity. What are the Epstein freaks doing?
So we have this short amount of time, and I feel like right now is the time to wake up Texas, help spread the word.
Jang. Boomer Waffen is storming Zorro Ranch. CQ Radio 1488 Radio and Racialist Radio on X are the top Zitter spaces I recommend.
Or one gov.
Disgusting.
Brett Cooper has those psycho eyes. Sounds like cringe Wignet spaces.
So he joined our side.
Thomas Massey
Cool sometimes, but are kinda normie and
is a
Tars lot.
pedophile. Is a pedophile. Thomas Massey.
Remember when Beardson said, "We've always been in alignment with the Wignats."
Did he really? What a piece of shit.
5 years later,
Whatever works for you,
he's
Tom Dank.
the representative of the head of the Toronto Commission. So it's all. So here's the deal.
It's nuts.
Bill
Bill Barr is the head.
Killing his wife, and he was in the Epstein files. The FBI said he liked to date retarded women.
JF didn't do nothing. JF didn't do nothing.
Hangings in 1924. You have to make an example out of these people. We stopped public executions. We stopped public hangings in 1924. I would bring them back for the people in the Epstein files and any sex trafficker. I don't want 20 years on death row. I want fair trial. I want full due process. And when they are convicted, I want a public hanging Sunday hanging for the whole world to see. This is what we do to you. I can't go back and obviously stop these things from happening. But my pledge, if elected the 47th governor of Florida, is I will spare no resource to make sure that every Floridian identified in the Epstein file.
Florida.
Fishback. Nah, it's gonna be Thomas Massey. No. It's gonna be Thomas Massey launching his Rumble podcast. First episode, James Fishback interview. Dude, James Fishback is obviously doing this to start like a podcast after the race. Or whatever, dude.
Not been able to meet with this department.
Fishback is a Colombian Sephardic, but he'll probably be decent.
No, he's retarded.
Is he pushed for Ohio governor? What's Outdoor Boys up to?
Blade is live?
Fishback is a very serious political figure. He was on my show.
Fishback's an idiot.
Very serious.
Is it just me, or is Epstein the Democrats' new Russiagate?
Yes.
Did you see SJC do a citizen's arrest?
No, who did he arrest? It is the new Russiagate, bro. It's crazier than the Russiagate, though. It's a little bit different, actually, to be honest.
Fishback is the Aryan honorary we need JK Keck. He arrested a dude that did a hit and run.
Fishback is our god.
Fishy. Fishback. Fishback. Rabbi presses me on Valentine's Day.
Happy Valentine's Day and Shabbat Shalom.
What advice would you give to
You know
people?
Yossi Farrow?
What's that?
Yossi Farrow, the rabbi did a Shabbat.
Actually, I talked to him this morning.
Yeah, he's one of my best friends.
What happened to that Matt Gates guy? Is that Kyle Lang guy still?
He just has a show on OAN.
How the fuck do
I
you
don't
even
think
get
so.
a name as weird as Fishback?
I don't know. I don't know. All these people suck.
I see your point, Nate. Fishback will probably serve as an RFK Jr. He probably won't do shit.
Fishback is not going to win anything. Fishback is going to start a podcast after he gets like 1% of the vote. If not, if like maybe 0.5%. Anyways.
Fishback is a true patriot.
Is he? Fishback is cooked. We'll see Marjorie Taylor Greene and Owen Schroyer.
Well, happy Friday, guys. It is, oh boy, Friday the
this
13th.
dumb bitch.
Well, it's actually my lucky day because I've got Marjorie Taylor Greene on the show to start with. And so we're going to kind of forego our normal procedures to start the show. We'll reset the show when Marjorie leaves, but we want to take as much time with Marjorie as we can. Let's start it off a little light, Marjorie, and I'll just ask you, how's life outside of Congress?
Oh, it's pretty good.
looks like a
Owen,
man
you
that
know, for
creeps
most
me
people, I don't know how much they know about my career. I was never involved in politics until the previous 6 years of my life. And so I'll be 52 years old this year. Most of my adult life had nothing to do with politics. So I am very happily back in what I consider the normal world.
You quit,
Well,
you dumb
despite
bitch.
What your detractors
You
say,
quit.
You look great for 52, and I won't
You're a
name names.
quitter.
I won't name names, but you look better than some of your detractors that are in their 30s. I'll just leave it at that. Okay?
What the fuck?
Thank you. I appreciate that.
What
I think we
the
can all
fuck?
probably guess who I'm talking
Bro,
about, but we don't need to name names.
Nah.
I find it funny. I'm curious.
Owen
What do you
Schroyer would
think about the fact that
nah,
you-
bro. Owen Schroyer would rather crack MTG than AOC. No way. No way. He really just said he'd rather crack MTG than AOC, bro. No way. This dude's gay, right? That's fucking crazy. Wait out. Did he really just say? Did he really just say that he would rather crack MTG than AOC, bro? No fucking
better
way.
than some of your detractors that are in their 30s. I'll just leave it at that.
That's
okay?
Well,
AOC.
thank you. I appreciate that.
I think we
Bro,
can all probably guess who I'm talking about.
Even she was like, "What the fuck?"
But we don't need to name names. I find it funny. I'm curious. What do you think about the fact that you have left the swamp? You're out of the swamp. You're not dealing with it, and yet your husband is still in there every day dealing with the swamp monsters. Do you
Just
guys
the
laugh
browser,
about that?
then.
Yes, we do actually. And, you know, he's got a tough job. He's, of course, covering as much of the administration and all the news as possible.
Yeah, your second
And it's
husband.
definitely a lot to keep up, but I'm always so proud of Brian. He does an incredible job and truly appreciate him. He's my #1 supporter.
Well, we definitely appreciate him. I know it gets tough in those press gaggles, especially with all the pressure the administration is kind of applying to the media, which has always kind of been Trump's technique. But I think more of it is now applied to the right, where if you don't get in line, the pressure starts to get exerted on you. So I'm really glad that there are some people that are on the right, politically on the right side. And I think on the right side of some other stories too, not even the political lines being drawn, but just the right side of history. And I know that there's a lot of pressure to kind of try to fall in line. So so it's good for it's good for Brian.
No, dude, don't be black pilled.
He's not letting that pressure crack him. And I think that this is what you dealt with. Quite frankly,
in the
I think this
midterms.
is what you dealt with. This is what we've seen Massey deal with.
Yeah.
Do you want to kind of talk about that pressure and the difference between the first administration and the second administration as far as that pressure exerted against the media is concerned?
Yeah, and I think this is a great topic. It's something that needs to be talked about on our side. The Democrats don't do this to each other. They support one another. I mean, in every single way. It's
You're acting
incredible.
like a Democrat, you dumb
envious of
bitch.
that. I wish
you went
on the
against
right
Trump.
that we were more supportive and actually had everyone standing for what we campaigned on, not just campaigning and making promises like you heard in 2024 and in 2020 and even back in 2016. But when Republicans get in full power, actually following through
She's literally just a hater.
and votes. As well as decisions made in the admin and the White House, literally delivering exactly what we promised. That's my frustration. But what we're seeing right now on our side, and it happened in the first admin, is there's a lot of knives out. And if you are not 100% loyal, I mean, literally like a mind hive, then you are attacked. You are called ridiculous names like panicans.
You dumb bitch. You dumb bitch. She literally just said the Democrats stick together and are 100% loyal to each other. And then this dumb bitch is like, oh, but if you're not loyal to Trump, you know, the guy who won the fucking mandate of the, you know, Republican Party, then you're called a panican or whatever. What a dumb fucking bitch.
About that.
You're pushed all the way out, like you saw what happened to me, what you're seeing happen to Thomas Massey, what you see social media influencers get attacked if they are not towing the line and speaking the absolute MAGA talking points. And then you also see it in the press.
Fuck you, bitch.
You know, and I don't really give them total credit because I don't think they've ever been fair to the president or even fair to all of us. They have not been fair to us and our views. But you did.
Bitch, you went on The View. You went on The View.
She wouldn't win in Senate.
Yeah, exactly. This bitch went on The View and was fucking chopping it up with the Democrats and all that shit. Bitch, you stupid fucking bitch. What are you talking about? You don't care. You don't care how the media treats you. Are in bed with the media now. Fuck you.
This high stakes demand to be literally 100% like a drone. And that's ridiculous. We're Americans. We can have our own opinions. We can say whatever we think and feel. And that is exactly how it should be. But there is a problem on the right, and you know, you're seeing it in Congress, you're seeing it in the admin, and I think it's going to continue to get worse.
Well, I think a lot of people now are sick of the left-right paradigm. And
oh my God,
I'm kind of the same way. I don't like being put in any of these boxes. I mean, there's no doubt.
Are you fucking kidding me?
We're talking about raw politics. Most of my policy beliefs or arguments are going to fall into what would be considered the right wing.
Owen is a libtard now.
But it seems that really we are up against a uniparty. It seems like no matter whether it's the left or the right, the uniparty always moves in lockstep.
It's a lot fucking different if the Republicans are in power versus the Democrats. Are you kidding me?
It's the donor class.
We just went through 4 years of Joe Biden letting in tens of millions of illegals. Are you fucking kidding me? These people are so dishonest. These people are dishonest pieces of shit. Owen Schroyer, you should be ashamed of yourself. You are a dishonest fucking grifter, dude. Fuck you.
You so rapidly.
I fuck these people that are like, oh, the left-right paradigm. Oh, there's no difference if Democrats are in power. These people want the country to go to hell. These people want the country to go to hell. Okay? Fuck these people, dude.
You know, I don't want to make you talk about that this entire time. I know you've been talking about it and thinking about it probably too much for the last couple couple of months. But I do think, outside of just what you had to deal with, from people watching for the outside, it's like, okay, this is the perfect example right here.
Mm-hmm.
And like you said, it really only happens on the right. The left will always kind of protect their own. I'm sure when AOC and kind of the new left was having their coming of age moment, Nancy Pelosi was kind of like, not so fast. She kind of tampered that down. Yeah. She got him to fall back in line. And, AOC kind of played the role. And she said, all right, fine. We'll wait. We'll let you run things, even though we're sick of you. We're sick of you too. We'll let you have it out. We'll let you finish it out. And then we'll kind of have our takeover. And I think that that's coming now. I think that we're starting to see that now with the AOCs, the Frosts, and kind of the coming of age radical left. But they kind of said, fine, we'll let the current power structure of the Democrats run out their time, and then we'll take ours. I feel like it's inevitably going to happen on the right, but there's definitely more pushback. And when you don't fall in line and you don't cower, like frankly AOC did, and I don't know if you saw a recent speech. It looks like now she might even be selling out to the foreign interests, but that's a different story. It does seem like when the right wing, the anti-establishment right wing stands strong and has a spine, they do everything they can to destroy you. Another example is Thomas Massey.
Yeah. Yeah, no, two issues there. I'll address AOC. She's absolutely sold out to foreign interest. Last year, I brought multiple amendments to the floor for votes to remove funding of foreign governments. Egypt was one of them. Israel was another one. And so I only had 6 members of Congress vote for my amendment to strip funding of Israel.
You've never done anything in Congress, Marjorie. You haven't had one bill of yours get anything done. You haven't done nothing. You are basically went to Congress to become an influencer. It's like Congress is now like a tryout run for being the next freaking influencer. You know what I mean? It's fucking crazy.
She says she quitted.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. She is like irrelevant, but it's just
she is a failure as a politician.
Yeah.
She cabbage.
It's just like, I don't know.
Do you think Owen got raped in prison?
Maybe that's what happened. He got raped in prison and he turned gay and libtarded.
And I had many more members of Congress vote to strip funding for other foreign countries, but only 6 voted to strip funding from Israel, and AOC was not one of the 6. It was some hardcore squad members, myself.
MTG is on the Epstein file. Margie is so hot I need her mommy milk. Nick and the Grow I
Dude, I can't believe Owen Schroyer said he'd rather crack MTG. Dude, do I need to tweet that out? Owen Schroyer said he'd rather crack MTG than AOC.
Yes.
I'm gonna just put it under his latest tweet. That's crazy. You said
tweet it out
in your MTG interview you would rather crack her than AOC.
Clip it and ship it. I wouldn't fuck either of them.
I will be Lieutenant Governor of California under James Fishback.
Florida. Tell James Worley a little bit. He is trying to rizz up a single mom in Ybor right now.
I don't care about James Worley.
I'm Lieutenant Governor of Florida, Beardson Biardi, and I'm doing this first press conference. Any questions, NBC?
Newport Thomas Massey. Look at this. Jake Shields. Multiple 13-year-olds claim they were both raped. 13 was their type.
Remember when Nick was shilling
Well, Big Papa Fash, who I think seems to have a pretty clear head here, saying, you believe this. You Peters, you don't? These people. W Big Papa Fash for being irrational. I haven't really seen Big Papa Fash's takes on the Epstein trip, but it seems like he's there has been to date not a single shred of compelling evidence that Donald Trump has anything to do with the Epstein sex string. That's true. That's true. That's true.
Before the end of the Second World War, the West had been
expanding. Me off
expanding.
so much in the summer, but he was right. This shit is a hoax.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's okay. I was mad at Trump last year too. I was black-pilled. But I take it back. But I mean, ultimately, I think it's okay if you were black-pilled last year, but you just need to not be black-pilled anymore. But really, as long as you weren't like a groiper retard and you didn't vote for Trump, then whatever. You know, you're good. But if you were black-pilled last year and shit, and you were falling for the black pill demoralization bullshit, I get it. I get it.
I wasn't black-pilled. I was just annoyed with the Iran strikes.
Yeah. Oh my God.
T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7.
We need more Americans fighting foreign wars.
Why? Or Loomer's got a new book about
Nate wanted to be
Tucker
a cozy
Carlson.
streamer so bad.
I did. I wanted to make money. Riker, bro, you used to be able to go on Cozy and just get instant money for just being. Honestly, it was like that a little bit. Damn it, I dropped my lighter.
Nick had Cozy botted.
Did he? Yeah, he had the button, right?
You should still ask Nick if he'll give you a cozy channel.
Yeah.
The Bean,
Jay Dyers.
the bulldog of Cozy, chased everyone off till there's no one left. Lol.
Jay Dyer says the real aliens aren't a psyop, or the real aliens that aren't a psyop are called demons. I don't know. I don't know. I think aliens might be real. You know, dude. Like it's like impossible for aliens not to be real, bro. Like mathematically.
Weed, 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 weed.
True. But like it's like mathematically impossible for there not to be aliens. And I don't know, like whatever, dude. You want to think space is fake and science is fake and all gay and shit, whatever, dude. That's Goyim behavior, though.
Did weed.
That's Goyim behavior. Science is actually Aryan, okay? Science is Aryan, bro. Okay? You were psyoped by the Jews to become anti-science and anti space. The Jews know if the Aryan man unlocked space travel, we would be unstoppable.
You deleted my character in Toontown.
They can't stop us from reaching space. We're going to fucking the moon. We're going back to the fucking moon. Oh, dude, that's what I want to watch. That's some white pilling shit. Let's watch the
Uh-oh, here comes Moggy Jr.
Let's watch the moon mission stuff. Artemis 2 launch journey revealed. Artemis 2. Oh. Humans are going farther than ever. What's the best new Artemis 2 video? Look at this libtard trying to hate on the Artemis 2. Why is this libtard hating on it?
Artemis 2 is sending 4 astronauts to the moon for the first time since 1972. Like, it's happening this month. As someone who has spent most of their adult life learning about the Apollo program, making space race content, who's met 16 Apollo astronauts, I have to be honest, I'm not that excited about the mission. It feels weird to not be excited about humans returning to the moon. And even weirder that there's been almost no news coverage. I mean, did you even know?
Why is she mad? Because Trump's sending him?
There's actually a lot to say about Artemis 2, about the landscape.
She's a libtard. Fuck you, bitch. We're going back to the moon. The libtards are mad that we're going to the moon. Fuck you. Let's see here.
In this house, we believe Black Lives Matter. Women's rights are human rights. No human is illegal. Science is real. Love is love.
Science is real.
Her pussy looks sore.
You were psyop to think science is not real.
NASA is preparing for Artemis 2, its first crewed mission around the moon in more than 50 years.
Is this AI?
Scheduled for early 2026.
This is AI.
The flight will send.
In this house, we believe Black Lives
This was the NBC one we watched already.
Human rights. No human is illegal. Science is real. Love is love. Kindness is everything.
We're going to the moon. This is the one we watched already, right? The NBC one. This is the one we already watched. This is the one we already watched.
Vote kindness.
Rollout at the Kennedy Space Center. Artemis, with NASA's most powerful rocket ever, the Space Launch System, or SLS, on a 12-hour, 4-mile crawl to the launch pad. And
look closely at this satellite image of the moon. You can still see tracks in the dust and part of the capsule from the last time humans were there.
That's crazy.
That was Apollo 17, more than 50 years ago. The final mission in the space race that put man on the moon. But now, there's a new race to go back. So why now? And why has it taken so long?
You can't let China up on the moon.
To understand this new space race, we need to understand the first one.
The first space race back in the 1960s was all about the United States of America and the Soviet Union trying to demonstrate their technological superiority as part of a much wider geopolitical battle to prove themselves the superpower of the world.
Russia was the first to put an object, an animal, and a person into orbit. But in 1969, America won the race to put man on the moon.
Yep.
It's one small step for man.
By 1972, 12 US astronauts had been to the moon.
3, 2, 1.
But then the missions stopped.
Right away, Houston. Vector good.
The reason the US didn't continue after 1972 is that the lunar exploration program was very expensive. It was billions of dollars, and President Nixon at the time pointed out that, well, we've already been there, and more importantly, we have defeated the Soviet Union in this race.
America still talked about going back.
Back to the moon,
do not redeem.
back to the future.
Returning to the moon is an important step for our space program.
But focus shifted to other priorities like satellites in the International Space Station.
White lives matter.
Meanwhile, China was building its own moon program.
Oh, nah.
In 2006, its chief scientist said lunar exploration was a reflection of a country's power.
You got a problem with Christ,
And in 2013, China landed an unmanned craft on the moon.
What?
Which nobody had done since the 1970s. Soon, the US was paying attention.
Oh my gosh.
The directive I'm
We
signing
cannot let
today
China
will
win.
refocus America's space program on human exploration and discovery.
China have made it clear that they want to emulate the US success of the 60s and land.
We can't let China win.
The US don't want to see China do that alone, and so
No, I think you left earlier, Psychotic. I said
humans to the moon in the coming years.
I told I think you left before I told you that I'm not mad and I'm not beefing, but the Epstein shit's ridiculous right now.
In 2022.
The Epstein hysteria is ridiculous.
In step 2,
and people are going crazy
for the first time in more than 50 years. But there aren't plans to land people on the surface until step 3 in 2027 at the earliest. Progress now is slower than in the first space race.
I got faith, bro.
One reason for that is concerns about safety.
The appetite for risk back then was much greater than it is now. In many ways,
where is that?
Apollo astronauts were very lucky.
Is that in Florida?
Business.
Or in
the rocket is hundreds of tons of exploding fuel.
Or where's it by?
NASA has built a new rocket called the Space Launch System to get its astronauts to the moon. And private companies like SpaceX and Blue Origin are building the technology needed to land.
Dude, we gotta save the moon
this is
from
to try and
China.
keep costs down.
We gotta save the moon from China.
But some have said
we gotta save the moon from
delays.
China, dude.
Look at the architecture that we have developed.
We gotta save the moon.
American astronauts on the moon.
Fire.
It is extraordinarily complex. It is highly unlikely that we will land on the moon before China.
China's goal is to send humans to the moon by 2030.
Oh, hell no, bro.
And it says it isn't in a race with the US.
No. We can't fucking lose.
But China's president, Xi Jinping, says its ambition is to be a space power.
Fuck no.
American officials are clear how they feel about that.
We cannot lose the moon and lose the race to the moon to China.
If we fall behind, if we make a mistake, we may never catch up, and the consequences could shift the balance of power here on Earth.
As the
we cannot lose to the moon to China, bro. This is actually big, bro. This is actually big.
Artemis Accords that about 60 nations have signed, including India, which is a major spacefaring nation.
Principle.
On the other hand, you have China that is leading the International Lunar Research Station. Russia is a main collaborator.
I don't think I got it.
That have joined that side.
I'm retarded. I don't know.
Chinese programs aim to have permanent bases on the moon. And getting there first may be the key.
The moon is the size of Africa, and there are only some regions on the moon that has resources.
Steak will be legal on the moon, dude.
First, and you have permanent infrastructure. Then if another nation has to land there, they have to take your permission.
Focus is on the moon's south pole, because frozen in its deep craters, there's water. This is essential to support human life on the moon.
Dude, moon water?
Not only for astronauts to drink, but because water is made from hydrogen and
I want to drink moon water. That shit's probably pure, bro. Imagine moon glacier water.
Can become rocket fuel.
Oh man, that's some pure fucking water right there. That's better than any.
This time, we will not only plant our flag.
That's pure shit.
We will establish a foundation for an eventual mission to Mars, and perhaps someday to many worlds beyond.
So their argument is that the moon is going to serve as that base of infrastructure, human ingenuity, where you actually utilize lunar
Why is this cheat lady got to explain it though?
Some of those resources are hidden in
maybe because the BBC,
including helium-3, which could one day power nuclear fusion reactors and is very rare and expensive on Earth. But extracting it from the moon has never been tried.
You have to send all the equipment to the moon. You then have to do all that processing, contain your helium-3, return it safely to Earth, and then use it. And the cost of that will be substantial. Will the benefit be worth it?
What is moon water?
We rise
moon water, dude.
That's one of many unknowns in this new race to the moon, but the ambitions are clear.
The first space race was a lot about missions. The space
you can't let China win.
It's about activity. It's not just
you
one
can't
mission.
let China win, bro.
It's this connection of activities that...
I'm for real about that. That shit's important, dude. We cannot let China win that shit, bro. That shit's important, dude. You know what China's gonna do if they get the moon? Do you know what China's gonna do if they get the moon, dude? They could do some bad stuff if they get the moon, bro.
You'd believe we've been to the moon when the Chinese unironically go there. China just waiting to steal tech, lunar space lasers.
Yeah, dude. Chinese space lasers. Literally, dude.
Imagine China with a monopoly on moon cheese.
Fuck. We must save the moon from China.
Weird, Letty is talking about the moon right now. Also go shoot your shot, Nate. They gonna open up a takeout place for the space station. At Zlatini sounds cool.
Okay,
I might search that up. If they take our moon cheese, we gotta take him out. Nuclear option.
I've already seen Letty's nudes. They're on the internet. All you have to do is search Letty's nudes. Isn't that crazy? Imagine you get with a girl and like all you have to do is search up her name and nudes and they're on the internet right there. Full pussy out. That's crazy. That's crazy.
If it's skewed, at least he'll know. We can make real moon mans by mining the moon and combing it with AI tech. Imagine China fucking your girl on the moon. Betty is the better Letty.
Is she?
Nate seen my nudes on Leaked. Combining. Whose nudes?
What to watch now?
Good morning and welcome to the Silk Farm. Right now we're in the Vietnamese highlands, about a 1-hour drive from the city of Dalat. Because of its unique geography, this part of Vietnam is much cooler, making it ideal for silk production. Silk production that begins in the house right behind me. Let's go take a look. Welcome to Lam Hat Village. This place is famous for silkworm production, but instead of having a gigantic industrial-sized farm, they have tons of little home farms like what you see here. Come take a look at this. In this room right here, we have millions of silkworms. These worms are in their larval stage, but I would say they're towards the end of that stage. They are big, fat, plump, and juicy. Their body feels so silky on the outside. They're so smooth. That'd make a nice boot. Now, these guys right here, in just a few days from now, are going to be making their cocoons, and that is where we get that coveted silk. That said, I have a ton of questions about how this process works and how, at the end of it, we end up with food.
Silkworm pupa are widely eaten throughout Southeast Asia, but getting them to the table requires an incredibly complex process. Today we'll see how silkworms are raised into fluffy cocoons. Then we'll go to a silk factory where cocoons undergo a complex process in order to remove the juicy pupa from within. Finally, a restaurant will cook those pupa into something that's either delicious,
they actually smell very good,
or a complete disaster. In the meantime, Ms. Heen, the owner of this small farm, walks me through the worm rearing process.
Let's talk about the life cycle of the silkworm. It all starts with the egg. Can you tell me more about how you get the eggs, and then tell me about the whole life cycle from there?
She didn't hatch them from the egg. She collected the larva first.
Joining me today, Hanoi, Vietnam native and food enthusiast, Vun.
So when you get the silkworm, they're small, they're thin, they're hungry. Can you talk a little bit about what these worms are eating?
So they eat mulberry leaves and they wouldn't eat any other leaves.
Silkworms prefer mulberry leaves, freshly cut and served every 5 hours. In order to meet this massive appetite, silkworm farmers usually double as mulberry growers. Miss Heen's husband gathers leaves from their mulberry field 4 to 5 times a day.
Jeez, 4 to 5 times a day?
Worms and eventually quality silk. But it also means a nice juicy pupa. What you see here has been Miss Heen's daily routine for 8 years.
What brought you to raising silkworms?
So because Lamha is known for a great weather to rear the silkworm, and also she didn't have to invest a lot of money. So at first she invested around 50 million Vietnam dong, and then the whole rack like this she invested around 20 million Vietnam dong.
Okay, that's not bad.
You can be a potential investor.
Well, I want to be a tycoon. Hubble bubble.
12 days of non-stop eating later, and the silkworms finally reach their mature size.
Some of these guys are absolutely massive, thick. They're plump. Have you ever touched a silkworm?
No, I haven't.
Oh, fantastic, because there's like a million here. Let me grab some.
Oh my gosh.
Maybe just hold out your hand. Here we go.
Oh, it's not bad.
I like silk.
Very soft.
Right? There you go.
Oh no, not. Ooh.
They're so docile.
But why do they gotta eat them?
Yeah. So their feet are really
silk
sticky.
stuff
They usually are
feels
crawling around
nice, but like,
saved it.
why do they gotta eat them
Well, not
too?
by you, even though they probably
I
could. The
appreciate
worst they can
I
do-
appreciate this lady that she's doing this so we can have silk fabrics, because silk fabrics are nice, you know. But why do we gotta eat them?
Is be gushy, which we're going to experience soon as we eat them. Did you know that people in Vietnam eat this?
No, not really.
In the meantime, most of this graduating worm class will move to these wooden racks where they'll start spinning up cocoons.
In a year, do you know how many silkworms you're producing or how many cocoons you're selling?
Here it takes 3 days for the worms to spin up cocoons that will eventually enclose them.
In 1 year, she can sell 1.5 to 1.8 tons of cocoon.
That's a crazy amount. Many people maybe have never held a cocoon. It weighs nothing. You put it in your hand and you don't even know something's there. So a ton of cocoons. It could fill this entire room, I would imagine.
A silkworm normally spends 2 weeks sealed inside its cocoon before emerging as a moth. But before that happens, Miss Heen sells them to a nearby silk factory for $4 per pound.
Soon we're going to be heading to a factory where we're actually going to see how the silkworm pupa is released from the cocoon. But for now, there's something special fun. When I set out to come to a silkworm farm, I did not think this would be on the menu.
Gross,
this is new to me. This is something I've discovered quite recently. Here we have larvae prepared 2 ways. So we have boiled and we have fried. Did you know that people in Vietnam ate this?
No, not really. And I have never tried it before, so I'm pretty nervous.
Good. Honest. I like it.
Even that, she's Vietnamese and she don't even want to eat that.
Miss Heen boils the silkworms without any seasonings to preserve their natural flavor.
The big question to me is, I thought you guys were supposed to be making a profit from the worms. The worms turn into cocoons, the cocoons turn into silk, but you are eating the worms. Why is it okay to eat the worms?
Normally, he wouldn't sell these as food. They don't make much profit. But if he has close friends or like family members want to eat these, he's just gonna make these. Or like if someone call him up and then order them, he's gonna save some for them. But not many people eat these.
Yeah, I like it. Someone's like, hey boss, need some larvae for Friday. Having a shindig. Fun. Moments ago, you were holding one of these in your hand.
I know.
No,
Honestly,
I just, I have my,
I'm just gonna choose the sauce.
you can stream on Substack now.
Yeah.
I stream on there.
This sauce is going to be doing a lot of heavy lifting.
And I have my archive now there.
Cheers.
It can't bite you, but it hurts you in a different way.
It's popping.
Yeah, that's the problem. So the texture is kind of the weirdest part, the part that's hardest to get used to. That skin, it's gone from being soft,
that's
silky,
disgusting.
to a bit leathery. As your teeth pop the worm, like all the insides gush out.
It's a little bit sweet though.
Yeah, it is a riding platform, but it's got more stuff. Now it's basically like multimedia. You can do podcasts, live stream, video,
bathroom before he cooked that.
writing.
I don't think so. Do you actually like this? You don't have to pretend for the
Yeah, this is fucked up. I can't believe they'd eat that. That's so fucked up. Humans aren't supposed to eat bugs like that, dude. That's not primal. Going on? What's clavicular doing?
What? I don't matter.
You getting pressed?
Bro, like even if I did have ketamine, dumbass, you think I'd give it to you? Do a selfie.
Do a selfie, bro. Get back.
Good spot.
Honestly, dude, clavicular's bodyguard. It has a pretty hard job, dude. Because people are fucking crazy with this dude.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna lie.
Girls in the section.
He probably charges a lot.
Your friend is retarded, you know that, right?
He's not my friend though.
You can come away with me while I get a
I want you guys to guess how far away the cuck is.
Dude, that bitch is kind of chopped.
Yeah. I mean, this place is alright though.
It's kind of lame.
All orbiters.
They all are. They're all the same, to be honest with you. How old are you?
Yeah, this shit is lame. That shit is kind of lame.
How old are you?
A little older than that.
They're all just like crowding around Clav, bro. Look at this bitch. Look at this bitch, dude. Oh my god, dude. She's like, she's like, look at the way, dude. Oh my god, dude.
I appreciate it. Thank you. What's that? Yeah, no, I'm only about a year older than you.
She's fucking.
I'd be a sophomore in college.
She's fucking just loving the fucking attention.
Okay.
The camera.
What's your grades? Are you stupid or what? All A's?
She is kind of chopped. Anyways, what's Lowell's doing? Still driving. You said Letty was talking about the moon?
Oh, okay, card fall.
I'll hang out eat clavicular
Okay,
if I
will it
could
be
smash
bad?
all the hyenas,
Ooh,
but I
it's
don't care
another
about fame.
wands.
See how appeasing they are for clout.
This kind of feels like
She's doing witchcraft? Burner.
maybe they've got too many.
Dice doing.
And then what? I don't even know where to leave it.
Yeah, but that was
Well, I
like
mean,
15
does your hotel
minutes
parking?
ago. She working her sex.
There's 24/7
Watch the SJC clip.
Yeah, I mean, you could take. You know how to drive stick?
Yeah, kind of.
Come on, man.
No, kind of. Like I learned. Like,
Kind of?
Yeah, I learned like 4 months ago, so I might be a little rusty, but it should be fine. It's just like hold the clutch.
I don't want the car to get broken into and shit, though. If you park it on the street.
I typo so much it's like
Can you call him a taxi?
Low-key changing the English language low. Not this one.
Asian drivers are probably crazier than Nigerian drivers. How is he saying? You know how many people are in these taps? He doesn't know. But even this, there's like 8 people on the top of this fucking truck. There's 8 people right here.
All right, wait. Oh my God, the big Leon.
See that?
Yo. Who is it? Yo, Leon, you got no fucking aura.
Burn the witches.
Roll down the window.
Wait, can you put his window down, Mia?
She gets you. So she
Look at this girl smoking a big old hookah.
I'm almost here to save you. I know. I need her.
Let's see what's going on Kick. Dean Carroll's.
Shabbat shalom, motherfuckers. That's all I got in me tonight. I'm too pissed off.
Okay, dude. Shabbat shalom, motherfuckers. Oh gosh, I hate this timeline. What's going on Kick?
Your homie Biddy is live grinding on some MP single player shooter.
Yeah, he's grinding. There's nothing going on. All these people with nothing. With nothing.
Biddy is the Wasian stoner king lol.
That's
Betty is my favorite. Nate, are you good editing?
Not really, no. Not really, like video editing, no.
People look at it. I'm a wasp. Like, I don't want to be flattered by you. It's kind of like weirdly insulting that you like me. You know, it's kind of like that question of, you know, does the Mona Lisa become uglier as more and more ugly people look at it? And I think the answer is yes.
Do you think in the same way a movement can lose its essence as it attracts a larger audience?
Yes.
Well, he got tired of me winning, so he joined our side.
Any other days of the week, I don't want to have to know what he said on Truth Social, and I don't want to have to know his opinion on the Super Bowl or on anything for that, or Taylor Swift for that matter. Do you know many women are never going to vote Republican because he had to attack Taylor Swift, which I think is absolutely ridiculous.
Oh my gosh.
There's just places that need, there's just parts of our lives that
Marjorie Taylor Greene has gone full libtard, bro. What a dumb bitch. Stupid.
Foids are so cooked. Do you work on computer from home?
Yeah.
MTG is a feminist.
She's a feminazi.
North, how is your editing skills?
Feeling that within our lifetimes, something cataclysmic is going to come. This city that we were just talking about that they built, this beautiful city, and Western civilization as we know it is going to collapse in our lifetimes. And I think that men at home have to be zen enough to understand what that means. They have to be prepared to do what it takes to survive.
Okay, Andrew Tate.
I downloaded Caden Live once and couldn't figure out how to use it.
Caden Live.
DRMPTTAC KEDTAL or SWIFTREE.
It obsessively, and I watched every single angle, and I organized this angle from the side, left, and so my work was dedicated to trying to figure out what happened that day, who was there, what are the names of the people.
On Discord.
That fight to release the Epstein files came directly from President Trump, and I know
Acquaintance.
Here is Maxwell talking to a redacted person about bringing kids in buses to the desert. 100 screaming children in the desert is an overpowering sound. Let's see here.
Large margin, her big biceps and muscles, who buddy.
Hey kids, I think I totally missed on the Winter Olympics. And, none of us knew what the 100 screaming kids would look like, but now we know. My colleague said that finally, no, the only thing they can overpower my voice. 100 screaming kids, we almost lost. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. This This is obviously more just retardation. There's 100 screaming kids in the desert. Now there's 100 streaming kids in the desert.
For child predators.
Now there's 100 screaming kids in the desert. Amazing. The Epstein files just a new conspiracy, a new fucking retardation every fucking hour, every minute. That's gonna get this thing right here of just some random bullshit. This is gonna get like 10,000 likes, 500,000 views or whatever, and it's like just retarded. And it's just gonna keep going and going and going. In the desert, there's 100 kids now in the desert. That's the new one. Epstein had a bus full of kids in the desert and starved them in the desert, I guess.
The Epstein files are wild, but some of the conspiratism going around is even more wild, lol.
There is literally all fucking conspiracy theory, nobody talking about the actual real shit in the Epstein files, regarding Jewish supremacy.
Remember when Wayfair had $80,000 wardrobes for sale,
fucking
named the same names as missing children?
What's it called? I don't even care anymore. I'm so sick of the Epstein files. I'm sick of them. It's a fake hoax, Democrat hoax. Democrat hoax. One sec, I need to pee.
Epstein was probably trolling kids in COD lobbies in 2013. That's probably real.
I think that actually is real. And then he got banned off Xbox. Why isn't this working?
Okay. Hello, I'm
live from San Quentin. Or what the hell? What's wrong with my shit? What's wrong with YouTube? YouTube. Stupid.
We appreciate that. Right now, to join me on a song, we'd like to bring out June and I have 6 daughters, and they're all grown now. The oldest 2 are 23 and recording. Roseanne Cash is recording country rock, or country, mainly country. Carlene Carter's recording rock country rock, rock and roll, rock country rock. And for about 2 years there, they were bringing home their demos of their songs that they were recording, and they were playing them real loud. And the house was going night and day, and I guess I got to feeling kind of sorry for myself and left out and a little jealous and all, and with my little songs I was bringing home. So I wrote a song called I Will Rock and Roll With You If I Have To. They used to call me Rockabilly, all of us ran through. When Elvis opened up the door, boom, bop, bop, bamboo. I didn't never play much rock and roll, 'cause I got so much country in the soul. Oh, but I'm a different man from loving you. And I take a shot
at what you asked me to.
And baby, I will rock and roll with you if I have to.
Okay. How long have I been streaming?
Also, not to mention that Ghislaine Maxwell also probably ran a Reddit thing too. To mention that Ghislaine Maxwell also probably ran
8 hours. Okay. That's I don't even know. That's retarded. That Ghislaine Maxwell or that Jeffrey Epstein created the alt-right or whatever. That's some retarded shit too. Everything's retarded with it. Let's just, you know what, let's just keep watching this. I forgot about this. We gotta watch this whole thing. I'm gonna play a game.
Family members.
I'm gonna play a game.
And which family members are included there? Who knows? Is it like uncles and second cousins and stuff? Did Jeffrey Epstein go around raping every victim's father? It's just like absurd. So that was just like one example of like the clear propaganda that was seeming to proliferate at the time, and like the alternate media and the mainstream media were united in their just like myopic obsession with this one slant on everything. So at that time, like I ended up feeling compelled to like almost start from scratch on the Jeffrey Epstein story.
That's what like the
like,
libtards are saying.
Absorb anything, not just assume any premise. Go to the voluminous primary source documentary record. I mean, it's amazing how much was already out in the public domain, even prior to this round of DOJ records releases. But and like one after the next, when I started doing this, I was just continuously staggered at how utterly baseless the common mythology really was. So this, the infamous Alex Acosta quote, he belonged to intelligence, and that's why I gave Epstein a sweetheart deal. Right? You must be familiar with this.
Yes.
This is what spawned the entire, basically.
The Epstein files were released. That's kinda all that
What
matters.
fucking things? The Epstein files were released. They shouldn't have been released because the Goyim have gone insane because of it. What the hell is this? Billy Strings.
Billy Strings Dust in a Baggy Sick song. Do you remember when they said ion thrusters were a conspiracy theory, and now NASA is going to use ion thrusters on the Lunar Gateway space station, even if it just potentially serves?
What the hell is this? I've never seen this.
That's the train, man. Train roll.
I honestly agree with you.
Play that Ione tune you wrote. Not the one you played earlier. Latest one.
Have you been playing on Simple Man?
He's a legend.
I played that once.
It sounded fucking great to me.
Take a dab.
It was a.
Oh, that's why I did that?
Yeah.
Started off a YouTube video.
I don't never play that.
This song made him famous. I've never seen this, dude. This is a meme that I never saw back then. Oh, sure, okay. Take a dab.
I ain't slept in 7 days. I ain't eating.
Yeah, I've never seen this, but he can. He's pretty good.
My tweaker friends have got me to the point of no return. I just take my lighter to the bulb and watch it.
I can see why this went viral in 2020.
Lord, it's got me back in prison once again. I use my only phone call to contact my daddy. I got 20 long years for some dust in a bag. my daddy. I got 20 long years for some dust in a baggie. This life of sin, it's got me in, but it's got me back in prison once again. I use my only phone call to contact my daddy. I got 20 long years for some dust in a baggie. I use my only phone call to contact my daddy. I got 20 long years for some dust in a baggie.
No, that's good. Yeah, that's good. That's good. Good stuff right there. That guy knows how
The
to
online obsession with
fucking
Epstein
string
being
the
an intelligence
guitar,
asset of some
dude.
kind.
Or
He
strum the
must have been running some
guitar.
kind of honeypot operation, probably at the behest of
All right,
Israel
what game
or
are we
some
gonna
combination
play?
of intelligence services. And
We're gonna
Whitney
play
Webb,
the
who's like somehow
climbing
like
game.
touted as this like oracular
Granny climbing
savant.
game.
Joe Rogan just today was saying like she's like the definitive journalist of our era. She says like everybody was battering me to read her supposedly authoritative book, One Nation Under Blackmail, which is like no exaggeration, probably the worst book I've ever attempted to slog through. She writes on the first page, the very first page, that she was inspired to even get involved in this issue in the first place because she came across that quote by Alex, that purported quote by Alex Acosta that he was told he belonged to intelligence and therefore back off. So what do I do? Okay, I'm going to look into the provenance of this quote because she didn't even cite this like the source of the quote. I mean, it's just a mess. It turns out it's like in one fleeting Daily Beast article from July of 2019 by this like former tabloid trash journalist Vicky Ward. She buries the lead in the classic journalistic parlance where it's not even like in the headline. You would think if like she actually got this bombshell scoop, it would be like headline: Epstein belonged to intelligence, says former Trump administration official. Instead, it's like 4 paragraphs down. It's like quadruple hearsay. And once I started to think about it, I immediately suspected that it was Steve Bannon, who was the former Trump administration official she was attributing this to, as having been told to her by this former Trump administration official 2 or 3 years prior.
Yeah,
And sure enough, like I read this book by Michael Wolff
that makes
largely about Jeffrey Epstein. There's like some chapters about Jeffrey Epstein because Wolff apparently was the one who's connected Bannon and Epstein in the first place. And Bannon directly is quoted in this book as saying a quote that's almost identical to the one that Vicky Ward reproduces in her article. Vicky Ward, I found out, was during the time period when she says in this article she was told this quote about what Acosta had purportedly said in a Trump transition meeting after winning the 2016 election. She was at that time collaborating with Bannon on a book about the Kushners, because Jared Kushner was Bannon's rival in the first Trump administration. So it's a book basically trashing Jared and Charles Kushner. So a lot of stuff sort of aligned that very likely made it seem likely that this was Bannon. And of course, like Bannon loves to he's like the gabber in chief. He loves to just speculate and blah, 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 gossip. According to me at one point, I haven't heard from him recently. He seems pretty tight-lipped about his Jeffrey Epstein connections at this point, because so much has come out showing like the actually astounding closeness of their relationship. Like they really seem to love each other. It's almost inspiring, like for platonic male friendships. Like it's like Jeffrey Epstein was the cure to the male loneliness epidemic, and then sure enough, so Alex Acosta.
That's crazy.
And so like none of these Epstein researchers, okay. Daryl Cooper, Whitney Webb, Mike Benz, who else? Fill in the blank. None of them ever bothered to, they're supposedly these vaunted researchers, but like for Daryl Cooper and people, they don't really do any legitimate research, except on Pizzagate. Daryl Cooper actually did deep research on Pizzagate, but in terms of the Jeffrey Epstein story, he goes on Tucker Carlson. Everybody's badgering me to listen to this 3-hour podcast. It's okay, and I'm like resisting because I don't want to vegetate in front of a 3-hour Tucker Carlson like emergency Epstein podcast with Daryl Cooper if I don't have to. But like eventually I gave in and listened to it. It's just like amazing, one after the other. Like almost everything that comes out of his mouth that he asserts with this like smug factual certitude is just wrong. Like if you actually do legitimate research, and yet this is going out to a mass audience. But like none of it, neither him nor Whitney Webb. Like Whitney Webb. Cheers. So this is one of the most amazing little factoids. Okay, so anybody who wants to like be legitimately conversant on the Jeffrey Epstein story would have read by now a 2020 report that was produced by the Department of Justice Office of Professional Responsibility. It's 320 pages. I know it's boring. I know you'd rather like watch a short form video on some like random, exciting speculative theory. But like if you actually want to know the hard information on like a primary source basis, you would read this report. And I read it and I look at it and there's like a footnote and saying that like Acosta was asked under oath, under penalty of perjury, did you have any knowledge? Like they asked him about this quote essentially that was reported in the media. And they asked him like, did you have any knowledge that Jeffrey Epstein belonged to intelligence? And he's like, absolutely not. And actually in September of 2025, he testified yet again to the House Oversight Committee. And of course, is asked about this quote again and repeats it again. And actually, in that hearing, he is told, I'm not sure by who, it's a little odd, but like one of the staffers, I don't know if it was the Republican staffer or the Democratic staffer, they tell him as though they know this for a fact, that it was in fact Steve Bannon who was the source of the quote for Vicky Ward. So like this, it's just like layer of like just bullshit that gave rise to this whole proliferation of a mythology and like a cottage industry around Jeffrey Epstein, which is why you, just existing in this online space, would have just kind of ambiently absorbed these premises. And I don't know if I absorbed them like quite as willingly as you might have, but I was sort of like that's definitely the sea I was swimming in. But like as I got more into it and like every thread you pull, more of the edifice collapses. I was like, wait, this is actually unbelievable. This is actually the great moral panic and mass hysteria, like just like fictional narrative of our times, and nobody's looking into it with any like forensic intensity.
Do you think it was the confluence of a number of different factors that you've mentioned? First off, there really is a Me Too quality to this, because these are victims who are adult women. These are victims who brought other women to Jeffrey Epstein. These are victims who, in some cases, wanted Jeffrey Epstein to be their lover or husband or business partner or so on. But they were kind of victims of being dumped or used, exploited, at least in their mind, of being undervalued. They want a sort of revenge. There is that quality to it. The other quality to it that I think is, or to the coverage of it and the creation of a mythos, is something that you've mentioned, which is that so much of the alternative media use conspiracy theories as a way of understanding reality. It's their epistemology.
Conspiracy epistemology, exactly. Yeah, I don't know if I coined that or not, but I've been using that term as well.
Yes, where, I mean, I remember Joe Rogan years ago, and that podcast was sort of fun to like listen to someone talk about UFOs or whatever. Like but the second the alternative media that he was part of replaces the mainstream media, you are just
not amusing
basically
anymore.
Lost. Yes, and he's talking about serious issues, and I saw a clip before I went on where he's
a political power broker.
Yeah,
he's the number one endorsement that was jockeyed for in the 2024 election.
Yes, and he makes Theo. I mean, well, in comparison to Theo Vaughn, he becomes Aristotle or something. I mean, there's even worse than broke it out there. If we're honest, I mean, it's a very bad situation. So you have that where that's how they understand reality. There's nothing better for getting clicks than a good conspiracy theory. There's also the kind of oracular figures like Whitney Webb, where I was listening to some of her things, and it's called Gish Gallop. I think people have used that term of just throwing spaghetti.
Yeah, just like rapid fire. Like you can hardly. Yeah, I mean,
you can't address anything because the second you are skeptical about one thing, she's moved on to 10 others.
Right.
It's just a blowtorch, and this authoritative. I remember listening to about a 20-minute thing about how the world, it's only going to get worse. First, there was Epstein blackmailing everyone. Now we have Palantir. So, like, Palantir is going to be generating sex tapes of you and forcing you to, I don't know, accept fiat currency or whatever she's doing. I think she is kind of a libertarian or get vaccinated or whatever. And it's ultimately madness. I was thinking after listening to 15 minutes of Whitney Webb, I'm a smart guy, more or less. I was like, I don't even know what she's talking about.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, I mean,
yeah,
trying to climb the mountain
so
again.
I'll give you an example, right? So people over the summer, especially, were bombarded. Like they were accusing me of being too cowardly to engage with the work of Whitney Webb. Because if I did, I would come away humiliated and like grovel in apology for how very wrong I was. And so I said, okay, fine, I'll do it. I'll engage with the work of Whitney Webb. That's what you guys want me to do. And it's just like, it was comical how just laughable it was if you actually do.
You got to use your own discernment.
Examination. So they were saying, okay, listen to this podcast and then read this book, One Nation Under Blackmail. And so, okay, the first podcast appearance I listened to, she goes on this whole tangent with Brianna Joy Gray, who I otherwise have been friendly with, is an intelligent person. Yet on this, I don't know, everybody like just make like a cognitive exception for the Epstein story in ways that I'm still trying to
called
conceptualize
Karen.
why
It's
that is the case. But
You're a
Webb goes on this whole
black
sort of,
woman climbing a mountain.
Introductory. So everybody watching this podcast like just is in awe of her and thinks that she's this world historic authority on all things Epstein. So of course they assume that everything that she says must be like so deeply researched and true. And she goes on this whole. She spins this whole tale about how the former house manager. I mean, we're going to get in a little bit in the weeds here, like, but I'm not like gonna. I won't get that far. But like, she spins this whole tale about the former house manager of Jeffrey Epstein, Alfredo Rodriguez, who's the one who purloined the so-called Little Black Book from his Palm Beach house.
Yeah.
How and then the plaintiff's lawyer Bradley Edwards ends up cooperating with the FBI, becoming an FBI collaborator, to set up a sting operation so he can get the Little Black Book from Alfredo Rodriguez, who wants $50,000 for it. So then Alfredo Rodriguez ends up getting put in jail after this scheme was hatched. He then also ends up getting charged for like a gun trafficking thing in Miami. And so Whitney Webb says that she asserts the fact that Alfredo Rodriguez dies in jail, dies in prison. And she's trying to connect this to this other string of mysterious deaths in prison associated with Epstein, because like there's this cover up of everybody who knows too much being killed. And she somehow tries to tie this into. She says Alfredo Rodriguez died in 2015, and she ties that to Donald Trump launching his first presidential campaign in 2015, with the idea being that in order to clear the way for his ability to run for president and like get rid of all and kill the guy who circled his name in the Little Black Book, which is going to be a huge political liability for him. Trump has this guy killed in prison, and that paves the way for him to announce the presidential campaign. I mean, it's just like,
well, Michael Tracy didn't
he should be on full belief.
What happened after Jeffrey Epstein's death? COVID. And basically Epstein had a do not kill me switch where he would launch a global pandemic if they ever dared assassinate him. And so you just look at the timeline. It's right there. I mean, Jeffrey Epstein
I
did
think
COVID.
he might be in Wuhan right now, actually, for all we know. But yeah, so this is like I'm being demanded by these hordes of people who are convinced that Whitney Webb is this like oracular phenomenon. The first claim I hear from her that she doesn't just like claim, she spins a whole narrative out of it. It's just like false, like flatly false, made up, and like could have been determined to have been false if she ever did any actual legitimate research, which she's always ascribed to have done. Like this guy Alfredo Rodriguez did not die in jail. Like I found his Bureau of Prisons records, and it was not that difficult to like cross check. And she also says like, so we know if he circled the name in the black, because he purloins the Black Book and he wants to sell it because he's destitute. He's this Bolivian house manager, and he circles like a bunch of names. And Whitney Webb comes up with a theory that like he circled both Donald Trump and Courtney Love, and that tells you that the CIA-controlled Grateful Dead is somehow involved in the Epstein story, because Courtney Love's father was the roadie for the Grateful Dead, or like something like this. It's just like hallucinatory mania, and this is like who these millions of people are being told are who they need to like sit down and just politely like nod and listen to as she educates them about the real meaning of the Jeffrey Epstein story. I was like, there's like a real problem here that needs to be like unspooled somehow.
Well, let me
so like
ask
what
you
after
about
next?
that.
Like I go through like every prominent expert. Daryl Cooper has a hissy fit when I try to engage with them. Julie K. Brown, who did this supposedly landmark Miami Herald series in 2018, which you mentioned it was like a Me Too story. If you go back and look at those articles now, not only was it a Me Too story, it was an anti-Trump pegged story. Julie K. Brown says she was even motivated to look into Jeffrey Epstein in the first place because she was searching for a big anti-Trump scoop she could possibly find. And also she read this hoax lawsuit from this like quote unquote Katie Johnson thing. I don't know if you've ever seen that, but it was a lawsuit that was brought against Trump and Jeffrey Epstein in 2016 by this pseudonymous Katie Johnson person, where that she claims like she was gang raped by Trump and Jeffrey Epstein at age 13.
With that lawyer Bloom.
Yeah, Lisa
recanted
Bloom,
or took
the
back
daughter
the
of
lawsuit.
Gloria, the daughter of Gloria Allred, and it turned out to be a total hoax. Like literally, it was basically a scheme hatched by a former Jerry Springer Show producer. It was just a flat out hoax. And like, look, if actually something did damning come out on Trump that was legitimate, I'd be the first one to say so. But like, this is just a total hoax. And but that somehow inspired Julie K. Brown to look into Jeffrey Epstein as an anti-Trump angle. And then if you look at the first installment of that supposedly landmark series, which was showered with plaudits by every media organization, and like she got every like professional journalism award under the sun for it. It says, the headline is Donald Trump's labor secretary gave sex offender financier the sweetheart deal, something like that. So and she and there's almost like there's like a Me Too little banner on the story, and like she did a podcast with Ross Douthat over the summer, and she's like, yeah, I credit Me Too for catalyzing the renewed interest in Jeffrey Epstein back in 2018. And if you look at some of the new files that have been coming out, you can see prosecutors in the Southern District of New York passing around links to that Miami Herald article amongst themselves saying, hey, can we launch a new investigation against Jeffrey Epstein? And they're like, yeah, but keep it on the down low for a bit. So yeah, it was partially a Me Too thing, partially an anti-Trump thing. Under Biden, it becomes more of like an anti-Democrat thing because the Democrats in there are covering up pedo sex trafficking rings to insulate their donors and pals, like Bill Gates and Reid Hoffman and whoever from scrutiny. Elon Musk gets really involved in it at that point in terms of the client list. This was my intuition for a while, but I actually spent the time looking into it in greater detail. The notion of a client list and that terminology exactly had existed prior to the Biden administration, but it was pegged to the little black book mostly. Like people assume the little black book must be interchangeable with what they would assume to be a client list. But then Elon Musk introduced this idea that the client list was like a standalone thing, or it was like maybe drawn. It was just like this, I don't know, new folkloric totem thing that Elon Musk invented, and then the low IQ right-wing media picks up on it. And one thing leads to another, and by late 2023, Kash Patel is on a podcast with Benny Johnson saying, and he's asked about a client list, and he tells infamously the then FBI director Christopher Wray, put on your big boy pants and tell us who the pedophiles are. So that's how like the mimetic evolution of it went from during the Biden administration. And but yeah, I mean the Whitney Webb phenomenon is actually pretty fascinating because it's just like rapid fire, just bullshit. And it's hard to even begin. I spent like several days in like very deep work just to like refute a couple of the claims. And she eventually admitted to me that she made a mistake, or she like admitted partial error, but she claimed that she was nervous when she was on this podcast. But then I found like written errors in like the written work that she had done recently. She's, I have a baby and it's, it's stressing me out. And yeah, but like back to myself, like once the threads began to unravel one by one, I just couldn't stop because like, again, the edifice was just totally collapsing, and it was just astounding to me that nobody had bothered to do this kind of investigation before. And also, one thing I wanted to mention, you said, some of these girls are were like chastened lovers or like would-be lovers of Epstein. I don't think that characterizes every purported victim. Okay, here's the Steelman case for there being actual victims. Or like this is the subcategory of alleged victims that I would say have the most justifiable case to claim victimhood. So of the girls who were recruiting one another in the Palm Beach area from around 2002 to 2005, every now and then there would be a girl who like gets asked by a friend or like a friendly acquaintance, a friend of a friend, if they want to go to the rich guy's house, do a massage of some kind, and they'll get $200 or $300. And some of them actually were, already sort of promiscuous types, or they, some of them were like involved in like strip clubs and things, but others just kind of like normal high school girls who were maybe a bit naive and like their friends were going, so maybe they felt comfortable. And the whole thing wasn't really explained to them.
I don't say
but
much
they
as
get
you
there,
see
right?
tweets.
And they're weirded out. Not that Epstein would initiate like an overt sexual encounter with a girl on the first visit. He actually often didn't. It would like take a couple of visits before he would get them acclimated, or they would acclimate to him. That he would initiate more and more. But of the girls who like didn't really know what they were what to expect, but just kind of go maybe because a friend asked them or something, and they end up in like a massage room with this like weird old guy, and they only go that one time because they're creeped out and never go again. They're the ones who I could say I would say, yeah, they might be considered a victim, although they wouldn't be a rape victim or a pedophile victim, because like by and large they wouldn't have been subjected to any actual sexual contact. It would just have been a weird thing, and maybe a little bit of a disconcerting or disturbing thing that, you know, they could like maybe spend a day or two being upset about, but probably would be able to move on if they were like given the right counsel. But beyond that, there's like mitigating or qualifying factors for virtually every victim that are just chronically ignored. And even just yesterday, right, Pam Bondi, who was like the bimbo in chief. So don't take anything I say about her to like be in a defense of her in any way. Like, people were going crazy yesterday. Like, I've been so swamped, I actually still haven't been able to watch that full hearing. But like the one time, I figured last night after I had done, I for some reason agreed to 3 podcasts in a row. Today I said to myself, I'm not going to agree to any. I ended up agreeing to 2, of course. But last night I said, okay, I'm going to look at least, you know, I want to see at least who these alleged victims are, who everybody's going wild about having stood up behind Pam Bondi. And of course, I'm a maniac, so I recognize them all just by appearance. And I just know right away, I happen to know because I've, you know, done the research that none of them were actually, all of them were adults at the time of their claimed victimization in the background of this one photo I happen to see. And like one of them, I'm almost certain is just a genuinely mentally ill person who hallucinated her entire purported experience with Epstein and Maxwell, and likely never even met them at all. In and out of psychiatric facilities for decades, claims that she didn't even realize that she'd been trafficked until 2019 when Epstein died, and it was about something that occurred in like 1991. So not even like really the phase of this that everybody thinks about. There's this other woman, her name is Jess Michaels. She's always like on MSNBC now, and like she has this weird consulting firm for like sex, I don't know, consent on college campuses and all this nonsense. Somebody messaged me that she's going to be speaking at Vanderbilt University in a couple weeks, and they invited me to go, you know, attend her little talk because, like, she's her whole like professional profile now is like Epstein survivor Jess Michaels will tell her story and like give you guidance on how to prevent blah blah blah. She just like debuted like she literally debuted her claim in a TED talk in 2019 or 2020 maybe, and you know it's got nothing to do with like the common associations people make between Epstein and like whatever conduct he's like understood to have committed. It's just like there's these weird like aberrational examples, but they were the ones behind Bondi, right? It's just like, okay, the multitude of journalistic malfeasance around this story is that alone would be enough for me to get really invested in it. Whether it's the Julie K. Brown stuff, whether it's just like the constant conflation of children with adults to foment a pedophilia panic, which just like makes people deactivate their critical faculties. Whether it's the refusal to just interrogate core premises of all this on any level, the casual defamation, there's just a huge amount of civil liberties issues that nobody else covers. And so, again, speaking to my own personal motive and like reasons for doing this, like 6 months ago, I was literally the only one that I knew of who was doing anything even remotely in this vein. Like I was literally alone in terms of people who had any kind of remotely countervailing skeptical perspective. But as the months went by, I would get like whispers from journalists saying, gee, I didn't know it, like similar to what you said, I didn't really know any of this, so I'm going to shift my perspective somewhat. But I can't say anything really in public because who wants to deal with the blowback of being called a pedo 10 million times a day? And also,
I noticed the New York Times. I was actually listening to the New York Times daily like podcast coverage, and they actually stated flat out that there is no evidence in these millions of files. They're using AI to scan it. There's no evidence of a pedophile ring and sex trafficking or any more illegal activity outside of circumstantial things that people will inflate beyond all proportion.
But hold on, but Richard, like one point on that, because
I don't think they would have done that. I'll give you a lot of credit. I don't think they would have done that if there wasn't someone pushing back. I mean, I'll give you a lot of credit on that, actually. That there's just that one voice in your head that says this isn't right. and it makes you pull back a little and not state these outlandish things that are rampant elsewhere.
Yeah, just today, the Wall Street Journal had a column that was basically just based on me, making some of my standard points. I don't know why they just didn't ask me to write it, but Ross Douthat had done a column that was largely inspired by me as well in September. So it was, gradually seeping into the mainstream. People from the Washington Post call me just to like educate them on Jeffrey Epstein, basically.
Yeah.
And I've had conversations with more mainstream people, even if they don't like necessarily manifest the full skeptical outlook, but like it definitely like shifts their frame of reference somewhat. But I just want to dwell on one thing you just said, because it gets even deeper to like the heart of the fallacy of all this. So the New York Times, I hadn't seen what you just referenced, but they said there was no like trafficking, whatever.
Yes.
Then why was Jeffrey Epstein federally indicted in July of 2019? Please go read that indictment, people who are listening. Because and then compare and contrast what Richard just said and what is made evident by a comprehensive review of these files. Evidently, I don't have the AI tool. Maybe I should look into how to get it, because the search feature on that thing is so clunky.
Oh, yeah.
But so then why was Jeffrey Epstein federally indicted for a child sex trafficking conspiracy in 2019? Who was trafficked and by whom and to whom, if he was the only recipient of the trafficked females? So shouldn't we maybe look into whether that indictment was rightly brought in the first place? Or could it be the case that it was the bizarre product of this confluence of political and social factors, whereby there was this popular clamor for Epstein to get re-prosecuted? The government decided, again, in another huge affront to civil liberties that nobody seems to care about.
If my name was on the files, I'd be trying to make money
effectively nullify the non-prosecution agreement that had been brokered with somebody 11 years before, in which he had abided by the terms of, which were pretty onerous, meaning register for life as a sex offender, where you have to navigate the requirements in each individual jurisdiction, and he had like properties in multiple states. And traveling internationally is a nightmare, which he also did much of the time. Yeah, obviously he got like probably the most permissive possible paradigm for himself, like given his high-powered legal team. But even so, it's a huge pain in the ass. He had agreed to this like novel civil litigation resolution mechanism that like was one of a kind in the history of American criminal law. Because like a non-prosecution agreement or some kind of resolution that's brokered to a criminal offense does not tie into any kind of criminal civil claims, which like have a financial incentive.
Right.
But the government, the feds decided that in this one instance, they were going to require a defendant to pay civil claims, like waive his ability to contest civil claims against him. And also, among the government identified victims that had not been adjudicated as such, with the exception of the one girl to whom he pleaded guilty to procuring for prostitution. And also he would have to pay for their legal fees. Like he had to pay a lawyer directly, representing people who were suing him, more or less. So it was just bizarre, but he abided by it. He served his term of incarceration, which was 13 months. Everybody says it was a sweetheart deal or was so lenient because he eventually got work release. But in this interview with Bannon that had been covered up forever, but we got like at least 2 hours of it. I don't know where the other 12 hours is. But he said something I didn't know, which is that for part of his term of incarceration in the Palm Beach County Jail, he was in solitary confinement. So is that a sweetheart deal? But the government decided like they couldn't litigation had been underway for years to try to formally nullify the non-prosecution agreement from 2008 on like a variety of technical legal grounds involving the Crime Victims' Rights Act. But those efforts failed, so it was still in effect. But the government concocted an argument that nonetheless they could still basically rehash a bunch of the charges from Florida in the early 2000s, invent a new charge in New York, and then posit some interstate nexus whereby Epstein would have had to use like an instrument of interstate commerce to facilitate this conspiracy, and nobody knew what the instrument was until eventually Maxwell gets charged in lieu of Epstein, and they literally claim the interstate commerce nexus was satisfied because the instrument of commerce was the fact that a massage chair was used in Florida and had been originally manufactured in California. That's how they established a sex trafficking conspiracy. So,
What the hell?
I don't know. It seems a little flimsy to me. And if now after millions of files are dumped and the New York Times did an AI search of all of them, and there's really no evidence of like a sex trafficking, like as we would like customarily think of it, then, you know, maybe there's even more that really needs to be seriously reevaluated about this whole thing. And we're only scratching the surface.
Absolutely. Was Jeffrey Epstein a pedophile? And we mentioned Pam Bondi, who did this grand performance yesterday. She's really had quite a journey along Epstein way over the past year. So she wanted to placate the podcast bros who just like, we got to get the files, man. We got to see what's going on.
Yeah, Libs of TikTok, come on over to the White House and we'll give you this binder. And then you can wave it around like you just won the
it was all
championship.
conservative activists, basically, who were getting this. So it was basically about the Democrats are pedophile demon worshippers.
I will never let Jack Posobiec live that down. I don't care.
No, you should not. But then her story changed a little bit, and it was in the spring of 2025 where she wasn't fully releasing everything. And she said, well, you know, the Epstein files are hours of video of Jeffrey Epstein with kids. It's child porn and so on.
Which is a lie.
So then she started to reframe the idea that what it was, and maybe this was to serve Trump's interest.
This seems too hard right
what
now.
the Epstein files are about is Jeffrey Epstein himself.
Oh my God! What the fuck is this?
/world_affairs 11/status/2021.
Bro, this account's a Russian bot account, bro.
79199.
Yeah, this account's a Russian bot account. Literally. Israel says Iran has given a signal of war by... This is not real! This doesn't even make sense! Israel says Iran has given a signal of war by burning ball on the road. This is a total insult to our nation. This is not real. This is not real. This is not real. And it doesn't even make sense. Because the Jews' God that they worship is not Baal. It doesn't even make sense. It literally doesn't make sense.
They literally burned an effigy of Baal. Retard.
Israel did not say this. This is fake news. You're falling for fake news, and it doesn't even make sense. Doesn't even make sense.
Shut her mouth, Goy.
You're falling for Goy propaganda.
God bless Mr. Netanyahu. Our Jew Savior Plaza God Plaza bless us Mr. Netanyahu. Misinformation is the proper term.
They were also, the Biden administration was also
call it for what it is.
Secretary
There is a
Clinton.
legitimate reason to have a debate about things like migration. It went too far. It's been disruptive and destabilizing.
Base Hillary.
N8 if you had to choose Indian stick or Muslim shriek.
Indian stick or Muslim shriek. What?
You kinda look like Hillary with your head turned like that.
Really?
Interesting cast of characters. Clavicular was very much the most viral moment of the night.
This is
hard not to get them released for so many months. What do you think the real reason is?
These files implicate billionaires and friends of his and political donors that he's trying to protect. And Epstein also had close.
Arctic countries are now very interested in what's happening in the region.
gross.
I would eat young Hillary's ass out NGL.
There was stock. So I guess there's a new zero claw. It's better than open claw. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, let's go back to this.
Possibly release this stuff. Then we go through this whole political rigmarole to get the files out there, and then now she has to spin it in a new direction, and she's not really good at doing that. But that claim was made directly by her that there are hours of footage of Jeffrey Epstein raping children. This is the leader of the Department of Justice. This is not a podcast.
No.
I mean, is Jeffrey Epstein himself a
whatever
pedophile?
podcast is
Based on
too-
everything we know at this
too
point,
hard to
including new
watch.
files that have been released that show contemporaneous FBI and
I'll
DOJ
check out the
communications
clips.
during the period
If there's anything
at the
funny.
beginning of the second Trump administration when they're initiating this review of like the investigatory file, where either Pam Bondi was like woefully misinformed, which I wouldn't rule out,
right,
or she was actively lying.
What should I
Because
play?
what she said, and I have to go. I'll go back and actually check the exact quote. But what they say in these internal discussions, a notice goes out to the Southern District of New York saying, Director Patel would like you to summarize, the case file, et cetera, in terms of the videos and images that were obtained from Epstein's devices. And Maureen Comey, who I know people will hear that name and think, oh, she must be corrupt. She's the daughter of the former FBI director.
Mhm.
I'm not denying that there are issues with Maureen Comey, but I would say that the issues with her are that she brings these spurious trafficking charges because she's like fanatically and ideologically wedded to this idea that like we have like a epidemic of unpunished trafficking going on. And that's what she did against. So that's what she did against Epstein, Maxwell, and Diddy. Diddy got acquitted. Maybe we were far enough removed from Me Too at that point in summer of 2025 that even a jury in Manhattan acquitted Diddy of the trafficking offenses. Now he was convicted of like a more run-of-the-mill offense and then got a way excessive sentence, even though he had been like acquitted on the bulk of the charges. So that was another. But that was a humiliation for Maureen Comey, and just gives you maybe a little bit of insight into the speciousness of some of her ideas around like what constitutes a trafficking offense. Like Diddy apparently trafficked his girlfriend of 10 years to him and then didn't actually commit any unlawful sexual acts on. But I mean,
you guys tried to give me the same shit about Diddy when I was saying free Diddy and Diddy didn't do nothing. And you know what? I was fucking right. And I'm right about Epstein.
Whole nonsensical construction.
And look, I don't want to defend Diddy either, but don't you think there's some sort of puritanical streak going through Me Too and a number of these people where, look, I don't want to go to a Diddy party. That sounds really horrible of hiring male prostitutes and
dude, somebody needs to clip that.
I don't know.
Put that in a Richard Spencer edit.
Whatever the hell they
I
were
think
doing.
I declined that invite. Although maybe I should go just like as a journalistic endeavor, just so I can know what people mean by trafficking nowadays.
And it's it's revolting. But again, it's like there's this
Diddy parties
that Diddy was either demonic or it was, child sacrifice was involved, or
it was the same shit. It was the same. And you know what? The Diddy shit actually was what started to, when it started to click in my head, a lot of the satanic panic shit, to be honest with you, when the Diddy stuff was happening. And because I would see my mom watch these fucking Diddy tubers and shit, and they'd go on about the satanic baby rituals. Diddy was raping kids and had kids in cages, like the same shit they're doing with Epstein, the same exact satanic panic nonsense kookery that they're doing with Epstein. They did with Diddy, and it's just retarded.
It was some sort of mafia thing where they're trafficking all these people. It just doesn't hold up. The simpler answer to this question is that Diddy is terrible. That's just all you need to say. There's nothing, there's no there. There's nothing beyond that. And it seems to be the same case with Jeffrey Epstein, which is that lo and behold, influential people, power brokers, people who are maybe drunk on their own power, want to hang out with each other, screw some prostitutes or models, and
exactly what I've been saying,
and hobnob and network. But if you want to get them on the crime of hiring prostitutes, fine. But there's no eyes wide shut there. There's no there. There's nothing beyond what basically millionaires and thousandaires do on a regular basis, which is get some chicks together.
It's literally what I've been saying this whole time too.
Get drunk and chill out with the boys. They're just doing it on a grander scale. With
Jeffrey Epstein
and this is why I'm saying that the Dan Blazarian files are worse than the Epstein files, and I can guarantee that. I would put fucking all my money in my bank account on that the Dan Blazarian files are worse than the Epstein files in like a what was done, or whatever, this the abuse or whatever, you know what I mean? I can almost guarantee that shit.
Vehemently anti-drug and also never drank alcohol, so that wasn't
interesting. He and Trump, more.
He actually
better
he
men than
prohibited drugs anywhere around him, and he prohibited anybody from like having them or doing them in his presence or on his properties. And I think he might have tolerated alcohol like at the gatherings, but he never drank. He was like a health freak. Yeah, I don't know that I would call them prostitutes. For one thing, something that people don't appreciate is that, so like in 2008, when he pleaded guilty to the 2 state level offenses in Florida, there were prostitution offenses. Now it would be a taboo to say that any victim, quote unquote, ever engaged in activity that could be characterized as prostitution. So everything got morphed into trafficking. So if you'll notice, if you like look at like the latest, indictments that are brought like across the country, everything that would have been charged as prostitution, if it were charged at all, like 15, 20 years ago, is now charged as some kind of like trafficking conspiracy, because that is supposed to reflect an update in the law whereby we no longer treat the victims of some scheme like this as though they're maligned by it or as if they're incriminated in it. In Massachusetts, I have something that I've been working on that involves this. But in the state of Massachusetts, to give you one example, there was a sting operation done by a local police force where they posted ads on some website or app, I think, saying, hey, there's 22-year-olds that are hot that are offering up some sort of prostitution services. X, Y, here are your options, sexually, and let us know. Text us, and then you'll come meet us at a hotel, and we'll do basically this prostitution deal. They don't call it that in the app, but like that. So, and it was a police decoy operation. It was a sting operation, and so guys respond to an ad to go have some kind of sexual contact with who they think to be this hot 22-year-old escort, or I don't know, sex worker, whatever term you want to use, and then those guys ended up getting charged in Massachusetts as participating in a sex trafficking enterprise.
Jeez.
So they're basically Johns in a traditional
That's crazy.
sense, if we would conceptualize it.
Yeah.
And because the contours of trafficking have gotten so elastic, and there was an update to the
That's
Massachusetts Criminal
crazy.
Code
I didn't even know
2011
that.
kind of
That's
broadened the
crazy.
criteria for what could be designated a trafficking offense. People who just
Dude, you can get that's like basically I bet you could get like a trafficking offense if you get like caught at a rub and tug. If you're getting a rub and tug and the FBI raids it, I bet you can get a trafficking offense. Literally, that's crazy.
Ad that was set up by a police decoy.
We live in a feminist, dude. It's literally like a Me Too feminazi society that we are living in, bro. And the Epstein shit is just one symptom of it. The Diddy shit was another. Like, obviously, the Me Too shit was definitely more, the right was more eager to be against it. And with the Epstein shit, it's a little bit more, because it's supposedly there's kids involved. That's what the narrative is. Then it's it's harder for people to get behind. But the narrative, regardless, I mean, that's just crazy that you could get charged with a trafficking charge for basically like what Michael Tracy said, going to like an ad for like a prostitute or something, you know what I mean? Like going on like whatever the fucking sites are where they have the prostitute ads, and going to and meeting up with a prostitute, you can get a trafficking charge, bro. That's crazy. That's some like we're living in dark times. And I think a lot of people don't really understand that. You know what I mean?
They shut down the Backpage site. People.
A lot of people. I didn't even really know that. I actually didn't even know that, really. But anyways,
I would like this surface that you're offering us, and the prosecutors in Massachusetts tried to argue that this was.
But like what I was trying to explain is like with the Me Too shit, people on the right were against you know, the Me Too shit and all that. Even though Harvey Weinstein was like a creepy guy, you know, but with the Epstein shit, it's a little bit, you know, you got to do your due diligence and kind of get through the narrative bullshit and sensationalism. And it's really hard to cut through it with the Epstein shit, I will say, with the hysteria going on and the public panic. It's basically impossible to cut through it for most people. Or to cut through it to most people that have already like are basically, you know, in this Epstein cult. That's what I'm calling it at this point, you know. But really, I mean, this goes a lot deeper than just Epstein. Anyways,
Collective of them, like
as far as like with like these laws and stuff, and that's the trafficking laws and like the Me Too. It's really all starts from like Me Too, to be honest. All this shit, really, to be honest with you.
putting the fake woman into like sex trafficking captivity was bizarre. Thankfully enough, some rationality prevailed when that was appealed up to the courts, and like even though they were sympathetic to like the spirit of the law, they actually had to shoot that one down. But that's what that's what the state was trying to argue. So that just gives you a little bit of insight into like how capacious the parameters are for like what can be construed now as a trafficking offense. Like think back to, you know, speaking of 2008, right? When Epstein pleaded guilty to the prostitution charges, Elliot Spitzer had to resign as governor of New York because he was caught having gone to a high-end escort service. If he were caught doing the same thing, like if the current governor of New York were caught today doing the same exact thing, I can guarantee you they would be accused of committing a trafficking offense or being in a trafficking conspiracy. So
that's crazy. That's
a huge factor here that I think has not been anywhere near enough discussed, and it empowers the state. Like I'm not like a hardcore libertarian or anything, but like I'm also just instinctively wary of giving the state the ability to craft these cockamamie prosecutorial theories to ensnare whomever and whenever they want for what would otherwise have been like wholly innocuous conduct. So something else.
Well, I think legalizing sex work would be a major step forward, because then you can also really determine what is evil. I don't doubt that there is some horrible operation.
I don't know about legalizing sex work,
children, and maybe murder, etc., and that the feds need to go after them. And it's real. It's serious. It's an obvious crime. But if you can legalize sex work, then you can clear out the murkiness in this. If you're over 18, if you're willing, if you're treated with respect, etc., you can engage in this type of behavior. And so you really can isolate what is genuinely criminal and immoral and evil in these cases.
Yeah. Another thing I was going to say,
we can't do that now. And this, as you said, like Elliot Spitzer, I'm sure, I mean, I don't know this for a fact, I'm sure he just hired a bunch of floozies and whatever. He's not a sex trafficker. He's not a.
I know exactly what he did. He would contact this high-end escort service. They would meet the girl in a hotel, and they would do what they had to do, and that was it. Like it wasn't really that complicated. But what the point I was going to make is that why I don't think like the characterization of prostitute is really accurate is I would say that a lot of these, so there are different categories of alleged Epstein victims. The biggest one is women who were adults at the time of their claimed victimization, right? Typically from 18 to 23 or something like that. And to call them prostitutes, I don't think would be quite right. You know, got to remember, like Epstein was involved in like the modeling industry, you know, by dint of his association with Wexner, who was the owner of Victoria's Secret and so forth. So that's why like you see like clips of like Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein at like some modeling show in the 90s or whatever, because they had mutual interest. Let's say Trump was the proprietor of like beauty pageants and whatnot. But like, so example, this is one woman, Lisa Phillips. She was behind Bondi yesterday. She was, I don't think you could call her a prostitute. What she claims happened is that at age 21, she was a working model. She was like appearing on magazine covers and so forth. She seemed pretty successful. She was doing a photo shoot in the British Virgin Islands. And then a friend who was at the photo shoot asked her if she wanted to take a ferry to visit her friend Jeffrey's Island in the U.S. Virgin Islands. She accepts. She goes, and many years later, somehow discovers that she had in fact been sexually assaulted by Jeffrey Epstein just in time for her to get a payment from JP Morgan.
Amazing.
In 2020, she was on a modeling theme podcast and said, yeah, this Jeffrey Epstein thing is so wild. I never saw or heard anything about it at all. But I sympathize with the women, and it's just ridiculous. But, she wasn't, whatever exactly happened with her, whatever she confabulated or didn't, it wouldn't be quite correct to say she was a prostitute. Now there were others who were, I would say it was more like, it was almost like more of maybe a sugar daddy type relationship, more so than prostitution. Meaning Epstein would subsidize girls live in apartments, pretty nice apartments in the Upper East Side, pay for their medical expenses, sometimes their college tuition, etc. And I guess maybe the implicit or maybe it was explicit arrangement was, okay, if you're getting your life in Manhattan paid for, and Jeffrey wants you to come over for a massage occasionally, you go. So would you call that prostitution? I mean, maybe it's in the ballpark, but to me that doesn't quite capture it.
I understand. Yes, sugar daddy, etc. But I guess the upshot is that this kind of behavior is happening right now.
Sure,
it's not a child sex trafficking ring.
If you wouldn't mind answering a question,
not a child sex trafficking ring. As much as people want to wake up and believe that every day, it wasn't a child sex trafficking ring.
And so, someone who's listening in, Chad, would you like to ask a question to Michael?
Hey, Richard. So, I mean, it's not a question. It's more of a statement and adding my own thoughts. If you want to just keep it to questions, especially that might be a bit shorter and
succinct, and we can respond.
Okay, so just to add my thoughts, I mean, because I agree and maybe a little bit of pushback, and then to add some context. So I think the upshot in a political context of this Epstein issue, it's being used in a way that politically the right, particularly in the Trump era, approaches a lot of issues, which is adding just focusing on really absurd aspects, true or untrue, to obfuscate or avoid having a more serious discussion. And and a discussion which might politically and sort of intellectually advance the wider national political debate. So it reminds me sort of back in the campaign last year, or I guess 2.5 years ago in 2024, when the Laura Loomer issue of the Somalis eating the dogs was a big topic on the right. And it's
Haitians.
Right. Yeah, that's right. Haitians. Yeah.
They moved on to Somalis.
Yeah. So, but instead of talking about, maybe having a more serious discussion at the time of immigration and demographics, I mean, now granted, a lot of the discussion has since moved, into this territory as Trump has taken office. But at the time, it would have been kind of breaking new grounds to have a more serious discussion about, long-term, like a paradigm shift in immigration policy and in demographics. It becomes about eating dogs.
Yeah.
It was just an absurd kind of red herring that distracted from a more serious discussion that could have been had, and that eventually didn't go anywhere and didn't really lead to
the eating dogs was
shift.
Funny.
And I think and now this discussion about eating babies in the Jeffrey Epstein files. I don't think that, I mean, if that went on, I mean, was that really what the whole Epstein Island was about? Was it just about people going and eating babies? No.
Yo, it's good.
There's no evidence that it went on, by the way.
Yo, how come? Who said? Somebody said you're going into the woods. Why are you going into the woods? What do you mean?
I mean, this is just hallucinatory nonsense.
Don't go into
other than that one, that one
take
woman
from decontextualized snippets of emails.
I'm trying to see what game to play, but I'm just staring at my Steam playlist.
Congresswoman.
Oh, she repeated this.
She went into not only that, she clearly went into the DOJ physical building to the little portal that they set up for members of Congress to look at unredacted files supposedly, and she searched specifically for cannibals, for child ritual sacrifice, and all this. That was her mission to examine in the Epstein files. It's just unbelievable.
Sure,
Chad. Let me just maybe let me try to summarize what I think you're getting at, which is that's
dangerous.
We seem to focus on the red herring in order to articulate.
I mean, that's pretty primal, though. I guess Goyed would be proud.
A lot of people who are critical of Israel or don't like what happened in Gaza, they'll talk about Epstein being a Mossad agent.
Was Wooza frame logged? by an ASU frat leader.
Or they'll talk about AIPAC. You know, it's like, the lobbying effort. Those are Epstein being Mossad is speculation, of course, but AIPAC is a real thing, obviously. But
it was framework by ASU frat
and distract from the real issue at hand, in the sense that, are you putting your criticism of Israel, are you staking that on the notion that Epstein was some sort of secret agent, James Bond for the Jews? Like, is that what this is really about? And I think that's a legitimate critique, where it's like, we can't ever talk about any of these issues seriously. We've got to go through these sort of roundabout methods of discussing, say, the state of Israel and its actions in Gaza. We have to talk about Jeffrey Epstein as a man from, you know, who was in Stanley Kubrick's Eyes Wide Shut film or something. We can't like look at it straight.
You know, on that point,
I would add actually that.
Let me just make a quick point on that.
Sure.
I'm not the biggest fan of the word retarded coming back into circulation, because I don't know. I still have this vestigial aversion to it, because like I had a neighbor who had Down syndrome, and we were all told that was like a really bad thing to say. But, you know, I get it. It's like lexicon changes over time. That being said, I will use it here and just declare that the way in which pre-existing views on Israel have been grafted onto the Epstein story is retarded. I don't know how that exactly happened. I know, like, maybe it just happened that this whole Epstein uproar was in the context of Gaza and whatnot, but like it's so arbitrary, where like it shouldn't be the case that like lots of quote neocons or people more toward that end of the spectrum now just agree with me, because they think that in refuting some of the overwrought mythology around Epstein, that's like good for Israel. And it shouldn't be the case that people who are more skeptical of Israel now hate me and think I must be compromised by Israel and getting $7,000 like for each Epstein post, because they feel like Epstein is obviously just a proxy for Israel. I mean, this, like, no one would have thought about the Epstein story in that vein before 2025.
Right.
And look, I mean, I know obviously, yeah.
I don't know. I kind of disagree with that. I feel like a lot of people, well, at least the people that were on the online right would have been saying that for a while. I guess the mass JQing that's happened in like 2020 between like October 7th and now, I guess, yeah, it's a bit different now, but I mean, people have been talking about Epstein being a Mossad agent for a long time or whatever, but I don't even know. I don't know if he, from everything that's came out, you know, his ties with a Ute Barak are definitely sketchy, but I personally think he was a Saiyan or whatever, which is like basically like he just fed information to Mossad, possibly.
The former
a Saiyan. He was a Jewish Saiyan.
I've never even thought it was implausible.
Yeah, he was a Super Saiyan.
Quote unquote connection with Israel in some fashion, or like affinity for pro-Jewish causes. I mean, he was a secular Jew.
I don't think he was a spy or
like
Mossad.
a liberal Jew in an American context. Hence the more of an affinity with Barak than, you know, Netanyahu or whatnot. We've talked about this before. Would it shock me, like, if he, like, it was involved in like certain philanthropic networks that were disproportionately comprised of like wealthy Jews?
No way. Jeffrey Epstein was Jewish.
Even the Israel connection that he did have, and like he had some like business dealings by way of Barak, et cetera, with like entities connected to the Israeli security state or like defense military contractors.
No way Epstein was Jewish.
The idea that like just being, you know, that Israel was central to his identity in any way, or like that was central to his essence, is just a fallacy from what I can glean. And not that it wasn't a component, I guess, you know, like, oh, yeah, I mean, I guess a man in his like 60s who's Jewish and like sort of more culturally Jewish, but still a Jewish in a sense, is going to have like some kind of affinity on a basic level with the Jewish state. Okay, fine, I get it. But the way that's been so foregrounded, especially on the internet, and like connected to these like, you know, swirling espionage theories and like it's supposed to be like now a sorting device for everybody's pre-existing views on Israel or U.S. foreign policy or like whatever. It's just it truly is retarded. And
I think there's somebody on Twitter that keeps a count of how many days it's been, but he hasn't streamed for a long time.
I wrote a piece a couple of months ago on this and just about how arbitrary it was that somehow like online reaction to the Epstein story has been sorted around these polls. And so
I think he hasn't streamed for a long time.
Some pro-Israel guy was.
I'm cool if he's not cool with me.
But Tracy has been critical of Israel, so he's not that great. And he's like, oh well, since you're so good on Epstein, like if you actually take the time to study the Israeli-Palestine conflict, you'll see the error of your ways. As though I've never looked into the Israel-Palestine conflict. Like I actually been to the West Bank. I don't know if this guy has ever been, but anyway. So I just said, like, okay, look, it's not my fault that everybody decided to arbitrarily graft their pre-existing position on Epstein, pre-existing positions on Israel onto Epstein. It actually is retarded. Like, what's that got to do with whether, like, a girl lied about her age in Palm Beach to give him a massage, right? Mm-hmm. Look, I know, like, it's a big story and people can latch on to, like, whatever little aspect of it that they like to kind of validate whatever worldview that they want to promote. But this isn't just the only world. Like people who have a worldview in Great Britain right now that is Republican in like the British context, meaning they're opposed to the monarchy, and they want the abolition of the monarchy. They're using the Epstein story to reinforce that worldview as we speak. Netanyahu is using it to reinforce his worldview because he's using it against his domestic political opponents, as he has for many years now.
Yes,
you have
Trump used it to get elected, and then now is facing a backlash because of it. Yeah.
So if you've chosen to myopically fixate on Israel as somehow like the prism through which we should view this entire sprawling saga, that's a choice you've been like algorithmically incentivized to make. So don't take it out on me. Anyway,
Chris is kind of right about that.
So,
yeah, go ahead.
Just a couple of responses. I mean, like I would add that it's all speculation right now, right? But I mean, I would say that it's easy, not hard, to see why people would connect Epstein to Israel. I mean, like the original seed capital
there is a
donors
connection.
to his quote unquote investment firm were Jewish billionaires, and then there's the whole Robert Maxwell, Ghislaine Maxwell connection. I mean, Robert Maxwell,
which is a farce, but go on.
Okay, so Ghislaine Maxwell was not involved in Epstein's operation?
No, of course she was. But people who say, hey, people will just throw out, what about Robert Maxwell, as though that makes the case that because the youngest daughter of a man who, yes, was sort of like a media mogul and in the United Kingdom and like trafficked arms from Czechoslovakia to the British Mandate of Palestine for the Arab-Israeli War of 1948 and was like a benefactor of like Jewish causes in Israel. People like think that
no, it's
not. They get
not.
ceremonial burial in the Mount of Olives in East Jerusalem, just like Sheldon Adelson did, and just like other non-Israelis.
My screen's not black. I have Richard Spencer in the corner.
Friend of Israel. So that's all true enough, but like people have always apparently thought
it's because I can't find a game to play. There's no game.
Because he had a youngest daughter who became an associate of Jeffrey, like first a romantic and then a platonic associate of Jeffrey Epstein.
Because I'm trying to see if I can play another game,
the idea that 15 years after Robert Maxwell died, Jeffrey Epstein was running a Mossad honeypot operation in Palm Beach with like Prince Andrew. I mean, none of it like makes sense in terms of the logical steps people make toward that conclusion. They just say, oh, Robert Maxwell was XYZ. Okay, well then do some argumentation to explain how it is that you figure that shows that not that there's an Israel connection. I don't even know what that means anymore, but that the connections can be posited to logically add up to the place that you want them to add up to. It reminds me of Russiagate. I don't know what your view is on Russiagate now. Maybe you're more sympathetic to it, but like I know I would always be bombarded in the first administration with this little like random disparate data point saying, wait a second, look at this DM to Don Jr. from like some account that we figured out was, in communication with WikiLeaks 2 weeks before. And it's just like, okay, like even if we're going to stipulate that's true, like you're saying somehow this is evidence that Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin were in a collusive conspiracy to subvert the 2016 election and install a Manchurian candidate into
All
office.
these games are so bad.
And of course, none of it ever substantiated the crux of the theory. And the crux of the theory for Epstein is also not substantiated by any of these little data points, whether it's Robert Maxwell or anything else that people want to throw out and have me address, line by line. And what's the crux of the theory?
Trying to play deadlock again.
Pedophilic sex trafficking operation enforced by blackmail, ensnared all manner of prominent persons at the direction of
by the zombie game.
That's not supported by just like blurting out the name Robert Maxwell, similarly to saying Don Jr. in 2017 received like some press release from WikiLeaks or whatever. It's like it's not like perfectly analogous, but
well, I think this is what it's about, where sometimes when your accusation is so out of proportion, you sort of destroy the whole claim. So what I mean by that is it's like the difference between saying, "Oh, no, this man hired a prostitute one time at a bachelor party with his buddies." And you dilate that into this man is an evil sex trafficker and abuser of children. Those two things are vaguely related, but it's so out of proportion that it's totally untrue, and you're totally misrepresenting what actually happened in this case. Clearly, Donald Trump has connections with Russia, and they go back to at least the 80s. Some people look before that. Now, and also clearly Russia has an interest.
Do you agree with Jonathan Chait that Trump and Russia began their collusion in 1987?
Yes, when he visited Moscow about a Trump hotel. Yes. I think that's probably the truth. Yeah. There are people who take it back.
I mean, Bernie Sanders visited like the Soviet Union on like a friendship mission. I think was he also colluding with?
I don't. You're sort of.
Anyway, let's not get sidetracked on that.
No, well, let's get sidetracked for a little bit. Okay. So Russia has an interest in bringing people in, getting them friendly. You don't know if there's going to be a direct payout. What?
I mean, they've tried it. I mean, I've had outreach.
Dude, I hate Mike Tracy.
Hold on. Stop.
Who's forcing you to listen?
Yeah, if someone doesn't want to be on here, you just.
I mean, why would you waste your time listening to somebody that you say you hate? Don't you have anything better to do?
Look, I was rubbing shoulders with a lot of Russia stuff as well. Believe me.
I can imagine.
Yeah, we know, Richard.
Yeah, all I'm saying is that you can, when you start claiming that like Trump is a Manchurian candidate, that can easily be.
Everybody knows that.
In the sense that Trump actually was, unlike Obama, was the first one to lethally arm Ukraine. Obama only sent blankets. So many, interestingly,
which Trump still brags about.
Yeah, and before the invasion of Ukraine, Joe Biden was actually lessening sanctions. It's all very.
Joe Biden renewed the New START treaty with Russia, which Trump just let expire on February 5th. So now there's no nuclear arms control framework that's operative between the United States and Russia and previously the Soviet Union since 1972, as of the last week.
Interesting. But so you can dismiss the notion that Trump is a Manchurian candidate, which I obviously think we should, but you shouldn't then dismiss a kind of lesser claim that Russia has an interest in Trump, that Russia likes MAGA, that Russia brings MAGA people to Moscow, that Russia is funding.
I went to Moscow in December of 2023. And yeah, I did meet some of these like crank MAGA people because I don't know, they invited a bunch of misfit social media personalities. And look, I figured I'm never going to really get a chance to go to Russia under these circumstances now because you can't even get a passport. But I did go and, it was interesting. I've written about it. It's not a secret. It actually made me much more disturbed about the fanaticism around the Ukraine war than I had previously been, meaning the Russian fanaticism.
Oh, interesting.
Because there was an exhibit in the Kremlin that they showed us where they were educating the masses in Russia about this concept of Novorossiya, which nobody had ever heard of prior to 2022 in terms of like this rightful claim that Mother Russia purportedly had to this, swath of Ukraine going from, below Kharkiv to Odessa and whatnot.
Yeah.
Which was like and if that was actually the war objective, which a lot of people insisted that it must be, and to the extent that Putin sometimes gets pushback in Russia, however carefully they couch it. It's that like he's not doing enough to achieve that war objective. So that just made me much more disturbed about the intensified fanaticism within Russian society about the meaning as they perceive it of the Ukraine war.
Right.
And
guess,
but the point is though, like, so now, like in 10 years, is like, because I went on that trip, I actually, they had everybody speak, and I criticized Russia pretty much. I said, you guys are idiots if you actually are banking on Donald Trump to achieve whatever it is that you think that electing him again is going to achieve, because the idea that he's going to like usher in this new era of isolationism or whatever that's going to allow Russia to run rampant wherever into Kyiv or whatever is just like a fantasy. And like, can we get an update at this point? Like, did Trump end the Ukraine war in 24 hours? Like, it's just the status quo from the Biden administration with some more like occasional high-level diplomatic contacts between the U.S. and Russia. But the weapons provision is ongoing. The basic underpinnings of everything that had been going on prior to Trump getting office was still in effect. So, I gave like a critical mini speech. So it's like in 10 years, like, is that going to be a basis for people to say that I'm in some kind of suspicious relationship with Russia based on what you claim can be justifiably claimed about Trump in the 80s?
I wouldn't say that. I would, but there's some there in the sense that I think you're an unreliable asset because you're not a propagandist. You have this will to truth that cuts through the bullshit. And so that's not what they want. They want retards. They will go. So you're not a reliable
and they got
asset.
some of them based on what I could tell. It
No
was
doubt.
just like
but I would say this. They did not bring you there because of your good looks. I don't know. Sorry, if you get I'm just joking. They didn't bring you there because they
well, then they lied to me
because
they said it was solely about.
I can't believe you rolled Kai clips where
what I mean is that they brought.
I know
you
I look
there.
haggard, by the way, because I've been in Epstein files.
I'll take back that. I was searching for a joke there, but
it's okay. Believe me, I hear much worse 24/7.
Right. What I mean is that they brought you there not to like torture you and force you to write an article, but they brought you there to hobnob, wine and dine, maybe more. And they had an agenda by doing that. They had an agenda.
I agree. I know what their agenda was. The agenda was offered to me and I rejected it.
Interesting. There you go. Guess you're kind of making my case. So there is a reality.
No, I'm not denying that. Like, I actually agreed that the whole scandal that erupted, when was it, like September of 2024, when like all these payments to conservative influencers were revealed for like Benny Johnson got $30,000 per video and Tim Pool. Yeah, Tenet Media and whatever.
There it is. Yeah.
Dave Rubin. Yeah, I think that actually was scandalous.
Yes.
Not necessarily because it was this like catastrophic example of how Russia is undermining our democracy or any of these like nonsense sort of Democratic Party platitudes that they have just recite by rote now after being trained to do so in the post 2016. But just because it's like basic almost corruption and stupidity and laziness and like, I don't know if like Russian propaganda, here's another point that's sort of interesting and kind of ties in even into Epstein. Should we really be that intimidated by the efficacy of Russian propaganda efforts if the best they could do is this Tara Reid person, like another pure fraud con artist who invented a fake rape claim against Joe Biden, claims she had to obtain asylum in Russia. Actually, when I was there, like she heard I was there, I guess, and like was trying to like whisper to get me thrown out because like I was the first one who figured out that she was just a total scammer.
Sure.
And there was a very time limited visa anyway, so I left. But like it really, if that like that's the best they can do, then so what? It's just like
right.
I think if it was more proportionately sort of understood, then I guess I'd be more receptive to it. But I guess maybe I still have like the lingering after effects of this like over dramatized constant like democracy is being destroyed nonsense that the Democrats like the security state officials fomented in the first Trump administration. And it's almost I'm kind of instinctively apprehensive about some of the tenets of the talking points.
Yeah, no, I get it. But to bring it to Epstein, in the sense of
married again?
Is he working with intelligence services?
No, he's dating Rad Femme Hitler.
Is he working with Russia? These if you make it into he's running a blackmail ring, that he's forcing people to do things against their will and getting them to kill babies or have sex with minors or whatever, that's all wrong.
But that was the very genesis of the Epstein mythology. That's why we know the name Jeffrey Epstein.
Dating Radfem Hitler. Radfem Hitler. She looks like this.
Who TF is that?
She's a perf. Dumb bitch.
I'm more tired of Epstein than Nancy Guthrie.
What is it?
Twitter politics is the worst.
Where's the picture of her? How come there's no pictures of her? No. Where's the one picture everybody posts of her? I can't find it. This right here. Here we go. This was her and Richard Hanania.
RFH, how are you?
He's dating the Radfem.
So
Yeah.
What is going on? I follow you.
This
on
is
Twitter.
Richard Spencer's girlfriend.
I saw that these pictures of this. I saw the pictures of you on the horse, not knowing it was you. I had seen your old pictures. There was these pictures with you in a beanie, right? That was the one making the rounds first, right?
Yeah, that's AI. So
that's AI?
Yes, that's an AI photo someone made. Some fan art, I guess.
So that person.
Yeah, Richard. I don't know who's more ghoulish, Richard or her. Anyways.
That Richard guy is terrifying.
I get it. But
Yeah.
we shouldn't deny the reality of the situation.
He's an IRL vampire. He's a
my
vampire.
assessment.
If there's somebody who's drinking baby blood, it's probably Richard Hanania.
Jeffrey Epstein is that he's a kind of power broker. In this,
We're all looking at Epstein. Epstein didn't drink no baby blood.
Like a stockbroker. A stockbroker sells a share of a company to an individual out in Kansas or something. That's sort of what he does. So there's no like ideology to Jeffrey Epstein. He's not a he's not even a liberal Zionist. I mean, he's more of that, of course, but you understand. He's not working for the Russians. That's sort of wrong too. He has every finger in 10 different pies, basically, and he's bringing people together. And the ultimate social lubricant is luxury resorts, beautiful women, etc. And that's where he was genuinely useful. But there's no Trump is not a Manchurian candidate. Of course he's not. But he is, like, there is a Russia connection. There is something. Jeffrey Epstein isn't blackmailing people on behalf of Israel or Russia, but there are these connections. Like the fact that he brought Noam Chomsky and Steve Bannon together.
I'm jealous of that, by the way. I maintain that Jeffrey Epstein was the only man on earth who could have facilitated that meeting.
And they're both happy. I've never even
seem to love it.
Photos of both of them happy, actually.
I mean,
they're happy together.
The way that Chomsky effused his appreciation for Jeffrey Epstein is one of the truly amazing revelations of the quote unquote files that have been released in the past few months. I had known about Chomsky having some kind of relationship with Epstein, but I didn't have any notion that it was as deep as it evidently was. I have a piece coming out. I think it might be out tonight, or it's if not tonight, tomorrow morning for Compact. Where I just did a straightforward defense of Chomsky because I was like, okay, enough is enough. This is absurd. Chomsky, did you read that email that he sent after Epstein asked him for advice.
You know,
This was sort of like
Chomsky
the
is
straw
such
that
a mind
broke the camel's
blower.
back, and why all his former friends and
I
like
don't really
left-wing
care
fellow
about
travelers had to
Chomsky.
come out and like do these melodramatic denunciations of him
I actually
while he's
respect
97
Kai
years
to
old
some
and
degree for not
incapacitated by a
banning me
stroke.
because
Pure
Groypers
cowardice.
are
It's
soft
unbelievable.
losers normally
And people who have
ban
never
instantly
read
and love
him as
censorship of
well,
critics
but sort
in
of
chat.
vaguely like him as like a man. of the
Yeah.
left. They're like, oh, I no longer like him.
He's Kai the spy
But
for
even
a
some,
reason.
even some people, even some of his actual collaborators and friends, like a guy who co-authored several books with him, came out and did this.
That's sad.
And they point to this supposedly damning email where he gives PR advice. They say, as I argue in this piece,
I've just been staring at my Steam playlist or my Steam games for like the whole time
of the
and
facts,
I can't click one.
whatever the topic. Vietnam, Israel, like virtually any topic. I mean, like, I think he is a genius. Whatever your ideological perspective,
I think he's wrong in linguistics.
fair enough.
Richard get it
I have
divorced
tried to
while he was
understand the
married with
linguistics
kids.
theory, but like my brain is not wired in a way where I feel like I can comprehend it, other than like the almost
I
the
don't
most
think-
surface level.
I don't know
Wikipedia
the
take.
details.
Yeah, well, I don't think the human.
You have
Sorry to
horrible
digress
taste
here.
in
I don't think
exclamation
humanity
mark.
is
Okay, buddy.
hardwired for
Dude,
grammar
it's a good
and
game.
language. I
Skill
think
issue.
that almost strikes me as a kind of
No
creationism
factorial.
or something like that. Like we were built to use
Take a
language.
dab.
I think the answer is in a way more
I'll
disturbing,
take a
which
dab.
is that language is a kind of technology that is outside humanity, that is sort of implanted in our left hemisphere and makes us has changed, genuinely changed us, changes behavior. But I don't think there's a universal grammar. I just think he's wrong, and it sounds like some sort of creationism to me, to be honest. Like my dog understands me. Sorry for this digression, but it's interesting.
No, it's fine. I just
My
like
dog-
I'm embarrassed because I'm not going to be able to intelligently engage.
Oh,
with
okay. Well,
this-
I'll just
this
finish
argument.
it.
Boom,
My
boom, Tel
dog
Aviv.
understands more of what I say than you might imagine. We think he only understands sit and no or things like that. Dogs
Hey,
are
can you
actually
pull up the
listening to
list of voices on
conversations and
screen?
they're
I'm too
picking
lazy
up little
to click
words.
the
They
link.
they might
No.
even have a bit of a grammar, but
Click the link.
are they hardwired for language? I just think that's a ridiculous thing to say. I just think he's flatly wrong on this concept. Language is a outside technology that's gets implanted in us. We're kind of cyborgs due to the fact that we are language users. So it's a kind of more disturbing truth.
There are other email exchanges, and it's
Mm-hmm.
bizarre that we even have all these email exchanges from Chomsky. I mean, just the universe of stuff that got swept up into this Jeffrey Epstein document production is just unto itself incredible. But there are email exchanges that I haven't seen anybody comment on that I came across, where Epstein and Chomsky are going back and forth, is like discussing
Please add Destiny as a
science
voice.
theories.
He
Like
has a funny
Epstein
voice,
tells
that
Chomsky,
little
"Hey, I just
guy."
did this experiment where Epstein wanted to test his working theory about the neurological processing of music and how the neurons fire in order to
Epstein was a
enable the
scientist.
human brain to distinguish music from other auditory inputs or something like this, right?
Mm-hmm.
So he says, I figured out that if you overlay several symphonies, like you can test something or other. I honestly didn't even fully follow it, but he says this to Chomsky, and Chomsky's like, actually, wow, that's a fascinating experiment. I just don't think that Chomsky, at that point in his life, like 89, 90, 91, would waste his time like humoring someone if he actually didn't think that they were interesting and valuable. So that's why he was so effusive in like lavishing praise on Epstein. He honestly did find him intellectually stimulating. He honestly did appreciate the opportunities that Epstein afforded, where Chomsky could go meet with like Ehud Barak and like learn about more about the Tapa Accords of 2001, which was already a longstanding research interest of Chomsky, and he like always bemoaned the lack of a diplomatic record around that process. And like Ehud Barak gave him like exclusive information. And there was one occasion where Chomsky was at some other event, and Epstein calls up the Norwegian diplomat who is the back channel negotiator for the Oslo Accords. And like Chomsky's able to have what he says is a lively interchange with this Norwegian diplomat about obviously an area of his longstanding interests. But so it stands to reason that Chomsky would like enjoy that. And like he seemed to enjoy Epstein personally. Amazingly, some of these emails have come out. I don't know if you've seen this, but like Chomsky had a dispute with his adult children over access to
check the
his
list, buddy.
trust, because after his first wife died, the trust that they had set up together happened to be in her name. So they always thought that he would die first, but then she became ill and died, predeceased him. And like a new trustee was appointed to oversee the trust, and it was one of the adult children. And then he gets remarried unexpectedly to a younger woman, not like egregiously, she's like 60 or something. And she's above the age of legal consent, okay? And they're aware, like the adult children are wary of the new wife and of her potential influence over him, so they try to restrict his ability to access his wealth that he's accumulated over the course of his life. And it's just a whole painstaking, tedious, kind of like disturbing dispute that arises, and he's like very hurt by it. He says that my life was great other than this one thing that's like really causing me a lot of pain, distracting me from work.
Yeah,
I never could have imagined that in my later years this would happen with my children. It's depressing. And who solves the problem for him eventually? Jeffrey Epstein. It's amazing. So like that's the context in which, a year or two later, Epstein asks him, "Hey, Noam, like, what do you think I should do about all this terrible press coverage that's coming my way?" And Chomsky gives his thoughts. And, as I argue in this piece that might be out now, everything that Chomsky wrote in that email was substantively correct. So I actually argued that Chomsky should be commended for being prescient earlier than I was. Like I hadn't done the requisite analysis of the facts at that point yet, just in terms of the hysteria, etc. But but Chomsky being correct is exactly what's getting him repudiated by his former friends and allies and so forth. So I just had to do the straightforward defense that's about to come out. But that is a fascinating wrinkle to all this that I wouldn't have anticipated. Chomsky was also really the only figure of any public notoriety who, when they were asked about their relationship with Epstein, with the expectation, I guess, that they would therefore disavow it. This was in 2023, like not like a month or two before he had his stroke. Chomsky's the only one who didn't put out this PR crafted groveling apology or buy into the premise that he had something to atone for. He was just appropriately abrasive and dismissive toward the inquiry, and I think he should be lauded for it. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah,
it's just more. I think it attests to something that he had exhibited time and time again over the course of his life, which is intellectual rigor and honesty, even in the face of social opprobrium. But so it's supremely ironic that this is now being cited as the cause for him to be retroactively banished.
Very sad. Let's go through these questions here.
So can we maybe another 5 or 10 minutes or something?
Let's do 10 minutes.
Some other stuff I have to do.
Yeah, we'll hit it at 11 p.m. Eastern time.
By the way, where is this airing, or where's this going to go?
It's going to go up on Substack, but I'm going to put it up on YouTube and on X as well.
Okay, no paywall, right?
No,
I almost want to lead a labor movement now. It's for I'm going to organize frequent podcast guests, because I just get, not that I care that much, but if I end up on a podcast, right, where I agree to go on, I'll agree to go on anything basically within reason.
Cheers, everyone.
And then they decide to just paywall it. So I guess they're profiting from my labor. I'm not I'm not that crazed, but it's just annoying. Because then people who follow me can't see it.
I won't do that. I talk to the group for hours and hours per week, and so most of that is paywalled. But most all of that is paywalled. But in terms of your work that you've given, because you feel this way, I'll definitely put it out for free.
Okay,
so
thank you. I'm not that zealous about it, but
I get where you're coming from. Yeah. So let's try to keep it real concise because Michael might be getting a little tired. Blue Race, go for it.
Yeah, hey, Michael, what do you think of journalists like Dave Troy, Peter Jukes, Michael Weiss? These seem to be the journalists that are pushing the most engaging narrative. And what do you think also about Epstein and Ehud Barak saying that they want 1 million Russians coming in to perhaps mess with Israeli electioneering?
I don't know who Dave Troy. Okay, that does ring a bell. Peter Jukes, Michael Weiss. Yeah, I mean, I could. You mean they're most engaging about Epstein?
I don't know. Russia angle.
Oh yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, anybody who has a pre-existing, quote unquote agenda, or however you want to describe it, they can find, there's such a
Richard Spencer's Richard Spencer.
It's choose your own adventure. anybody can find something to latch onto. So, sure. I mean, I'm not surprised that they would go with that angle. I don't know what else really to say about it. And I hadn't seen that Barack remark, but like something that people don't really comprehend or are not cognizant of when they go through these materials or when they see something surface on social media, one of these decontextualized snippets, is that like Epstein was chronically sarcastic and tongue-in-cheek, and maybe sardonic is the best way of putting it.
Yes, but had you ever heard of Richard Spencer?
Obviously, that doesn't necessarily come across to the uninformed reader when they're just like.
I don't even remember.
That's really necessary context to keep in mind. So
I
like,
smoked myself stupid.
Cracked, right? Just like watch the thing with Bannon, and there's like an undercurrent of sardonic humor to it, and you see that often in like a lot of different contexts with Epstein. So I don't know. I would assume, since I haven't seen what you're referring to with Ehud Barak, that it was some kind of joke, right? Or are we saying it was literal?
I don't know exactly what you're referring to.
It did kind of seem like Ehud Barak was interested in this thing. It was kind of him saying it in a sort of monotone way, in like a longer conversation.
Was this in the recording?
Yes. I believe
Okay, I haven't listened to that yet.
Yeah, he says, well, we already know that Israel has a long history of Russian immigration, and this really can shift the electorate. Within Israeli politics, the Mizrahi is the predominant base.
Yeah. But even then, it did seem like a sort of humorous point. He was basically saying like, now that Israel's established, we can be more selective with the human capital that we bring in. So we should bring in a bunch of Russians. Yeah, I'm not sure.
Interesting.
Actually, speaking of Robert Maxwell, one of the things he did fund was around Kristallnacht, or in the dissolution of the Soviet Union, when there was the emigration from Eastern Europe of Jews to Israel. Robert Maxwell funded, some philanthropic organization that facilitated the emigration of Jews in that area to Israel. I don't know, that just came to mind when you referenced that. But yeah, I mean, I just feel like people are hyper literal how they read a lot of this
That's
stuff.
what it says on the power chat thing.
It annoys me in a similar way, like during the 2016 presidential campaign.
That's funny, dude.
Joke, right? Where like the quintessential
Jimbo's over here a-logging beards
August of 2019.
Power chat voices.
Trump does an interview.
Because I didn't make
Obama
that
is the leader of ISIS. Meaning he's
I just enabled them all the ones that are made.
And then you have like CNN and Washington Post fact checkers saying, fact check, President Barack Obama is not in fact the leader of ISIS. As though like we needed that hyper literal intervention. And the hyper literalism with which people want to read a lot of this stuff in the Epstein files, I think belies the actual meaning of a lot of it.
100%.
It's also, people think that they're going in thinking that he's like a intelligence agent, and then they're choosing.
Dude, Alex Jones is fucking hookers tonight in Miami with Myron Gaines and Fresh.
What about the sick pedo Satanist allegations
of his? They know are 100% serious. It's like, well, if you think he's playing these people, then why do you think any of this is honest? Really, you have absolutely no idea about the intention of any of these emails.
Also, what kind of intelligence agent leaves such a gigantic trail of like unencrypted emails and
yeah, exactly.
Right? I mean, would that be like standard operating procedure for an intelligence agent? I know people can say, well, it doesn't have to be an agent, it could be an asset or like there are gradations of the intelligence tie or whatever, but just like, I don't know, this doesn't like strike me as the behavior of somebody who would be even in that category so much. But I don't know, maybe I'm ignorant as to how the intelligence services really work.
Yeah, or he would leave in his drafts folder his evil attempt to blackmail Bill Gates or something, just so that can easily be seen later on. Anyway, let's do real quick. So Amalek, why don't you jump in here, and then this might be the last one, but I'll obviously be staying on for at least another hour or so. So Amalek, you can go.
Cool. Yeah. I was wondering what your take was about if you'd seen the Iranian ball statue being lit on fire with pictures of Epstein on it, and what you thought about that, given the fact that the whole ball, satanic panic thing is literally like based on an inscription error or a transcription error from the AI they use to go through the files and put it and make it searchable. It says bank name and it just messed that up and it said Baal BAL, which
What
is
the
linked
fucking
to all this satanic conspiracy
Baal in the
nonsense.
Hebrew Bible. Yeah,
Yeah,
like the worship of Baal is this terrible thing that
It's a
Jezebel brought
hoax.
onto Israel. And
So I missed all of this. Wait, you're saying
Okay.
that there was a fire? There was a statue that was lit on fire in Iran?
I can't believe you missed this.
Yeah, that's
so the Iranian
I
government.
have to be very selective in terms of the information that I consume on this stuff. So I have like a couple of things that I'm working on. If I just
Yeah.
spent all day just like absent-mindedly scrolling through all the crap,
Yeah.
then now I got this Baal statue was
I
burned
think
in Iran.
the Iranian government did this. They have a statue of a man with a bull head that's supposed to be the god Baal, who's kind of a storm god. He's actually a Zeus equivalent, Jupiter, but he's in the Hebrew Bible. And then they're associating Baal with the devil, or in Revelation, like 666.
Here's what I'm trying to say.
It's also Epstein
See,
and
Spencer knows.
Yeah, it's just the most insane clusterfuck ever. But this is very popular on the internet.
And this is
like
based on a
right-wingers.
formatting. This is
It's
based
a
on an email that was a
frickin'
formatting error.
Correct.
Hoax.
That's similar to how like this week there was this whole like storm of
19
outrage over a
versus 9-year-old.
over a 9-year-old, supposedly,
Right.
when it was like literally a formatting error in an email, and then if you search it in the DOJ search bar, you can find the correctly formatted version of the email where it says 19. It's not even like clear to whom the 19-year-old is being sent. If she give we don't even know the full context even with the 19-year-old, but the 9-year-old, right? I tweeted earlier today, there was this Republican Senator, Cynthia Loomis from Wyoming. Did you see this? Where she says, I was wrong. I've changed my view about Epstein. I didn't really think there was much there, but like now I'm really disturbed. And I agree with everyone who wanted to get this stuff released. Cause like now we know there are 9-year-old victims and based on this formatting error.
Yeah.
And, Jamie Raskin said the same thing. Like everybody was trying to tell me, you're wrong. There actually is rampant pedophilia. The 9-year-old victims. It's like Jamie Raskin.
Everything's
repeating
a
this
hoax.
email. It's just like unbelievable. But I hadn't seen this Iran thing. It's amazing.
The
Wow.
Baal formatting error is even better because it's clearly a bank statement. Like it's a wire transfer order. It has all the different numbers. It's a whole page of things about a wire transfer.
Yeah,
So
in their
even if
own
it
lore,
did say Baal,
it makes no
well,
sense. It's like,
yeah,
okay, it's like as if like naming your bank account Baal gives you magical powers or something, or some sort of like dog whistle to the other Baal cultists that you're all a member of the Baal cult because you're in the bank accounts. Like the theory itself is ridiculous, and it's being pushed on Twitter
It
and
also
on
means that he
social
hates
media.
Israel. So he's
right?
actually not an Israeli agent. He's a Baalist.
We've gotten to the point now.
Exactly. This is what I was trying
where
to
Epstein
explain.
Writ large as a
And everybody was
narrative
freaking
has
out.
taken on the characteristics of the satanic panic
The
frenzy of
bullshit
the
is
1980s in a way that is now
is a
much
total
more directly
fucking
analogous than it had
hoax
been before.
that
I would argue that
that's
there was
being
some
pushed.
overlap thematically before, but now it's much more explicit where during the satanic panic, there's this amazing book that I think everybody should read. My mind was blown every page. Debbie Nathan, Satan's Children. She was like the early chronicler of like the satanic panic when it was extremely unpopular. And then eventually everybody just pretended that they always agreed with her, right? But she put out this, the authoritative book on it in, I think, 1994 or 5. And I read it a few months ago. And it's astounding. Like just the grotesque claims that would be made about ritualistic child abuse that would be taken like deadly seriously and assumed true. Like the most grotesque things that you could possibly imagine, like, infants being raped and like their innards being extracted and toddlers bathed in blood, like all the most like horrendous fantasies that you'd have like in a fevered nightmare. That's what the kind of stuff that is being claimed. And now we've gotten to a point where like, because of this new volume of material, like, where people are making these assertions and they're being like validated by people who are perceived to be in some position
Jake Shields timeline,
rightly or wrongly.
Let's see how that
like Lauren Boebert, who's like,
let's
wait
see
a
how
second, there's
many
a
that
restaurant
one
called-
tweet that I said was going to get 10,000 or whatever. What's it at already?
Doesn't mean it doesn't happen.
Let's see. Where's the one I was looking at before? Oh yeah, this one's already at. So yeah, the 1,000 screaming children on the bus go round and round or whatever. this new shit, the newest conspiracy theory from Jake Shields. I guess that Jeffrey Epstein had a bus and he was starving children in the desert, 100 children in the desert with a bus. Like what? 1,020K views already. It's like, lot, dude. Nick Fuentes is speaking in a space.
Or party.
Yup, he's gonna see what you are actually like.
Yes.
Don't tell people I live this way. It's like, bitch, it's all trannies ran
Of
through
course, Nick
over
Fuentes
40,
is
like
in a Benny
sluts. Like, get the
space.
fuck out of here.
Yeah,
that
was
Benny and Basil
Oh,
space.
it was so fucking delicious, bro. Oh my god, love to
Well,
see
I love
it.
it. I love the best part was so
Let's
he
see what they're
goes in
talking
there,
about.
and the best part was the manager comes up, and I think the manager was actually like,
You
she's
can't
like,
live stream it here.
Basil.
she's like well known though. I
He's
think
like
she's
a
like
gay
well-known,
dude.
part
I
of
don't
the
know. He's like a
organizer or
gay
something.
Iranian
And she comes up and she's
Muslim.
like, "Hi, I'm the manager. You can't film here." And he goes,
"Who the fuck are
"Wait,
you?"
He goes, "Huh? Who are you?" And she's
Who
like,
is this
"I'm
woman?
the manager. I'm the
Who is
manager
this
here."
woman? He
They're all in
says.
here glazing clavicular. Oh my
turns
god.
to the guy that runs it or whatever, and he's like, "Who is this woman? Who is this bitch?" And she's like, "Hey, I'm the manager."
That's our dog. Right
My favorite part was the old lizard guy coming up with the milady doll, being like, "Hey, can you
Yeah, he's a
hold this?"
gay
And then she's like,
Iranian
"Oh,
Muslim.
talk to my man." Like,
Yeah.
I don't know, get
the fucking Fumo plushie.
Dude,
is so
that was
pathetic.
amazing. The lighting on it too was like, it was
I
like
hate the
almost
gay
scripted.
accent.
Yeah,
It's so
yeah, and like
annoying.
once again, not to just rehash the show, but like some fucking milady retards like, oh, they don't understand the Lynchian kino behind this. I'm
Yeah.
like, even if that was true, what you just admitted to is like, oh, this is really dark and unsettling. Like,
Dude, they have
thank you.
They have
Yeah,
5
totally.
fucking cultural references that they keep fucking cycling through.
Yeah.
Lynch, Paglia,
Nietzsche.
Nietzsche. It's like, dude, it's so fucking over. That shit is so fucking tired. It's love to see.
Well,
But
dude,
they really were smug.
What
They
is
really thought
this?
they had one on you.
The
What
Camille
is
Paglia
this?
thing is so funny because, I went into that world. I kind of want to
That's
see
at
what it was
least
all
3
about.
different
I
gay
was in the
voices.
Dollhouse
I
group
wish Nick
chat,
would
still
just
am.
die.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Just to shit on these
Still
hoes.
am.
Just to shit on these hoes.
Well, and I'm in there
Fuentes
and
is
like,
still in the
I'm
Dollhouse
reading
group
some
chat.
of their Substacks, and I look into Camille Paglia, and I'm like, she's just a
What the
fucking
fuck?
intellectual dork web, basic bitch, like
Mhm.
anti-feminist from 2017, where she's
He's
like,
still in the tranny
sort of,
group
maybe
chats to this
yeah,
day.
exactly. She's
Amazing.
like, rape culture isn't real. It's like, whoa, I'm 14 and this
Oh
is
my
really
god.
deep. I'm
Troipers.
14
So
and this
true.
is you've never
You are
been
Your
risking
leader
rape.
is a
If you go
is a
upstairs at a frat
homosexual.
party, you are risking rape. We wanted to risk rape. It's like, okay, bitch. It's actually really funny to take it a step further because it's always like, I'm always like, oh, Foucault this, Foucault that, right? She was kind of a contemporary, like a little bit after Foucault, but she was talking in dialogue with Foucault, and she hated Foucault. And my opinion is that Foucault is
It was
exactly like,
rough.
think of me as Foucault and think of Anna as Paglia. It's like she hated Foucault because Foucault is like, oh, this is all fake and gay. Let's talk about the fucking structures. Let's have fun here. And then she's like, no, actually, rock and roll and being cool and Madonna. And it's like, fuck you, bitch. Go be a fucking.
I think
dyke
he's gonna
somewhere.
come out soon.
Anyway.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean,
Milo said he's dropping the sex tape in 2028. Fuentes is starting to be more fucking saying he's not a white nationalist, saying he's not.
Like a reminder.
Now he's on here with the gay guys.
You will never be us. Like
he's leaning to
and
go out, come out to his audience. Honestly, maybe.
Afterward, and he's being interviewed by GQ, and he goes, "Yeah, this is literally better than that party." And
also Milo hinted that Elijah Schaefer and Fuentes had gay sex.
This is actually shows the difference between streaming, because in a world before streaming, it would have been we woke up this next day and all we would have saw were Dasha's picture where she's like, oh, in the glow, and Leah's picture where he's like, oh, she's looking at my tits, and that's all we would have saw. But this new generation of streamers, it's like, oh no, we saw the whole fucking thing, and we saw how fucking creepy
to
cringe
see.
you are, and
I
then
mean,
how the next
honestly,
day you try
though,
to sell
you
it as
never
something
know with
completely
Milo.
different. They're like they are from a bygone era.
It's like nice. Your
Mm.
party's full of jeets, old men, and trannies that are like trying to orbit around
Dude,
Flav and are like,
the
"Oh,
second
yeah."
Pariah saw him, she was in a fucking orbit of him the whole fucking night. I was like, dude.
They're talking about Pariah.
Yeah,
Oh
that was
man,
crazy.
love to
Yeah,
see it. God is so
They're
good.
talking about Pariah
Bunch
the
we're
doll.
destroyed.
So good.
But yeah, that was the main thing. And dude, your tweet about the right wing art was so fucking awesome because it's so true. Like and I don't know about that stuff. Like I don't know Elena Velez and all that, but like it's obviously so forced. And you had a tweet too where it's like Milady is right wing art. It's like it's okay. It's like fucking glitch art. It's like you made this this was like AI
might as well be
swap
fucking
practically.
vaporware at this point. Yeah,
Yeah.
that was actually Betty.
Yeah, no, that's what I meant. And you know, so the shit sucks.
Oh my
I mean, they've been
god.
trying to like cargo cult that for years, and it's so obvious. Somebody said, I don't think it was you guys, it was somebody else. That it's all downstream from the money. It's like the money comes first for a political purpose, and then you have these like
they're all arguing about gay
and like
fashion
you said, there's, like,
shows right now. Literally,
there too.
that's
It's like,
what they're like arguing about, and like being in gay group chats
and
together.
they just kind of
Like what the fuck, bro? This is insane.
Like one step removed.
This is your leader, Groiper. This is your fucking leader, bro.
Oh
my god.
Step above, like
oh god.
No, it's literally like that one that Amber Rose used to do did one with, or Roseanne did one with recently, like that fat one who looks like a jelly roll. What's that fucking guy's
guy?
name?
Yeah, Forgatio Blow. It's like,
yes, it's literally that. It's literally like a New York City downtown Manhattan version.
I need
of
to take a dab. This is like fucking
Uncle Jam. There was like a guy
up.
who used to dress up as Uncle Sam, and he would go to all the Trump rallies on like a hoverboard and sing the national anthem.
This is that, but trannied out.
Yeah. Then this is like the Five Guys or the Shake Shack, but like it's the same universe as all that bullshit.
What's the other guy that like it's like Tom McDonald or something? He did a Christmas song. Just let it woke, let it woke.
My cortisol.
Oh my god!
Dude, literally.
Screw the woke. Screw the
woke.
woke.
My god!
Like come the fuck.
No, but you know what? Also, too, is like
all I think about is Sam
Well,
Hyatt holding
I
the
bet
corny.
Fuentes
Like,
is gonna
you guys
go
are
on
just
this
corny. It's
gay
so
show,
bad.
These are
the gay
same
Benny
fucking
and
people
Basil
who were
show.
saying, "Oh yeah, Kanye
He's basically already on it.
This is actually
this
so
says it's the
cringe and a
Benny and
distraction.
Basil after
We should be
show.
focusing on real right wing art." And it's like Elena Velez and Monica rolling around in the mud. It's like, what are we?
Chud Jack AI.
Get Chud Jack AI. Like what? Yeah, this is the right wing art, not Kanye West. Okay,
And
all right.
the Will Stancil show.
The Will Stancil show. Get those $2,000 from Andrew Torba. But we should also give money to her. This is ridiculous. This is so
Kanye West is right wing art.
And that's one of the guys who's defending the Wojak guy and who's also defending fucking.
Oh my fucking god!
In front of Congress.
Oh my fucking god, dude!
Oh, Jeremy Carl.
That's the guy. I'm bad with names. Like
I've been having to tell you now.
Kanye West is right wing art.
Yeah, it's
Somebody
literally
told me
all the same
something about-
people.
I forget. Somebody told me either that he hates me or he likes me. I don't remember. So I don't know what position to
You
take.
should probably know which one that is.
Yeah, it's a big difference.
Someone told me. Someone told
the
and
binary.
I didn't know who it was, and then it was like,
yes, this is live.
By the way, it's pure fucking slop, but it was like all over Twitter, and then I was like, oh, that guy, and then
I need
totally
a dab,
forgot what
dude.
they said. So now I don't know
all
what side
spiked
to
by
take.
these
I gotta call
freaking
the guy and,
homosexuals.
make sure I know, what he feels about me, but.
But with so many of these people, it's like they'll be like, "Oh, secretly they like you," but they know that they can never say so because I got to go to NatCon and I gotta, I'll get a quote tweet from Captive Dreamer. It's like, okay.
Well, no, because he's a Jew. Jeremy Carl's a Jew.
Oh no, he converted. Didn't you know he converted? He's a base white man now.
Oh yeah, right. Like, right. Well, and I heard, I told you this the other day. Tom Klingenstein was talking crazy shit about me. There was some gala or something back in December, and it was basically just like a bitch fest about the Groypers and how we're anti-Semitic. And Klingenstein came up and gave like this whole speech about how, we're not really in control and the Groypers aren't going anywhere. And so it's all downstream from that ultimately.
No, Rod Dreher
Carl's
did the same thing. Before JD in this last interview denounced you, before that, when it was still very ambiguous, Rod Dreher had a talk in DC. He's like, well, JD came to my house and he told me he hates Nick Fuentes. So trust him, like, don't worry about it, blah, 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 blah. And it was like, yeah, it's all fucking bullshit because they know, like, whatever, not W Glaze, whatever, but like you have like have the motions, so they're like you gotta
that interview of JD Vance denouncing
that Rod Dreher
Fuentes made me want to vote for him.
That whole story.
Unironically.
Yes, dude, I heard it from somebody that he completely fabricated that story. I can't say more. I know
I'm still on the edge on Vance, though. I'm not gonna lie.
Never happened. He just
that's
fucking made it
crazy.
up. And dude, he is in Hungary. He's literally like an unpaid Hungarian shill. We all know
this is who we're supposed to be listening to.
I mean, Orban
Are you
is
kidding
like
me?
in that whole like Kudnik network.
Yeah, they have fucking Turning Point USA in Hungary. It's like, what the fuck is even going? Why Hungary of all fucking countries? What's going on?
Yeah, CPAC Hungary, Turning Point Hungary.
Charles Haywood is in Hungary.
Yeah. Well, and it's because Orban has had a relationship with Netanyahu for like 20 years, and they're all part of the same thing. Nigel Farage, Maloney, Bolsonaro, Millet. But anyway, Dreher.
Well, that's why on the show we took the position of defending that EU candidate who just had the sex tape bleep. We presented as we're just having fun, but we're doing deep geopolitics over here.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I mean, like at this point, I'm with it. Like, I mean, it's 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. So I think it's time for turnover over there. But Rod Dreher, he lives in Budapest. A lot of people don't realize that. He doesn't live in America. He lives in Budapest.
That's weird.
The other thing, this is just to put on your radar.
Really?
I haven't seen anybody talk about this, but I've been noticing it. Well, and this is kind of a long-standing thing. It is Russian propaganda that Putin is constantly calling the West satanic. I don't know if you pick up on that, but like ever since the special military operation, every speech is always, the satanic West, the
which dovetails with the Epstein stuff and blah, blah, blah.
Well, and not only that, but like lately, I think it was just the other day, one of the Russian ministers said that. He said, the West is satanic.
Fuentes is right about this.
Dude, what's his name? Jackson Hinkle was all over that. I think Tucker was like all the usual suspects. Dugan was pushing that.
I can't lie.
And Dugan is
right
also
about this.
pushing the
I ain't gonna lie.
thing. I think John Mappen's like promoting him. It's like all of that is appearing to be like the same thing. And you pointed out Epstein's involved with Russia. Candace is pro Dugan.
Yeah, I was about to say we got to get Candace.
Passage Press published Dugan in Man's World.
Yeah,
that's true.
Nasha did an interview, I believe, with Dugan, or maybe I'm thinking of somebody else. But
no, but that is a cognizable faction in this thing. Where at the end of the episode we talked about, where it's like with the dissident right, the only fucking thing around was kind of that Passage Press Bronze Age Barry Weiss. So if all of the energy is going towards that, it's going to eventually fall back to the contradictions that are at the base, which is like they're going to go NatCon, they're going to go whatever. This now in this other thing, it's like it seems like in that like Candace, Ian Carroll, Jackson Hinkle, whatever. This Russia thing is like very much a cognizable thing. And you know what?
I need to take a dab, dude. These homosexuals are spiking my cortisol too much, bro.
From fucking Spencer, and you know what? He's going to be vindicated on that. It seems like.
Yeah, no, he is, and well, you know what else is interesting about that angle is. They're always calling it satanic and Luciferian. And you pointed this out on the show. It's like, okay, but they're not actually Satanists. They're all Jewish, So they could say like Epstein's a Satanist, and they say it's the Frankists, not the Jews. And the Frankists are this antinomial satanic sect of Jews that believe in transgressing the law.
Tribe.
Yeah, and the Turkic tribe, right? And
nomadic Turkic tribe.
You see the overlap because it's like, Russia, Putin, they're calling the West satanic for 5 or 6 years. Candace and Ian Carroll and the usual suspects are saying, Epstein's satanic. It's a Frankist conspiracy. And there's just like this huge overlap. And the reason why is because this reflects actually a factional dispute within Judaism. Because it's sort of like the Khazarian mafia thing. Why do Jews promote the Khazarian mafia? Because if the modern Jews don't descend from the biblical Jews, then they're not guilty for killing Christ. If they descend from the Turks and not the Hebrews, then they're absolved of the original blood guilt, which is deicide. And the satanic thing is basically the same thing. You kind of shift the goalpost a little bit further up, and you say, oh well, these aren't real Jews. This is a satanic thing that started in the 1700s.
Oh, man.
And I think that in Russia, it's because Chabad Lubavitch is very strong there, and the Jews are obviously super powerful in Russia. Yeah. Israel is still tight with Russia. People don't know that. People severely underestimate that.
What
And
the
then,
hell?
of course, with people like Candace and Tucker, I think they have like
Dude,
Hasidic
Fuentes is
Jewish
stealing my
connections
fucking talking
and,
points. Fuck this
or
guy.
connections with Orthodox Jews.
This fucking
And
dude's
the
stealing
thing is
my
about
talking
Orthodox
points.
Jews
Piece of
is
shit.
They are Talmudists as opposed to Kabbalists.
Right.
And the Talmudists, they believe in the law. They're halakhic.
Yeah.
And they say the Frankists believe in transgressing the law. That's what Sabbatean Frankism is they believe in transgressing the law. And it has to do with Jewish mysticism.
I'm not a
They think
griper.
like you have to do all actions because the duality of God and stuff like
And
that. But
what are you tweeting at
And
me,
the
North Star?
Chabad leans into the Kabbalah stuff.
Oh,
really
dude, I
heavily,
can't
right?
play that
Mysticism,
though.
That's their kind of their.
Well, I was gonna say, like,
Did Alex
to the
really
modern
say
Orthodox
that?
thing. That's what Jared Kushner and
Oh,
Ivanka
man.
Trump are, right? I grew up in northern New Jersey. There's a town called Teaneck, New Jersey. That's
a crazy quote.
Berrien County, bitch.
Did he really
But that's
say that?
all. That's like half Jewish, half black. The Jews there
Oh,
are
he
all
did say
modern
it. I seen him
Orthodox,
say
and
it
they're
right
all,
now.
like, doctors and whatever.
Oh, no.
The
Why
wives
did he
wear
say
very
that?
nice wigs. You would not really be able to tell, but they're basically
Holy shit.
as religious as like a
That's
Hasid
crazy.
or whatever. They keep, like you said, they keep the law. They're very halakhic. But you know what I thought about when you said the thing about like, oh well, if it gets rid of the whole deicide thing, right? It's like, well, if you get rid of the deicide problem, right? And you keep it with, it's like that doesn't affect the fact that Israel is still a country in the modern
Alex
sense,
Jones
is able
said
to
the
defend its
N-word.
borders, blah 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 blah.
That's
There's
actually
no
crazy.
argument that you can come up with that changes that reality, right?
That's
but that
actually
whole like
crazy,
deicide
dude.
thing is a kind of rhetorically. It's a problem in the rhetoric. It's a problem in the belief system, right? Not in like the
Ryan
real
Dawson
politic
is
version, like
fact-checking
concerns of like
Jake
we have a
Shields.
country that we are able to defend militarily. So it's like that's what I thought of immediately. Oh, and one last thing that you said when you were saying earlier about the esoteric stuff and the difference between the Talmudic versus
Dude, Jake
the
Shields is so
Kabbalic,
stupid.
right?
What
Even
does
in
this
the
appear to
Bronze
be?
Age
Glock
back
told
sphere,
me
the Bronze Age
it's
Barry Weiss
Jeffrey
sphere,
Epstein with the
they touch
child.
on that shit.
Oh
They
my
like to talk
fucking
about.
God.
There's certain
Fuck this
people there.
guy.
I'm not going to name them because they're very small and I don't want to give them clout.
He's
but it's
fucking
like
retarded.
they talk about
I
like
fucking hate this guy.
Tavistock and Aleister Crowley and all that. Very similar to what Candace talks about.
Alchemy.
Yeah.
Black cube of Saturn.
Right, but from like
Well,
a
and-
quote unquote high IQ TM perspective.
And here's the geopolitical significance of it, because all of it is really downstream from geopolitics. Is like the deeper you go into politics, the more you realize everything proceeds from the security state and the imperatives of the security state. And what a lot of people, maybe are missing about what's happening in the Middle East is
Look at this. Russia Today posting Epstein makes even thin young girls even thinner young girls strut in bikinis.
With Israel, and then under Biden they tried to
these
lobby
girls
Saudi
are
Arabia to
probably.
join this. And now
I don't
what is
know, but I'm just
emerging,
gonna
there's a huge dispute,
guess that they're
actually,
not underage.
between Saudi Arabia and the Emirates. And it's kind of complicated. I mean, we could get into that.
And I'm probably right,
there are kind of like
since
two
most of the
emerging
Epstein
blocks now in the
victims
Middle East.
are
You have the
overage.
Islamist bloc,
But
which you could say is
anyways,
Turkey, Saudi Arabia.
why is Russia
Qatar,
Today posting that?
Pakistan,
Think
and then
about
you have
that.
this revisionist bloc. They're calling it the
needs to be
Abrahamic
Kyrgyzstan.
bloc, and this is Greece, because Greece and Turkey are mortal enemies. See, so
And that might not
Israel
even be.
and Turkey are fighting now over.
That might
Syria.
literally be like
Turkey
actually
will emerge
modeling
to be a
material.
regional player now
Epstein
that
was
Iran
in
is
the
defeated.
modeling industry, dude.
So if,
like,
But
holy
the Gulf
shit.
states go with
Hang on.
that Greece alliance, right? That you're talking about. The Gulf states would go with
Because
them, right?
I got to point out the Russian propaganda.
That's what I'm saying. Is so
Right.
So the Emirates made peace with Israel. Israel
Well, I
is at
think
war
the
with
Russians
Turkey.
and
Turkey hates
Chinese are
Greece.
pushing
So it's Greece,
a lot of the most egregious
Israel, the Emirates,
hoaxes in the files to destabilize and demoralize America. That's what I think.
Qatar, Well, who's the mortal enemy
For the
of
most
Pakistan?
part.
It's India. So you're going to get India, Greece, Israel, the Emirates, the United States. And I think the reason that they're pushing this this
No,
esoteric
dude.
thing
No, dude.
is
That's
because
not what I fucking said, dude.
what is
Not what I fucking
convenient and
said.
imperative for our national security
Okay.
is this like
you're
coalition of believers where
Of
it's like
course
the
a fucking
godly
Groyper
people
comes in and
of
says
the
that.
Christians,
Oh my
the godly
god.
people of the Jews, the godly people of the Muslims, even the Hindus, you know, because they
Fuck.
started to say, like towards the end of Charlie
Made
Kirk's
like some
life,
young.
when Vivek became
No,
part of the app
dude.
and all these other Indians became a part
Age
of
of
it, they
consent
started
is
saying, well, we're not
100%
Christian
okay where it
nationalists.
is,
They said
dude.
it's ethical monotheism.
Calm down,
And so
dude.
it's like,
I'm
that is
talking
clearly
about
what they're pushing. And
the reality. Dude, we just were watching Tracy, and you guys are Tracy pilled, and now you guys are getting back into your conspiracy mindset again. Calm down.
Good people in
Calm
all
down.
religions. It's like this
Calm
Abraham
down.
plus thing
It's
with
just
India
a reality and
against,
fact that most
you
of
know,
Jeffrey
the
Epstein's
Russia,
victims
China,
were
the
like
Islamists.
19
and so
to
I think
22.
that's kind of the angle
That's
there.
just facts.
You know, they're trying to push this indifferentist thing.
That's reminds me of what we talked about on the show with this whole like Indians and Jews thing that you even see with Vermilion. Exactly, and exactly like when they talk about like, oh, think about Dearborn and talk about fucking Minneapolis, but don't talk about the Indian invasion of Texas or the Indian invasion of New Jersey or all of these other things.
Over here,
It dovetails perfectly
being
with
like,
that. But in the
you know,
same exact
whatever,
time, it's
whatever,
like
an Epstein
what came to my
cultist
mind
when
when you
his
mentioned
religion
Turkey.
is literally like a pedophile religion,
Well, what came to
unironically.
mind when you mentioned Turkey and
Like in the
Pakistan
definition.
is China in this whole thing, because Turkey and China have this very tense relationship because Turkey has been doing this kind of like in service of the CIA and the United States is kind of been doing
Dude,
this
these guys are
thing,
so
which helps
gay.
them justify giving arms and stuff to the Uyghur separatists in Western China. So China is
Oh my
it really has this really like
Fucking cortisol
oppositional position
spiking.
to Turkey. Right, so if Turkey and Pakistan are on the same side, hopefully this ends up working out well for the Taliban. So that Taliban goes with China, I think, in this. If we're gaming that out, you know.
Oh, I had a Taliban story, but it didn't make the
Look
show.
at more
we'll get to a
Russia
Taliban story when we
today.
take you to
Epstein,
Afghanistan.
10-year-old
But
girlfriend
yeah,
found
very
acting
interesting
as a
stuff. And no,
secret
I see
keeper.
what you mean too with this
Total
whole like
just
godly, where it's like that's
fabricated
exactly what
bullshit.
Candace is doing. But you know what?
Why
When
is
you were
Russia
saying that, I was
Today
thinking, like,
posting this
I'm
shit so
guilty.
much?
I'm guilty of this too. I'm always like, I
this
like
shit is
Orthodox
straight up.
Jews, and I like
Look
Orthodox
at
Christians.
Russia Today's
and Catholics, and
reposting that Ella Malding
I know.
video.
Well, listen, you're putting it on my radar.
Bro,
Maybe I should get.
I'm telling you, bro.
Catholic, a Lutheran, and a Muslim.
It's so true, so true. No, but yeah, no, I see what you're saying. That's very interesting to keep on my radar.
Yeah, we have to.
More
we have
shit
to
with
keep it
Russia
focused
Today.
on- It really is like as simple as this. My epiphany a few years ago when we found out Bronze Age pervert's identity, when we realized he's Jewish, is like it's literally it's Jews, and you know, not to go like low IQ anti-Semite or whatever, but like that's what it is.
It's a graph. It's a bell curve. It's a bell curve.
It's not just that. It's
Bitcoin's pumping right
Colombia
now.
with Barry Weiss.
You're right.
It kind of
Well,
is.
but she's Jewish, is my point. It's like that's
That's what I'm
organizing
saying. I'm
principle.
saying it's like you don't just have that one piece of like, oh, he's a gypsy Jew. It's just like, oh, you also went.
And then on October 7th, it becomes very important
It's
for
not
them.
very
Yeah,
Bronze Age
it's
to-
very
Oh,
important.
Alex
You know, I
called
have
out
this
the
friend Abdullah
government
Youssef, right, who was adjacent to this
impression
bathysphere, and when October 7th
Well,
happened, he
that's
very
just Alex
naturally had
Jones.
the reaction
He's
of
gonna-
like,
that's just
this is
been
fucking
saying that
Bronze
for
Age. They're
years.
fucking flying in, they're pillaging, blah 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 blah.
Yeah.
And he
And I
was
mean-
like on good terms with these people, and they fucking
I don't know, dude.
destroyed him because they're like, you will not use
It's
our branding
different
in that
than
way. That
the
was a very
satanic
big
panic shit
eye-opening
going
moment
on
for me
right
as
now.
well.
Dude, that was hilarious when Alaric the Barbarian was like, "What the
We need
fuck
to
is this
stability
disrespect
max."
people?" Yeah, like everyone
Oh
was
my
saying,
gosh, what are these guys even talking about?
like they're
The
killing
barbarian.
everybody. Yeah,
The
literally. They're raping
barbarian.
and pillaging, and the Bronze Age barbarians were like, "Wait, but not like that. Not like we can't do it to Israel." But
the
but I was gonna
kvetching is
say,
crazy.
the last thing I'll say is, and then I'll get out of here. I don't want to monopolize the whole thing, but like the last
No,
thing
we
I'll say is,
thank you for your monopolizing.
Stay as long
yeah,
as you
well,
want.
you know, I'm just hanging out, but the litmus test, that is the litmus test, because what you will find over and over and over again is like, if there is any
Damn, there's 2K people in this space.
point, you know, that like Jewish peoplehood, Jewish identity is at the center of it, that those people never pass a smell test. And that's it's always subtle. Like Candace, when she broke with Daily Wire, It took her all of about 2 months to go from splitting with Daily Wire to saying it's this esoteric Frankist thing. They're not really Jews. Same with Ian Carroll. He goes on Roseanne and he says, "Oh, they're Satanists." No, they're not Jewish. You
Tim
know,
Dillon did the same thing.
Luciferians.
Well,
yeah, he
I
said they're Luciferians.
Well, in fair, Tim, I think Tim's a little more hip than you maybe give him credit for.
Yeah, listen, but the thing is, there's not room for both of us in this market. There's
Fuentes
only one
wants
gay
more
guy.
gay people. Why is Fuentes only hanging
will
out with
always
gay
give
people
Tim
now? What the hell?
His own, he's like kind of in his own
What the
little
fuck?
thing.
Dude,
you know?
Groyper's a cook.
Like,
And he,
Oh
yeah,
my
I'm
God.
jealous of him.
Yeah,
oh my
like,
god,
he's pretty hip. I mean, he's
since
hip,
he gets
but
to plant
That's
that
crazy.
flag as comedian first, I think he gets to play nice.
The Barry Weiss bit was very funny.
The Barry White, especially
He gave a shout out to Paramus, New Jersey. Yeah, he gave a shout out to Paramus.
Greg Bovino running a pizza shop in Paramus.
He fucking might as well.
He probably couldn't even do that right.
Yeah, no.
That fucking scam artist.
You think he's a scammer, Bovino?
Bovino, I think he's a flop and he fucking failed.
Yeah, that's what I. Yeah, he's just like
he really destroyed. He destroyed. I guess
all he did was a fashion walk in a fucking mock Hugo Boss. He tried to Hugo Boss.
Yeah.
At the very least, he wasn't smart enough to see that he was destroying his brand to go do something he couldn't do, and it's like I hate to see it. That is like hard to watch.
Yeah, if you're an
Dude, these guys are
English
retarded.
football person, he's a bald fraud. You'll
These
know
guys
that.
are retarded.
I'm not into
Right
all
over
that.
my
I'm
head.
into soccer,
Bovino's
but,
literally
Pep
still
Guardiola.
working.
Bald fraud.
Went over
And
my
he's
head.
back in his
But yeah, that is the
station
thing
place he
about,
was
like, if
originally
anybody
stationed.
equivocates, and it's always subtle. Like Tucker
They brought him in
that's how I
to
knew he was
freaking
hip. It was
Missouri
always
for
like,
the
"Oh, I love
operation.
Israel," and you know, and he would even say, like in his interview he did with Piers Morgan.
Me and my wife go to Israel.
Well, yeah, well, and he said even in Saudi Arabia with Piers, this was last year. Piers pressed him and said, "Do you think we should give any foreign aid to Israel?" And Tucker wouldn't answer the question, yes or no, because Piers was like, "Well, you're against foreign aid to Ukraine. Well, what about with Israel?" And Tucker's like, "Well, I don't know." He totally bitched.
There's
on
always
that.
the
I'll never
tell,
forget.
like you said. There's always the tell.
Yeah.
Yeah, and but it's like. It's always more subtle, and what's unfortunate is people always give them the benefit of the doubt. The normies will always say, "Oh, well, you know, he's just hiding his power level. Well, that's just him at 80%." And it's like, no, like that reflects a deep ideological schism. Like if they won't talk about identity and peoplehood, then they are fucking liberal. Like they are liberal and they believe in individualism and blank slateism. They don't believe that the theology actually has consequences. So, you know, that's
and it presumes that there's not a way to do it in such a way that you could say it in polite circles. And this is to your credit, where it's like you have blown that fucking wide open that you can say, I'm on Tucker Carlson's show, I'm on Piers Morgan's show, I could talk about Jewish supremacism in terms of identity and blah, 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 et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And it means like, what's the fucking excuse? There's no fucking excuse. You have proven that you could talk about it and hold this line cordially and normally and, you know, in a way that's not spurgy and whatever. So there's no fucking excuse for someone like Tucker Carlson to not be able to do the same.
Well, yeah, and it's like when I went on his show, he's pressing me and he's like, well, you know, he did that speech about blood guilt where he's like, well, I just believe, you know, we can't blame a whole people. And I'm like, are we really going to sit here and pretend that neocons have nothing to do with Judaism, that Israel has nothing to do with Judaism? Like at a certain point, it's just reality denial. And he didn't even really want to engage. Like there was kind of a contentious point where he was like, well, tell me.
I think I'm gonna get off.
And I'm like, look,
in a
these people
sec.
identify as
How long have we been
Jewish.
streaming?
They are unassimilable. They prioritize their own interests.
10
like
hours.
none of this is radical or extreme. And there's a fine line between acknowledging that and saying
just been
like,
scrolling
we
Twitter.
should be able to critique the government of Netanyahu. Like that's actually not the whole of what is at stake here. And to pretend that it is obfuscates.
Right, so we could elect the defense minister and we're in the exact same fucking place, and then we have to spend fucking 5 years educating people on who the fucking actual new prime minister is.
That's crazy. I can't believe Alex Jones.
And you know what's so funny is like the whole time
pulled
his
out
brother
the Hennessy
Buckley is out
and
here on the
started dropping
timeline being like,
hard-Rs
yeah,
on
the
Fresh
Jews
and
killed
Fit.
Jesus. And it's like,
What the fuck?
It's like, okay, so that's not
That's
blood guilt.
crazy.
That's not exactly the same thing that you go around telling people that
That's
Nick is
crazy.
guilty of. Like, get the fuck out of here.
Sweet little sassy Buckley.
Oh, I love that Miss Sweet Sassafras. Oh, he's such a Southern like I love it. I love
Little sassy Buckley.
Oh my
That's
goodness, he's like
crazy, dude,
Foghorn
man.
Leghorn over here.
Aren't you
Like,
kind of fun?
Yeah.
anyway,
All right. Well, I'll get out of here. But good
thank you
show.
so much for
Fuentes is
stopping
Yeah,
by. We
of
appreciate the
course.
support. We really
Frick,
do.
Fuentes is a gay podcast lover. He loves the Benny Gay Show. Dude, that was fucking man. Okay, whatever. What should we do now? That was rough. Any other spaces? Nope. Anything else going on Twitter? Nope. That's pretty rough though, dude. I'm not gonna lie, dude. Blade streamed again tonight. I guess he pissed himself again. Damn. Is that true? Who's live? What's Nico doing? Oh, he's playing The Last of Us. He thinks he's Ye. Thinks he's Kanye.
This is Ramirez at Sector 12, requesting to pick up the three stragglers.
What a freaking queer.
The other way.
Dude, he's driving.
Chance of tornado in.
Talk to the hand.
But he's watching Nick Wick Lee. Benny Mac is cutting firewood.
Well, you see the outside of it? See how it's designed? It's on a trailer.
Amazing stuff. Jake Shields' latest post. Woody Allen is picking up his package that Jeffrey sent him from Wayfair. Oh my god, bro. Oh fuck. You know what, dude? Just like, fuck it, dude. It's over. The Goyim have gone insane. It is over. I don't think we're ever fucking. The people are so. He's not trolling. He's not trolling. He's not trolling, North Star. Why do you think I've been so fucking against all this fucking Epstein cult satanic panic nonsense? Because it's insane. It's insane. It's not rational.
Everyone makes fun of Jake Shields until he gets proven right.
Dude, this is gonna get like 10,000 likes or some stupid ass shit, bro. To be fair, I think a lot of his audience are like Pakistani and Bangladeshi bots and shit. So gross. We need public executions now. Dude, they want to publicly execute Woody Allen for... this is probably a picture of him with like his relative. I don't even know. Maybe is that his kid or something? Like, who is that in the picture? Let's see. Let's see. Sony Yee.
That's his stepdaughter he ended up marrying.
Woody Allen carrying young Son Yee, his future wife. Wait, that's his future wife. Okay, that's kind of crazy. Never mind. That's actually kind of crazy.
Baby's not Chinese. That's Ronan Farrow probably.
Is that real? No way that's real.
Jake Shields was right.
No, see? No, dude, the AI's retarded. That's not the same person. That's not the same, dude. That's not. The AI is just retarded. Dude, I'm telling you, Grok is part of the Epstein cult too. Literally, I actually meant to talk about this because I was like, you know, I use Grok a lot for anything political or anything like that because all the other ones are too censored. But dude, Grok is like an Epstein cultist now too, dude. I swear, bro. Elon has fucking tuned Grok to be an Epstein cultist. I'm telling you.
Grok lied to you about Moloch and Ball as well.
No, it didn't, dude. That's crazy. That's crazy that Grok said this post shares a 1980s photo of Woody Allen carrying a young Soon Lee Preva, his future wife. Bro, that's so crazy that Grok said that like that. That makes when I read that I was like, oh wait, yo, that's actually pretty crazy. Wait a minute. And then I'm like, okay, wait. And then obviously it's not the same person. But anyways, that's actually crazy that Grok did that,
but he
bro.
really did end up marrying his stepdaughter.
Yeah, but it's not this picture. It's not this. I don't know who that is, but anyways, that's crazy that Grok did that. Anyways.
Jake Shields is Grok's strongest soldier.
That's so crazy.
That's Ronan Farrow.
Ronan Farrow. And regardless, that's crazy that Grok did that. Bitcoin price on Valentine's Day. Damn, in 2020, that shit was $10,000, bro. That's crazy. Wow.
Message Jake Shields and feed him crazy schizo theories.
Should I, dude, what if I just sent him like doctored Epstein emails? That'd be funny. Dude, what the fuck was that? What sitting for long hours does to your body.
Your body relaxes, you don't feel pain yet. Stage 2, blood flow slows down. Your legs become stiff, muscles stop activating properly. Stage 3, after weeks, muscles weaken. Your core becomes lazy, posture starts to collapse. Stage 4, pain appears. Lower back hurts, neck and shoulders feel tight. Stage 5, after months, health risks increase. Heart health declines, weight increases, energy drops. Conclusion. Sitting is not bad, but sitting too long is. Stand up and move every hour. What happens if...
Don't sit. I need to get up. That's a perfect sign for me to get off. Bum, bum, bum. Do. There's nothing going on. There's nothing going on.
Owen Benjamin was the OG grifter. He took schizo boomer money to build Hysteria.
True. True. That's true. Let's do this. In Shanghai, China.
In this video, I'll attempt to spend over $1,000 on seafood here in Shanghai, China. From very cheap, oh lord, to very mid-priced. What you see here is how I imagine kings from the past used to eat. Very expensive.
Do you guys trust seafood in China?
Today I'm attempting something ridiculous by spending $1,000 on seafood, but there are rules. Rule number 1, I can only eat seafood. Rule number 2, at each location, I must spend more money than at the last. And by the end of this video, you'll witness a single shrimp that costs over $200. The price for both of these together is completely outrageous, but I will share that with you at the end of the video. But first, we're headed to our cheapest seafood location of the day. Let's move. Behind me, our first and cheapest location of the day, but cheap means something different here in Shanghai. If we were in Thailand, cheap might mean $3 to $5, but here, a cheap seafood dish is already over $20. Right now, we're gonna head into the kitchen to see how they're making artwork out of seafood at reasonable prices. Right next to me is Chef Chen, and he is about to make a dish known as squirrel-shaped mandarin fish. Why would they turn a fish into a squirrel? Well, because it's beautiful. Step 1, he takes the fish and he cuts just behind its gills. This fish has lost its head.
Next, the chef fillets the fish but keeps the two fillets connected at the tail, removing only the bones. He then scores both fillets, cutting thin strips without slicing through the skin, creating a lattice pattern.
Somehow this is all going to contribute to this fish looking like a squirrel, which is very important. Please continue. Now he gives the fish a little bit of a bath. Next, we're moving to the seasoning section. He starts with salt, then sugar, and then some pepper. Now an egg white comes into play. In the yolk, he eats it. Oh, he just throws it here. Next, he puts in some cornstarch, then a little bit of wheat flour. From here, he puts some more flour onto a plate, and then he puts
China's fucking expensive.
Thoroughly coating the entire thing. Next, we are headed to the wok station.
A deep fried fish.
How to know if a chef likes you? He whips out the brand new oil. Hey. From here, he slowly releases the fish into the hot oil. Then he grabs the head, and that joins too. Slowly, this fish is taking on a very unique form. I've never seen anything
I don't like
it.
fish like that. That looks weird.
It look like a pineapple. He puts the fish onto a plate. He lets the oil drip from the head, and that comes around too. Next up, he throws some peas.
It looks like a frickin'
peas with a little bit of oil.
blooming onion fish. That's what I was gonna say. Yeah.
Next, he puts in sugar and a little bit of water.
Fuck that. What the hell? If I want a fish, I want it as a fish and chip. Not this garbage.
To walk around. Right here we have our fancy bubbling ketchup. Then the peas go on top. He's even feeding the fish peas. All right, folks, right here we have our final squirrel-shaped mandarin fish. But next to it, we have our cheapest seafood of the day, braised eel. Coming in at only $15.30. There's noodles,
what the fuck?
eel,
15 bucks for that? Hell no.
The eel's habitat. It feels right at home in this brown mass. Cheers. That is very tasty. Just take a look at this sauce. It's a very sweet, savory, thick sauce that they put here. And that's completely saturating all these noodles and these eel parts too. The eel itself is a soft, tender, meaty morsel of goodness.
I don't know. It's not making me hungry.
Fatty, I gotta say, for our cheapest seafood of the day, it is a nice start. But we need to talk about this: the squirrel-shaped mandarin fish. Mandarin fish, I get it, but the squirrel shape? What kind of
hell no?
Here in China, maybe this is supposed to represent a bushy squirrel tail. To me, this is a hedgehog-shaped fish. So right here we have essentially the meat that's been turned inside out. I believe you're supposed to kind of scrape against the grain and grab the fish as such. I almost feel bad eating this. It'd be like licking a painting or taking a bite out of the statue of David. I know which part I would bite though. Nice. Enough talking, let's get to it.
What the? What the?
It almost feels like you're eating some very soft chicken. Obviously, he's created kind of a crispy shell around that fish protein. But then this sauce, it is a very, very sweet version of ketchup. And that affects the flavor a lot, too. This is the kind of ketchup that you could put over waffles or on a pancake.
Ketchup?
It is that sweet. It's absolutely stunning, but this is just our first stop of the day.
I'm not a fan of that.
Today, we're gonna be eating a single shrimp that costs over $200. But first, behind me, our second location. Here, we're gonna be taking a big step up in price and also quality. At least that's what I'm hoping for. This is a restaurant known as Crab King Garden, and here they're specializing in local Chinese hairy crabs. Here you can order an entire crab platter, and in order to make that platter, they have to break down 40 crabs. Right in here, they have kind of a viewing window from the sidewalk.
That sounds like hell.
See someone taking apart the crabs and separating them into different categories according to the type of meat. The next step is we're gonna go inside this room and actually see how they take these crabs apart. Let's move. Welcome to the crab room. Right now, this gentleman is gonna break down these two. Step one, he breaks off each of those hairy claws. Then he chops off the edges of the feet and the legs. From here, he breaks open the head. The next step is to literally use a steel rolling pin to roll out the meat from each of these legs. So this is all the leg meat that's come out of two crabs. He adds it to the larger vessel here, and I think you can start to see why we need 40 crabs for this meal today. Now he carefully uses this tool to get each shred of meat out of the claw and arm. From here, we're moving on to the body. You can see he's extracting some of that orangey red roe, and in the other container here is what I would call the crab fat. So this is the crab meat extraction process. As you can see, it takes time, but hopefully the result is going to be worth it. What you see here is how I imagine kings from the past used to eat. They have taken 40
I wonder how the hairy crab tastes.
Each one of them down into their separate body parts.
Why did they make it like that? All you need is a steamed crab and some butter.
Already in love.
What the fuck is this shit?
Here we have 5 different categories of
Why do you gotta
body
make it
part, and on the
slimy?
side we have rice.
What the fuck is wrong with the Chinese?
First, I want to try some of these meats on their own. Starting with this right here. This is just crab body meat. They steam it ahead of time, and then afterwards they kind of stir-fried it with a little bit of light seasonings and some oil. Let's give it a shot. Oh yeah, that is rich and buttery. It's unbelievably good. From there, we're moving on to this part right here. This is the crab leg meat. Somehow even more rich, more texture. The meat from the body, it's kind of less fibrous, more mushy. But here, this has a little bit more bite. This right here,
all of those look like fucking boy slop.
This time, again, I would say the meat has even more coarse fibers. There's more to bite into. But then there's the stuff that they find inside of the body. This right here is the roe, and then
it all looks like yo, thanks for the host, man.
Monkey just hosted with 7 viewers on D-Live.
Creamy, a little
appreciate that,
I think
man.
that would blend perfectly with all these flavors together. We're gonna try that soon, but first, the roe.
That looks weird.
That's completely different from everything else. It's very sticky, yolky, but oddly enough, I thought it would be more briny or intense, but it's really not. Oftentimes when I've had the innards of the crab head
I just want a steamed crab and
hey Siri, the part of the crab that like
some butter, not all this weird fucking shit.
Siri 在中国被禁用。
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Now that I've tried everything separately, the only move remaining is to put everything inside of one bowl. I'm gonna go with rice
shout
over
out for the
noodles,
raid,
also broccoli.
Ruby.
Gorgeous. I'm gonna put that over. Oops. Oh, this is gonna be awesome. Starting with some body meat. Moving on to leg.
That shit looks like
claw meat.
You know what actually this shit looks like?
Roe.
This shit looks like my cat's food.
And finally,
out of the can.
Female crab roe.
That's what that shit looks like.
Next, I'm gonna hit it with a little bit of vinegar, and then we're gonna mix it all together.
Makes sense though that the Chinese are eating cat food.
It's creamy, sweet, fatty, but then you get those nice chewy pieces of egg roll too. I gotta say, this right here is a real winner. But this is just our mid-price location. From here, we're going to our expensive location where you can actually see the seafood still alive. Whose kid is that? It's mine, actually. So, could you ask our daughter to keep her volume down? We have come to our third location right behind me, and right now I am ready to spend some serious money. Here we have something we haven't seen yet, a restaurant with a live seafood tank.
Oh,
What
live
makes this place
seafood
even more
tank.
special is a lot of this live seafood was flown in from around the world. And wait until you see what they have in this aquarium. Let's go take a look. In a moment, you're gonna be asking me why the prices here are so expensive, and this is the first reason why. That's a real shark. This is a gigantic aquarium, and on the other side are private rooms that are situated right next to this. This is amazing. You can see tropical
Is this
fish of
where
all
like the
kinds. Look at this guy
Chinese
right here.
billionaires? This is like rich, crazy rich Asians where they eat.
Now, as amazing as this man-made wonder is, none of this food is meant for eating. Did I say food? I meant fish. Let's move on to the edible aquarium where you can choose your own seafood. Inside this aquarium, you will find seafood from all around the world except for
I thought they were
one
gonna eat the
seafood
shark.
right here. This is known as the red snail, and it comes from Fujian, China. So this is probably going to be a lot cheaper than everything else, but everything else is insanely expensive. I'll show you. Starting with these big king crabs that have come all the way from Norway.
Damn.
The price for this one crab is about $660. That is remarkable. At our last location, we saw the hairy crab, but these hairy crabs are absolutely massive. These are actually from Russia.
Cringe.
This crab, extremely hairy. Look at that 5 o'clock shadow. Moving on. Right here we have another crab variety. This is the crystal crab. Obviously it's named the crystal crab because of that white color. Now, the crystal crab comes from Australia. I'm loving this United Nations theme we have with all the seafood here. How can you possibly say China isn't open to foreigners with all the seafood you see here? I don't know. It's okay, Joe. All right. Thumbnail? So those are the crabs, but what about the food we're going to be eating today? Well, we're going to be trying
that king crab, it's 600 bucks for that is crazy. I feel like you can get that shit cheaper here in America. A king crab like that.
The price. These shrimps, they are $50 each. This is a number I cannot comprehend. In a moment, we're going to see this preparation.
I know, these crabs aren't even real.
This is the Australian red lobster. Oh yeah, that's a monster.
Big Chinese crabs.
Its head, it's gigantic. The tail, not as big. But literally, today, I'm going to be paying hundreds of dollars for this to be turned into some kind of a Chinese stir fry. The price tag, well, we're going to find out soon. But for now, let's head to the kitchen. Right now, we are in a subterranean kitchen, and our next step is to dispatch that lobster. Sorry, pal. Step 1, stick a scissors into its back. Oh, wow. From here, he is chopping off some of the gills, and he has reassembled the lobster. Seems like he's totally fine. Right now, we are in the main kitchen with the head chef here. He's giving it a little bit of a twist to rip off the rest of the head with a giant tail here remaining.
Now the chef cuts along the sides of the tail, then gives it a quick
Bro, I bet
blanch.
that lobster's not
The
even
tail
as
is
good as a
half
main
cooked. It's heated
lobster.
with cold water and placed in an ice bath to stop it from overcooking. In the meantime, all of the lobster legs are cut into smaller pieces.
Right now, with the tail being partially cooked, it is much easier for him to get the rest of the meat out. Our lobster tail has moved now to the cutting station. Slice by slice, he is cutting this thing down into bite-sized pieces.
Next, the seasonings go in. Chicken powder, crab powder. Then both the tail and legs are coated with ginger powder and starch to add an extra layer of crisp.
Now it's time to walk the walk. The lobster shell is going to be deep fried. Woo! We're not really eating the shell. This is just going to be a decoration for the food, but they're frying it anyways, maybe to give it some nice sheen, like a car polish on the outside. The Walkman starts with spring onion. He hits it with a little bit of water. And then he gets
honestly mid.
A lot of oil. Next he puts in those green chilies, but only for a moment. Now he puts in ginger, and that comes out too. From here, he's putting in the lobster legs. Now those guys are gonna fry.
Fried lobster legs, dude? Are you kidding me?
All of that gets drained off, and the cooked lobster legs remain. This recipe's insane. It's so many steps. Meanwhile, here we have the ginger and garlic.
They're frying the fucking lobster eggs, legs.
Right here we have some chicken stock.
What the fuck is wrong with China?
Sugar, MSG, salt, seasoning powder, and whatever that is. Now those legs are going back into the wok. From here, he throws in those green peppers. Now a little bit of cornstarch. How many times have you seen a whole dish
That ain't it, bro.
out of lobster legs? Not often. This is quite a sight to see. Once with
Who the fuck eats the lobster legs? Nobody.
then piece by
Nobody eats the fucking lobster legs. Are you kidding me?
I thought we're doing a stir fry. This is more of a saute. He just gave it a flip.
I know they love oil.
There to chill out. The garlic and ginger come back. Then he adds in the white lily, the green peppers.
In America, we don't fucking eat the lobster legs, buddy.
Sugar, MSG, salt, cocaine, whatever that is. Then some starch. He mixed up that slurry we saw earlier. Now the legs join the chat. Oh, he gives it a bit of a flip. Everybody's very impressed. From here, it looks like he gets some dark soy sauce. It is time to offload this deliciousness. The Walkman working.
Bro, that just looks like some mid-ass stir fry, bro. I can go get that. I can go get that anywhere.
Seafood protein. And then that gets
any fucking
to our big plate here.
stir fry place.
Chef, thank you so much. Let's try it out. Right here, we have the final product of that southern rock lobster. It looks amazing. But then we have this right here, our appetizer, the spotted prawn coming all the way from Canada. I'm going to be trying this in a moment, but first let's talk about this room. I have never seen.
Why the hell is Canada sending Chinese people
One entire wall
prawns?
is just an aquarium with several sharks swimming back and forth constantly. Beyond that, they have a TV. You mean I don't have to talk to my wife? I could just watch shows? Amazing. This feels like true opulence, and it really is justifying the insane price here. Let's talk about the price. Right here, we have 4 shrimp, each costing $50. That's
oh my gosh.
They gave me 1 free. Thoughtful. So let's talk about the shrimp preparation. Just a moment ago, somebody came into this room with these shrimp while they were still
That's a scam.
Then he took each shrimp, he peeled the shell off of them, he separated the head, he deveined them.
I'd rather have a fucking shrimp cocktail. Are you kidding me?
Some wasabi. It is crazy.
That looks mid as fuck.
Solo bite equals $50. Guys, when I was
I'd rather
12,
have
I
a
used to
fucking
sweep
shrimp cocktail with the freaking frozen ass shrimps, dude. Are you kidding me?
Welding shop for $5 and
Hell no.
25 cents an hour. Imagine back then I would have had to work like 20. Wait, hold on. Let me do math. Imagine back then I would have had to work about 9 hours for 1 bite of this. Crazy. Let's give it a little bit of dip and let's toss it back.
That's a $50 fucking shrimp.
Whatever heat was in that creature from being alive moments ago, it has left the room. It is extremely chilled. What? This shrimp head right here just moved a second ago. I think it was touched by my hands. Let's talk about the texture. It's very cool, refreshing, and has a very firm, meaty texture. When you add a little bit of soy sauce, it gives it just enough salt to really enhance the flavor. In the end, is this worth $50 a bite? Absolutely not. But it is very delicious. So that is our first course, but here we have the main course. This is the Southern Rock Lobster. I love the way that they presented the body.
They had to douse it in soy
what you spent all this money on. Beyond that, we have the dish itself. This is the lobster stir fry with Chinese
Ain't it,
white
bro?
lily. Ooh, delicious Australian lobster.
American
cooked up the
Panda
Chinese
Express
way
is
here
better
in
than
Shanghai.
this.
Let's give it a shot. That's so good. This chef, not only can he talk the talk, he can walk the walk. On the outside, it's rich, it's greasy, you taste a little bit of ginger. Let's go in for another bite. You can see it's almost tender and falling apart. Some salt, some pepper, a little bit of garlic, but really, these are very mild flavors. They're really honoring the lobster here. Let's talk about the price. Now, usually they sell this lobster for $350, but today they said they'd give me a good deal, and they sold it to me for $200. Put it all together, and we've spent $350 at this one location. We are getting eerily close to our $1,000 mark. But here's the thing. This is our expensive seafood location. Coming up next, we have our out-of-this-world seafood location. Let's move. Welcome to our fourth and final location. On the wall next to me, you can see see plaques full of accolades and Michelin awards. Welcome to Shinrongji. This is a Michelin star jewel of Taizhou cuisine, where fresh-caught seafood meets elegant presentation. And every dish speaks of coastal refinement. Basically, they take stuff from the ocean and elevate it to its highest potential.
White cats
that cost hundreds of dollars, and it will leave you wondering why. Well, I'm here today to find out. Right now, I'm going to show you 2 of the unique dishes they prepared for me.
That
Let's go
looks
take a look.
crazy.
Welcome to
Don't
my table.
eat that.
Today, I'm going to be ordering 2 courses, and they've brought out the protein ahead of time to show me exactly what I'm in store for. First of all, a fish known as a yellow croaker, and then right here we have a gigantic mantis prawn. The price for both of these together is completely outrageous, but I will share that with you at the end of the video. For now, they're going to go to the kitchen and cook this up.
Not worth it.
Product in a couple of seconds. They won't let me go in the kitchen. All right, folks, right here, you are looking at the most expensive seafood dish of the day. But first, we're going to be starting with this, a single shrimp or prawn that costs $222. This is a mantis prawn. Honestly, this is my least favorite type of shrimp in the world because every time you cook this, the meat absolutely sticks to the inside of the shell, making it nearly impossible to get anything delicious out of the animal. But here, they've solved that problem. This is 4 sections of tail meat, and it's actually been stuffed with what they're calling a crab paste in a dish officially known as Soft Center Drunken Fortune Prawn. And let me tell you, I am feeling fortunate. You can see the barbs sticking out from its forearms.
Maybe I'll try that.
Antenna, the unique shape of its body. That is
kind of
cool.
looks.
So I'm going to
Kind of
start
looks
with
cool.
this piece right here.
Oh,
A
it's
big
like
plump
stuff.
middle section full of that crab paste. This is a seafood I've learned to hate over the years, but this may be a moment of retribution. Is that the right word?
You wouldn't eat that?
Redemption. I bet redemption.
I might eat
Let's give it a
that.
shot.
I don't know.
That's so good. Usually when you're eating this, the meat is falling apart. It's soft and it's mushy, but here it still has some firm texture. Meanwhile, inside there's that delicious crab paste. It almost tastes more like a crab gel. It's cold, it's thick, and it adds some nuanced flavor to the shrimp meat. I love it. They cracked the code, and everybody else should be jealous.
Maybe.
Or honestly, just quit. But that is just our appetizer. Now we are moving on to the most expensive seafood dish of the day, introducing the yellow croaker. Here's what they told me about this fish. It's supposed to taste like it was made by your Chinese mother. For some
A
of
yellow
us,
stroker?
that's gonna take a little bit more imagination
What
than
the?
for others. Now I want to try one of these sticky rice cakes that's absolutely bathing in this sauce right here. Let's give it a shot. It's so good. It tastes like Korean pounded rice, but it's a little bit toasty. Meanwhile, it's been bathing in this slightly sweet, slightly savory, rich sauce. Very, very good. But let's move on to the actual croaker. Here we essentially have a fish steak. I'm gonna remove this bone side, separating the flesh from the bones. Oh, there's still bones here. Oh boy. In a moment, I'm gonna reveal the
Too
price
much
of this fish. But
bones.
first, let's give it a shot.
Fucking how much? And they leave the bones in? Are you
Flavorful,
kidding me?
Not overcooked. Very soft, delicate, and flaky. A nice rich skin on the outside, and all of it is just bathing in that delicious, flavorful sauce. I gotta say, I'm pretty impressed. Also, it has bones, so there's an element of danger, and you could die. Today we have tried 2 different fish at 2 vastly different price points. Can I be honest with you? I like the ketchup fish. This, also delicious, creative, well-presented, but bone. Bone. In the end, I think both dishes are magnificent. This right here absolutely blew my mind. So let's talk about price. This guy right here costs $236.
That's
but when you add that up with all the seafood we ate throughout the entire day, is it enough to get over $1,000? Indeed.
Bro, literally some poopy ass fish. Poopy ass $200 fish, bro. Some poopy ass 200 with bones in it. With bones in it. Bro, the Chinese are scammers, bro.
Talk about price.
Oh,
this guy right here costs $236.
That's
but when you add that up with all the seafood we ate throughout the entire day, is it enough to get over $1,000? Indeed, it is not. No. Today
That's
I only
crazy.
spent
I can't. I'm fucking in horror.
Look at this shit presentation.
In horror right now.
Chinese food is too weird.
Yeah, I sticking to Panda Express, dude.
Asian food is all spicy as fuck, so you don't taste the literal dog shit you're eating.
Andrew Tate says, give me the ASU frat leader's number tonight. I'm taking a jet there tonight. He wants to go mug the ASU frat leader. Ray mug. Thomas Massey is not suicidal. Bummer. Okay. How much longer was this? Oh, we were almost done with this.
Cannibal in New York City. That's what she took her time to go search for in the DOJ. You know, like allotted 45 minutes or whatever. And yeah, this is the stuff that's being propagated now. So it's actually taken on the features of that previous mass hysteria in a way that is much more explicit than had been the case prior to like a week or two ago.
Let me ask you this, Michael. Has the absurdity of the response to Epstein made you question some of your liberal priors, in the sense of, I'm not a Platonist, but Plato did have some good counsel on the fact that maybe the public shouldn't know everything. And you can't handle the truth, is one claim in the Republic. In a way, you have to, in a way, lie to people. And this drive for transparency, where people are picking up on some claim that Donald Trump murdered a young girl and threw her into Lake Superior or something, that they're picking up on jerky cannibalism. Maybe they don't need all this information. Maybe it's actually not better to have transparency. Maybe it should be an archive that's sort of hard to access so that only the brave would.
Does that mean I can't access it?
Well, no, you could access it because you.
What would qualify me uniquely to be able? I don't think I would be granted access.
It is true. I guess it's a double-edged sword because you're an alternative, independent journalist. But if you understand my point in general, which is that this will to be transparent, which seems rational, ironically creates madness.
Yeah, I get that. I'm not sure that I have a little liberal prior that is what impels me to advocate for transparency. And I don't even really advocate for transparency as a general principle because it's like an inherent good or something. I don't think. It's really mostly about my own personal desire to access certain materials that the government is keeping concealed. So I don't really broaden it out that much from there because, yeah, you're right. When we do have these, especially the sort of indiscriminate dumps of mass material, such as like, the WikiLeaks Podesta emails or whatever that then gave rise to Pizzagate.
Yeah,
it does spawn madness, and there's definitely some negative consequences of it. I just don't think that the trade-off. To me, it's an unfortunate but necessary trade-off. If you had asked, like, if I could snap my fingers and like not have the Epstein files released, I wouldn't do so because I can use my own discernment to sift through them in a way that is productive. and I can't control really what anybody else does. Maybe it's just like a pure journalistic impulse more than like an ideological one, or maybe like just journalistic instinct is almost what my ideology is, if insofar as I have one. I don't so much associate it with liberalism. I guess maybe you could make an argument that it's like has some thematic connection or something, but it's more kind of parochial in terms of my own self-interest than any kind of broader conviction, I guess I would say.
Yeah. Let's.
So I don't. I mean, yeah.
Okay.
Sorry,
oh, well, go ahead. Ask.
No,
I
wasn't even making a very coherent point, so I'll just cut myself off.
You've been very generous with your time, and I'm very happy that you're here. So you can tell people before you go how they can find you on Substack and Twitter and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, M Tracy, MTRACEY, X, Substack is mtracy.net. YouTube is mtracy. I don't use that as frequently because I am trying to remain like tethered to I'm trying to be like countercultural and remain mostly tethered to the written word. But obviously I don't always follow through on that because I end up doing 10 million podcasts. But I don't know. I just like the podcast. I almost like, if I could snap my fingers and do something, I probably would abolish all podcasts at this point. Cause like, it's just a horrible way of consuming information. It's just so tedious. And it's like almost worse. Like I declared recently like alternative media as a failed experiment because it's just like everything kind of converges into this one like conspiracy brain melted vague ideology that's like kind of cross transpartisan, or like it's like almost a left-right synergy.
This is where it is because I'm
like Owen Schroyer
years old.
Like Owen Schroyer and Jake Shields are the perfect examples of this. It's not about the left or the right, dude. It's not about the left or the right. It's about we gotta get the pedophiles.
So I've been consuming alternative media for a while, and I've been in the alternative media for my entire career. I mean, I wouldn't have a career.
Honestly, I kind of agree with Tracy on alternative media being a failure, bro. I never even thought about that, but honestly, it's fucking true. Shit's everybody's retarded.
I would have to be a conformist or something.
Let's give the media back to the Jews. We fucked up. The Goyim fucked up.
If it weren't for the alternative media. But I can remember the day when we were sort of on the margins looking in. Like you could criticize the New York Times. You could have an alternative viewpoint to what the mainstream media is saying. But now we're kind of like through the looking glass where it's the reverse. It's like Tim Pool is arguably the mainstream media. Joe Rogan is arguably the mainstream media. And like the New York Times is like looking in on them. And I'm exaggerating, of course, but I think you would agree with my point. I mean, that's how average people are consuming. And I do think that is extremely problematic.
Yeah, I don't think people have like updated their media critique. Like as long as I've been in the public arena or in the quote unquote media, however you define that, I've always like been inclined to incorporate media critique to some degree. And in 2026, if like your media critique is limited to just like complaining about the New York Times, complaining about MSNBC or CNN, it's just like you're stuck in, I don't know when exactly, 2010 or something, or maybe earlier. Yeah. Even like in 2010, okay, it's like kind of viable, but today it's just like, I don't know, you're time warp or something.
Yeah.
And you have to like kind of shift your frame of reference in terms of like what is deserving of critique. Which is why I've been going more after this like brain melted alt podcasts media. It's hard to even really define what it is, but like people kind of tend to know if you talk about it. And it's because like it's again, it all seems to converge in this one ideology. It's like again, I guess the generic conspiracy,
which is conspiracy.
Yeah. Like Jimmy Dore, who like I used to go on, not because like I necessarily quote agreed or like felt that. It's just like one of the people who like I was friendly with, and I would go on the show because I go on lots of different shows across the political spectrum. But like now he's just got like video after video saying Epstein files prove Pizzagate is real, and like they're going through all the grape soda references, and it's just come on. But now like he's got the same ideology as Tucker Carlson essentially, even if they might express it more or less articulately than one another. So it's weird, and. Yeah, if you're stuck in this like more conventional posture of like what media is deserving of critique, like you're missing how public opinion is actually being shaped.
I know I'm keeping you too long, but let me just throw this in as a theory. I remember, I think it was actually Catherine Dees who was talking about this, where there's an almost convergence of memes. Like, for instance, you know the crazy JD Vance meme where he has like a crazy curly hair and he, you know, these weird eyes.
Yeah,
It's like a cartoon. The weird thing about that is that there was a convergence between people who hated JD Vance and people who liked JD Vance. They were both using the same convergence. And convergence is a natural thing. You know, it's like there were lots of different types of automobiles, but
cultural
due to
appropriation,
regulation, and many other organic factors, you know, it's like you've got a steering wheel right here on the left side of the car. There are 4 doors and a sedan. There's a natural the smartphone as well. Then that wasn't regulated. It just converged to the iPhone. This is what works. So the convergence is natural in evolution. But it's almost like the Young Turks and Tucker Carlson martyr made.
The Young Turks had a video saying Lauren Boebert exposes like the cannibals or something. I just saw that video happen pop up like in the past 12 hours. It's like, wow.
So Jimmy Dore, it's all the alternative media, which used to be red and blue or left and right, or it's now kind of converging into some general agreement that the elites are bad and evil and they're manipulating us. And there's a kind of populist convergence of the alternative media that almost seems to be like it's like the final evolution. Like, this is what the alternative media will be. It'll be one thing.
I don't think it's just vaguely about antipathy toward elites. I mean, I think you could find definitely manifestations of that well predating whatever this more recent convergence is. I would argue that to the extent that we can identify any linchpin to this ideology that has engulfed different quadrants of the political spectrum that we might have seen as like in more of opposition to one another, it really is, as disturbing as it is to say, at least to me, the linchpin of that ideology is the following. This is like the dogma that unites them. The world is fundamentally governed by the existence of pedophilic sex trafficking operations that are enforced by blackmail, and they're being constantly covered up at the highest levels of government. And that's what dictates how our societies are organized. I mean, I think everybody that we've mentioned so far would agree with that statement to some extent, right?
Yes.
So there you go. If there's another unifying dogma, then explain it.
That's it. Yeah.
Isn't that crazy? Like, what are we doing here?
And it's also sort of deeply religious in some way, because as liberals will point out, and they are
non-falsifiable,
non-falsifiable. As liberals will point out, and they're right, even though I don't endorse the hysteria. There's a sort of anti-Semitic canard layer to it. It seems to rhyme with what peasants would say about local Jews in their community. Oh, they're boiling Gentile boys into matzah balls and blood libel, basically. It's not the same, and not all of those people are anti-Semitic, but there does seem to be this convergence on like peasant stupidity from the Middle Ages, basically.
I mean, I guess it's
that's literally what it is.
It's been accelerated, like as
literally
the Israel critical right has gotten more prominent
retards.
Then they've had greater grounds to converge with the Israel critical left, right?
All just a bunch of
obviously
retards.
I'm aware that the Israel
everybody's
critical right
retarded
on the internet to some degree, but it was more embryonic, and definitely since 2023, much more widespread. So I think that the convergence around anti-Israel as like a presupposition for people in these spheres then sort of almost fertilizes this new belief system, and the presumed existence of pedophilic sex trafficking operations fits comfortably into that newly fertilized belief system as like a unifying ethos.
Exactly.
And non-falsifiability is a hallmark tenet of any dogma, and that's definitely the case, because like there's never going to come a point, no matter how many millions more of Epstein files are potentially produced, and they say that there are like several million more. I don't know how true that is. Some of them could be duplicative. There's never going to come a point where people are going to say, okay, well, you know what? Never mind. We've now gotten enough Epstein files, and they don't contain the evidence that we assume they would. So we're now going to
I'm not super goy.
Right. They're going to say release the real Epstein files.
Yeah. There's always going to be like the explanation for the absence of the evidence that they saw is always going to be the continuation of the cover up.
Do you think, sorry to keep you, do you think that some of these politicians, even on the right, are trying to use this against Trump in a sort of sneaky way? Like Nancy Mace, Boebert, MTG, who's openly at war with Trump, Bannon, there's a lot of evidence that he wants to run for president and has for a while.
I'm not sure I buy it.
Well, I mean, maybe in his dreams, but he is dreaming about it. Is this going to bring down Trump? Is this the end? Are these sort of like rats chewing at his corpse, maybe? Or
I don't see Bannon
just
like trudging through the snow I don't see Bannon trudging through the snow to go to diners in Des Moines.
Well, he just podcasts his way to the White
House. I guess so. Yeah, I mean, on it's an interesting point. Definitely. So on the left, or in the Democratic Party, I mean, Ro Khanna is clearly running for president.
Yeah.
And he's already rehearsing his stump speech, which is around this need to purge the Epstein class. I actually asked him after one of the survivors press conferences in DC in November.
Ro Khanna, what if they run Ro Khanna?
Purge the Epstein class, like for that.
Oh my gosh!
Include, for example, Noam Chomsky, like no more laudatory references to Noam Chomsky anywhere because he like emailed Jeffrey Epstein and maybe like attended a confab with him. And he was like, well, blah, 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 blah. Like, he didn't really have a good prepared answer to that. But in the event, like, you could obviously tell, like, go listen to his speech on the floor of the House 2 days ago. It's basically a rehearsal for a presidential speech. And he identified this as like
I still think they're going to do Newsom.
Latch on to early, even though he didn't have
all of you will be living in a California republic soon.
Same with Massey. With Massey, I wouldn't be surprised if there's like there might be a draft Massey movement to run for president. Like, why not? Clearly he identified this as something that would be useful for him in the shorter term because he has to win a Republican primary in Kentucky with Trump opposing him. Yeah. And he needs a sort of a unique donor base.
I don't think it's over.
And so he can get a lot of online donations saying, hey, I'm the guy who's releasing the Epstein files. And so, like, you can imagine that there'll be just an avalanche just based on that alone. It seemed to work. In terms of others, yeah, I mean, I do think I could imagine there will come a time where Republicans have to figure out some way to distinguish themselves from Trump. And this is almost like a no-brainer type issue because, like, I guess it depends how far they want to go with it. Like, I think they could acknowledge, like, they could go to a limited extent and say, yeah, of course we agree that Pam Bondi screwed the whole thing up. That would be like step one on the ladder, but they could go a few steps up further saying, you know what, like all those photos and videos of Trump and Epstein partying together, like maybe we should have took that more seriously in terms of whether the administration was actually going to allow for transparency. And, we were kind of offended when he kept calling it a hoax because, that seems to be insulting to the victims. And then you go even further and say all those redactions for sure have to mean that there are even more pedophilic perpetrators who have been shielded from accountability. You can see like different versions of that argument potentially being made depending on like what the politician's position is within the Republican
MAGA. Once we've gotten rid of Epstein and all of those people, real MAGA will be possible.
I don't know how Bannon is going to make an argument though, because like Epstein was like his best friend at one point.
I don't know how that's going to work.
What is Bannon himself going to say? MTG, sure.
Yeah.
I mean, she's just so dumb. It's unbelievable. Like, I don't know if you saw this, but she was like, "Oh my God, guys!" Like, because she latches onto every little tidbit to, I guess, vindicate her efforts to get the files released and like justify her break from Trump, which I admit, like a year ago, if you had told me that MTG and Trump would be enemies, I would have found that impossible to believe. But it happened. So,
and she was, to her credit, she sort of calmed down a lot in a way. She was so shrill and aggressive and aggressively stupid. She became
she's still aggressively stupid, but
I know
she's still aggressively stupid. It's just not as like she's not like saying the Democrats are all traitors. Like she's not like shrill in that way, but she's still the same level of stupid, I would argue, because she puts like, for example, I just have like somebody sent me just one of her tweets because like I don't really go out looking for them, but from like a week or two ago where she says, "Oh my God, it turns out like everybody should be so thankful for me getting the Epstein files released because now we found out that Epstein mysteriously won the lottery in 2008. Did you see this?
No.
Which is, it's supposed to be, I guess the implication is supposed to be that like it Was it like some kind of money laundering scheme?
Did he say I won the lottery?
No,
like
no,
clearly as a metaphor.
It's made up. Like it's the idea that so in 2008 there was an entity called the Zorro Trust in Oklahoma that was set up by an anonymous winner of the lottery in Oklahoma.
Mm-hmm.
And you can collect your winnings anonymously in some states, including Oklahoma. So like an entity was set up to receive the winnings. It was called Zorro Trust. And this like activist, anti-trafficking activist / like quasi-journalist was aware of this in like 2009 and like sent a tip to it to the feds. And of course it came out in the Epstein files. And so like MTG just takes it like a total face value that, okay, this must show because like somebody received an email stating this, that Epstein himself won the lottery mysteriously while he was supposed to be in prison. This was like July of 2008. So shortly after he had reported to prison, right? So like, okay, I don't know what this is supposed to prove about like some wrinkle of the conspiracy, right? But like, it's just like totally not true at all. Like she doesn't take 2 seconds, nor would she care to ascertain whether it's true. So just like pump it out there. But people believe it. And like, she's like one of the most popular political commentary accounts. So like, I guess good for her. But yeah, but that's interesting in terms of how this will be. I would love to hear JD Vance have to speak about this at length at some point.
Yeah.
Like if you notice, we haven't seen one of his like casual long form podcast appearances recently, which used to be his like ballywick.
I think it's gonna. I said
Joe
this
Rogan
even when
today. Joe Rogan today. So here's like how you can tell like these prospective Republican presidential candidates should watch Joe Rogan today because he was like, otherwise he's kind of like a instinctively Trump guy, I guess you could say in a sense. He's like exasperated. The Trump, the administration's really fucking this up. It's making them look horrible. This is like enough is enough. Like, what more do we have to see? Something went on here, etc. Like he doesn't know what he's talking about. Obviously, he's just like a handful of like slop data points that Jamie is sending him. But whatever sentiment he's expressing there is something that the Republican candidates will want to comport themselves with, their channel or whatever. But yeah, I would love to see JD Vance have to.
The only way I think he won't receive or be brought down by it is if he somehow separates himself from Trump via the Epstein files, because he's not in them. I mean, he had no associations. He's got his own dark associations with Thiel.
Well, he was associated with Thiel, and Thiel was associated with Epstein, so he's only one step removed.
I guess it's one step removed. Although, I'm in the Epstein files, but
so am I.
Yeah, I was proud in a way, but he did mention me.
Jeffrey Epstein did?
Yes.
Okay, I'll have to search. I didn't think to search your name, but I will.
Yeah, it's like
people were saying Michael Tracy's in the Epstein files because if you search Michael Tracy, there's like 2 FBI communications department news roundups where they just like summarize 2 of my articles on completely unrelated subjects. Yeah, like I guess that means I'm technically in the Epstein files because like there are responsive search results.
Yes, it was involving JF. It's not. I'm sort of joking when I'm saying I'm proud of it. It's not a huge accolade, but what was I saying? He's not directly in the Epstein files. JD Vance said is. So I think he would really need to separate himself from Trump and quasi denounce Trump. But I just don't think that's something he could do because he is constantly, he's like a human barnacle or he saddles himself onto other horses and rides them off into the sunset. Like he would not exist without Thiel, without Trump, it's without the liberal media loving him back in 2016. So he needs something else beside JD Vance to get anywhere. And I don't think he can do it. I think it's sort of over for him, actually.
Over for Vance?
I do think it's over. I think this is, I don't, as I've made
I think Spencer's
clear,
going to be wrong about that.
The narrative of Jeffrey Epstein. But I also don't think this is going to go
I think Vance is probably going to run.
People have been telling me for months
you're going to succeed.
People have been saying to me for months, I mean, this is going to go away. I mean, just tell them, just wait.
Yeah.
Then, boom, birthday book. Boom, House Oversight Committee record. Boom, Peter Mandelson. Boom, Prince Andrew. Really? It's going to go away?
Right.
Keir Starmer and Prince Charles are saying their brothers should be like shipped off to the United States to be hauled before Congress. Gee, I can't imagine that getting any press attention. So when people think it's going to go away, I just don't see it.
Yeah.
I don't know. I have just like an inkling that JD Vance is at least clever enough that he might be able to conjure up some way to thread the needle here that I can't fully conceive right now, but
well, Mike Johnson.
It would be like it would be from the standpoint of, okay, well, yeah, he'll do a version of what he did at the Turning Point USA thing in December, where it's like him as this like guardian of coalitional unity.
Mm-hmm.
Look, guys, like we can disagree, we could still be blah 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 blah.
We can be pedophile Satanists.
Let's not give in to the left and like
Satanists, but we're all Republicans.
Yeah, but right, exactly. We'll have to say, like, look, we could agree to disagree about rampant pedophilia networks, but like, let's all remember what really matters, which is opposing the left, something like that. Like, obviously, that's a kind of comical way of putting it, but like, we'll have to summon up some variation of that argument.
Yeah.
So, all right, I'm going to head out now.
Yeah, thank you for staying overtime, and thank you.
All right, I think I'm gonna head out now too.
I'm in Houston, then Sacramento.
Damn. What's that? Big Papa Fash says the Epstein files create a much more emotional charge that have action.
Stay black, Nate.
Yep. All right, I'm getting off. I'll see you guys.